Chapter 1564 Dimensional Game Adventure. April 12, Friday. Xiao Liang watched the popularity of this episode of The Head Says continue to rise, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Is this the feeling of being invincible? This is the first time he has been the acting head of a department of Tenda Group, and it is also the first time he has participated in a business war and confronted other companies head-on. Originally, Xiao Liang was in a state of indignation and anxiety. After all, these are two giant live broadcast platforms with huge volume. Will he be retaliated by standing up and openly slapping them in the face? Will there be any serious consequences? But after the fight, I found that there were no consequences, but it was quite cool. As soon as this video was released, it immediately caused a strong response. Many anchors posted videos in response or spoke out, dismantling the routines of these live broadcast platforms to pit anchors. On the surface, the two platforms are in fierce competition, but in fact, you poach my anchors, I poach your anchors, and then everyone happily eats the anchors' liquidated damages together. The anchors thought they had gotten a lot of money from the live streaming platforms, but how much of the money would actually fall into their own hands? Even if they did, they might lose it all in a lawsuit in the next second. Xiao Liang's video can be said to be timely, directly exposing the systems of the other two live broadcast platforms. If he had released this video a year ago, it would not have had much impact at all. Because the live broadcast platform was still in its infancy at that time, there were more than a dozen live broadcast platforms of all sizes in China, fighting each other. Because of the fierce competition, the bargaining power of the top anchors was very strong. Even if they changed jobs and filed a lawsuit, the matter of paying liquidated damages would not make a big fuss at all. On the one hand, because the salaries of anchors were relatively low at that time, the amount of liquidated damages was also relatively low. The anchor's salary increased tenfold after changing jobs, and he could generously pay money to solve it without causing any big storm. In this case, what effect would it have if we popularized the routines behind the live broadcast platform to the anchors? Most anchors would not listen. But now, a year later, YY Live and Langya Live have achieved a preliminary monopoly on the live broadcast platform, and they are already trying to swing their sickles to start harvesting. At this time, if we dismantle the routine and combine it with some cases where top anchors were sued for breach of contract damages of hundreds of millions, it will have a strong communication effect, and many anchors will suddenly realize it. Xiao Liang almost wanted to applaud himself and give himself a pat on the back. I am so awesome. Although the show, The Person in Charge Says, has been going on for a long time, Xiao Liang felt that he was the first acting person in charge to appear on stage. He was not the same as the regular army like LV Mingliang, Guo Liqing and Rui Yuchen. As the first acting person in charge to win a victory, President Pei would definitely look at me with new eyes, right? Not only that, Xiao Liang also took this opportunity to show his face in front of his fans. Didn't everyone believe that I was the acting person in charge of Rabbit Tail Live before? What else do you have to say now? Why don't you come and worship Lao Qiao? Seeing the rainbow farts from fans, Xiao Liang felt that he was happier than posting 10 videos in a row and getting 3 consecutive videos. Even so, you can't be proud and complacent, and you must continue to remember your mission as the acting person in charge. Xiao Liang felt that he had completely got the fun of being the acting person in charge, and he was full of energy. But at this moment, his mobile phone vibrated and received a notification. Huh? President Pei asked that The Person in Charge Says column to be temporarily suspended? A few minutes ago. Pei Qian looked at the new episode of The Leader Says with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Why did Xiao Liang roll up his sleeves and join the battle? And he spoke so well, his level is totally different from the previous episodes of The Leader Says? Then wouldn't the grassroots activities I worked so hard to organize be completely meaningless? Can you please stop doing this unethical game? Pei Qian felt very confused and speechless. He launched the activity of going to the grassroots because he saw that the head says was in full swing, so he wanted the heads to stop and give the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance some breathing space. Unexpectedly, a new batch of acting heads came up, but the results were the same. Moreover, Qiao Liang's move was equivalent to setting a very bad precedent for the acting heads of other departments. With Qiao Liang taking the lead, will the acting heads of other departments also show up on the head says? Will people like Li Shi, Wang Guangjian, Yao Bo, and Shui Zhibin miss such an opportunity to show up? Will Qiao Liang be the only one to perform on it? There is a big problem. Pei Qian had just finished his thesis not long ago, and he had not yet quickly entered the working state. He instinctively wanted to slack off for a while. But this incident made him alert quickly. No, this trend must be nipped in the bud. You can't play this game of overturning the table anymore. If you do this, what will happen to the anti-Tenda alliance? Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately sent a notice and copied it to the heads of various departments, especially Meng Chong. Starting from this week, the head says will be temporarily suspended. All departments are not allowed to publish content related to the head says without permission. Of course, this column is not called off indefinitely. Pei Qian thinks that the column, the head says, is still very meaningful as a whole, and netizens are indeed very interested in such a program that dismantles capital routines. But can it be done later? After this cycle is over, the anti-Tenda alliance will basically be out of business. At that time, you can just do the head says column and dismantle these business routines. Now the anti-Tenda alliance is still in a stage of high morale. Isn't it good to let them be active and spend money with me? Therefore, Pei Qian only said to temporarily stop it, but did not say that it could not be broadcast permanently or directly kill this column. After all, it might still be useful in the future. When the departments received this notice, the independent game incubation base was not affected. After all, they are not a department within Tenda, and they do not have grassroots activities, nor do they have the need to appear on the head says column. All independent game developers are seriously considering how to design Tenda's first console escort game. Seeing these developers full of energy and high morale, Qiuhong knows that they have found the right direction. Regarding the overall framework of the game, how are you preparing? Wu Zhiqing, tell me your ideas first. Wu Zhiqing nodded and said, I have thought of a name for this game, called Dimension Game Adventure. In the game, we can connect all of Tenda's games, especially classic games, and make them into small levels. In other words, this is a brand new world full of imagination that was born out of the Tenda game world. Because Tenda games have been very successful and loved by players, they are equivalent to proven successful gameplay and have extremely high IP value, so our approach is the most reliable and the easiest to be accepted by players. In this way, it is equivalent to further strengthening the IP of Tenda games. For the core players of Tenda games, this game will also be endowed with some special cultural meanings, which is very worth buying and collecting. Qiuhong nodded slightly. This idea was within his expectations. After all, this is Tenda's console, so the game content must naturally be related to Tenda games as much as possible. Tenda has so many excellent games, each of which is popular. If we don't use such a good IP resource, wouldn't that be a waste? Qiuhong added, but there is another problem with this approach. Tenda has so many classic games, but the gameplay and style of each of these games are different. For example, the styles of the two games, Game Maker and Struggle, are different. How to integrate them is a big problem. If the integration is not good and unnatural, it is still very likely to become a patchwork state. This is also the problem we are more worried about at the beginning. Wu Zhiqing said confidently, of course I have considered this. It is definitely not possible to completely copy the style of each game of Tenda. After all, these styles have strong characteristics. When designing the game, President Pei took into account the characteristics of each game, and the style and gameplay are matched. But if you want to integrate all these games together and form a whole as organic parts, you must unify their styles to a certain extent. But it is impossible to be completely consistent, because this will destroy the connotation of the original game and will not be easily accepted by players. I found that the styles of most Tenda games were designed by Ruan Guangjian. I think we just need to let Ruan Guangjian redesign these styles and integrate them. He is the original author and is naturally familiar with it. In this way, we can reproduce these Tenda games and let players relive the wonderfulness of these games, and we can also integrate them together, allowing the characters played by players to travel freely. We can divide these games into different chapters. When entering a new chapter, not only the title of each chapter will be displayed, but also the name of the original game in each chapter and the name of the new independent game producer. This is a tribute to Tenda Games. Moreover, the first release of this game on Tenda's first game console has a special meaning. It means that this console will be the paradise and home of all game producers. Everyone can create a happy game world together, and Tenda provides this platform and soil for everyone, and also provides enough centripetal force. Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this is exactly the perfect solution we expected. He looked at other independent game producers again. How is everyone's gameplay design? Game producers began to raise their hands to talk about the gameplay they designed. These gameplays are all derived from Tenda games. Some of them generally follow the original design, but only make their own modifications in some details of the gameplay, while some are drastically transformed from scratch, retaining only the most original story background of the game. Because the gameplay of these games must be close to the gameplay of independent games, family games, and multiplayer games. For example, the game Mission and Choice is a real-time strategy game, but real-time strategy games are actually outdated. What Mr. Pei did at the time was to weaken the operability of real-time strategy games and focus on the plot of the game, trying to achieve a breakthrough effect. This is a good way, but it only applies to single-player games, and this method can only be used once. So the independent game producer responsible for the game Mission and Choice decided to transform this story module into a flight and shooting simulation game. The protagonists accidentally entered the game Mission and Choice and were faced with an overwhelming swarm of insects. They drove the human spaceship under the command of Commander Qin Yi to attack the Zerg. If two players play, one person can drive the direction of the spaceship and the other can control the firepower of the spaceship. If 4 or more players play, 2 spaceships can be controlled. The game producer's game was transformed into an action game. Players constantly climb and jump in a huge box garden, triggering various mechanisms, and these mechanisms will affect the direction of the game producer. The game producer must reach a specific ending to pass the level. As for turning back, although this game has some changes in style, it is still a difficult action game that requires players to cooperate closely and have certain skills and backboards to pass the level. In addition, independent game producers have also creatively added various features that match the gameplay. For example, in the game Game Maker, players need to climb, jump and trigger various mechanisms. They can use the mechanisms on the map, and they can also use their own superpowers to interfere with the choices of the Game Maker, so as to achieve the clearance conditions faster. Everyone introduced their ideas in turn, and Qiu Hong carefully recorded them. After the meeting, all independent game producers will send their good ideas to the mailbox, and Qiu Hong will organize a research and development team to uniformly organize, screen and select these ideas. After the selection is successful, a specific game producer will be arranged to develop. As for the supporting staff of the original incubation base, they will adjust the development priority of this Dimension World adventure to the highest level to ensure that it can be developed at the same time as Tenda's first game console. The Imperial Capital, the Magic City, Guangzhou, all the producers in the independent game incubation bases are all boiling, and they are working hard to offer ideas for this game. For them, President Pei and Tenda Group are very kind. This time, they can find a stage to repay President Pei's kindness and prove their game design ability. Naturally, they have to play well. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will complete this game for President Pei. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1565 How Qingshan Fitness's New Routine. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Monday, April 15th. Ma Yang returned to Rabbit Tail Live with a high spirit. Hey, Mr. Ma is back. Mr. Ma. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Mr. Ma, how is the paper going? Ma Yang patted his chest happily, need I say that? Of course it's perfect. He went straight to his office and pushed the door open. As a result, he found that there were already 2 people sitting and talking in the office, and both of them had frowns, as if they were worried about something. Ma Yang had an impression of these 2 people, one was Teacher Qiao, and the other was Xiao Bo from Tenda Group. Ma Yang had heard about going to the grassroots, and he also saw the relevant notice after the retreat ended, but he didn't react at first when he saw Qiao Liang sitting in Hu Xianbin's position. Mr. Ma's long face was so recognizable, so Qiao Liang and Yao Bo stood up immediately. Mr. Ma, nice to meet you. The 3 of them shook hands, cordially. Qiao Liang asked, curiously, Mr. Ma, I heard that you were in seclusion writing a paper some time ago. I wonder how it's going. Ma Yang patted his chest confidently, need I say more? Of course it was completed successfully. My thesis was written along Brother Qian's ideas, how could it be wrong? Qiao Liang could not help but stand in awe. Look, what is a lifelong friendship? Boss Ma can even write a thesis with Boss Pei. Boss Pei makes a big framework, and then Boss Ma explains some specific issues. From this point, it can also be seen that the 2 are also close comrades in arms in Tenda Games. Boss Pei is responsible for building a big framework for Tenda Group, while Boss Ma is a fierce general who rushes to the front and implements Boss Pei's ideas in the most important departments. For people like Boss Pei and Boss Ma, how can a thesis be a big problem? It is obviously easy to do. The reason for the retreat must be to make his thesis reach the highest level. After it is written, it will probably be a masterpiece. Ma Yang did not discuss his thesis anymore. After all, in his opinion, his thesis is foolproof and perfect. He asked, curiously, I see you 2 are frowning, as if you are discussing something. Qiao Liang nodded, yes, Mr. Ma, we are worried about the Leader Says column. Last week, I recorded a new episode of The Leader Says, which explained to netizens the tricks used by live broadcast platforms to poach people from each other. The response was very enthusiastic, and it also brought a lot of traffic to Rabbit Tail Live. It can be said that it has been effective in stabilizing the anchors of Rabbit Tail Live from being poached or deceived. But the problem is that not long after I sent out this video, President Pei issued a notice to all departments, saying that the column "The Person in Charge Says" would be suspended. This is a bit puzzling. The column "The Person in Charge Says" has been released for 3 issues since its launch, and each issue has aroused enthusiastic responses, which has established a huge theoretical advantage for our Tenda Group in the war with the anti-Tenda alliance. This is obviously our Tenda Group's biggest advantage in this battle. But President Pei now asked us to suspend the recording of "The Person in Charge Says." Isn't it giving up the biggest advantage? Departments that have already recorded "The Person in Charge Says" are relatively okay, but what about those departments that have not recorded "The Person in Charge Says"? And some companies in the anti-Tenda alliance have already started to fight back in public opinion. We can't just let them speak online while we ourselves remain silent, right? Yao Bo also nodded in agreement. I am now the acting head of the managed gym. Guoliqing has published an issue of The Head Says some time ago, dismantling the routines of Qingshan Fitness. Now it seems that the desperate card plan launched by Haoxiong Fitness is basically a failure. Because consumers do not approve of this card, basically not many have been sold. Not only that, Haoxiong Fitness has also suffered a heavy blow in reputation and public opinion. Many people's impression of this gym has plummeted because of Haoxiong Fitness's attack on Tenda, so that its customer flow has been greatly reduced. So they did not sit idly by. On the one hand, they lowered the price of fitness cards. And want to stabilize the current situation through price war. On the other hand, they found some fitness influencers on the internet and hired them with high salaries, and then promoted them through video platforms and other platforms, trying to create an impression of Haoxiong Fitness is high quality and low price for all netizens. But I looked at these so-called fitness influencers, all of them are uneducated scammers. Any fitness coach at the managed gym can expose their routines. Of course, the word scammer may be a little heavy. They still have some real skills and their bodies are well trained. Otherwise, they can't become internet celebrities and bluff so many people. But the problem is that these people are taking advantage of people's laziness and lazy mentality, and have been teaching some so-called quick methods. They have not conducted serious and scientific training at all. In particular, they have set their targets on those female users who don't like sports, but always want to maintain a good figure, and deceived them into taking some high-priced courses. In my opinion, isn't this no different from a liar? So I also want to show my face on the new issue of The Person in Charge Says, dismantle this routine, and introduce to everyone the gym and the newly launched fitness clothes, fitness gloves, and fitness drinks, and other related products of the Tenda Group. As a result, President Pei directly blocked this road for me. Yaobo said very helplessly. He originally thought that Haoxiong Fitness's dying struggle gave him an opportunity to show himself, but as soon as the Person in Charge Says column was suspended, he instantly didn't know what to do. Of course, he has some other means to fight back publicly online, such as posting on Weibo or making a video himself. But what puzzled Yaobo was President Pei's attitude. Logically speaking, Yaobo's other methods would not be as effective as The Person in Charge Says. Mr. Pei has suspended The Person in Charge Says, which obviously means that Mr. Pei does not support that The Person in Charge Says column during this period, and naturally will not support other forms. Yaobo is a little worried. If he adopts other forms and does the same thing as The Person in Charge Says, will this go against Mr. Pei's thinking? It was for this reason that he came to discuss with Qiao Liang, who was known as the person who understood Mr. Pei the most. Both of them were a little confused by Mr. Pei's notice. Qiao Liang looked at Ma Yang. Mr. Ma, you are Mr. Pei's best friend and the one who knows Mr. Pei the best. Do you think there is any deep meaning behind Mr. Pei's notice? What should we, the responsible persons, do? Ma Yang smiled slightly, with a proud smile on his face. Obviously, the words Mr. Pei's best friend mentioned by Qiao Liang made Ma Yang very happy. Although I have not yet understood the deep meaning of Brother Qian's move, I think you should strictly follow Brother Qian's orders. Whether it is the responsible person says or other similar things, you should not do it, that is to say, don't dismantle other companies' business routines at all. Qiao Liang and Yaobo looked at each other, and they saw confusion and puzzlement in each other's eyes. But Mr. Ma, we are now acting in charge. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Ma Yang was unhappy at the time. How can this be called just sitting there? This is called maintaining the status quo, do you understand? Some stages need to be pioneering and enterprising, but some stages only need to maintain achievements. Brother Qian meant for you to wait patiently. You see, he only said to suspend The Person in Charge Says, and did not say to completely cancel or ban this column, right? This is enough to show that Brother Qian made this judgment based on the current situation. There may be some reasons that make Brother Qian feel that the column The Person in Charge Says is not suitable for so frequent release for the time being. It may be to extend the time or to release it at a suitable time. Of course, there may be other considerations. So, there is no need to speculate. As long as you follow Brother Qian's requirements seriously and wait patiently, one day Brother Qian's deep meaning will be revealed. Xiao Liang and Xiao Bo nodded reluctantly. Okay, then let's wait patiently for a while. Although he said so, Yao Bo was actually a little unhappy. Because Haoshang Fitness can be said to be so powerful this time, it is obvious that it has received some support from other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance, at least financial support. Otherwise, Haoshang Fitness would not be able to make such a big momentum. For the managed gym, there would certainly not be any big loss if they did not do anything at this time, but if they just sit back and watch Haoshang Fitness continue like this, the risk will become greater and greater, and it is very likely to become uncontrollable in the future. But since Mr. Ma said so, Yao Bo had no way to disobey Mr. Pei's order, so he had to choose to do nothing. Back at the managed gym, Li Yaling immediately came up to him. How is it, Mr. Yao? Do you have any countermeasures after discussing with Mr. Qiao? Yao Bo shook his head. We met Mr. Ma, and finally decided to abide by Mr. Pei's regulations. The person in charge says will not be held. Li Yaling asked, then we will sit still and do nothing? Yao Bo thought for a while and said, although it is to maintain the status quo, we can't do nothing. So, ask a few fitness coaches to introduce our co-branded products. Things like fitness clothes, fitness gloves, fitness drinks, etc., and introduce the functions of these products to everyone in detail. Then give each old user of the managed gym a set. New users can buy it at a discount. If you are not a user of the managed gym, go online to buy it at the original price. Li Yaling nodded. Okay, I will find a few fitness coaches with better eloquence to record it. Chapter 1566 Exercise first to improve your brain. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Many of the coaches at the managed gym are handsome men and beautiful women with good looks and temperament. Of course, for ordinary people, as long as they exercise regularly and have a good figure, it is difficult to be ugly. In particular, the confidence and calm temperament cultivated by this kind of fitness will greatly improve a person's image. The selection method of coaches at managed gyms is different from that of other gyms. These coaches are carefully selected by Guoliqing, and each of them has real materials. The managed gym will not want coaches who can only issue cards and are terrible at fitness. After all, managed gyms do not need coaches to sell cards, they just need them to train themselves well and provide guidance to students. Li Yaling selected the best coaches from among them, regardless of gender, as long as they are good at training and have good eloquence, and pulled them out to introduce them. The professionals responsible for shooting also arrived soon. Tenda Group is not short of people in this regard. It is very convenient to find a photographer from the advertising and marketing department or from Fei Huang Studio. Yao Bo watched from the side and listened to the fitness coaches introduce the co-branded fitness equipment. This time, Jinding Group and the managed gym have launched several co-branded fitness equipment, such as fitness gloves, fitness clothes, and fitness drinks, etc. Fitness equipment is useful or useless, the key is how you use it. If you are a novice with no fitness experience, and you have neither perseverance nor willpower, then wearing the best fitness equipment will not help you with your fitness. But if you are a person who already has a fitness habit and exercises regularly, then good fitness equipment can make your training more effective. For example, fitness gloves can prevent the wear and tear of the palms and damage to the wrist joints, which is a must-have choice for fitness people. This fitness equipment was made after consultation between Jinding Group and several fitness coaches of the managed gym. It can be said that the materials and professionalism are very good. After all, the opinions of professionals are referred to, so it is impossible to be bad. Compared with other fitness products on the market, these fitness products of the managed gym will be more in line with the training habits of the students of the managed gym, and are compatible with the training mode of the managed gym. At the same time, the fitness method of the fully automatic intelligent fitness clothes drying rack for home use is also considered. Take this pair of fitness gloves for example. It is a standard half-finger glove. The main body is made of silicone and high-quality polyester fabric with mesh fabric, which is breathable and heat-dissipating. The gloves have wrist straps to protect your wrist joints from injury when putting on weights. Compared with other fitness gloves on the market, it is a very cost-effective choice. Of course, it is difficult for a single pair of gloves to be practically different from other fitness gloves, but these fitness gloves and fitness clothes have a certain fashion design, which is more beautiful and more in line with the style and temperament of the managed gym. In short, it is a relatively excellent product. Several gym coaches are professionals and have personally participated in the design of these products, so they can introduce them like the back of their hands, and they are very clear about the advantages and disadvantages. The video was recorded very smoothly. After the shooting, Yao Bo asked someone to edit the video a little bit, and then prepared to put it directly on the official website as a product promotion video. April 17, Wednesday. Yao Bo sat in the rest area of the managed gym and felt a little bored. He saw a few promotional videos of Haosheng Fitness again, which made him very angry. This Haosheng Fitness is getting more and more popular. How much money did it get from the Anti-Tenda Alliance? These investment companies have invested a lot of money. I guess they are afraid that their financial resources will be cut off by Tenda's dream venture capital in the future, so they are working so hard? Through the two tactics of price reduction and finding internet celebrities, coupled with increasingly fierce publicity offensives, Haosheng Fitness has actually gradually gained a firm foothold with the support of other companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance, and was not directly defeated by Guo Liqing's, the person in charge says, program. This is also normal. After all, not everyone has seen Guo Liqing's episode of Dismantling Routines. Moreover, Haosheng Fitness has indeed reduced prices in a down-to-earth manner. After all, they also have transfusions and support from other companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Under the double routine of real money price reduction and internet celebrity promotion, many ordinary people have no way to distinguish the specific good from the bad. Yao Bo really wants to record an episode of The Person in Charge Says by himself now, and dig up the bottom of these internet celebrities. But there is no way. President Pei has already made strict requirements, and he can't do this. The video introducing the co-branded product recorded yesterday was also sent out, and the response was good, but it was only concentrated in the small circle, and did not form a breaking circle effect. For members of the managed gym, senior members can directly receive a set, or they can buy it at a discount, which is a very good benefit. However, for netizens who are not aware of the truth, this is just an ordinary joint model that wants to make money. Moreover, it is difficult to make essential differences between fitness gloves and fitness clothes, and it is impossible to lead other brands by so much. So this video did not break the circle. There was a response, but it was not big. It can't have much impact on Haosheng Fitness. Yao Bo had a lot of cards in his pocket but nowhere to dump them. He could only watch videos to kill time. Suddenly, he saw a video, and his eyes lit up. Well, what is this? It turned out to be a video of exposing Haosheng Fitness. Yao Bo instantly became alert. He found that this was a relatively famous fitness up host on the Iladeo website. This fitness up host posted a video with the title, "Is this the internet celebrity coach invited by Haosheng Fitness to teach a class for 5,000 yuan? I can't stand it anymore." Yao Bo's eyes lit up. Because when you see this title, you know that this is surprisingly consistent with what he is going to say and The Person in Charge Says. Previously, Haosheng Fitness made two decisions in order to eliminate the adverse effects of the public opinion war on the managed gym. The first was to reduce the price of fitness cards, and the second was to publicize that they had found some internet celebrity coaches on the internet and provided them to the gold members of Haosheng Fitness at a discounted price. The difference was subsidized and made up by Haosheng Fitness. This has indeed had a very good effect, because the coaches invited by Kaohsiung Fitness's several large gyms are all internet celebrity coaches with hundreds of thousands of fans on various video platforms. These internet celebrity coaches already have a large number of fans and are well known, so Kaohsiung Fitness's cooperation and publicity has, to a certain extent, dispelled ordinary people's doubts about them when selling the Burning Boats card. Guoliqing had already dismantled their routines, mainly attacking the professionalism of Kaohsiung Fitness. Once netizens feel that they can't get professional training at all after buying the Burning Boats card, and can't achieve the desired effect, and can't compare with the managed gym, then this Burning Boats card will naturally be difficult to sell. And Kaohsiung Fitness invited these internet celebrity coaches to stand up for itself, which is equivalent to restoring its credibility to a certain extent and restoring the students' trust in the gym. However, although these so-called internet celebrity coaches seem to have many fans, Yao Bo thinks that none of the things they teach are reliable. So he wanted to personally criticize, the person in charge says. But now he doesn't have to go on stage, because someone else has already criticized for him. Yao Bo hurriedly clicked on the video to check it out. In the video, this well-known fitness host on the AI Lidao website was simply indignant. He first played a few fitness videos of these internet celebrity coaches, and then began to dismantle the fitness routines of these so-called internet celebrity coaches for all the audience. These videos were not secretly filmed, but were posted by these internet celebrity coaches on their own accounts. Although they are short videos, they were recorded by them when students were in class. These videos actually have many likes and comments. Many viewers are saying that this fitness effect looks good and very novel, and they hope to go to a class to experience it in person. And these so-called very novel movements are simply surprising. One of the movements is to sit on the bus and keep slapping the ground with the soles of the feet, with the title "Only do one movement a day, easily slim down your calves." Moreover, this coach even moved this movement to the private training class, asking members to stand upright, then keep lifting their right feet, slap the ground with the soles of the feet, and make sure to slap very loudly. During the slapping process, the internet celebrity coach is still constantly correcting the members' movements, saying that he didn't slap loud enough because there are certain defects in the calf muscles, and he needs to strengthen his training and must maintain this habit. Another movement is to let the students lie on their sides, spread their legs, and the coach leans on one thigh to press down to create a sense of muscle tightness. At the same time, the students keep slapping their thighs with the back of their hands and palms. According to the internet celebrity coach, this can exercise the buttocks, and the effect is better than squats and deadlifts. There is also an action that claims that if you stick to it for 3 minutes every day, you can improve calf valgus, flat feet, X-shaped legs, and slim your legs. This action is nothing more than standing on the ground, then using your toes to grip the ground and keep moving forward. There are also some that make members lie on the ground and do rowing movements, some that make members bend their bodies, squat with their backs bent, and then stand up, and some that are called barehanded zombie squats. In short, the video shows everyone many incredible and subversive movements. And the price of these movements is 5,000 yuan per hour per class. What's more interesting is that 5,000 yuan per hour is only for ordinary students. If a coach comes to learn, the price will increase to 7,000 yuan per hour. As for why it is more expensive for a coach to come to class, it is difficult to understand for a normal person's brain circuit. After playing these videos, the well-known fitness host on the Ellie Island website finally couldn't stand it anymore. A private lesson of 5,000 yuan per class actually teaches these things? I think I've seen a big drama of magical realism. This world really makes me more and more confused. You know, many professional athletes or physical trainers abroad charge only a few $100s per hour. What virtue does this internet celebrity coach have to charge 5,000 yuan per class? In fact, the threshold of the fitness industry in China is very low now. Most coaches in commercial gyms don't even have much fitness experience. I'm not saying all of them, but most of them are like this. These coaches themselves may not have practiced very basic projects such as bench press, deadlift, and squat, so how can they teach other students? So we see that many coaches in domestic commercial gyms have completely consistent fitness routines. If you want to lose fat and slim your belly, they will take you to jump, plank, and jump jacks. If you want to gain muscle, they will take you to do fixed equipment training. You switch from one gym to another, spend a few hundred yuan to learn a private lesson, and what you learn may be similar. Of course, the tricks are different, but what they have in common is that they are basically not very effective. People who really understand know that it is better to find a few fitness enthusiasts to practice together than to hire an ordinary personal trainer. After all, fitness masters are generally kind and will enthusiastically guide novices when they see them. A so-called internet celebrity coach charges 10 times more than an ordinary personal trainer, and what he teaches is even more outrageous. This is really an incredible phenomenon. The key is that there are still many coaches in China who are really deceived and take his so-called courses. I can't help but ask, how low is the threshold of the domestic fitness industry? Fitness starts with brain fitness, it is really a golden word. Chapter 1567 Everyone can be responsible. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The up master calmed down a little and continued, in theory, the internet celebrity coach teaches some people who look fancy but actually have a little fitness knowledge or scientific knowledge, and can see the wrong movements. But even so, not only did not many people expose him, but he also gained hundreds of thousands of fans online, and many fitness coaches have been deceived one after another. Are fitness coaches unable to distinguish whether this training is useful or useless? Or has this become a so-called internet celebrity coach industry chain, to fool those fitness novices who know nothing, to take advantage of the quick success mentality of those girls who want to lose weight quickly but don't want to work hard, and to fool them to pay a sky-high price for a coaching course that is useless at all? I have been in the fitness industry for a long time and have seen too many chaos. Some people once claimed the abdominal muscle crease theory, that is, you can train as many abdominal muscles as you want. Some people say that as long as the posture is right, you can walk with abdominal muscles. Although there are countless people who have exposed and debunked the people who made these remarks, they are still alive and well in the fitness circle, and they are still enjoying a good life with countless fans. All this makes me deeply feel that there is still a long way to go to popularize scientific fitness knowledge. Some people may think that I am just exposing this personal trainer, but it is not. Because internet celebrity coaches like him are still widely available on the internet. Similar coaches who do not have many training traces, but can sell sky-high courses, by deceiving others are actually everywhere. What makes me even more confused and puzzled is that the famous domestic chain gym Haosheng Fitness actually openly invited all these deceptive internet celebrity personal trainers back at high prices. Not only did they recognize the value of their sky-high courses, but they were also willing to take the initiative to pay money to subsidize these personal trainers so that they could teach their gold medal students, and even caused a good response on the internet? This made me feel what real magical realism is. What is the difference between this and large museums openly inviting some fraudsters who make counterfeits back as experts and professors? Is it possible that Haosheng Fitness, as a professional gym, can't tell whether these internet celebrity coaches have real skills? Is it possible that the marketing department and leaders of Haosheng Fitness are a group of people who don't understand fitness at all, and just saw the influence of these internet celebrity coaches and the recognition of ordinary people, and invited them without careful consideration? Are they also victims of this false scam? How ignorant they are. If they are not deceived, they understand fitness, and know that these internet celebrity coaches are scams, then this matter is even more terrible. This shows that they don't care whether the content taught by the coaches is really beneficial to the members. They just see these coaches as the training method can deceive novices and generate popularity, so these scammers are invited back to continue to cheat. The internet celebrity coaches have gained fame, how Qingshan fitness has gained popularity, and ordinary people who have been deceived into going to the gym have lost money and have not learned anything real. If you practice in this way, it is very likely that it is better to go to the gym to train strength, lift dumbbells, and practice with equipment. I especially recommend this. If you are a novice and don't know anything, then you should choose a hosted gym without thinking. Some people will ask, are the fitness coaches in the hosted gym really professional? Here I want to say, yes, they are really professional. Qing, who appeared in the previous episode of The Manager Says, is the manager of the managed gym. You can tell from his muscles that he is definitely not a coach who only talks big and sells classes, but a coach who has real skills and can really train himself well. With such a coach as the manager to check for you, are you still worried that the training is not scientific enough? Some people may ask again, is there only such an excellent coach in managed fitness? Please take a look at the video released by the managed gym yesterday. They jointly produced fitness gloves, fitness clothes, and fitness drinks with Tenda Group. Several coaches of the managed gym have put the design concepts and unique advantages of these products in after the introduction. It can be said that it is very professional. Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders watch the doorway. Through the information inadvertently revealed by these fitness coaches when introducing the products, it can be confirmed that they are all real talents. Moreover, everyone's body is well trained, which is a world of difference from those domestic coaches who have no trace of fitness and only know how to sell classes. I used to think that the biggest difference between Qingshan fitness and managed gyms lies in the management model and operation model, but now I know I was wrong. Because the difference between Qingshan fitness and managed gyms is definitely not that simple. The fundamental difference between them is whether they respect professionals and whether they respect scientific training methods. Qingshan fitness is obviously a gym that only knows marketing and membership. This idea is passed down from the top to the bottom of the leadership. What kind of manager you have will determine what kind of coach you have. From the fact that they openly invited an internet celebrity coach to endorse their platform, we can see the attitude of Qingshan Fitness's top management towards fitness. On the other hand, managed gyms never do these fancy tricks. They just do their service seriously, so that all students can clearly feel the changes in their bodies, and win everything through word of mouth. In fact, when I first saw this chaos, I was waiting for the managed gym to publish another episode of The Person in Charge Says to criticize it, but there was no movement there. So I decided to make a video myself to expose this chaos. I don't think we can pin our hopes on Tenda Group for everything we encounter. After all, Tenda Group is just a company, but so many companies have formed an anti-Tenda alliance and are attacking Tenda. Qingshan Fitness is one of them and the vanguard of the anti-Tenda alliance. They invited internet celebrity coaches, tried to raise funds, lower prices, and try to restore their public opinion online. On the surface, they seem to be actively saving themselves, but what is their real purpose? Just like all the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance, their goal is just to defeat the enemy Tenda, but they have never considered the value of their own company's existence, nor how to grow with employees and how to provide users with better services and products. They only think about one thing, which is how to defeat their competitors and make more money without doing anything. I sincerely hope that everyone can stand up and do their part for the world we long for. It is already very difficult for Tenda to face the pressure of the anti-Tenda alliance. We can't rely on Tenda for everything. We must also contribute our best efforts. I hope that I can start with me, and ordinary consumers and professionals from all walks of life can work together to run the column, the head says. It's not only the heads of various departments of Tenda who are the heads. Each of us can be our own head. Each of us can be the head of the entire industry. Therefore, we must also establish a sense of ownership like the spirit conveyed by the head says, and fight against unreasonable chaos in various industries. The final call of this upmaster is simply deafening and thought-provoking. Even Yao Bo, outside the screen, couldn't help but want to applaud. It's not just the heads of various departments of Tenda who are responsible. Everyone can be their own head, the head of the entire industry? This sentence is so well said. I was still wondering why President Pei wanted to suspend the head's sake column. It turns out that it was for this reason. President Pei has long realized that it is far from enough for Tenda to run the column, the head says. It is necessary to arouse everyone's enthusiasm for participation, let everyone establish this sense of ownership, and spontaneously stand on the side of Tenda. In this way, Tenda Group will not fight alone, and the anti-Tenda alliance will fall into the vast ocean of ordinary consumers. Yao Bo instantly understood what President Pei meant. President Pei believes that after many issues of the head says, ordinary users and netizens have actually acquired the ability to dismantle these business routines by themselves. At this time, if Tenda continues to personally participate, it would be inappropriate. On the one hand, this frequent participation may lead to a weakening of the response and a decrease in the attention of players. On the other hand, it will also make many netizens lazy and fail to stimulate the potential of netizens. If they are all dismantling routines, if they can form a prairie fire, so that professionals from various industries can spontaneously stand up to dismantle these routines and stand firmly on the side of Tenda, then what advantages does the anti-Tenda alliance have? Yes, maybe the anti-Tenda alliance seems to have many companies and strong funding, but there are fiery people behind Tenda. Mr. Pei's goal is to make every consumer recognize the operating philosophy of Tenda Group from the bottom of their hearts, to inspire these ordinary people, to let them support Tenda's industry with real money, and to achieve mutual benefit and win-win between Tenda and users. As for those companies in the anti-Tenda alliance, they will eventually be swept into the garbage dump of history and disappear in the long river of history. Yao Bo now suddenly understood why Mr. Ma asked him not to do anything and wait patiently. He thought this was a mess, but Mr. Ma said that this was not a mess, but a preservation. Because in the tide of history, in the rolling trend, Yao Bo, as the person in charge, really does not need to do anything. He only needs to be surrounded by enthusiastic users and netizens, and he can naturally go to the other side of victory. Yao Bo couldn't help but sigh, it's really worth it to be the head of Tenda. Besides Tenda Group, which other company has such a vision? Now think about it, Jinding Group is indeed old, and the idea is completely wrong. The so-called good products and market analysis will eventually fall on ordinary consumers. Without ordinary consumers, no matter how good the marketing strategy and market analysis are, they will become rootless water and rootless trees. Yao Bo felt that he benefited a lot from this storm, and even had some ideas to change Jinding Group. He can't wait to make a series of changes to Jinding Group after stepping down as the acting head of Tenda Group. Chapter 1568 President Pei is eager to take part in the battle himself. Monthly votes requested. April 19, Friday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual to check the work status of each department. It seems that this week's work report is mediocre, and it seems that the grassroots activities are still effective. And I have urgently patched and suspended the column, the head of the person in charge says. In this way, those acting heads of the persons in charge should not be able to stir up any waves, right? Judging from the work report alone, the acting heads of various departments really have nothing to do. They can only push forward the measures that have been decided before step by step, and have not made any new inappropriate behaviors against the anti-Tenda alliance. Pei Qian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. For him, it doesn't matter what these acting heads want to do, but they must not defeat all the companies of the anti-Tenda alliance at this stage. If there is a big thing, please wait until this cycle is settled before talking. Pei Qian looked at the work report, and there was a knock on the door outside the office. When I looked up, it was Ma Yang, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Ma Yang's long face was filled with smiles. Brother Qian, how is your thesis going? Do you hope to get an excellent graduation thesis? Pei Qian said, I just completed it step by step. I don't know what Professor Zhang Wei will revise it for me. Don't expect an excellent graduation thesis. My goal is just to pass the grade. Old Ma, what's going on with you? Ma Yang said confidently, I'm sorry, Brother Qian, I'm sure I'll get the excellent graduation thesis. Although my thesis uses a part of your thesis framework, I think with my ability, I can definitely do better than you. Brother Qian, please don't be too jealous of me. Pei Qian laughed. Sure enough, it was still a familiar recipe and a familiar taste. Even if the sky falls, I'm afraid that old Ma will not have any scientific and reasonable estimation of his true ability. But it's good this way. Only Ma Yang, who keeps his original intention, is my Tingda's right-hand man. Pei Qian stopped nagging about this topic and asked, how is the situation at Rabbit Tail Live? Is Qiao Liang doing a good job as the acting person in charge? Ma Yang thought for a while and said, I think it's okay. Although he is not as familiar with the business as Hu Xianbin, he can safely take over the stall left by Hu Xianbin. Of course, the most outstanding thing is that the person in charge says he recorded, which severely demolished the platforms of Langya Live and YY Live. I really appreciate it. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Indeed, after Qiao Liang became the acting person in charge, he did something that was particularly worth writing about. As for other things, they were just minor repairs based on Hu Xianbin's work. Now that the column, the head says, has been temporarily suspended, the harm caused by Qiao Liang and other acting heads can naturally be kept within a completely controllable range. Pei Qian asked again, after the column, the head says, was suspended, did Qiao Liang say bad things about me behind my back? Ma Yang smiled and said, of course he did at the beginning, he didn't understand it at all, but now he has completely understood your deep meaning, Brother Qian. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. He understood my deep meaning? Ma Yang nodded, yes, Brother Qian. You called off the column, the head says. Didn't you want to expand this column to ordinary netizens and ordinary people? Isn't it to inspire the enthusiasm of the majority of netizens and let them spontaneously dismantle the routines of these anti-Tenda alliance companies? The heads of various departments of the Tenda Group are not static. Anyone who has a deep bond with the Tenda alliance can become a department head of the Tenda Group. The head does not only refer to the heads of various departments of Tenda, everyone can be the head of the industry. I think this point is summarized very well. This is the deep meaning of the column, the head says. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then said, who told you these words? Such nonsense, it's obvious that Lao Ma can't come up with it. Ma Yang asked in confusion, hey, isn't this already a consensus within the Tenda Group? All the acting heads have understood this, and the users of the Tenda Group are also very clear about this and actively participated in the column, the head says. Brother Qian, you don't think this is something very profound that no one understands, do you? Then you underestimate the heads you have worked so hard to cultivate, and the customers you have worked so hard to cultivate. Obviously, they are growing very fast and can quickly understand and comprehend your intentions. Pei Qian blinked his eyes and fell into a daze. The more he listened, the more wrong it was. Pei Qian was very sure that he must have missed something. He quickly opened the Iladeo website and searched for the keyword, the head says. It doesn't matter if you don't search, but when he saw the search results, Pei Qian was completely dumbfounded. There were so many results. The What the Leader Says column previously produced by Tenda Group has already received a high number of views, but after Qiao Liang's video dismantling the routines of the live broadcast platform, it has not been updated since then. But this does not affect the popularity of the column, the person in charge says, because mature viewers have begun to update spontaneously. Some fitness experts have begun to dismantle the routines of Haoxiang Fitness, and some upmasters of financial channels, or upmasters with certain attainments in related professional fields, have begun to dig deep into the business routines of various companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. Some continue to whip Xingyun Express, some point the finger at home delivery, and there are also videos such as the game industry, the film industry, and the investment industry. There are a lot of such videos. Of course, the quality of these videos varies. Some are very professional, and some are just for the sake of popularity. But it doesn't matter. Under the high attention of users on the video platform, a screening mechanism is naturally formed. Professional videos have received a lot of playbacks and likes, and in fact have the same effect as the person in charge says. And those videos with relatively low quality may also clarify one or two aspects of the problem. Although the impact is not great, it has also formed a trend, allowing viewers to frequently see these contents when refreshing the homepage, adding fuel to the content of the person in charge says. It can be said that the popularity is instantly high. The original, the person in charge says, column has actually become a benchmark. If everyone disassembles the business model of the anti-Tenda alliance according to the routine of this column, they can get a lot of attention. You don't even need to think too much about the content, because as long as you compare Tenda's business model with other companies' business models, the content will naturally come. For these upmasters, this is an act of gaining both fame and fortune. They can not only imitate the model of the person in charge says to gain a lot of attention and popularity, but also dismantle these wrong business models to help ordinary people avoid some pitfalls. This is a great deed. The creative enthusiasm of these upmasters has been aroused, making this incident a new hot spot. All the videos are named the person in charge says, which means, everyone is the person in charge of the industry. Although they are not really responsible for these businesses, their behavior patterns, consumption habits, and choices as consumers will affect the direction of the entire industry. Although the original, the person in charge says, column is no longer updated, it will still like and forward some excellent videos every now and then to show the official attitude. For upmasters, the greatest honor of doing the person in charge says series is to be turned over by the official. And the audience also likes this form of interaction. Every time the official forwards it, a large number of viewers will flock to the bottom of the video, instantly forming a cluster of heat. In short, the popularity of the person in charge says column was not suppressed by Pei Qian's ban, but became even more popular. Previously, only the heads of various departments within Tenda were doing these columns, but the speed was too slow to publish them one by one. Now it has suddenly become a national activity, constantly dismantling the routines and comparing them with Tenda's business model, which not only brings a lot of popularity to the column, the head says, but also vigorously promotes Tenda's business model and advertises Tenda. The effect of this kind of advertising is much more efficient than Tenda's own marketing, because it is a spontaneous choice of ordinary consumers. Watching the endless videos, Pei Qian was shocked. How could this happen? It's over. Then what's the point of suspending the head says plan? The heads don't shoot videos, but the big guys from all walks of life will. As a result, the popularity has increased. What is this called? Is it shooting oneself in the foot? The key is that Pei Qian is in pain, but in fact he can't do anything. He can restrict the head says column, but he can't restrict these ordinary upmasters and ordinary consumers who spontaneously participate. From this incident, it can be seen that ordinary consumers also hate the layers of tricks used by these companies, otherwise there wouldn't be such a fierce reaction. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang, and then at the endless videos on the web page with the keyword the person in charge said. After thinking about it, Pei Qian sighed slightly and decided to let him go. Since everyone hates the business routines of these companies, then expose them. Although Pei Qian wanted to lose money, he couldn't go backwards at this time. Since this is the voice of the people, he still has to respect it. If he goes against the voice of the people, wouldn't he become a reactionary? Let everyone freely expose these business routines. As for himself, he had to think of other ways to lose money. However, in this way, the situation between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance fell into a stalemate again. From the current point of view, Tenda Group has regained the upper hand, and the public opinion on the anti-Tenda alliance has been fully suppressed. Among them, Kaohsiung Fitness is the worst. After all, they have been hammered twice in a row. Especially after the internet celebrity coach was exposed, it can be said that Kaohsiung Fitness's reputation in the circle has plummeted. Many people who don't pay attention to the fitness industry at all also know that Kaohsiung Fitness is very unprofessional and hired a group of internet celebrity coaches to deceive their students. Kaohsiung Fitness is also in a dilemma. If you say you were deceived by these internet celebrity coaches, then you are very unprofessional and don't know anything about fitness. If you say you know fitness, how come you didn't even see through the internet celebrity coaches' low-level tricks? Isn't this clearly a trick to cheat your students? In short, it is neither a good person nor a bad person. Coupled with the previous black history, Kaohsiung Fitness's reputation is completely tarnished. Although it is a relatively large chain gym, its prices have been reduced again and again, and it has been barely maintained by transfusions from other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. Now the customer flow has dropped significantly, and the transfusions from other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance to Kaohsiung Fitness cannot be unlimited. With the expansion of the person in charge says column from within Tenda to the entire industry, Kaohsiung Fitness has actually been sentenced to death. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Pei Qian felt a little exhausted. Forget it, after tossing around this month, Tenda has nothing to do, but the anti-Tenda alliance is getting worse and worse. In the last week, let the acting persons in charge be a little more stable and don't fight the anti-Tenda alliance anymore. I also hope that the anti-Tenda alliance will think carefully about how to achieve some results, so that Tenda won't be cheap every time they launch an attack. Pei Qian was a little anxious, and he wanted to roll up his sleeves and go into battle himself to show Yunxing and others the way. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1569, The Responsible Persons Show Their Talents. At the same time, the work of various departments of Tenda Group is still progressing in an orderly manner. Since the person in charge said last week that the column inside Tenda has become a topic of common participation by the entire network, the acting responsible persons of various departments of Tenda have temporarily lost their main goal. The anti-Tenda alliance is probably a little dizzy and has no idea for a while, so there has been no new trouble recently. Maybe it is quietly accumulating strength and looking for a new breakthrough. Kaohsiung Fitness is the worst, becoming the first company in the anti-Tenda alliance to be directly defeated. Although it is still struggling to survive, its withdrawal is a foregone conclusion. It can only be said that it is self-inflicted. Ordinary consumers will not have the slightest sympathy for it because it stands on the opposite side of Tenda. And fitness enthusiasts will not sympathize with it because it does not provide excellent services to customers at all, but tries every means to cheat money. Once it is involved with those internet celebrity coaches, many things cannot be explained. You say you are serving customers, but looking at what you are doing, who would believe you? When the anti-Tenda alliance saw that Kaohsiung Fitness had completely failed and could not be helped, they would only give a few words of comfort, and would never bleed for Kaohsiung Fitness. Maybe they would even curse behind their backs. What a waste, it collapsed at the speed of light in a short time. After thinking about it, maybe the only person who would feel sorry for Kaohsiung Fitness is President Pei. The two sides temporarily stopped fighting, and the acting heads of Tenda Group continued to be busy with their own work. There are still 2 months before the going to the grassroots activity expires. As for the original department heads, they continue to do their work at the grassroots. Ma Yiqun went to the grassroots at the Qingshan and was working with Ruan Guangjin to design a new haunted house. The two racked their brains to design every day. Ruan Guangjin was responsible for designing the artistic concept and style, while Ma Yiqun combined the style and background to come up with detailed background stories. Making game plots is Ma Yiqun's specialty. Ma Yiqun does not intend to give a very detailed and comprehensive background story, but considers breaking up and disrupting the entire plot, like turning back to the shore, turning it into fragmented plots, and then stuffing them into various corners of this haunted house in various ways. In this way, if you want to escape the haunted house in advance, you have to complete the challenge and collect these plots. Moreover, after collecting them, it is impossible to directly restore a complete plot, but only to piece together these fragmented plots, and then add your own imagination to find a general direction. If you find the plot but don't have the correct content in your imagination, then it's a pity that all your efforts may be reset to zero in an instant. This obviously makes the design of the entire haunted house more thrilling. Maybe in the future there will be a special discipline, terror hostel studies, which specializes in studying the real plot buried in the terror hostel through various clues. This job made Ma Yichun recall the exciting feeling of making the plot for turning back to the shore. On the other hand, Hu Xianben is an editor at the Chinese website. Hu Xianben is a game designer. He originally thought that he might be very uncomfortable as an editor. He had already made plans to apply for overtime and study hard. As a result, he found that it was unexpectedly smooth after getting started. He got started very quickly. Later, I had a brief chat with Zhu Sinan and realized that the two things had something in common to a certain extent. Whether it is making games or writing novels, you actually have to follow the objective laws of the industry. The reason why many people find it difficult to enter the industry is because they think too highly of themselves and regard their subjective feelings as the objective laws of the industry. This blind self-confidence will instead become a huge obstacle. Hu Xianben did not have such resistance at all, so the conversion was particularly smooth. In addition, Hu Xianben also used his experience as the head of the game department to re-examine the Chinese website and found that the website actually still had many defects. For example, the design of some functions was not reasonable, and the recommendation mechanism was not efficient and transparent enough. Many activities seemed to be very lively, but in fact, compared with the activities of games, they immediately made people feel unattractive. Of course, Chinese website did much better than Infinite Chinese website in this regard. After all, Ma Yichun also came from the game industry. But Ma Yichun had never really been the head of the game department, nor had he received personal guidance from President Pei, so there were some shortcomings in this regard. Some operational details were not so good. So Hu Xianben also found his own direction, which was to learn while editing and come up with a set of improvement plans, so that the operation system of the entire website could be like a game, maximizing the participation of ordinary users and making all activities efficient and novel. Xiao Peng and Rui Yuchen interned at Tenda Games and Shangyang Games, respectively. The two of them had never been in Tenda's gaming department and knew nothing about games. Although the work of Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway was done well, they had not felt the atmosphere of imagination and creativity in the game department, and had not understood this spirit, so they were still somewhat lacking. In the process of in-depth learning in the game department, the two of them also deeply felt why the heads of the game department could be independent. It was because of this unique work process and working atmosphere. Tenda's game department is the department that pays the most attention to imagination and creativity. Everyone can give full play to their own ideas and offer suggestions, and the person in charge is to integrate these good suggestions, so that the game can have unlimited possibilities. Xiao Peng and Rui Yuchen realized that in the previous work of Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway, the two may have paid too much attention to the construction of the basic aspects, but did not fully stimulate the imagination of employees. Compared with Tenda's game department, they immediately felt this gap. So they planned to continue to study seriously, and return to their original departments after the grassroots activities are over, and strive to pass on the spirit and atmosphere of Tenda's game department. Yu Pingyan, who used the app, went to work as a delivery boy for Moyu Takeout. Although he felt very tired and hard at the beginning, after seeing the delivery boys from other food delivery platforms, he found that his job was much easier. At the same time, Qingshan is also trying to get close to the delivery guys on other platforms, trying to see if he can try to get into the enemy's interior and see how different Moyu takeaway is from other takeaway platforms. Although Rui Yuchen has done a program called The Person in Charge Says before, dismantling the routine and clarifying the fact that other takeaway platforms will inevitably continue to squeeze merchants and takeaway guys to pursue scale expansion and form a monopoly, it still lacks a lot of data support. It can make people's eyes light up and think, but it is difficult to be deafening and make people believe it. Qingshan feels that there are many outstanding young scholars and experts in his useful app. If he can conduct in-depth research on the models of other takeaway platforms through these experts and scholars, then combined with some real data, he will definitely be able to draw a more convincing conclusion. At the same time, Nifeng Logistics, as the department that President Pei attaches the most importance to, is also changing. The current acting head of Nifeng Logistics is Xue Zhibin. He did not make a big fuss like the acting heads of other departments, but he was seriously learning the organizational structure and working model of the entire Nifeng Logistics, and allowing Nifeng Logistics to develop steadily and smoothly. This may be due to Xue Zhibin's background. His father is a coal boss, and the biggest characteristic of coal bosses is that they will never interfere with the decisions of professionals and will fully respect the objective laws of every industry, because if you don't respect professional rules and force intervention when mining coal, people will die and major safety accidents will occur. Xue Zhibin is in charge of Nifeng Logistics. He takes every step very solidly and doesn't worry about suddenly messing up the originally good department. For a department like Nifeng Logistics, nothing is more important than stability. Guo Liqing, the original person in charge of the managed gym, went to the bottom of Nifeng Logistics to work as a courier. In fact, Guo Liqing didn't think too much when choosing the department. He simply felt that his body was the strongest and this job might be relatively hard, so he volunteered to go. Facts have proved that the work of Nifeng Logistics is indeed not very heavy. Guo Liqing has enough energy to go to the gym to exercise after delivering goods every day. Tenda Group and the Anti-Tenda Alliance tacitly stopped fighting and entered a temporary rest state. But everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm is coming. Although the Anti-Tenda Alliance is retreating step by step, they will never give up. The next battle between the two sides may break out in any field at any time. At the same time, in Magic City, Xingyun Group headquarters, Nie Yunxing looked at the strategy report submitted by the Anti-Tenda Alliance think tank, frowning and looking very dissatisfied. Why are they still using the same old tricks? Don't these people know that these tricks are impossible to cause any damage to Tenda? Nie Yunxing originally thought that the current situation would be improved by selecting outstanding talents from various companies to form a think tank. But he didn't expect that it was still the same. None of the ideas proposed by these think tanks made Nie Yunxing feel bright. In fact, this can't be blamed on the stupidity of the talents in these think tanks. Just like the war between two countries in ancient times, is there really such a big gap between the counselors of the two countries? Obviously not. However, the situations of the two countries are different. Some countries have strong national strength, abundant military strength, clear politics, and wise monarchs. Then these counselors can get a lot of room to play and can come up with a series of strategies based on their own advantages. When an excellent strategy is selected, it is a great strategy for the ages. And the weaker side, even if Zhuge Wuhou is alive, will eventually be powerless to turn the tide. Because there are too few cards in hand, there are only so many cards to play with, and a good cook can't cook without rice. This is exactly the same as the current status of Tenda Group and Anti-Tenda Alliance. Although Tenda Group is far smaller than Anti-Tenda Alliance on the surface, it has too many cards to play. As for the Anti-Tenda Alliance, even if there are so many talents, it is useless, because many truly effective strategies are completely inconsistent with the essence of the Tenda Alliance and cannot be implemented at all. In this case, why do we still have to propose these strategies to embarrass ourselves? We can only come up with some feasible strategies based on the current situation, and these feasible strategies will definitely not be in Nie Yunqing's eyes. Nie Yunqing was watching, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. A vice president came in hurriedly and said, "Mr. Nie, look, Nifeng Logistics has started a new job. They actually found a muscular man with a particularly good figure to deliver the express, and now the picture is going crazy on the internet. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1570 Yu Pingan sacrificed himself to be an undercover agent." What did you say? Nie Yunqing's face was full of shock and disbelief. This Tenda really doesn't play by the rules. Why is it that every move is unexpected? He hurriedly took the phone from the vice president and swiped the hot post. There were a few pictures in the post, showing a muscular man wearing a Nifeng Logistics uniform, carrying goods upstairs easily. I was really shocked. The courier boy has such a great body. I thought I had been doing fitness for several years and was quite satisfied with my condition, but I didn't expect that any courier boy had bigger muscles than me. And he really trained just right. His muscles are in perfect condition. I'm so envious. I want to fencing with him on the spot. He easily lifted such a heavy cargo to the 6th floor without even taking a breath. I asked him, "Buddy, which gym do you train in?" He said it was a managed gym. I really haven't trained in a managed gym, because I heard that it is especially effective for novices. For people like me who have trained well, I can just find a commercial gym. But now I have changed my mind. I want to train in a managed gym. I also want to be as muscular as the courier boy. I'm so envious. At first, everyone focused on the courier boy's physique, but as Leeuwenhoek and others studied, they soon discovered some other details. How relaxed must the couriers at Nifeng Logistics be to have the energy to work out and get so strong? Yes, couriers at Qingshan Group probably work overtime 996 every day. They are exhausted after get off work, so how can they have the energy to work out? Does this mean that the couriers at Nifeng Logistics have a more relaxed job and better benefits? Oh my God, I want to be a courier at Nifeng Logistics. I heard that they also pay the full amount of 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Not to mention anything else, this guy can be a professional fitness coach without any problem. He has a good image and temperament, but he is also a courier at Nifeng Logistics? I have to re-examine what kind of existence the courier at Nifeng Logistics is. Don't make a misunderstanding, I took a look. Isn't this the person in charge of the managed gym? You can go and take a look at the video he posted before that disassembled the gym routine. He is the person in charge of the serious Tenda fitness department. Ah? It really is. No wonder he was wearing the uniform of the guy at Nifeng Logistics. I really didn't see it. Something is wrong. Since he is the person in charge of the managed gym, he is considered a leader in Tenda. Why would he come to Nifeng Logistics to deliver couriers? It is said that there is some kind of grassroots activity, so he came to the grassroots to experience the life of a courier. But he does live and eat with other couriers, which is enough to show that the work of Nifeng Logistics couriers is indeed not that stressful, and the person in charge can also do the job. I have long known that although Nifeng Logistics has left Qingshan Express behind in all aspects, I didn't expect that it could be left behind to this extent. The daily life quality of the couriers on both sides is simply a world of difference. Don't get me wrong, Guoliqing is indeed not an ordinary courier. He is the person in charge of the managed gym. But what I want to point out is that other couriers at Nifeng Logistics also exercise. As long as you compare the couriers of Nifeng Logistics and Qingshan Group, especially the senior couriers of Nifeng Logistics, you can see the obvious difference. Maybe it's because the picture of a muscular man delivering a couriers is too exciting, so it spread all over the internet in an instant. Many people, both men and women, drooled over Guo Liqing's figure. His appearance alone was far better than the courier boy from Qingshan Group. Some people are also popularizing science, saying that the couriers of Nifeng Logistics have an easy job, good pay, and more than 10 hours of mandatory fitness every week. Although there are not many people who have really trained to a perfect body like Guo Liqing, if you observe carefully, you will find that even an ordinary courier has a good body. Moreover, the couriers are healthy and in high spirits, which is completely different from the couriers of Qingshan Express who have bad tempers and low work efficiency. Of course, this is not to blacken the couriers of Qingshan Express, but just because they are in a different environment. In an environment like Nifeng Logistics, the company urges you to exercise, and the pressure of life is not great, so it is not a difficult thing to become a muscular man. On the other hand, Qingshan Express is precisely because the brothers are under heavy work pressure and performance pressure, and their superiors do not understand their work at all. They will naturally be irritable in the face of heavy tasks, which affects their service attitude and physical condition. From this concept, Nifeng Logistics has once again completely crushed Qingshan Express. In short, Nifeng Logistics won again, and won. Nye Yunxing lost again, and lost miserably. Nye Yunxing was so angry that he slammed the table. This is really outrageous, I am so angry. How could Tenda come up with such a move? It is so shameless. What kind of carbon-based creature can think of fighting a public opinion war in this way, arranging Guo Liqing, the head of the managed gym, to deliver the express, and he became famous for it, which caused a comprehensive image and public opinion suppression on Qingshan Group. It's outrageous. The key is that this move is a move that can't be countered at all. What can Qingshan Group do? Ask a few fitness coaches to pretend to be couriers to deliver the goods to the door, and then hype it up? Obviously not, it's too blunt and easy to be exposed. Nifeng Logistics wins in an overall image. Even if there is no Guo Liqing, just look at other ordinary couriers. The couriers must be strong and energetic. The situation of Qingshan Group is completely different, and it is impossible to pretend. Nye Yunxing can only watch the heat continue to ferment, but he is completely powerless. The vice president asked cautiously, Mr. Nye, what should we do? Nye Yunxing was silent for a while, and said, in the field of express delivery, we are temporarily powerless. Don't go head-to-head with the enemy in the field of advantage, otherwise you will only be led by the enemy. You still have to find other breakthroughs. Haoxiang Fitness can no longer hold on, but there is still a possibility of a comeback for Zhaiju Weimai. Go contact Mr. Zheng of Zhaiju Weimai, and make an appointment with a few investors. I want to talk to him in person. So far, Zhaiju Weimai has not completely fallen into a disadvantage in the war of public opinion, and there is still room for recovery. As long as we play the two cards of low price and public opinion, we can still fight back against Moyu Takeaway in some aspects. The situation of Zhaiju Takeaway and Haoxiang Fitness is different. As a takeaway platform, Zhaiju Takeaway has actually gained a relatively advantageous market position, and they have always hated Moyu Takeaway, knowing that Moyu Takeaway's business model will pose a huge threat, so their attitude is still relatively firm. Haoxiang Fitness was hammered twice in a row and has been hammered to the ground and can't move. Although Zhaiju Takeaway was also hammered once, the video did not cause a devastating blow to Zhaiju Takeaway. Although Rui Yuchen dismantled the routine of Zhaiju Takeaway, there are some fables in it after all. Zhaiju Takeaway has not really used big data algorithms to madly squeeze the takeaway brothers, nor has it really raised the service fees of merchants to an unacceptable level. Although these are the ultimate goals of Zhaiju Takeaway in the future, after all, he has not started to do it now, but has a prototype. Some delivery guys, in order to make more money, take orders crazily on their own initiative. This is a voluntary behavior, and in public opinion, it should not be considered as exploitation. After all, so far, delivering food is still a very high-income job for these grassroots manual laborers, in other words, there are still many delivery boys and ordinary users who still have illusions about Jiaju Takeaway. As long as Jiaju Takeaway gives out a large amount of subsidies and strives to create an image of I am also a conscientious takeaway platform, and then influences public opinion to a certain extent through the takeaway boy's personal experience, it can influence or even guide the user's reputation to a certain extent. After all, customers will not be dissatisfied with cheap takeaways, and takeaway boys will not be dissatisfied with high incomes. So Nye Yinxing saw this and planned to choose Jiaju Takeaway as the next breakthrough. As long as the superior funds of all companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance can be combined to support Jiaju Takeaway, then there is a possibility of winning this battle. Of course, this is not a simple assistance, but an investment. These large investment companies originally hoped to use Jiaju Takeaway to monopolize the domestic takeaway market. Now that everyone is in the Anti-Tenda Alliance, investing is just a matter of following the tide. And Nye Yinxing acts as a middleman in the process. April 20th, Saturday. Old you, hurry up, this order is going to be overdue again. If it's overdue, you'll be deducted money. You work all day, but can't even earn more than 10 yuan. What's the point of delivering food? A delivery guy from Jiaju took a quick walk forward, and behind him, Yu Pingan followed breathlessly. Although Yu Pingan looked very unhappy, he still gritted his teeth and followed the delivery guy. Masterly, do we have to deliver so many orders every day? Masterly said as a matter of course while running, of course, how can we make money without more orders? Yu Pingan looked at the number of orders on hand. Masterly took 12 orders in one breath. It would be strange if he was not in a hurry. Some of these 12 orders were forced to be delivered by the platform, and some were orders that Masterly took the initiative to take on the way, but no matter what, such a large number of orders really shocked Yu Pingan, who had never seen much of the world. This is completely different from the situation at Moyu Takeaway. Yu Pingan was originally delivering takeaways at Moyu Takeaway, but after a few days, he felt a little bored. So he thought, since they were all delivering express, the situation was probably similar. Could he go to Jiaju Takeaway to take a look and spy on the enemy? Previously, a young lecturer who used the app had gone to Jiaju to experience food delivery in order to write a paper on the food delivery platform. Yu Pingan felt that as the person in charge, he could not just talk and not practice, he had to do it himself, so, he took advantage of the Saturday and Sunday when Moyu Takeaway took turns to take a break and found a guy who lived at home to deliver food, saying that he wanted to learn from him and see if he could do this business of delivering food. In fact, it was to spy on the enemy and to deeply check the difference between home-based delivery and Moyu Takeaway, so as to lay a good foundation for the future public opinion war. Yu Pingan said that he wanted this guy who lived at home to deliver food to lead him to work, but in fact, he was very inflated in his heart. Because he felt that he had been working at Moyu Takeaway for several days and was already a skilled worker. Aren't they all delivering food? What's the difference? As a result, after really getting started, I found that this was completely different from what I imagined. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1571, The Counterattack of Home Delivery. After finally delivering another order, breathlessly, Yu Pingan sat on the curb exhausted, wanting to rest for a while. Masterly hurriedly urged, "Don't give up. Get on the electric bike first, ride the electric bike as a rest, we have to take the next order immediately." Yu Pingan looked at the time, "Masterly, it's almost noon, don't we eat first before delivering?" Masterly seemed to have heard a fairy tale, and said with a shocked face, "Eat? Don't you know that the peak hours at noon and in the evening are the fastest time to make money? Eating at this time, even if you eat fast, you will still lose money. How big are you that you choose to eat at this time?" Yu Pingan was speechless. Because at Moyu Takeaway, lunch is eaten normally. Several delivery guys eat at different times. Although everyone eats faster in order to get work, at least the normal rebate can be guaranteed. If you are like these guys who stay at home and deliver food, you can't eat at mealtime every day, you have to work hard, and you can only eat a few bites of food in your spare time after the peak period. If this continues for a long time, how can your body not have problems? But this situation seems to be a normal situation for the delivery guys. Before, when Yu Pingyan was delivering food at Moyu Takeaway, he also saw the delivery guy from Zhaiju passing by in a hurry. At that time, he thought that there might be only a little difference in the intensity of work between the two sides. The delivery guy from Zhaiju was indeed a little tired, but not too tired. But after really experiencing it, I found that it was not just a little bit, it was obviously a world of difference. Yu Pingyan gritted his teeth and stood up from the curb. Okay, let's continue to deliver. Since you want to experience the life of the delivery guy from Zhaiju, you must strictly demand yourself. Only in this way can you experience the real content. If the work intensity here is the same as that of Moyu Takeaway, how can you experience the real gap between the two food delivery platforms? Yu Pingyan vaguely felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the work process of Zhaiju Takeaway, but he couldn't tell why in a hurry. You can only record the whole process completely, and then find professionals to analyze it slowly. Yu Pingyan put on his helmet again, rode on his electric bike and followed masterly to deliver the next takeaway. At night, Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Brother Qian, I'm starting a group, hurry up and follow me. Ma Yang shouted excitedly. Fortunately, the two were in a remote corner of the Moyu Internet Cafe, and there were not many people in the Internet Cafe, otherwise Pei Qian would probably have asked the waiter to kick Lao Ma out on the spot. Pei Qian looked at the display and found that his hero was still a long way from the position where Lao Ma started the fight. As expected, Lao Ma was beaten to death by the opponent within 5 seconds after the so-called fight. The opponent's method was extremely cruel. Ma Yang said with some regret, "Oh, Brother Qian, it's such a pity. If you could keep up, it would be perfect. I just seized a fleeting opportunity and killed 3 people at once." Pei Qian was so angry. Why did the opponent let you kill 3 people? Don't you have any idea? It's because none of our heroes were nearby, and only you rushed up. Others thought you were giving away, so you killed them. Pei Qian was speechless. Every time he played games with Lao Ma, he would always get angry. From the very beginning of Shinchi, to the later IOI, and now GOG, Lao Ma is really the same, always consistent, and never forgets his original intention. It is estimated that when the day GOG and IOI merge, Lao Ma will not change at all. Pei Qian sighed silently, looking at the huge word failure on the screen. His expression was very melancholy. What kind of player can lead Ma Yang? Well, the people from Yuanming Ventures should not have any problems, and the professional players of the esports club should also have no problem. I just don't know what the result will be if Ruan Guangjian meets Ma Yang. Unfortunately, Ruan Guangjian is now acting as the head of Jingji Hostel, and there is no way to call him over to play with Ma Yang to see what kind of show effect it will have. Brother Qian, play another game. Ma Yang said eagerly. Pei Qian waved his hand. Take a break, take a break. He was not tired from playing, but his heart was very tired. It seems that he is only one Ma Yang away from quitting GOG. Recently, the GOG project team is still busy preparing for the merger of these two games. Although there are still some complaints on the internet, they have gradually subsided. Because everyone is tired of scolding. After the scolding, the official did not respond at all, and most people lost interest. So far, there have been no major changes to the two games of GOG and IOI, and they are still the same. As for what the game will be like after the merger, no one has an idea. This is a highly confidential project and will not be easily leaked. Pei Qian is very satisfied with the current situation. In short, when the new game is released, the two games will be merged together unreasonably. At that time, there will be a lot of criticism and revenue will plummet. Lao Ma, what are your plans after graduation? Pei Qian asked after taking a sip of milk tea. Although Lao Ma is a bit stupid and his brain is not very good, Lao Ma and Pei Qian are real peers after all, and they still have some common topics in this regard. If Pei Qian talked about his plans after graduation with other department heads or employees, they would definitely look at President Pei with shocked eyes, thinking, did President Pei take the wrong medicine today? But there is no problem at all when talking to Lao Ma about this. Lao Ma patted his chest and said, is there any need to say this? Of course I will continue to shine for Tenda Group. Brother Qian, after Rabbit Tail Live kills YY Live and Langya Live, you must send me to the most dangerous place again. A general like me is born to go through fire and water for Tenda Group and expand its territory. Pei Qian sighed silently. Okay, if someone else said this, Pei Qian would definitely not say a word and immediately make a one-stop arrangement with the shocking in and suffering travel. But when these words came out of Lao Ma's mouth, Pei Qian felt inexplicably relieved. Lao Ma asked, what about you, Brother Qian? What are your plans after graduation? I'm thinking that although Tenda Group has entered so many industries, there are still some industries that we haven't touched. Brother Qian, which industry roles are you going to change next? Pei Qian laughed, I don't plan to change it. I'm tired. After graduation, I plan to travel around the world for a year first. Lao Ma was a little confused, travel for a year? A whole year? What will happen to Tenda Group without you? Pei Qian said in his heart. Do you think there will be any impact on Tenda Group without me? It will only make more money. Pei Qian knew very well that it was because he tried his best to pull the reins of Tenda Group that it ran a little slower. When he really was no longer in Tenda Group, wouldn't the leaders of the entire Tenda Group collectively go to heaven? But Pei Qian had made up his mind. As long as he lost a lot of money in this cycle, he would stop temporarily and enjoy life. The 4 years of college should have been 4 years of ease and happiness, but it turned out that Pei Qian was always busy because of Tenda. Isn't it time to have fun after graduation? As for how much more money Tenda Group will make, that will be a matter for the future. As long as he can get 15 million, Pei Qian's goal will basically be achieved. Whether he will have to think about losing money in the future, we will talk about it later. Ma Yang nodded. Since Brother Qian said so, I will also consider taking a year off. After all, as a peer, I think I have been successful enough. Pei Qian raised his hand and said, no, Lao Ma, you can't take a rest. You are the backbone of Tenda Group, you are the light of hope for Tenda Group. I can take a rest, because Tenda Group will not have any major impact without me, but you can't take a rest. Tenda Group will have big problems without you in a minute. Pei Qian's words were absolutely from the heart. As the person that President Pei trusted most in the entire Tenda Group, how could Lao Ma take a rest? Once he took a rest, wouldn't the entire Tenda Group continue to gallop forward like a wild dog? Therefore, Pei Qian, out of selfishness, hoped that Lao Ma could continue to stay and shine for Tenda Group. At least this would reduce the pressure of losing money. Ma Yang smiled on his long face and said happily, okay, since Brother Qian thinks so highly of me, I won't take a rest and continue to shine for Tenda. Pei Qian was deeply relieved. The two chatted briefly, and Pei Qian opened the AI Li Dao website to watch a TV series. Ma Yang opened the web page and started to check the news online. Suddenly, Ma Yang pointed to a web page and said, hey? Brother Qian, look, Jiaju Yimai released a video, it feels like it's targeting us. Pei Qian's eyes lit up, Could it be that Jiaju Yimai finally figured out a way to fight back? Some time ago, the Anti-Tenda Alliance suffered a series of defeats in the fields of gaming, Haosheng fitness, and live streaming, which made Pei Qian very worried about them and afraid that they would never recover. You know, there is still more than half a year left in this settlement period. But now it seems that the anti-Tenda alliance did not seem to be overwhelmed by this setback, but instead became more and more courageous and launched attacks in more fields. Although Zhaiju Weimai was also caught off guard by the routine dismantling of the person in charge says, before, the routine dismantling of the person in charge says, was after all predictive and had no detailed data to support it. Now Zhaiju Weimai should have come to its senses and wanted to win back a city in the public opinion war. Pei Qian quickly clicked on this video of Zhaiju Weimai, full of expectation to see what they would say. The first half of the video was generally mediocre. It's nothing more than selecting a few representative guys, interviewing them in depth about their lives, and focusing on their struggle for life and their optimism and positive side. The program also roughly mentioned the salary levels of these guys. In big cities, the highest salary among these guys can even get a monthly salary of more than 15,000. This is already a very generous level for ordinary manual laborers. In addition, the program also focused on the performance of these delivery guys when dispatching orders. They jogged all the way and focused on efficiency. When delivering, they knew all the routes in the vicinity very well. They delivered multiple orders at the same time, and each order was within the time limit. After the entire delivery process, it was hard not to give a thumbs up and sigh at the excellent performance of these delivery guys. The reaction on the barrage can also show clues. At the beginning, many people posted some negative barrages out of their dislike for home delivery, but soon, these people were all impressed by the wonderful performance of the delivery guys. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1572 Paper. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. There are really 360 professions, and every profession has its top talents. Yes, it's really amazing that this delivery guy can deliver food to this extent. This effort deserves a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. Although it is a physical job, it is much more comfortable than working in factories and construction sites. No wonder there are so many delivery guys. This industry really makes money. I see some delivery guys complain about low wages, but in fact it's their low efficiency. Look at this delivery guy, can't he get a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan? This is much higher than the salary of many white-collar workers. But there are many prerequisites for getting so much money. What if there are more prerequisites? Others can do it, but you can't. Isn't it because of your poor efficiency? Delivery does make money, but it's not a place to support lazy people. If you are lazy and can't improve efficiency and provide better services to customers, then of course you make less money. Many viewers were impressed by the wonderful performance of the delivery guys, and even envied them a little. After all, many people's salary is not as good as these delivery boys. After introducing the daily work of these delivery boys, the last part is the real focus. The staff who recorded the program asked the delivery guys a few questions, one of which was whether they were willing to take more breaks, such as taking a 10-minute break after an hour of cumulative delivery to prevent excessive fatigue. Or agree on a maximum number of orders per day, and no more orders can be accepted if the number exceeds this. Or stipulate that the number of orders accepted at the same time cannot exceed 10. Originally thought that this was a measure to reduce the burden on the delivery guys, but unexpectedly it was unanimously opposed by the delivery guys. That's definitely not possible. Why do you do this? Has this rule considered our feelings? We don't need to rest, we just want to make money, and if we take a 10-minute break, we will earn a lot less money. I can now take 15 orders at the same time, and I am forced to reduce it to 10 orders, then what should I do with the money for the remaining 5 orders? Yes, the formulation of such rules cannot be just a snap of the head, but also from our perspective. Consider more. All the delivery guys are unanimous in their opposition to these opinions. Although this video does not clearly state specific views, Zhaiju Weimai can still guide public opinion by making some comments with obvious tendencies in the comment section. This kind of public opinion guidance focuses on two aspects. First, emphasize that the food delivery industry is an industry where more work means more pay. The hard work of the food delivery guys is their own choice. Even if the food delivery platform wants to lower the requirements for food delivery guys and let them take fewer orders, the food delivery guys will not accept it. Second, emphasize that the food delivery platform has given a lot of subsidies to food delivery guys, merchants, and customers, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve both the high salary of food delivery guys and the cheap delivery fee of the platform. This argument is a bit like what Xingyun Express said before. It only takes 3 yuan for the delivery fee to deliver the goods from the merchant to your home. What else are you not satisfied with? Isn't the cornerstone of this cheap delivery fee and the high income of food delivery guys created by the home delivery platform? This is obviously a response to the previous person in charge who said that he would dismantle the food delivery routine. And the effect is not bad, because this kind of speech is indeed confusing. Especially with the statement of the food delivery guy in the video, it seems more convincing. And everyone knows that most other delivery boys have the same attitude. They work as delivery boys, just to make money. If there are restrictions on the number of orders they accept and their working hours, they will have a lot of complaints. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang. Old Ma, what do you think of this video? Old Ma scratched his head. I feel like there is something wrong, but I can't tell. Pei Qian nodded slightly. He saw a little more than Old Ma and could roughly tell some of the tricks, but he did not intend to strike Zhaiju Weimai head-on for the time being, because the current food delivery platform is still a relatively positive and healthy platform. Although these internet innovation platforms will have a series of adverse effects after forming a monopoly, at least in the current situation, they are still positive and progressive. Just like the impact of online car-hailing platforms on the taxi industry, although online car-hailing platforms will have various problems after monopoly, they did facilitate the industry and integrate demand at the beginning, which has great progressive significance. Many things should be viewed in two ways, and we should seek truth from facts and be objective and fair. Of course, these words of Zhaiju Weimai cannot withstand in-depth scrutiny. Once you are serious, you will find that there are various problems behind them. On the one hand, merits and demerits cannot be offset. Contributions have been made, and the objective problems of the platform cannot be denied. On the other hand, even if these platforms have certain progressiveness, they cannot prevent better platforms from replacing them. It's just that Pei Qian feels that there is no need to completely kill these platforms now, and they can be allowed to be active for a while longer. Even the struggle of the anti-Tenda alliance gave Pei Qian some hope. It is not only Pei Qian's hope, but also the hope of the entire industry. Through this kind of public opinion war, everyone can have a deeper understanding of the routines and a clearer understanding of the problems, which can guide the industry in the right direction. Are Tengda's principles the golden rule that cannot be questioned? Is Tengda always right? Pei Qian certainly doesn't think so. In fact, Pei Qian also thinks that the person in charge said that this column is a bit too smooth. Every time the routine is dismantled, it is strongly welcomed by ordinary people. This kind of influence is actually a double-edged sword, and there are dangers. Pei Qian hopes that ordinary people can also listen to opinions from other parties and be able to think independently to judge whether something is right or wrong, instead of completely following Tengda's ass and pandering to it. Okay, let's stop here today. I'm going to go back and rest. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. April 21st, late Sunday night. Yu Pinggan finally finished a day's work and said goodbye to Masterly. Masterly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Not bad, young man, your efficiency has been getting higher and higher these days. I believe you will be able to become a master soon. I really didn't expect that such a literary person like you could do this job. This kind of perseverance alone is worthy of praise." Yu Pingyan shook his head in shame. Alas, no, Master Li, I am still far behind you. Master Li smiled and said, practice makes perfect. A lot of time is spent on trial and error. The more you want money, the faster you will deliver food. According to my observation, you should be a person who is not short of money. It is not easy for you to experience life at the grassroots level to this extent. Yu Pingyan did not want to explain anything, and nodded. Thank you Master Li for your care recently. I will not come tomorrow. Yu Pingyan is just a crowdsourcing deliveryman for Zhaiju Takeout, not a fixed staff. Moreover, his current job is still at Moyu Takeout. He has to work normally from Monday to Friday. Only on Saturdays and Sundays can he take a break to experience Zhaiju Takeout. The deliverymen of Moyu Takeout all work 5 days a week, with 2 days off a week, not necessarily on which day of the week. After all, Yu Pingyan went to the grassroots to experience life, so he received a little care in this regard and arranged the rest on the weekend. Yu Pingyan rode his electric bike back. He was still thinking about the hard work of the past 2 days. Suddenly he looked up and met a familiar face. Hey, isn't this Teacher Wang? Yu Pingyan stopped his electric bike, and the person he called also stopped his electric bike. Both of them were wearing takeout clothes for staying at home, and they looked at each other, feeling a bit like looking in the mirror. Yu Pingyan was a little surprised. Teacher Wang, didn't you say before that you wanted to write a paper on takeout? Then what are you doing? Teacher Wang smiled and said, you have to write a paper, and it's almost finished. You can only speak after an in-depth investigation. I deliver food during the day and write papers at night. Yu Pingyan suddenly realized, I said I would share my experience of the life of a deliveryman with you and help you write your paper. I didn't expect you to do it yourself. Teacher Wang is a young lecturer at Handong University, teaching sociology. He is also a co-lecturer of UAP and Tuwei Live, and has very unique insights on many social issues. Seeing Yu Pingyan talking about the paper, Teacher Wang took out his mobile phone. Look, my paper is almost finished, this is the abstract of the paper. Yu Pingyan took the phone and saw that the title of the paper was Labor Order Under Digital Control. The subtitle cuts into the direction of the paper, Research on Labor Control of Delivery Riders. From the abstract, this paper studies the labor process of delivery riders from the perspective of organizational technology and science and technology. The platform company seems to have given up direct management of the riders, but in fact it is to dilute the employer's responsibility, and the labor capital conflict has been transferred to the platform system and consumers accordingly. Digital control has been upgraded from physical machine computer equipment to a virtual software and data platform system. It collects and analyzes basic data in a subtle way and feeds the data results back to the riders, making labor order possible. Digital control not only weakens the riders' resistance consciousness and eats away at their space for autonomy, but also makes them unconsciously participate in their own management. As a result, the means of capital control not only shift from autocracy to hegemony, but also from the physical to the virtual. After simply reading the abstract, Yu Pingyan's first feeling was that it was very profound and a little difficult to understand. But he believed that if he carefully studied this paper, he could at least answer half of the confusion he faced. Yu Pingyan had also seen this video of staying at home and taking food. He vaguely felt that this video seemed to deliberately blur some issues, causing some misleading to the audience, but from the surface of the video content, Yu Pingyan was not sure where the mistake was for a while. Especially the words said by the takeaway brother, which can really express the voice of grassroots practitioners who want to make money urgently to the extreme. Even Yu Pingyan himself had some doubts, whether the model of taking food while slacking off and the model of taking food while staying at home can actually coexist. The delivery guys who work at Moyu Takeaway are indeed much happier than those who work at home, because their jobs are fully guaranteed, and their working hours and working environment are relatively guaranteed. But Moyu Takeaway can't eat up all the delivery guys, and this model can't be applied to all businesses. Qingshan Group is so depressed by Nifeng logistics that it can't find its way because Qingshan Group has indeed aroused public anger. His face and eating manners are too ugly, and everyone knows it. The same is true for the rental business of the home group, because both companies have roughly completed the occupation of the market, so there is no restraint in doing things. But Jiaju Takeaway is different. After all, it has not occupied a real dominant position, and many regulations are still relatively conscientious. Some takeaway guys even have feelings for this platform. After all, delivering takeaways on this platform makes much more money than they do in factories or on construction sites. Who would have trouble with money? In this case, it is far from as simple as Lu Mingliang wanted to win the war of public opinion. Jiaju Takeaway also seized this point and launched a counterattack in public opinion. It would be difficult without some professional theoretical support at this time. Although Yu Pingan is just an ordinary takeaway, he still has the mentality of a responsible person and hopes that Moyu Takeaway can win from the bottom of his heart. Yu Pingan said to Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, after this paper comes out, you must publish a column article on the useful app, and go to Rabbit Tail Live to give us a good lecture." Teacher Wang nodded, "That's natural." Chapter 1573 If you don't think ahead, you will have immediate worries. Monday, April 22nd. Shanghai, Qingshan Group. Nia Yunxing looked at the comments below the video of home delivery and showed a satisfied smile on his face. The video has received such a warm response, which has already achieved initial success, and even exceeded Nia Yunxing's expectations. This shows that the strategy given by the think tank is still useful. And this routine, to put it bluntly, is to try to put a hat on Tengda's head. Why not eat meat porridge? Tenda Group has indeed achieved success in many fields and has made many innovations in business models, which is beyond doubt. However, many of Tengda's measures are actually idealistic in the eyes of ordinary people. Now the war between the Tengda Alliance and the anti-Tengda Alliance, especially the war of public opinion, is concentrated in grassroots industries, such as express delivery, rental housing and food delivery platforms, etc. The main feature of these industries is that the situation is complicated. Many problems cannot be solved with a one-size-fits-all approach, but must be analyzed specifically for specific problems, and even in many cases, the solution must be full of compromise. Take the food delivery platform as an example. Customers hope that the delivery fee is as low as possible and the delivery speed is as fast as possible. The delivery guy hopes to receive more orders and make more money. It is not easy for the platform to coordinate the demands of both parties. In this case, the one-sided emphasis on ensuring that the delivery guy has a high enough welfare will inevitably lead to an increase in delivery fees and a longer delivery time. In other words, it affects efficiency to a certain extent and also affects the interests of customers. In the short term, this contradiction is irreconcilable. After all, there is no black technology such as drone delivery now, and the delivery guy still has to run errands. As long as it is an economic activity between people, various problems will inevitably arise. Although Moyu Takeaway has dismantled the routine of the food delivery platform, Moyu Takeaway has only solved this problem by investing a lot of money and forcibly improving the welfare of the delivery guy. However, not every platform has such favorable conditions as Moyu Takeaway. Don't these platforms deserve to survive? In the areas that Moyu Takeaway does not cover, don't these consumers have the right to enjoy food delivery services? Therefore, Jiaju Waimai seized on these issues and tried every means to label Moyu Waimai and the entire Tenda Group as "why not eat the meat." As long as this is successful, then the rationality of the existence of Jiaju Takeout will be established. In the war of public opinion, it is not a complete victory, but at least it has completely defended its position and the ability to share the takeout market with Moyu Takeout. From the current point of view, this video has completely achieved the expected effect. In particular, the statements of several takeout brothers have triggered many takeout practitioners to speak out. In the comment area, everyone basically recognizes that takeout brothers are an industry where they can get rich through hard work. They have indeed received much more rewards than other physical labor through the Zhaiju takeout platform. As for the takeout brothers of Moyu Takeout, although they are treated better, Moyu Takeout cannot eat up all the labor in the entire industry. Most people still recognize and need Zhaiju Takeout to supplement the entire takeout industry. If this trick works, then other industries can also promote it, especially the express delivery industry. Nifeng Logistics is indeed better than Qingshan Group in many aspects, but as long as this method can be used to prove that Qingshan Group is also an indispensable link and part of the entire market, then the pressure of public opinion will be greatly reduced. Nia Yunxing seemed to see the dawn and hope of Qingshan Express's turnaround from the home delivery. Just when Nia Yunxing was excited about this hope and dawn, there was another hurried knock on the door outside the office. The vice president hurried in. "Boss Nia, Moyu Takeout has launched a counterattack again." Nia Yunxing was stunned for a moment. So fast? He was a little surprised, because the video of Zhaiju Waimai was only released 2 days ago. How could Moyu Waimai respond so quickly? But then he thought again. Tenda Alliance has always been known for its prediction and high efficiency. Maybe President Pei predicted that Zhaiju Waimai would counterattack in public opinion, so he made a good layout in advance. Nia Yunxing did not dare to neglect and asked hurriedly, "Is it the person in charge who talked about the column again this time? Did the person in charge personally come out, or did he like and forward other netizens' videos?" The vice president shook his head. Neither. This time it was a young lecturer from the Department of Sociology of Handong University, who analyzed the model of home-based takeout through a paper. Not only that, the official Moyu Takeout also released a lot of video materials on the Rabbit Tail Live and Iladeo websites, telling the experiences of this young lecturer and some Moyu Takeout employees when they entered the home-based takeout work. The paper also provides a lot of information. Although I haven't read it carefully, it gives people a sense of mystery. Nia Yunxing was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Young lecturer from the Department of Sociology?" The vice president nodded. "Yes, I heard that this young lecturer seems to have been cooperating with the knowledge section of UU App and Tui Live. He himself is studying this field. This time he should have put a lot of effort into being a grassroots takeaway deliverman to experience life, so he can collect so much first-hand information." Nia Yunxing was speechless. How can it be like this? It's really hard to guard against. From the beginning of this public opinion war, the anti-Tenda Alliance has never had the upper hand. What's more terrifying is that they don't even know who they are fighting this public opinion war against. At the beginning, it was the heads of various departments of the Tenda Group who were on the field. Later, the heads of various departments went to the grassroots, and the acting head rolled up his sleeves and went into battle. After the acting head stopped fighting, it aroused the enthusiasm of netizens to participate again. Various industry leaders came down one after another and continued the column of the head said. As a result, now, even young lecturers in universities have come down, and they are writing papers to analyze. The war of public opinion continued to escalate, catching Nia Yunxing and the bosses of the anti-Tenda Alliance off guard. Because every time the enemy emerges from different fields, how can we prevent this? First we must know ourselves and the enemy. Nia Yunxing immediately turned on the computer to check the live broadcast of the young lecturer. He was a little unbelievable. Could it be that this young lecturer could really dismantle the latest routine of home delivery and take off the hat of "why not eat meat porridge" on Tenda's head? In Mr. Wang's live broadcast room, Nia Yunxing discovered that this young lecturer actually wrote a serious paper. The PDF format of this paper can be downloaded at will, and it is hung in a prominent position in the live broadcast room. Nia Yunxing quickly downloaded the paper and clicked to view it. Mr. Wang's paper is somewhat profound and complicated. It requires a certain amount of knowledge to understand it. This is enough to prove that the paper is very professional and has been carefully examined and studied. Considering that the understanding ability of the people watching the live broadcast varies, Mr. Wang also explained the profound meaning of this paper to everyone in the knowledge area of rabbit tail live. The discussion in the live broadcast room was intense, and many people have questioned Mr. Wang's research results in the live broadcast room. The most important questioning voice came from the video released before the home delivery, which is the voice of the delivery brothers. First, takeaway is originally an industry where more work, more pay. The delivery brothers work hard to take more orders and send more orders in order to get better income. This is the active choice of the delivery brothers. Forcibly reducing their working hours is a very inhumane thing for them. Second, as an emerging industry, food delivery provides convenience for everyone. The delivery guys want to make more money, and the customers want a faster and cheaper service platform. In order to meet the requirements of both the delivery guys and the customers, some seemingly inhumane regulations must be made. This is inevitable. And the title of Mr. Wang's paper is, Labor Order Under Digital Control. It mainly analyzes how platform companies weaken the resistance of riders through digital control, erodes their space for autonomy, forces them to unconsciously participate in their own management process, and criticizes the behavior of the platform. This position obviously seems to stand with the Tenda Group, and it has a little bit of the taste of why not eat meat, which naturally arouses some people's doubts. Mr. Wang seemed to be prepared for this and began to patiently answer the questions of the audience in the live broadcast room. I fully understand the doubts and questions raised by everyone. Many people think that I am just questioning the model of home delivery, and I have also analyzed the contradictions between the current delivery platform, riders, merchants, and users. But everyone thinks that there is no solution to this contradiction at present, and the doubts I raised are not constructive at all. Here I want to emphasize that this is not the case. In fact, Mayu Takeout has been exploring a correct solution. Although the current model of home delivery seems to be the best choice under the contradiction, it is essentially avoiding and ignoring contradictions, and in the future, these contradictions will still erupt. So I would like to ask everyone to think about a question. As the saying goes, if you don't think ahead, you will have immediate worries. Is it too early for us to discuss and consider the problems that may occur in the future of similar internet innovation industries? Is it because these contradictions are still in their infancy and have not surfaced, so we can completely ignore them? Of course not. The mistake of Zhaiju Weimai is that it unilaterally emphasizes its contribution to society and jobs, but covers up the contradictions and describes this contradiction as an unsolvable contradiction to guide public opinion. But I think this contradiction can actually be solved. The reason why it seems unsolvable is that capital wants to seek value added and maximize profits, but does not put social responsibility first. The head of the takeaway of Moyu Waimai has already conducted an in-depth analysis of the chaos of the takeaway platform. And Zhaiju Weimai also puts forward different views and opinions. Today, I want to raise the level of discussion a little higher in response to these two statements. Let everyone analyze the problems brought about by the continuous development and growth of internet platform companies from a higher perspective, and whether there is a reasonable solution to this problem. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1574, Prepare for a Rainy Day. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the public opinion war between Moyu Takeaway and Zhaiju Takeaway has obviously escalated. Moyu Takeaway was the first to attack and dismantled the basic routines of the entire takeaway platform. Just like the analysis of Zhujia Group and Xingyun Group, it was found that the takeaway platform actually plays the role of a middleman, and they are doing the same thing. The takeaway platform is constantly squeezing the interests of takeaway brothers, merchants, and customers, eroding market share, thereby expanding the market value of the entire company and eventually evolving into a giant company. Of course, in this process of continuous expansion, platform companies are also creating value. Its data algorithms and resource integration capabilities are the main value it creates for society. From this point alone, platform companies do have their meaning of existence. Only when the benefits it obtains far exceed the value it creates and the platform becomes a middleman that exploits both ends will it have a huge side effect on the development of the entire industry. Jiaju Takeaway's counterattack is completely based on the actual situation. The reality is that food delivery platforms have not yet reached a monopoly position, so the value they currently create is greater than their actual profits since the existence of the food delivery platform is still a relatively positive and active image. The previous attack by Moyu Takeaway, although it predicted the negative effects of the food delivery platform in the future, is not convincing enough at the moment. Through the appearance of the Takeaway brother, Jiaju Takeaway has proved its own business model to a certain extent, which is understood and supported by the Takeaway brother and merchants. To a certain extent, it weakened the publicity offensive of Moyu Takeaway. And this paper by Mr. Wang is to look at this issue from a higher perspective, so that the two sides who are arguing can decide who is better. When writing this paper, Mr. Wang had collected a lot of data and information, so he had already made up his mind for some doubts from the audience in the live broadcast room. First, I want to answer the first question. The delivery guys are unanimously opposed to reducing the number of orders and working hours. They want to make more money. Is this because the Mingsheiju delivery model is popular among delivery guys? Of course not. In fact, in some factories that exploited labor in the past, factory owners have already mastered similar methods. They set a very low basic salary for workers and counted the bulk of the extra income as overtime. In this way, workers can only work overtime desperately to make more money, because they can't make money without overtime. If the workers are prohibited from working overtime from now on, then the workers will definitely protest passionately. Are they protesting against not working overtime? No. What they are actually protesting is low wages. This routine is actually easy to expose, because the platform company deliberately lowers the basic salary to a minimum or even zero level. At the same time, the Takeaway brothers' income is directly linked to the number of orders, which does stimulate the Takeaway brothers' work enthusiasm, but it also gradually transforms the Takeaway brother into an emotionless order-taking tool. So the Takeaway brothers' life is difficult to be guaranteed. They desperately grab orders, not because they are so willing to exchange their lives for money, but because the company deliberately sets it up, forcing them to do so. Some friends may think of the second question when they hear this. That is, when customers require fast delivery and low delivery fees, and the Takeaway brother wants to make more money, is it wrong for the platform to formulate policies and regulations that satisfy both parties? As soon as Mr. Wang's question was raised, the onlookers in the live broadcast room immediately began to discuss heatedly. Yes, is the platform's approach wrong? If you don't do this, how can you guarantee low delivery fees? This is an unsolvable problem. You can't just raise the problem without proposing a solution, right? I think the solution given by the platform now is not unacceptable. How can it be like this? In order to seize the market, the food delivery platform forcibly lowers the delivery fee, which is itself an unreasonable behavior. The delivery fee should return to its original value. Many customers feel that they are enjoying the low delivery fee now, so they turn a blind eye to this phenomenon. So, once the food delivery platform seizes the market by burning money to subsidize, and then raises the delivery fee significantly to recover the profit, how will you choose? Seeing that everyone's discussion is getting more and more intense, Teacher Wang answered in time, solving the problem is not to stand on your own standpoint and talk to yourself, but to start from the overall and consider it comprehensively. You can't stand on the side of the platform and wave the flag just because you are a consumer and you get a bargain because of the low delivery fee. Instead, you must clearly understand how to safeguard your long-term interests. For the platform, it is indeed necessary to make profits, but this part of the profit should be generated by innovative services through the integration of resources, and should not be generated by unlimited use of monopoly and information gap advantages to squeeze merchants, consumers, and food delivery brothers. For delivery guys, the platform cannot use various algorithms to squeeze their limits. Let them violate traffic rules and run red lights, let them be like delivery machines, not caring about life safety and improving delivery efficiency. We should provide them with protection, reasonably plan their working hours, and let them get relatively generous salary benefits under normal work intensity. From the perspective of consumers, we cannot monopolize customer resources with low delivery fees, and then continue to increase delivery fees to make money back, but always keep the delivery fees within a reasonable value range. A platform is only a perfect platform if it coordinates the interests of all parties. One-sidedly emphasizing the difficulties of a certain party without involving the issue of interest distribution is all in confusing the audience. Jiaju Takeaway seems to be doing well at the moment, but many internal problems have already emerged. May I ask the audience in the live broadcast room, are you used to ignoring problems before they arise? Or are you used to preparing for a rainy day and thinking of solutions before the problems arise? Teacher Wang asked the question and did not wait for the audience in the live broadcast room to answer, and continued, in this paper of mine, the main discussion is the problems that may be encountered in the future development of the industry and the corresponding solutions. Big data and program algorithms can indeed greatly improve work efficiency, but this efficiency improvement has a limit. Before reaching this limit, efficiency should take precedence over security, and after exceeding this limit, security should take precedence over efficiency. The current big data and program algorithms can squeeze the delivery guy indefinitely to improve efficiency, but it cannot provide protection for the delivery guy. And this is the biggest difference between slacking off and staying at home. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Wang used the cases and specific data in the paper to prove his point of view, and comprehensively refuted the two directions of attack of staying at home for delivery. It is reasonable and well-founded. In addition to the cold data interpretation, many of Mr. Wang's own true feelings are added. Hard work pays off. In order to write this paper, Mr. Wang became a delivery guy. In the busy and hard work, he experienced the mood of the delivery guy, and what he wrote was naturally very convincing. He can feel that under the big data algorithm of the program, he has been transformed step by step from an ordinary worker into a tool for continuous delivery of takeout. This change is obviously misplaced and is the result of the lack of humanistic care. If this kind of humanistic care is missing for a long time, over time, customers will only care about the speed of delivery and the price of delivery fees, and the courier will always actively accept this alienation in order to make more money. Then this problem will only become more and more serious, and it may never be solved. As for the platform, they are of course more willing to turn the delivery guy into a tool, a delivery machine. But Moyu Takeaway takes a completely different approach through the most basic welfare protection and rules. A bottom line is set for improving efficiency. Only within this bottom line can the program algorithm be continuously optimized to improve delivery efficiency, and this bottom line is never allowed to be exceeded. This bottom line is the working hours, basic salary, welfare protection, and other factors of the delivery brother. Although the operation mode of Moyu Takeaway has increased the cost to a certain extent, as long as it is compared with the mode of Jiaju Takeaway, which operation mode has a better future is clear at a glance. If it is calculated according to the operation mode of Jiaju Takeaway, then in the future, in order to pursue higher profits, the platform will inevitably continue to use big data algorithms to squeeze the takeaway brothers and merchants without limit, and gradually cause the extreme involution of the entire industry. The takeaway brothers are miserable, and the quality of takeaways eaten by ordinary customers is getting lower and lower. And no matter how Moyu Takeaway changes in the future, as long as it continues to adhere to the original operating bottom line, it can always maintain the healthy development of the industry. When Rui Yuchen put forward this argument in the video before, it did not resonate widely due to the lack of theoretical support. Jiaju Takeaway can still seize the opportunity to confuse the audience through some means. But after Mr. Wang's analysis, it clearly provides theoretical support for Rui Yuchen's inference. It not only points out the essential difference between Moyu takeout and Jiaju takeout, but also points out the necessary path for the healthy development of an industry. A company that only focuses on efficiency and algorithms, completely ignores humanistic care, and evades social responsibility, looks like so-called internet innovation on the surface, but in fact it is exploiting through the latest technology and a more advanced way. In the future, such a company will be abandoned by society. I didn't expect that Tenda actually has such a method. Such a professional analysis, and the data of the paper to support it. Okay, Mr. Pei, you win again. Nia Yunqing's face was gloomy, and the more he watched the live broadcast, the more he felt that the situation was not good. He realized that this time, Jiaju Takeaway's attempt to save some of the situation through the public opinion war had completely failed. As if they could predict the future, Tenda Group and Mr. Pei put down a huge stumbling block in the direction of the anti-Tenda alliance's breakthrough in advance, blocking their way. However, he was not scared. Although Mr. Wang's paper provided theoretical support for Rui Yuchen's previous conclusion, and beautifully won the public opinion war, so that Jiaju Takeaway, which had finally reversed the situation, was instantly beaten back, this was not unacceptable to Nia Yunqing. This war of public opinion failed only in the field of home delivery. After losing the battlefield of a delivery platform, Nia Yunqing still has other battlefields. The biggest problem now is that this paper has expanded this war of public opinion, extending the battlefield of the war of public opinion from the present to the future. Before this, the public opinion war between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance remained at the current problem. For example, the reason why Nifeng Logistics in the express delivery industry was able to suppress Xingyun Group comprehensively was precisely because Xingyun Group had established a dominant market position in the express delivery industry and made some ugly operations, so it was caught by Nifeng Logistics and beaten up. After the previous failure in the express delivery field, Nia Yunqing determined one thing. That is, if the anti-Tenda alliance wants to turn the tables in the public opinion war, it can only choose the home delivery industry, which is relatively advantageous at the moment, to compete with Tenda. Because home delivery has not made too many ugly operations, its image in the minds of all consumers is still acceptable. But President Pei once again saw through their intentions and extended the public opinion battlefield from now to the future. If the argument goes on like this, the underwear of these companies in the anti-Tenda alliance will be completely torn off, and the winning rate will be greatly reduced, even infinitely close to zero. Because the companies under the anti-Tenda alliance have one thing in common, their purpose of growing and developing is to form an industry monopoly in the future and build a huge business giant. However, Tenda has not shown such a trend at all. At least, the vast majority of consumers trust Tenda far more than other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. Once this expectation is made public, the last breakthrough point of the anti-Tenda alliance in the war of public opinion will be completely blocked. Chapter 1575 Chen Kongtua returns from the dead. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Nia Yunqing thought of the upcoming failure, turned off the live broadcast room in a depressed mood, and simply looked at the discussion of netizens in the comment area. Sure enough, what he was worried about still happened. The discussion of netizens was not limited to the operating models of the two companies, Jiaju Waimai and Moyu Waimai, nor was it limited to the food delivery industry, but was further expanded along the ideas of this paper and expanded to the entire internet platform industry. This paper is really too profound, and it makes me feel very inspired. These internet companies are all the same routine. Yes, on the surface, Jiaju Waimai and Xingyun Group are different. The former is more conscientious than the latter, but in fact, they are just at different stages, and they are essentially birds of a feather. Jiaju Waimai only emphasizes the demands of customers and food delivery boys, but removes itself as the leader of the platform and clears itself of responsibility. This method is exactly the same as what Qingshan Express did to the delivery boys. The delivery guys ask for more orders and take the initiative to work more hours. Ultimately, it is because the welfare protection is not enough. On the basis of earning enough profits, the platform does not solve this problem for them, and creates a false image of getting rich through hard work for the delivery guys. It's too much. If the platform only knows how to find various objective reasons, but does not solve the problem itself, then what is the meaning of the platform's existence? It deserves to be replaced by a better platform. That's right. Moyu Takeaway can do better than Jiaju Takeaway, and it is a healthier operating model. I am willing to pay a certain percentage of takeaway fees for each meal to support the takeaway industry to develop in a longer-term and healthier direction. In fact, the delivery price of Moyu Takeaway is not higher than Jiaju Takeaway. How much? As for why, Rue Yuchen had already explained it. On the one hand, Moyu Takeaway does not have the requirement to earn high profits. On the other hand, because they have opened up the catering and delivery links, they can use the profits from catering to subsidize part of the delivery. If it weren't for Mr. Wang's live broadcast, I wouldn't have thought about the future development of the industry. If the problems that will definitely happen in the future are taken into consideration, then the operating model of Moyu Takeaway is obviously a more mature and more stable model. Although the operating model of residential area takeaway can also create a takeaway platform with a wide coverage, as it continues to develop, the contradictions between the takeaway brother, customers, and merchants will inevitably continue to emerge. At that time, it will be difficult to find a way to solve it. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Support Tenda Group and Moyu Takeaway. Nia Yunxing looked at these comments and closed the web page in frustration. The vice president noticed the change in Nia Yunxing's mood and asked softly, "Mr. Nia, what should we do next?" Nia Yunxing closed his eyes for a moment and said, "Pause, we can't fight anymore. This public opinion war is obviously getting worse and worse. As the content of the debate becomes more and more in-depth, the operating models of both parties are deeply analyzed and made public. The companies under the Anti-Tenda Alliance are ostensibly fighting back, but in fact they are constantly creating heat to attract the attention of netizens and provide new materials for the public opinion war on the side of the Tenda Alliance. That is, in the process of the public opinion war, both sides may win or lose. But the further the public opinion war goes, the more the situation will lean towards Tenda. The war will gradually develop from a public opinion war between Tenda Group and the Anti-Tenda Alliance to a rights protection war between all ordinary consumers and these internet giants. In this process, ordinary consumers, practitioners, and even sociologists will participate in discussing these problems that will definitely be encountered in the future. In this situation, the best way for companies that are against the Tenda Alliance is to become a turtle and no longer express any attitude towards it, because their business model can't stand deep scrutiny. Talking too much will only make you more exposed. Damn it, I almost fell into Mr. Pei's trap again. Nia Yunxing realized that the road of public opinion war might not work for the time being. After several rounds of public opinion war, the Anti-Tenda Alliance thought they could regain their lost ground every time, but they lost even more miserably every time. Seeing that Nia Yunxing looked unhappy, the vice president asked carefully, "Boss Nia, do we really have to stop? But once we give up the position of public opinion, it will be extremely difficult to take it back in the future. Once this public opinion trend stabilizes and forms a stereotype in the minds of netizens, I am afraid we will never have a chance to turn things around." Nia Yunxing pondered for a moment and said, "Take a defensive stance for the next month, wait and see Pei Qian's strategy, and reorganize the resources in the hands of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Pei Qian is cunning and has endless means. It is easy for us to fall into his trap if we take the initiative. Why not do the opposite? Hold on first and see what Pei Qian does." It can also be regarded as a feigned retreat to see if Pei Qian can be paralyzed and careless. If Pei Qian or the person in charge of Tenda Group is overwhelmed by victory and does something irrational, then we can find an opportunity to counterattack instantly. As for the war of public opinion, of course we still have to continue, but we can't fight this kind of uncertain war again. We must find an excellent breakthrough before we can consider the war of public opinion. The vice president nodded hurriedly and quickly contacted the heads of other companies. Nie Yunqing's 5 fingers tapped on the table in a regular sound, and he reviewed the many battles with Tenda Group in his mind. He was deeply shocked by Pei Qian's ingenuity and cunning. What should I do to defeat this terrible opponent? Nie Yunqing fell into deep thought. Although it was not easy to win many battles with Tenda so far, the more Nie Yunqing fought, the more he felt that Tenda was so powerful that it was invincible. May 6th, Monday. This year's May Day holiday is a bit strange. On the surface, it is a 5-day holiday, but the 2 days in the middle are disconnected. Can this be tolerated? Pei Qian immediately waved his hand and directly allocated the weekends that were supposed to be worked to the employees, so that it became a real 7-day short vacation, and the employees did not officially start working until May 6th. As the scale of Tenda Group became larger and larger, the system became less and less concerned about such short vacations of 1 or 2 days, and Pei Qian did not need to take vacations according to legal holidays. Many times, as long as you don't go too far, the system will turn a blind eye. On the first day of work after the short holiday, Pei Qian sat in the office, thinking about the work plan for the next month. At this time, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. 2 long-lost faces walked into the office, Chen Kongtua and Min Jingqiao. 2 months have passed since the 2 people's suffering journey, which can be regarded as nirvana rebirth. After the rebirth, both of them have lost a little weight, and their skin has become a little tanned, but their spirits have obviously improved, and their whole bodies exude vigor and vitality. After the 2 finished the suffering journey, they came to find him according to Pei Qian's previous instructions. It's just that the suffering journey happened to catch up with the short holiday, so the 2 didn't come to the door until the long holiday was over. Pei Qian looked at Min Jingqiao's changes and patted his shoulder with relief. You've worked hard, come, sit down. Chen Kongtua felt a little sour when he saw that Pei Qian didn't mean to greet him. Why is President Pei so good to Min Jingqiao? Chen Kongtua didn't know that the reasons for him and Min Jingqiao's suffering journey were completely different. Pei Qian didn't notice the change in Chen Kongtua's expression and asked casually, how does the suffering trip feel? The 2 of them smiled indignantly but politely at the same time. It's not bad, it's quite inspiring. Chen Kongtua said with gritted teeth. Min Jingqiao forced a smile. My colleagues in the Skyfire studio all gave good reviews and strongly hope that Mr. Zhou can come and experience it in person. However, since I left the suffering journey, I have been paying attention to the Tenda public opinion war. I didn't expect that the dangerous public opinion war would be fought so beautifully. Mr. Pei is really calculating, and he has blocked every move of the anti-Tenda alliance. Especially in the field of food delivery, with advanced prediction, he directly stopped the home delivery. Chen Kongtua also agreed. Yes, I was also excited, but it's a pity that I was delayed in the suffering journey and couldn't come back to help. Otherwise, I must be the first to kill and turn the anti-Tenda alliance upside down. The remarks of the 2 made Pei Qian silent, and he felt that he seemed to have missed something. Public opinion war? Isn't it right? Hasn't the column the person in charge says been stopped for a long time? Where is the public opinion war? The information of these 2 people is really lagging behind. Pei Qian didn't know that he was the one who was actually behind in information. Although the online paper instantly triggered discussions among netizens about food delivery and other industries, the heat was mainly concentrated in the knowledge sections of UU App and Tue Live. There were also many people discussing in other online forums, but unfortunately, none of them were within Pei Qian's attention. Pei Qian's focus was off, so he didn't get what Min Jingqiao and Chen Kongtua were so excited about. He thought they had been isolated from the world during their painful journey, and the information was lagging behind. They were still congratulating themselves for something that happened a month ago. Pei Qian interrupted their excitement and got straight to the point. This time I called you because I have a new task for you. Many companies have seen the success of the cooperation between Skyfire Studio and us, so they also want to get the precious opportunity to cooperate with us. These companies are too enthusiastic and are almost fighting for the quota. I think there is a good saying on the internet before. Our Tenda is to stay true to our original aspiration and help the world. For these companies, we can help them a little bit. So, I plan to set up a Tenda cooperation department to work with other companies on some projects. Of course, the early stage is still mainly game development. Min Jingqiao, you have had successful experience in cooperation with Skyfire Studio. I think you are the best person in charge of this department. As for Chen Kongtua, you have been the person in charge of Jingji Hostel for so long, and it is time to change your job. You should go to the Tenda Cooperation Department to help Min Jingqiao first. In fact, Pei Qian only said half of it, and kept the other half hidden. On the surface, he was righteous and well-informed, but in fact, the reason why Pei Qian set up this Tenda Cooperation Department was because he had his own little thoughts. It is true that many companies came to seek cooperation. After all, Skyfire Studio made a lot of money by cooperating with Tenda. Which game company would not be jealous? But the reason why Pei Qian agreed and personally came forward to prepare for the Tenda Cooperation Department was mainly because he tasted the sweetness of profit sharing. The bonus that Skyfire Studio gave to Pei Qian as a producer directly covered the loss conversion for several months. How could Pei Qian miss such a good thing? Of course, this cooperation model should be carried forward. Pei Qian didn't expect that Chen Kongtua would get angry as soon as he said this, and expressed his opposition. Boss Pei, this is absolutely not allowed. I still have unfinished business to do at Jingji Hotel. Can I wait until I finish my work at Jingji Hotel before talking about helping out at Tenda Cooperation Department? Chen Kongtua has already handed over the draft design of the new haunted house project to Jingji Hotel, and now Wang Guangjian and Ma Yichun are in charge. This project can be said to be the result of Chen Kongtua's hard work and hatred, so how can he give up easily? So, Chen Kongtua doesn't want to go anywhere now, he just wants to return to Jingji Hotel immediately and work overtime to complete this project. Chapter 1576, The Haunted House Project is stepping up. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Well, that makes sense. Although it is important to send Chen Kongtua to assist Min Jingqiao in earning commissions, the new haunted house project of Jingji Hostel is more important. Seeing the raging anger in Chen Kongtua's eyes, Pei Qian knew that there would be no problem handing over this haunted house project to him. At present, the design of the haunted house project is jointly completed by Ruan Guangjian, Ma Yichun and Liang Qingfan. However, after completing the initial construction of the design plan, these people can basically withdraw. The subsequent continuous construction work still needs to be completed by Chen Kongtua in cooperation with the construction party. After making up his mind, Pei Qian said to Chen Kongtua, since you are so determined, then go back to Jingji Inn and cooperate with Ruan Guangjian to complete the haunted house project. But in this case, Min Jingqiao, you are short of an assistant. Who do you think is more suitable to help you set up this Tenda Cooperation Department? Min Jingqiao stroked his chin and locked in the right person after a little thought, or let Wu Bin go with me. Wu Bin is in charge of Tenda's recruitment examination in the Human Resources Department, and is not the head of the department. Moreover, the Human Resources Department was not a key department in Pei Qian's eyes, so it was not included in the plan for the person in charge to go to the grassroots. In short, Wu Bin must be free. In addition, he is a professional in human resources management and is very suitable to help Min Jingqiao. Pei Qian was also very satisfied with this assignment. Okay, then send Wu Bin to go with you. This matter can't be rushed. You two go back and rest first. I will release the news that Tenda Cooperation Department is cooperating with other companies to see which companies are interested in this. After confirming the list of candidates, you can choose a company that you are most satisfied with. And Pei Qian looked at Chen Kongtua. You are the person in charge of Jingji Hostel. If you see that the project is not bold enough after you go back, you must remember 4 words: increase the intensity. Pei Qian gave the greatest trust to Chen Kongtua. Just like the high trust he gave to Bao Su at the beginning. Pei Qian firmly believed that as long as he could continue to add fuel to the fire on both sides, these 2 young dragons and phoenixes would continue to move forward and shine on the road of torturing each other. Chen Kongtua was deeply moved. President Pei, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Tuesday, May 7th. Chen Kongtua returned to the Jingji hostel and felt the warmth of returning home. No, to be more precise, he did not return to his home, but to his position and main battlefield. From this moment on, Chen Kongtua finally picked up his weapon and was about to fire the first shot against Bao Su's suffering trip. Chen Kongtua came to the office area of Jingji Hostel and saw Wang Guangjian and Ma Yichun studying the plan of Jingji Hostel. At present, Jingji Hostel has broken ground and the general framework has been finalized, but some details still need to be studied and discussed repeatedly. For example, how should some text clues in Jingji Hostel be arranged? What is the specific content? How should the details of playing in Jingji Hostel be set? These still need to be discussed repeatedly. Chen Kongtua coughed twice, and the 2 people who were immersed in the research plan turned their heads and saw him who was exhausted. Ma Yichun saw the person clearly, was stunned for a moment, and immediately smiled and said, Chen Kongtua, you have suffered. Chen Kongtua lost weight and darkened a circle, and he must have suffered a lot of hardships. Ma Yichun and Wang Guangjian have also been on the suffering trip, and they know that Chen Kongtua's situation is probably given special care by Bao Su. Chen Kongtua smiled casually. It's okay, the past is the past, the focus is on the future. After that, he pulled a chair and joined the discussion of the new haunted house project. Ma Yichun and Wang Guangjian briefly introduced the current design ideas of the haunted house. Chen Kongtua understood it quickly because this design idea was designed according to his idea at the time. In short, it is to make the terror hostel a real hostel. The general style of this new haunted house project will continue the style of the haunted house nightmare, that is, to use some common elements in daily life to achieve a better mental attack effect. In the most extreme cases, adventurers can even be required to stay in this new haunted house project for a week or a month, even eating and sleeping in it. The scenes of the new haunted house are also related to Tenda's projects. For example, the dining area is similar to Moyu Takeaway, equipped with Moyu Internet Cafe and managed gym, but they are all in a horror style. It is absolutely common to have ghosts from time to time. In addition, there are also a few areas that will be more thrilling and exciting, restoring the experience of suffering in the suffering journey. For example, a certain hungry ghost abyss requires rock climbing and climbing up from the bottom. There is also Huangquan swimming, which requires swimming across a small lake, but the water surface will appear strange under the light, and you can see the ghosts under the water. In addition, there are off-site interactive sessions, where the heads of various departments can play ghosts and scare adventurers in various ways. If you want to leave here quickly, you need to solve puzzles, go to various dangerous places to complete designated tasks, and get text message guidance. These text messages were carefully arranged by Ma Yichun, and the answers will not be revealed directly. Further decryption and interpretation are required. What's more terrifying is that once the interpretation fails, everything will be reset to 0 and start over. Perfectly reproduce the scene that day when Bao Su just returned from his trip and was notified to embark on the journey again before he even had time to pack his bag. In short, everything is to give adventurers the greatest degree of shock. That's right. The tourists in this haunted house can no longer be called tourists, they are veritable adventurers. After reading this plan, Chen Kongtua already felt a cold sweat on his back. He is a person who has passed the ultimate terror countless times, and he is familiar with the ghosts and scares of this most terrifying project at present. But even so, he thought about this new haunted house project, and still felt hairy all over his body and shuddered. Too exciting. Really too exciting. But this is interesting. On the one hand, the haunted house project is prepared for those who pursue extreme challenges. A haunted house that is not scary has no meaning of existence. Because people who are afraid of ghosts will not enter a haunted house, and those who enter a haunted house want to challenge themselves. Moreover, if this haunted house project is not scary, how can it control Bao Su? Bao Su had also been to the horror house of Wushan State Mental Hospital. His spirit was as hard as steel, and he was considered a very tough enemy among the responsible persons. If this haunted house, which cost a lot of money, failed to have any effect on Bao Su, wouldn't the money be wasted? In short, the haunted house must be as scary as possible to fulfill its mission and not waste Mr. Pei's money. However, based on this plan, Chen Kongtua had a new idea. You too, I think the specific rules need to be further refined. I have to say that this haunted house is completely scary enough. But I think it lacks flexibility. Brother Bao is a man of many years of experience, and this difficulty may be just right for him. But for ordinary tourists, this is a bit too cruel. I'm afraid few people have the courage to enter. Although I designed this haunted house to teach Brother Bao a lesson, I still hope that this project can make money. You can't spend Tingda's money to vent your anger without considering recovering the cost. It's too unprofessional to do this. It's too disappointing to Mr. Pei's cultivation and expectations. Wang Guangjian nodded and said, the current version is indeed too scary. After it is built, people like me who are timid will definitely not dare to go in and play. Ma Yichun pondered for a moment and said, from the perspective of the game, perhaps we can provide tourists with different difficulty options. But this is a real scene after all, not a game. How should the difficulty option be adjusted? Chen Kongtua said confidently, this is very simple. There are mainly two dimensions, one is time and the other is the number of people. First of all, we require tourists to go through the haunted house nightmare before they can enter this new project. At the beginning, you must not experience it for a long time. It is enough for tourists to experience it for 1 to 3 hours. If tourists feel scared, they can call for help and leave at any time. If tourists feel that they are still not satisfied and even want to come again, then we can add more time. In addition, tourists can choose to enter multiple people at the same time. Because this place is very large, it would be too wasteful if only one person is playing. It is very likely that he will not be able to find those clues, and he has not solved the puzzle, but just wasted in the same place. In this case, won't the tourists be completely unable to experience the content we carefully prepared? This is definitely not okay. As long as a few more tourists enter, they will become braver and will spontaneously explore the puzzle content in the haunted house. Although this is equivalent to turning the haunted house into an escape room, it also further expands the tourist group. I think it is a setting that has more advantages than disadvantages. This point was unanimously recognized by Wang Guangjian and Ma Yichun. That's right. This can attract more tourists to enter the haunted house experience, we agree. The original design direction was to go in the most terrifying direction. Because if there is some reservation at the beginning, the final product will definitely be disappointing. As a result, it was discovered after the design was completed that it seemed a bit too much. If it is completed according to this design plan now, it is estimated that most tourists will be discouraged, and only a very small number of horror house enthusiasts will have the courage to experience the whole process. This is actually not in line with everyone's original intention of designing a horror house. Only by allowing tourists to experience the contents of the horror house as much as possible, this horror house will not be in vain. Like the Wushan mental hospital, most tourists were scared away when they experienced the first 5% of the content. Wouldn't the content behind be wasted? By adjusting the time and the number of people on demand, this new haunted house project can open different sessions. There are both single-person sessions and multi-person sessions. There are both short-term and long-term sessions. Just like the regular hall and giant screen hall in a movie theater are arranged in turns. Tourists can choose the session they prefer to experience according to their affordability. The official Jingji hostel can also dynamically adjust the schedule of sessions according to the number of applicants for different sessions, so that the venue of this new project can be used with maximum efficiency. Every once in a while, Jingji Hostel can also close the venue and make it a special session for the head of Tenda department for everyone to experience in depth. Of course, this head of department specifically refers to Bao Su and his suffering journey. Thinking of this, Chen Kongtua was very excited. He seemed to have seen the scene of personally sending Bao Su into the haunted house project. When he thought of this scene, he couldn't wait to invest 120% of his enthusiasm in the haunted house project and see it officially open as soon as possible. Chapter 1577, Sleep Peacefully Office Chat System. May 8, Wednesday. This is the first batch of companies that signed up for the Tenda Cooperation Department. The number of people is a little bit more. Take a look, which one should we go to first? Pei Qian handed the tablet to Min Jingqiao. Min Jingqiao reached out to take the tablet, and when he saw the list in the table, he couldn't help but look stunned. Boss Pei, you call this a little bit more? There are more than 70 companies on the list. And among them are not only game companies and game channels, but also many other messy companies, companies of all sizes and all walks of life. Why are these companies joining in the fun? Min Jingqiao himself is a game designer, so he can only cooperate with companies related to games. When Boss Pei established the Tenda Cooperation Department, he had already made it very clear to other companies. But these unrelated companies still signed up without hesitation. Some companies said, it doesn't matter, when there is a suitable candidate, or when Min Jingqiao has time to understand these businesses in depth, it will not be too late to cooperate. Now, sign up first to take a place. Min Jingqiao couldn't tell for a moment, were these companies trusting him too much? Or were they trusting Tengda's ability to make money too much? Or maybe they are just trying to make a presence in front of Tenda and make up the numbers? However, it is more likely that Skyfire Studio made a lot of money with the game Bullet Hole 2, making countless companies jealous and envious. This business miracle made Tenda Cooperation Department a hot commodity, and every company wanted to hold on to this golden thigh. This made Min Jingqiao feel a little panicked. Boss Pei, these companies seem to have some unrealistic expectations of my abilities. The success of the cooperation with Skyfire Studio was mainly due to your better ideas. Now that Tenda Cooperation Department has lost your help, I am worried that I will not be able to do it. Pei Qian waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this. I have already told these companies. Tenda Cooperation Department is only responsible for coming up with ideas. They provide people and money, and they are responsible for their own profits and losses. If the project loses money, it has nothing to do with us. It's because they are too incompetent and can't lead the way. If the project makes money, give part of the bonus to Tenda and Tengda's cooperation, including you and me. As long as it succeeds, it's a win-win situation. These companies are all voluntary and have signed agreements. You just need to let go and do it without worrying too much. For Pei Qian, this kind of cooperation has no direct interest to him. Losing money will not have any impact on Tenda. These companies are responsible for their own profits and losses. If he makes money, as the chief designer, it wouldn't be too much for Pei Qian to take some commission and bonus, right? So he doesn't have so many burdens and is much calmer than Min Jingqiao. Infected by President Pei's spirit, Min Jingqiao also calmed down and kept encouraging himself with the Tenda spirit in his heart. If President Pei thinks it's okay, then it must be okay. Min Jingqiao picked out the company he wanted to go to the most from the company list. Boss Pei, let's start with Longyu Group. Pei Qian was a little surprised by his choice. Why should we go to Longyu Group first? Haven't they tasted the sweetness of the cooperation project of Bullet Hole 2 before? Min Jingqiao was silent for a moment and explained, the reason why I chose Longyu Group is mainly for 3 considerations. First, Longyu Group is the leading game channel in China and has a large number of games. After going to Longyu Group, my work focus can be on transforming and improving these Krypton Gold games and changing their operating strategies. As a numerical balancer, I have been responsible for GOG operations for a long time. I am more proficient and more confident in this regard. Second, Longyu Group can put pressure on some cooperating developers and ask them to modify the game. As a large channel ranked high in China, Longyu Group has the strength to do so. Reforming Longyu Group means transforming many game developers at the same time. In terms of efficiency, it is much more efficient than going to other game development companies. Third, Longyu Group has tasted some sweetness from our previous cooperation, which means they will be more obedient. Although we can constrain them by signing an agreement and requiring partners to comply with regulations, the agreement cannot cover everything after all. If some employees do not cooperate at work and some leaders secretly trip me up, I will be very uncomfortable. Since Longyu Group has tasted some sweetness from our previous cooperation, it will be more difficult for them to cooperate with us. If you have tasted the sweetness, then you will trust and rely on me more, and I will have less resistance when working. In summary, I think that if the cooperation between Tenda Cooperation Department and Longyu Group is also successful, then it will be a natural thing to expand the cooperation to other companies. This is another good benchmark. Pei Qian agreed with Min Jingqiao's idea. Since you have considered it comprehensively, don't worry about my absence, just go ahead and do it boldly. But Min Jingqiao did not get carried away by Pei Qian's encouragement. He paused and said, Boss Pei, I still lack a handy management tool. After signing the cooperation agreement, although the general direction of the content was agreed upon, it is difficult to implement this agreement in daily work. As I said just now, I am very worried that some employees will not cooperate, or some leaders will secretly trip me up. After all, the situation of each company is different, and there are many internal factions. As a new manager, I am easily sidelined and isolated. Although Longyu Group is a relatively reliable company, it is a large company with deep internal waters. I am not sure that after obtaining the support of the senior management of Longyu Group, I will be able to implement my plan without any obstacles. The previous success of the cooperation with Tianhua Studio was because Zhou Mian understood the game industry. I'm very happy to see the show, and I'm completely convinced by your idea, Mr. Pei. In addition, Sun Shi and others get along well with me, and it's the combination of chance that has brought such a good effect. And this time I'm alone, and I'm really a little worried. Pei Qian seemed to have anticipated this problem, and smiled slightly and said, That's easy. Our company's new office software has just been developed, you can try it. When the time comes, you bring this new office software and force all employees from top to bottom in the company that cooperates with Tenda to use this software. We will write this directly into the cooperation agreement, and they must comply. Min Jingqiao was surprised. Mr. Pei, does this software have a name? Of course there is. Its name is ARS. Pei Qian said with a smile. This name sounds a bit unfamiliar, and I don't know which 3 words it is an abbreviation for. Min Jingqiao thought that the most commonly used office software is called FXT, and there may be some connection between them. Seeing his puzzled face, Pei Qian explained, It is the abbreviation of Arouse Revolution System. Min Jingqiao pondered these 3 words, awakening reform system? Pei Qian smiled slightly, that's right. This office software is to arouse a reform in the company's office field. It is not only an office software, but also a complete and comprehensive communication system. Min Jingqiao praised, this name is really appropriate. Pei Qian smiled slightly and did not tell Min Jingqiao the real abbreviation of ARS. He was afraid that Min Jingqiao would not be able to hold back after knowing the truth. In fact, this ARS is not an awakening reform system at all, but an abbreviation of the 3 words sleep peacefully. Pei Qian's original intention was that the biggest difference between this software and other work communication software is that other software will suddenly wake people up from their sleep at midnight to perform urgent work. This communication software will never have such a situation. All employees who use it can sleep peacefully at any time, whether sleeping at night or taking a break at noon, without worrying about being woken up. What a fitting name. Such a name is naturally from the handwriting of the little genius Pei. Min Jingqiao immediately said, it will be much easier with this software. If someone wants to secretly trip me up and does not cooperate with my work, I will directly use this software to deal with them. There is absolutely no need to worry about the situation where I let employees rest, but they dare not rest. Min Jingqiao said, and stood up eagerly, I will leave for the Magic City now, and strive to complete the handover of work this Friday, and start a comprehensive transformation of Longyu Group from next Monday. Pei Qian also stood up and patted him on the shoulder, come on, I'll wait for the news of your triumphant return. After sending Min Jingqiao away, Pei Qian briefly checked the situation of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. It seems that the Anti-Tenda Alliance has died down recently. Oh, it's so boring. I didn't do anything, but they were defeated. It's so frustrating. Forget it, let them take a good rest. After all, this cycle is too long, and there is no need to rush for just 1 or 2 days. If you follow the thinking of normal people, you must seize the opportunity and add fuel to the fire at this time. The Anti-Tenda Alliance started the war of public opinion, but lost the war and is now retreating. If the Tenda Group launches a public opinion offensive now, it may be able to achieve good results. But Pei Qian doesn't think so. What if the Anti-Tenda Alliance is defeated in one wave, won't there be no fun next? This cycle is still long. Since the Anti-Tenda Alliance has retreated, give it a chance to recuperate and try to nurture the enemy. In the short term, I'd better focus on the Tenda Cooperation Department. If everything goes well, Min Jingqiao should be able to bring me a good bonus income. The income from losing money during settlement should be considered, and the usual miscellaneous income should also be considered. You can't favor one over the other, just because one is 15 million and the other is a few 100,000. These are all money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent an internal notice to all departments again. Inform all departments that they no longer need to pay attention to the movements of the Anti-Tenda Alliance, but concentrate on handling their own internal work. If Min Jingqiao's Tenda Cooperation Department needs anything, all departments should pay close attention and cooperate with them. This will give the Anti-Tenda Alliance some time to prepare well and make this battle last longer. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1578 Prescription for Longyu Group. May 13, Monday. Modu, Longyu Group Headquarters. Come on, Brother Min, please come this way. Longyu Group's HR Director, Mr. Kong, enthusiastically led Min Jingqiao into his office. All employees of Longyu Group regard Min Jingqiao as a living god of wealth. In fact, at the beginning, the senior management of Longyu Group had some differences on the cooperation with Tenda. After all, Longyu Group and Tenda Group have been fighting for so long, burning a lot of money and suffering a lot of losses. With such deep resentment, many senior management do not trust Tenda. During the development of Bullet Hole 2, Pei Qian asked Longyu Group not to interfere in the operation of this game, and even did not have the qualifications to make suggestions, which caused indignation among many senior management of Longyu Group. But after Bullet Hole 2 became popular, all these voices disappeared. Everyone said, "It's really good." After all, who would have trouble with money? Longyu Group can directly make up for the loss of IOI with this game alone, and can also completely consolidate its position as a first-tier domestic game channel provider through this game. As for the good-looking financial statements and rising stock prices, they are just by the way. The senior management of Longyu Group also made a lot of money in this cooperation, and their resentment towards Tenda naturally disappeared because the money was in place. Of course, there are some narrow-minded senior management who are still full of prejudice against Tenda, but in this environment, they dare not speak out. So, when Tenda announced the establishment of Tenda Cooperation Department, Longyu Group immediately signed up. I didn't have much hope at first, because there were many companies that signed up this time, and Longyu Group had already had indirect cooperation with Tenda. Unexpectedly, Min Jingqiao really chose Longyu Group. For the senior management of Longyu Group, this is obviously a great thing, and naturally they have to pay 100% attention to it. Faced with the enthusiasm of Longyu Group, Min Jingqiao was not overwhelmed. He knew that this was just a superficial courtesy. Once Min Jingqiao showed the whole reform plan, some senior management of Longyu Group would definitely stand up and obstruct and oppose it in various ways. Therefore, Min Jingqiao did not show too much enthusiasm. He sat down and drank a sip of tea, and then spoke calmly. President Pei should have communicated with you about the details of this cooperation agreement, right? President Kong nodded quickly. We have communicated, we fully agree and abide by all the contents of the agreement, and there is no problem with changing the communication software. It was communication, but in fact it was President Pei's unilateral order. Who dares to question Mr. Pei's decision? What if Mr. Pei gets upset and asks Min Jingqiao to change a cooperative company? Wouldn't that mean the duck in hand flies away? Therefore, even if Longyu Group has some doubts about some of the contents of this agreement, it can only accept it unconditionally. What's more, this kind of cooperation model is not the first time. In the previous cooperation, Mr. Pei's attitude was very tough. This time, Longyu Group is used to it. Min Jingqiao is very satisfied. Since there is no problem, let's start right away. Mr. Kong was a little surprised. There is no need to be so anxious, right? Why don't you take a break first, and I will call a few responsible persons to accompany you for dinner in the evening, to welcome you. When we get to the dinner table, we will eat and chat. Min Jingqiao immediately shook his head. Time is precious, so let's skip these tedious links. My plan is to complete all the work within 2 weeks, let's hurry up. Mr. Kong was stunned for a moment. 2 weeks? How can this be done in 2 weeks? 2 months is about right, and half a year is not too long. But seeing Min Jingqiao's confident look, Mr. Kong didn't dare to say anything. Min Jingqiao saw Mr. Kong standing there in a daze, and added, assign someone to help me as soon as possible, mainly responsible for communicating with various departments. It's best to be familiar with the game operation business, and have certain qualifications and prestige in various departments. General Manager Kong did not dare to neglect. No problem, do you have anyone you want to choose? Min Jingqiao said without hesitation, is there a person in charge of the operation department named Jin Yong? I heard from General Manager Zhao that this person has a good reputation and is down to earth, so let's ask him to come. General Manager Kong did not expect Min Jingqiao to really have a candidate. It seems that he came prepared, and he did not dare to neglect it. Jin Yong is now responsible for the operation of Bullet Hole 2, but considering that the operation strategy of this game is determined by Tenda, Jin Yong actually does not have too heavy work to do. For someone like Jin Yong, who is relatively capable and can take the lead at any time, it is a bit of a waste of talent to do this kind of work. Letting him help Min Jingqiao is not a great use of talent. General Manager Kong nodded. I need to ask the big leader General Manager Ding about this matter, but don't worry, there should be no big problem. I will arrange his personnel transfer as soon as possible. Min Jingqiao is very satisfied with General Manager Kang's cooperation. Before coming, Min Jingqiao had done a rough investigation and had a certain understanding of the situation of Longyu Group. According to Zhao Shuming's method, Jin Yong is a trustworthy assistant. And Min Jingqiao wants to make drastic reforms to the game operation model of Longyu Group. The biggest resistance will come from the company's boss and president, Mr. Ding, but Min Jingqiao was not in a hurry, he came prepared. It is not difficult to deal with President Ding, as long as Pei Qian, the Buddha, is brought out. Now everything is ready. Min Jingqiao can just wait for Jin Yong to arrive and deploy a specific reform plan with him. In the afternoon, the new office area after the Longyu Group, Tenda Cooperation Department and Longyu Group Operation Team docked. After a busy morning, Jin Yong's work handover was completed at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the dedicated office space of Min Jingqiao's team has also been tidied up. In this large office space, there are not only Min Jingqiao and Jin Yong's 2 workstations, but also some workstations for the operation of Longyu Group's main game projects. Originally, the operation managers of various game projects were scattered in different places, but now they are gathered together. This is also a special request of Min Jingqiao, which is modified according to the Tenda model. Because Min Jingqiao feels that as the heads of various departments, it is easy to have poor communication in their respective offices. And this centralized arrangement makes it convenient for him to drive people away one by one after get-off work. When Jin Yong was in charge of the operations department of Bullet Hole 2, he had already dealt with Min Jingqiao and was also influenced by Tenda's operations philosophy, so there didn't need to be too much adjustment and the two could connect directly. These are the main projects we are currently operating. How can we change them? Jin Yong briefly introduced the situation of several game projects. Min Jingqiao took a brief look at the situation of these games and had nothing to say for the time being. Several of them are Krypton Gold games, and they are the kind of games that require both liver and Krypton. Longyu Group's previous operating strategy emphasized a dry pond to catch fish. It is not appropriate to put the blame on Mr. Zhao and Jin Yong. The source should still be Mr. Ding. This operating strategy is to overemphasize data performance and put data first. There is a saying that data will not deceive. This sentence seems to be fine, but data can also be divided into comprehensive data and one-sided data. One-sided data, if interpreted incorrectly, is likely to get a completely wrong answer. In Min Jingqiao's view, data can certainly reflect problems, but you can't rely on data for everything. Otherwise, what do you need operators for? Is it just to design activities? As an operator, the most important task is to analyze a game and understand the feelings of players. You can't completely obey the players, nor can you completely ignore the players. Game operations can be considered an alternative type of game designer, except that designers focus on gameplay, while game operations focus on player experience in terms of consumption and activities. Min Jingqiao had a clear plan before coming. After a little consideration, he explained, we can simply divide these games into 3 categories. The first category is the ones that are already on the verge of failure. For this kind of game, the current planned operation activities should be those that exhaust the resources and squeeze out all the surplus value, right? All similar activities will be cancelled. We need to make drastic reforms to these games to avoid the loss of bottom-level players as much as possible. As for how to do it specifically, I have a report here that talks about the situation of Hot Blood War Song at the time. You can go back and study it. The second category is the ones that are currently as popular as the sun for this kind of game. Go to the forum to listen to the players' demands and give priority to improving the issues they are most concerned about. It is not advisable to make too many changes to the current framework, and it should be done step by step. The third category is more special, which is neither very popular nor very deserted. For these games, reduce the performance pressure for their R&D teams, let them have more gameplay, and be restrained in operational activities. Find a few reliable operation managers and formulate plans based on the characteristics of these projects. It must be completed within 3 days. Min Jingchao's words surprised Jin Yong. He thought Min Jingchao would directly change all games to Tenda's conscientious game mode. After all, from Min Jingchao's resume, from GOG to Bullet Hole 2, they all relied on the operation idea of conscientious games to defeat all opponents. Unexpectedly, Min Jingchao gave completely different operation plans for these games. However, this also highlights Min Jingchao's professionalism. Because the operation strategy of the game is directly linked to the charging method of the game, and the charging method of the game is often related to the underlying architecture and gameplay design of the game. If the underlying architecture of the game is not studied in depth and the feasibility is demonstrated, the operation strategy of the game will be changed rashly, which is likely to produce the effect of cutting the boat to find the sword, which is counterproductive. Min Jingchao's thinking is very clear. For those games that are about to die violently, Min Jingchao's idea is not to squeeze the last surplus value, but to reform drastically and strive to survive. Through this drastic reform, to reverse the vicious cycle of the continuous loss of game players, to bet on a miracle. For some games with good operation and thriving, you can't act rashly. Governing a big country is like cooking fresh food, and every change made must be strictly demonstrated. As for those games that are neither hot nor cold, we should work hard on the root of the game and launch some better gameplay and better operation activities. In short, once these 3 strategies came out, Jin Yong realized that Min Jingchao's success in running GOG and Bullet Hole 2 was definitely not just a reputation, and it was certainly not all due to Mr. Pei. He really has real talent. Chapter 1579, Soliciting Opinions and Having the Final Say. 2 hours later, Jin Yong called several major operation managers to the conference room. Min Jingchao was going to hold a meeting to finalize the operation modification plan. Before the meeting, Jin Yong had informed each operation manager of the 3 categories of games operated by Longyu Group that Min Jingchao had divided, and introduced the general modification direction of each category of games. The direction was set by Min Jingchao, but the specific modification details still had to be completed by these operation managers. In addition, Min Jingchao also wanted to listen to the opinions and suggestions of each operation manager on the modification direction. For the new operation plan, if you have any opinions and suggestions, please put forward them. If you think the modification plan is not good for the game itself, you must point it out in time. Or if you have any additional opinions, you can also speak out boldly, and everyone can speak freely and discuss fully. Min Jingchao's attitude was very humble, which surprised all the operation managers. You know, when Min Jingchao was in Tianhua Studio, he had dealt with Longyu Group. At that time, Min Jingchao left the impression of being rather domineering and overbearing on the people he was dealing with. His decisions were rarely changed, and he would not even make the slightest concession. Unexpectedly, Min Jingchao's attitude today was very friendly, and he also asked for everyone's opinions. This made all the operation managers a little unbelievable. I don't know if Min Jingchao's attitude of asking for opinions is sincere or just for show. However, since Min Jingchao has given them the opportunity to speak, the operation managers still raised their hands and expressed their opinions. The first operation manager who spoke was obviously prepared. He said bluntly, in the plan, many games that have completely lost hope have to be drastically modified. Does this really make sense? These games are either completely outdated or the games themselves have irreversible defects. Modifying these games will cost a huge manpower cost, and after the modification, it may not be very profitable. In my opinion, it is better to maintain the original plan, quickly squeeze out the potential, and then give up. Instead of these modifications, we might as well concentrate resources and redevelop a new game. As soon as this was said, many other operation managers also agreed. Min Jingqiao smiled and shook his head. You can't think about the problem that way. The gaming industry is a creative industry. For a game, configuration and graphics are of course very important and determine the first impression of the player. But in the final analysis, the soul of the game is still its gameplay and rules. Many new games, after a year of hard work, are not doing well after they are launched, and become unpopular after 3 months of intensive changes. This is mainly because there are problems with the gameplay and operation ideas, and no matter how good the graphics are, there is no way to save it. Many evergreen games, whose graphics are obviously 2 or 3 years behind the times, are still very popular, and even the popularity can continue perfectly, because they have chosen the right gameplay and operation ideas. In this case, then the old games, it is possible for the game to have a second life through appropriate modifications. I think the problem of Longyu Group now is not the amount of resources and the size of the game library. In terms of resources, Longyu Group is already the top channel provider in China, with no shortage of games, let alone good games. In this case, what difference does it make if there is one more game or one less game? What difference does it make if you make more money or less money? The problem of Longyu Group lies in the company's entire operating philosophy. Too eager for quick success and too dependent on data. They only know how to dig into data, but rarely analyze the needs of players from a designer's perspective, and rarely analyze the characteristics of the game itself. So, this is not just about extending the life of several games that are about to die, nor is it about accomplishing some great feat of changing fate, but about gradually reversing this wrong operating concept through these games. When there is a problem with the game, we can't just throw it out, we have to find the right remedy. What if we can revive 2 or 3 of these games, and their popularity gradually rises? Isn't that a profit? Even if all the changes fail, we can still accumulate valuable experience. If we don't experiment with games that are about to die, should we experiment with games that are making money? Min Jingqiao's point of view obviously successfully convinced the operation manager, who asked the question. He nodded and kept silent. Min Jingqiao glanced at a manager who was hesitant to speak, and used his eyes to signal him to speak his mind. The person in charge stood up and said, I didn't expect you to make such a modification plan for the first type of games. I thought you would do it like GOG or bullet hole too. Min Jingqiao smiled slightly. Do you think I will force these games to change to a conscientious charging model? Of course not. As a game operator, the most important thing is to analyze specific problems specifically. Each game has its own characteristics, and one move affects the whole body. You can't just make random changes on a whim. These games are very popular and have a large number of players, and many of these players have already made large recharges in the game. The game is already a tight and rigorous ecological system. If we rashly destroy this system, it will cause great harm to the players. For this kind of game changes, we have to proceed step by step. It may take several versions or even 1 or 2 years to transform them from a relatively extreme environment to a better environment. So, this matter cannot be rushed. Although I support Tenda's conscientious operation model of steady and long-term operation, I will not make the mistake of cutting the boat to find the sword. Next, several operation managers raised questions, and Min Jingqiao also patiently answered them one by one. These are experienced operation managers, who have preconceived operation concepts in their hearts. These deep-rooted operation concepts naturally conflict with Min Jingqiao's views. Min Jingqiao easily convinced them through the operation concepts he learned at Tenda and his successful experience in GOG and Bullet Hole 2. Jin Yong said with emotion, I didn't expect you to explain these issues so patiently. If it were me, I might have forced them to do it directly. Min Jingqiao smiled with a little fatigue. we need to discuss and unify our thoughts first, so that the follow-up work can be carried out. Otherwise, if the work is arranged, everyone agrees verbally but does not cooperate privately, and cannot be properly implemented, wouldn't that delay things? Even in Tenda, when President Pei is arranging work, each person in charge can raise questions at any time, and President Pei will answer them patiently. Unless there are some questions that are temporarily inconvenient to disclose and require the person in charge to understand them by himself, President Pei will refuse to answer. Pei's attitude towards this is that there is no need to be afraid of questioning and discussion. Only in constant questioning and discussion will the truth gradually emerge. Pei can maintain a gentle style of doing things, so what qualifications do I have to be the only one who has the final say? When President Pei was mentioned, everyone in the conference room, including Min Jingqiao, showed an expression of admiration on their faces. If President Pei was there, it is estimated that the people present would not raise any questions, but would strictly follow President Pei's requirements. But according to Min Jingqiao, although President Pei's insights and abilities in most fields are higher than everyone else, he still attaches great importance to listening to other people's opinions. Perhaps only an excellent leader like President Pei can cultivate an excellent subordinate like Min Jingqiao. At this point in the meeting, all the modification plans were basically passed. Each operation manager received his own task. According to Min Jingqiao's requirements, each of them came up with an operation plan, and then held a meeting to discuss the new plan. After assigning the tasks, Min Jingqiao continued, "We'll do it after the plan meeting." Now, let's move on to the next topic. About the workflow. I require all departments and individuals who have business dealings with Tenda Cooperation Department to use our latest office software ARS. You can study the basic functions of this office software slowly after you go back. But I will explain a few requirements first. This software will count the number of work-related information sent after work. If too much work-related information is sent, it will automatically issue a notice of criticism and copy it to me. The responsible person should pay special attention to the processing method. If the tasks are not issued according to the process, the responsibility is not on the employees, but on the responsible persons. When using this office software, you must strictly follow the time specified by the office software to go to work and leave work. You cannot arrive early or leave late. This card point punching list is the most standard requirement for employees. If it is found that an employee arrives early or leaves late, or even continues to work after punching in at the card point, the crime is aggravated and must be severely punished. As soon as this was said, the responsible persons present were surprised. This isn't good? This is too inflexible. What if some employees are at a critical juncture in their work and don't want to be disconnected, and accidentally leave a little later? What should we do? Yes, our company has always implemented a flexible working system. Many employees often arrive at the company after 10 a.m. I am afraid that many people will not be able to adapt to such a rigid time limit. In my opinion, why don't we proceed step by step? First give everyone a month to gradually adapt to this work and rest schedule, and then slowly change it. Min Jingqiao said firmly, "No. My plan is to see results within 2 weeks. How can I have so much time to gradually adapt in a month?" You can raise any opinions on the operation plan, and you can compromise on non-principled issues. But there is no room for negotiation on the issue of working hours and work processes. Anyone who dares not comply will be dealt with according to the regulations, and will never be tolerated. Min Jingqiao's seriousness made the operation managers look at each other in bewilderment. Sure enough, Min Jingqiao's kind face just now was all pretended. This is his true face. Once they encounter a principled issue, these leaders of Tenda are more stubborn than the most stubborn bulls, and no one can persuade them. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became tense. Jin Yong coughed twice and said, "I have made it so clear, why don't you hurry up and execute it?" Tell all your subordinates clearly that no one can come in early or leave late. They must strictly follow the rules of this software to clock in. If there is any problem, you will be held accountable. Do you understand? The responsible persons nodded one after another and then left the conference room. When almost everyone had left, Jin Yong lowered his voice and said, "Brother Min, I can see that you are here to make drastic reforms this time. But I have to give you a heads up. These people in charge are easy to deal with, but the ones who are not easy to deal with are above them." Obviously, Jin Yong was referring to Mr. Ding. Min Jingqiao smiled easily, "Don't worry. If he dares to stop me, I will naturally find a way to deal with him." Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1580, Can You Really Get Off Work on Time? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. If Longyu Group was not the best choice in the list of companies given by President Pei, Min Jingqiao would not want to come at all. Although Longyu Group has many excellent middle-level cadres such as Jin Yonghe and several operation managers, the problem of senior leadership is a headache. The harm of a stupid leader is greater than that of 100 stupid employees. If you encounter a stupid employee, as long as he is willing to listen, you can teach him slowly, and slow work will produce fine work. But it is difficult to deal with a stupid leader. Stupid leaders are generally arrogant and will not easily listen to the opinions and suggestions of their subordinates. Sometimes they will even get angry and fire the person who made the suggestion. Although Min Jingqiao doesn't like President Ding of Longyu Group, since he is here, he must overcome all difficulties and get this thing done. Even if President Ding wants to make some trouble, he must suppress it. Tuesday, May 14th. There are still more than 5 minutes before the start of work, and a long line has already formed at the clock-in counter at the entrance of Longyu Group. Oh, why did the flexible working day get cancelled? Waking up early is killing me. I didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning yesterday, and I had to struggle to get up early in the morning. The key is that we arrived early. Can we really get off work on time in the evening? I think it's difficult. The new Mr. Min has good intentions, but can he really implement it? The whole company has been following this work and rest time for so many years, how can it be changed, just by saying so? I think it should be okay to torment us employees. The key is that we can get off work so early. Will the big bosses agree? As they lined up to punch in, they whispered to each other, and it was obvious that they were still a little irritated because they got up too early. Originally, Longyu Group had a flexible working system, and people could punch in from 9 to 11 in the morning. Of course, if you punch in late in the morning, you have to make up for it before leaving get off work in the evening. The original intention of this working time arrangement was good, and it fully took into account the habit of some young employees who like to sleep in, allowing employees to arrange their working time more freely. But the problem is that when overtime is popular, this working system has changed. Because of frequent overtime, many people have to work until 10 o'clock in the evening before they can leave. It's already very late after get off work. If I do some other things, it's easy to work until 1 or 2 in the morning, and it's normal not to get up the next day. By analogy, the time to go to work in the morning becomes 11 noon. But if I clock in late in the morning, I have to make up for it in the evening, so I naturally work overtime until very late. When the whole department follows this kind of work schedule, if you come in early in the morning, no one will cooperate with you. If you leave early in the evening, others will ask you to cooperate with them, but you are not there. This will delay the work. Moreover, after get off work, it is also the peak time for the big boss and department heads to inspect. Employees with flexible working hours come to work late and leave work late, which naturally gives people the impression of working hard overtime. And those employees who come to work early and leave work early, although the working hours are the same, have been deducted from the impression points. Over time, most employees have adjusted their work schedule to work at 11 a.m. and leave work after 10 p.m. For employees, getting up earlier to go to work at 9 a.m. is not a problem. It's nothing more than setting an alarm clock. But the problem is that if you go to work at 9 a.m. and can't leave work smoothly at 6 p.m., and still have to work overtime until 8 or 9 p.m., it's really not as good as the flexible working system. After all, the flexible working system can also sleep in. The discussion in the clock-in line was interrupted by the appearance of Min Jingqiao, who was seen pacing leisurely and standing at the back of the line. The clock-in line moved very fast, and when it was Min Jingqiao's turn, he swiped his card lightly and it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Those behind him were naturally late. Min Jingqiao smiled slightly. It was obvious that on the first day of the change of working hours, many people had not yet adapted to the essence of the clock-in operation. But it didn't matter, they would adapt soon. He went to the snack area to get some snacks and coffee without any hurry, and then walked slowly to his workstation. The guys behind Min Jingqiao rubbed their sleepy eyes and whispered, "Wow, this guy is too punctual." This big brother from Tenda is a timeline that is gradually moving, and it is stuck at 9 o'clock. Hey, do you think he will come to Longyu Group for retirement? You see, he has snacks and coffee, and he doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. What are you talking about? He is the chief designer of GOG, and the projects he is working on are projects that we dare not think of in our lifetime. He is also the apprentice of President Pei. Will such a person come to our company to mess around? Do you think our company is a good place? As they talked, several people hurried to their workstations, yawned, and slowly started today's work. The so-called work is just opening the mailbox to check the email for 5 minutes, playing with the mobile phone for half an hour, and browsing Weibo and web pages. However, their leisurely state was soon interrupted by the sound of Min Jingqiao typing quickly on the keyboard. Min Jingqiao was concentrating on editing the document quickly, with an extremely serious expression, and took a sip of coffee from time to time. Eyes from different areas of the office were fixed on Min Jingqiao, and people were talking about him. Wow, how did he get into work mode in 1 second? Are you sure he is writing documents and not chatting? I think this typing speed is more like a battle with netizens online. What nonsense are you talking about? I saw his desktop, and he is indeed writing work documents. In Longyu Group, leaders like Jin Yong have independent offices, so no one knows what Jin Yong is doing, and Jin Yong doesn't know what everyone is doing. The arrival of Min Jingqiao interrupted the traditional model. He arranged his and Jin Yong's workstations with ordinary employees, and in the middle of the entire work area. In this way, many employees can see Min Jingqiao's computer screen. This behavior is fundamentally different from other bosses. Some bosses will also arrange workstations with employees, but they are in the last row. This is actually to make it easier to supervise the work of employees. He can see clearly from the last row who is slacking off. But the boss is in the last row and can do whatever he wants, and the employees can't see it. This feeling should be the same as the head teacher hiding at the back door to monitor the whole class when he was in school. If you put yourself in the boss's shoes, it would be pretty cool, but if you put yourself in the employee's shoes, it would not be cool at all. But Min Jingqiao didn't do that. He wasn't afraid of other employees seeing what he was doing, and even hoped they could see it. Min Jingqiao entered the working state so quickly and worked so efficiently that many employees who were slacking off felt guilty. The leader led by example, and the people below would feel uneasy even if they were slacking off. What's more, the new official has 3 fires when he takes office. Although most people don't think that Min Jingqiao will bring earth-shaking changes to the entire Longyu Group, they still have a little expectation. So they quickly closed the web page, put away their mobile phones, and started to complete their own work. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Many people subconsciously took out their mobile phones and started browsing various takeaways. What are we going to eat tonight? Or are we going to eat takeout for work? I'm a little tired of eating it every day. How about taking takeout? No, boycott takeout. How about we go out to eat? Hey, time's up. Go clock in. Many people realized it later. When they saw everyone getting up and clocking in, they realized that 6 o'clock was the time to get off work. Most people don't have this concept at all. Because they have never gotten off work on time, why bother to remember the time to get off work in the afternoon? Many people have subconsciously adjusted their working time to 10 o'clock in the evening according to custom. After clocking out, everyone instinctively walked towards the office area, wanting to continue working overtime. Before they took 2 steps, they were stopped by Min Jingqiao. Where are you going? The stopped person was a little confused by the question. Back to the workstation. Min Jingqiao asked again, what are you doing back to the workstation? The stopped person was even more confused. Use your phone to order takeout. Min Jingqiao asked again, why do you want to order takeout? The stopped person hesitated for a moment and answered subconsciously, because I'm hungry, and the food in the company cafeteria is not very delicious. Min Jingqiao shook his head helplessly. Is it my expression ability that is problematic, or your understanding ability? I mean, it's time to get off work, shouldn't you go home for dinner? The other employees who were clocking in and preparing to return to their workstations were all confused when they heard Min Jingqiao's words. Really off work? I thought it was just a formality. Most employees think that even if they clock out at 6 o'clock, they still have to have dinner, then pretend to work overtime, and fish before leaving, right? It's already a blessing to be able to go home at 8 o'clock. As a result, Min Jingqiao stopped them at the clock-in place and chased them out one by one. Go back and take your mobile phone, hurry up and leave. I'll be watching here. Who dares to sit down at the workstation? I'll record it in my little notebook. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Since the leader doesn't allow overtime, then, we have to reluctantly not work overtime. Okay, then we're off work. See you later, brother Min. Everyone suppressed their ecstasy, simply packed up and walked out. Afraid that they had heard it wrong, or Min Jingqiao had made a mistake. Anyway, it was Min Jingqiao who said that no matter what work there was, everyone should get off work on time. Not to mention delaying the progress of the work, even if the sky fell, Min Jingqiao would be there to support him, so why not run away quickly? Min Jingqiao really stood at the door, looking for anyone who hadn't left, and chased them away one by one until the other party turned off the computer and stood up. At the elevator department of Longyu Group, the elevator was basically empty at this time, because everyone was working overtime, and very few people could really get off work on time. But today, Min Jingqiao chased out all the operating employees who had a cooperative relationship with him, and the elevator door became crowded. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. Just as everyone was about to squeeze into the elevator, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because the person who walked out of the elevator door was the big boss of Longyu Group, Mr. Ding. It seemed that Mr. Ding had just come back from outside and was about to go back to the company to work overtime, and he ran into this wave of people leaving get off work. When Mr. Ding saw everyone blocking the elevator door, he was stunned and then angrily asked, "Which department are you from?" Everyone looked at each other, no one dared to speak. Seeing that no one answered, President Ding became even angrier and asked again, "Who is the head of your department?" Before everyone could figure out how to answer, they heard someone behind them say loudly, "It's me. President Ding, do you have any questions?" The crowd spontaneously separated into a line, and President Ding saw that Min Jingqiao was looking at him with a smile at the clock-in station. This Min Jingqiao's Mona Lisa-like smile made President Ding a little confused. If the other party was someone else, even if he was at the vice president level, President Ding would definitely scold him. What time is it to get off work? As one of the company's senior leaders, President Ding came back to work overtime at this time. How can you have the nerve to get off work? But the other party was Min Jingqiao, and President Ding's anger was immediately extinguished by half. He couldn't afford to offend this person at the moment. President Ding coughed twice and tried to smooth things over, saying, misunderstanding, what I meant was, please have dinner before leaving. Min Jingqiao said calmly, it's a good thing to treat everyone to dinner, but you must clock out and leave the work area first. President Ding nodded awkwardly, well, yes. Min Jingqiao's neither soft nor hard attitude made him unsure of how to respond, so he could only go straight to his office. Before he took 2 steps, he heard Min Jingqiao's voice chasing him, Boss Ding, I advise you to leave work as soon as possible. If you don't leave work in time, it means your work efficiency is problematic. Boss Ding's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was a little dark. However, he chose to endure it for the time being, pretended to be calm and entered the office and closed the door. Min Jingqiao sneered in his heart and said to the bewildered people who were still waiting for the elevator, what are you looking at? Hurry up. Chapter 1581. This operation plan seems to have changed its mind. Boss Ding returned to the office, angry, and called his assistant over. Where is Jin Yong? Call him over. The assistant saw that Boss Ding looked unhappy, hesitated for a moment and said, Boss Ding, Jin Yong, has already left work. Boss Ding frowned, suppressed his anger, and said, then call Boss Kong. He couldn't directly conflict with Min Jingqiao, mainly for Pei Qian's face. Moreover, it was the intention of all senior executives to ask Min Jingqiao to come and help. No matter how unhappy Boss Ding was, he couldn't show it at this time. But it was really difficult for Boss Ding to suppress his anger. Especially as Boss Ding was a senior executive of the group, he had to work overtime, but Min Jingqiao took his employees off work on time. Is this reasonable? Boss Kong came very quickly. President Ding was still furious, Old Kong, you should have seen it, right? This improvement plan hasn't even started yet, but everyone is running faster than the other after get off work. They didn't learn the good habits of Tenda, but they got the disease of affluence first. Tenda gets off work on time because its employees have a positive work attitude and high efficiency. What's wrong with our company's employees? They are all lazy, stupid, and don't work hard. Employees need to take a vacation and rest. If they want to learn the Tenda model, it's fine. But the premise is that you have to complete your work tasks first, right? Shouldn't the improvement plan be made within 3 days? How can it be completed if they are not willing to work an extra hour? Old Kong, go talk to Jin Yong and ask him to communicate with Min Jingqiao about the current objective situation of our company. When Min Jingqiao made the operation plan, he could analyze the problem in detail. Why did he suddenly start to make a rough one-size-fits-all approach when it came to the working time system? General Manager Kong pretended to listen carefully to General Manager Ding's opinions, and then smiled and said, General Manager Ding, I understand your feelings. But you know Min Jingqiao's attitude. I think Jin Yong will never accept his indirect advice, given his personality. Besides, the time has not come yet. If the plan is not completed on time, we can go to Min Jingqiao with confidence. Boss Ding was still a little unconvinced. I recognize Min Jingqiao's ideas on game operation. But he obviously knows nothing about company management. There are so many complex problems in the company. How can they be solved by going to get off work on time? He is obviously copying Tenda's management model. Boss Pei has formulated such a strategy for Tenda to get off work on time, so there must be other supporting measures. Boss Pei is a rare talent in management, which is recognized by everyone, but Min Jingqiao may not be. I feel very uneasy that the company is managed by him. Boss Kong didn't know how to respond, so he could only comfort him, Boss Ding. We invited him here, and the agreement has been signed. I think we should give him more time and observe him. Boss Ding saw Boss Kong like this, and could only nod helplessly, okay, then observe him. Friday, May 24th. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed. The series of changes that have taken place within Longyu Group are still unknown to game players. However, an announcement that appeared on the official website of Longyu Group today has caused 1,000 waves in the player circle. There are player forums on the official website of Longyu Group. These forums are divided into special areas for different games, and most of the special areas are usually deserted. After all, most players still prefer to discuss in player groups or other forums, and usually complain or rant on official forums. But today, the deserted forum suddenly became lively. Even on other forums, there were suddenly many discussions about Longyu Group's operation of games. Although this official announcement is not long, it is completely different from the previous announcements. Look at the new announcement released by Longyu Group. This time, they are going to make adjustments to the operation plans of all 16 games they operate. Does it also require a special announcement for the adjustment of the operation plan? Can't they just adjust it directly? Yes, Longyu Group has secretly changed the game drop rate and Krypton Gold standards in the past, and has never issued an announcement to notify. This time it seems to be serious. Many improvement plans look really tempting. Did Longyu Group take the wrong medicine? Has it changed its nature? Longyu Group's operations and planning have always been known for not understanding games. This time the plan they gave actually looks pretty good. I just don't know how it will be implemented in the end. This announcement is like a fuel, rekindling the players' enthusiasm for these games. Before this, Longyu Group also often issued announcements, covering various types, but never as good as this time. After all, the content of this announcement is really exciting. This announcement is to adjust the operation plans of 16 games under Longyu Group, and different adjustment plans are determined according to different games. Many of the problems that were criticized before have basically been alleviated. For games that rely on hard work and Krypton Gold, although the hard work has not been cut off all at once, and the price of Krypton Gold products has not been greatly reduced, at least there has been some improvement. Some games that were originally thought to be on the verge of collapse have undergone drastic reforms, which have made the old players who are still persisting in the game feel refreshed. The most rare thing is that many of these changes are the urgent demands of the players. Of course, there are so many demands from the players that it is impossible to meet every one of them. But the official can pick out relatively reasonable parts from the players' demands and improve them into the game, at least making a gesture of listening to the players' voices. This in itself is a huge improvement. So many people wonder, what happened to Longyu Group, and the brains of the operation department suddenly became online? In the past, the players were arguing like crazy in the forum, and they wanted to rush to Longyu Group to chop off the entire family of the operation department, but Longyu Group has always turned a deaf ear to them. Many insiders took the opportunity to expose the news. It is said that they have in-depth cooperation with Tenda, and sent Min Jingqiao to rectify the situation there before coming up with this reform plan. Min Jingqiao? That's right, he is definitely a big boss, and it will definitely be much better for him to operate these games than those stupid BS. I hope he won't leave after he comes. I heard that after Min Jingqiao came, he also improved the working style of Longyu Group. Now all departments that have a cooperative relationship with Tenda must leave work on time. Can this thing be changed? Get off work on time, isn't it up to the boss? It looks like Min Jingqiao came prepared and made preparations in advance. Anyway, this is something worth celebrating. I wanted to quit the game. I was working so hard and spending money, and it was getting worse. I was really going to vomit. Now that Min Jingqiao is here, there is hope for this game to continue. The cheers on the internet are quite welcoming to Mr. Qing. Looking at the online discussions, Jin Yong couldn't help but sigh. Just releasing an announcement can actually have such a good impact. I really didn't expect it. This is different from the situation of Bullet Hole 2 at that time. After all, Bullet Hole 2 is a new game, and players are more tolerant of it. It is normal for a conscientious operation model to receive a lot of praise. But the games to be modified this time are all old games. It is really unexpected that a change in the operation plan can still gain so much support from players. This means that the players are still clear in their minds. They can tell at a glance which operation plan is sincere and which operation plan is not sincere. In addition, because of Min Jingqiao, Jin Yong can feel that the atmosphere of the entire department has also changed significantly. On the one hand, it is the work attitude, and on the other hand, it is the work ideas. In terms of work attitude, everyone is now completely accustomed to punching in and out on time, and is also accustomed to using ARS to upload and issue all work, and strictly abide by work requirements. The imagined work delay did not occur. This is because most people's work efficiency was originally very low. After work in the morning, they basically slacked off, had lunch and nap in the company at noon, and really started working in the afternoon. On the surface, each person worked for more than 10 hours, but in fact the real effective working time may be only 3 or 4 hours. The working hours are not clear, and the working hours on the surface are long, but the actual working hours are very short. It is easy to misjudge the work cycle, and naturally, it is easy to delay. However, after going to get off work on time, everyone has the habit of leaving get off work on time. After Min Jingqiao's leadership, many people's work efficiency has been significantly improved. Everyone can clearly calculate the working hours and workload of each person, consciously improve efficiency, and can complete the work tasks on schedule. In terms of work ideas, these operation managers are also moving closer to Min Jingqiao's ideas. This so-called idea does not refer to the difference between Krypton Gold games and conscientious games, but the difference in design orientation. Previously, Longyu Group's operating strategy has always been criticized because its operating plan design is completely oriented towards making money and increasing activity, and everything is based on numbers. No matter what kind of marketing plan is made, Mr. Ding only looks at whether the income has increased after the launch of this plan, whether the number of online active users and the online time have increased. Naturally, a situation has been created. These operation managers no longer start from their own understanding of the game and the demands of players, but from the data. In order to improve the plan and increase the number of active users, the only way is to make the game more liver and Krypton, constantly change the tricks, and stimulate players to recharge and stay online for a long time. Over time, it will inevitably trigger the rebellious psychology of players, but once they quit, there will be a sharp drop in data. In this way, it will fall into a vicious circle. But Min Jingqiao's idea is to start from the perspective of a designer, fully consider the demands of players, and formulate an operation plan based on the actual situation of the game. Most of these game operation managers are very experienced old people in the game industry. They have played many games and understand many operation principles. Is it really their personal ability that restricts them? In fact, what restricts them is the data indicator requirements pressed down from top to bottom. Once they are liberated from this requirement and give full play to their subjective initiative, the situation will change dramatically. Under Min Jingqiao's leadership, all operation managers have experienced a completely different way of working than before. When work enthusiasm is highly stimulated, it will naturally be rewarded. In the short term, after the new operation plans of these games are launched, it will inevitably cause fluctuations in game data, and online data or recharge data will decline. This is a bit like a withdrawal reaction, and there will always be an adaptation period. But once it is reversed, the future will naturally enter a virtuous cycle. As long as you keep a close eye on the effect of this new operation plan, the answer will be revealed soon. Chapter 1582. You should go find Min Jingqiao. May 25, Saturday. Boss Ding came to his office with a gloomy face and called his assistant to him. Call Jin Yong to me. The assistant said with difficulty, Boss Ding, today is Saturday. Jin Yong did not come to the company. Boss Ding was stunned for a moment. Feeling like this scene has happened before? Since Min Jingqiao came, Jin Yong is no longer a workaholic in the company. Working hours have become regular. Like other operations managers, he leaves immediately after get-off work and never stays for a minute longer. Boss Ding was silent for a moment, and his voice rose 8 degrees again, then called Boss Kong. He was a little puzzled why every time he looked for Jin Yong, he was not there. In fact, this is normal, because Boss Ding always chooses to look for him during non-working hours. For executives, it is a common routine to look for subordinates during rest time. During working hours, employees are working hard, so they must not be disturbed. However, many employees may be absent during lunch, evening, and weekends, so it is the favorite thing for executives and bosses to find employees at these times to check on them without interrupting their daily work. Many bosses even develop a special working time. The boss will definitely not come in the morning, whether he is resting at home or going out to discuss things. In short, the company has a clock and machine to watch the employees, so the possibility of absenteeism is very low. But when it is time to get off work, these bosses come one by one and pretend to work overtime until late at night. The reason is very simple, just to see which department has a negative attitude towards overtime. Mr. Ding also has such a rule. On the surface, he seems to work overtime in the company until more than 10 o'clock in the evening every day, but in fact he is not there most of the time during the day. Only he knows what he does during the day. If Jin Yong strictly follows Min Jingqiao's requirements and goes to get off work and leaves work at normal times, won't he be unable to find anyone? Mr. Ding can only call Mr. Kong. Strictly speaking, Mr. Kong, the HR director, is in charge of human resources, and he doesn't know much about game operations. But there is no way, those who know don't come to work. Mr. Ding only found Mr. Kong to vent his anger and complain, and didn't expect him to solve any substantive problems. Lao Kong, the Operation Improvement Plan has come out, the new version has been launched, and the data has come out. As a result, all the data are declining. There must be a problem. Not to mention anything else, on the second day after the new version was launched, no one came to work. This is too much. President Kong rolled his eyes in his heart and was about to pass the buck. President Ding, why don't you call Min Jingqiao and ask him to call all the people back? President Ding's mouth twitched, and he was choked back by the blame that President Kong threw at him on the spot. Because he knew in his heart that calling Min Jingqiao was a waste of effort, and even humiliating himself. That can't, just sit back and do nothing. President Ding's arrogance refused to dissipate so easily. Seeing that President Ding was also scared, President Kong smiled in his heart and said patiently, President Ding, since this matter has been handed over to Min Jingqiao, he must have his own plan. Short-term data can't show anything. After all, only 2 weeks have passed. Let's wait a little longer. President Ding nodded helplessly again, waved his hand, and motioned President Kong to go out. President Kong hadn't taken 2 steps when President Ding called him again. Wait, Lao Kong, I feel something is wrong. Mr. Ding pondered for a moment. Why do I feel like you are working together to undermine me? Mr. Kong was stunned for a moment. Why do you have such a thought? Mr. Ding said angrily, no matter what I say, whether I find you or Jin Yong, you directly push the problem to Min Jingqiao. So do you listen to me, or Min Jingqiao? Or do you think I am afraid of Min Jingqiao? President Kong smiled slightly, of course I will listen to you. Otherwise, you can just fire Min Jingqiao, then we can change it however we want, it's all up to you. President Ding was speechless. In fact, there is no need to fire him, just terminate the cooperation agreement with Tenda. However, the termination of the agreement requires the unanimous approval of all senior executives, and President Ding cannot make the decision alone. The key is that the current decline in data and the changes in financial reports are not enough to convince all senior executives to make this decision. President Ding could only turn his personal anger into a big picture, pretending to be heartbroken, and said, "Alas, this won't work. I said before that Min Jingqiao is now inflated. This is a case of trying to find a sword by carving a boat, and he is forcing it to follow the rules of Tenda Group to get off work on time without understanding the objective situation of Longyu Group. You see, many players are hypocritical. They say they welcome it, but in fact they still prefer the gameplay of forcing them to play hard and spend money. I dare say that within a week, this data will definitely drop again. Because after the initial improvement craze is over, most players begin to lose their sense of freshness, and you can't keep players just by relying on conscience. I'm afraid that President Pei's undefeated myth will be ruined by Min Jingqiao, so I want to remind him. But he is so stubborn. He is as stubborn as a weight and won't listen to any advice. I asked you to pass on a message to him, but you are also making excuses. If this goes on, who will be responsible if this thing goes wrong? Boss Kong smiled slightly. Don't worry. If it really goes wrong, Boss Pei will suffer the biggest loss. Why are you worried? Boss Ding sighed helplessly. Well, okay, we'll see next week. May 27th, Monday. Boss Ding came to the company during working hours in the morning for the first time. Before, he came only when it was almost time to get off work, but he always came empty-handed. This time he deliberately came in the morning, just to see what these employees were doing. Can Min Jingqiao's plan really work? At the entrance of the company, Boss Ding saw that everyone was clocking in at 9 o'clock in an orderly manner. Boss Ding shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. This work attitude is hopeless. He regretted it a little now. It seemed that inviting Min Jingqiao was not the right choice. If Min Jingqiao only suggested changing the operation plan, then there would be no loss. But now Min Jingqiao has messed up the working atmosphere of the entire company. When Min Jingqiao leaves, won't he, Mr. Ding, have to clean up this mess himself? When Mr. Ding thought of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Although he felt uncomfortable, Mr. Ding did not get angry immediately, but came to his office and drank tea in a depressed mood. Before he could finish his tea, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Jin Yong came in from outside. President Ding was already angry, and all of his anger rushed into his chest at once. Good guy, it's really not easy to see Jin Yong. Jin Yong was sent to help Min Jingqiao because he thought that Jin Yong was a hardworking person, an old employee of the company, and trustworthy. He was sent there in the hope that he could restrain Min Jingqiao, at least not be led by the nose by the other party. This Jin Yong was so good that he turned his elbow outward and accompanied Min Jingqiao wholeheartedly. As Jin Yong's direct leader, President Ding couldn't even find him, let alone give him a task. This was the first time that Jin Yong took the initiative to come to President Ding to report the situation after Min Jingqiao came to Longyu Group. President Ding thought that Jin Yong was probably looking for an excuse, because the data was not good. Thinking of this, he immediately frowned and said, "What's the matter?" Jin Yong naturally didn't know what Mr. Ding was thinking, so he went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Ding, I want to report to you in person about the recent operating data of our games." Mr. Ding's expression remained unchanged, and he sneered in his heart, "Well, tell me." Jin Yong handed over the report he had prepared in advance. From the situation last weekend, the online time and per capita recharge consumption data of these games have declined slightly. Mr. Ding nodded slightly, with a sneer on his face. This was exactly what he expected. But Jin Yong's next words made Mr. Ding stop laughing. But the growth of new players, discussion, retention rate and other data of these games have all increased significantly. And the ratings of all games in the Game Store and App Store have all increased significantly. Mr. Ding was stunned. Huh? He opened the report in disbelief and carefully checked the relevant data. As a result, he found that every word Jin Yong said was true. What does this mean? Although the online time and per capita recharge consumption data of players have declined slightly, the reputation of the game has improved significantly. With the improvement of reputation, it has led to the influx of new players and the retention of old players. In other words, the game has become more dynamic. In Mr. Ding's opinion, this situation is too unscientific. Because after players have become accustomed to the hardworking and Kryptonian gameplay, if they are suddenly relieved of their burden, they may not be able to bear it. Players have been accustomed to playing for 10 hours a day, and now it is suddenly changed to 6 hours. What should they do with the remaining 4 hours? They can only play other games. If this happens, won't it be easy for players to be snatched away by other games? It is even more strange that the reputation of the game can be improved. Because Longyou Games has been criticized for a long time, but being criticized does not affect making money. This bad reputation has been with Longyou Games for a long time. How can it be reversed in a short period of time? The only explanation is that the influence of Min Jingqiao and his plan is much greater than Mr. Ding imagined. This set of improvement plans not only changed the impression of Longyou Group games in the minds of players, but also developed in a good direction. Mr. Ding couldn't help but think of the complaints he made to Mr. Kong last Saturday. At that time, he said very confidently that within a week, the data would definitely continue to fall. He also said that Min Jingqiao was trying to find a sword by cutting the boat, and forcibly applying Tengda's working model to Longyou Group would definitely not adapt to the local conditions. But now, the new data slapped him in the face. Although a small part of the data is still falling, most of the data is rising, and with the influx of new users, the revenue level will sooner or later rise back to its original height. For a game that continues to operate, what is the most important? Of course, new players are the most important. Without new players, this game is like a tree without roots and water without a source, and it is only a matter of time before it dies. And from the report, this improvement plan is not only effective for popular games. Several games that were almost dead have actually seen a significant improvement in data after drastic reforms. Mr. Ding was very dissatisfied with the result and felt that something was wrong, but he could not find a reason to refute it, because data would not lie. When he used data to strangle the operation team and asked them to change the game to be more liver-intensive and Kryptonian, he did not think that today the operation team would strangle him with data and tell him, "We are right to change." This made Mr. Ding feel a little at a loss for a while. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the decline in data to teach Jin Yong a lesson, but in the face of such data, he could only hold it in his throat. He looked at Jin Yong, then looked at the data report in his hand, and his inner fluctuations made his expression very exciting. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1583. A long queue formed in the Tenda Cooperation Department. After calming down his inner fluctuations, President Ding finally stabilized his expression and said reluctantly, "You have done a good job. Everyone will get a salary increase this month." With such detailed data in front of him, President Ding had nothing to complain about. Jin Yong looked calm. "Thank you, Mr. Ding. I have one more thing to report to you. Min Jingqiao is leaving and has booked a ticket for tomorrow." Mr. Ding's face changed instantly. "What, he's leaving now? He's only been here for 2 weeks. And the new operation plan was only implemented last Friday. We have just seen some clues and have not yet achieved any actual results. How can he leave? He must stay for at least another month. If the data changes after 1 month, we must make adjustments based on the changes." Jin Yong explained, "That's what I told him, but he must leave. What's more, when we signed the cooperation agreement, we did not agree on a specific cooperation period. The end time of the cooperation is entirely up to Tenda. Min Jingqiao believes that the current data has actually met his expectations. The next operations managers can continue to move forward. These tasks no longer require him." President Ding was caught off guard. How can that be possible? Min Jingqiao's actions seemed to have messed up the matter and wanted to run away at the speed of light. Of course, judging from the game data, these games have been transformed into a thriving state. But the problem is that it's too late. He suddenly ran away halfway through the transformation and ignored the second half of the work. Is this something a human can do? President Ding was a little impatient. Why don't you let President Kong persuade him? No. I'll go and persuade him myself. Jin Yong quickly stopped him and said, President Ding, Min Jingqiao has already thought that you will keep him, so he asked me to tell you that no matter who persuades him, he will not stay. Besides, you are busy with work, and there is no need to waste time on a farewell banquet or something like that. Tonight, several of us operation managers will treat you to a meal, and that's enough. President Ding thought about Min Jingqiao's temper and pretended to be helpless. Okay, then send him off for me. President Ding was actually unwilling and would not go to see Min Jingqiao off in person. He and Min Jingqiao have never gotten along well, and they don't get along well. In addition, Mr. Ding is the boss of Longyu Group, while Min Jingqiao is just an ordinary department head of Tenda Group, so their status is not equal. Therefore, Mr. Ding is only polite to Min Jingqiao in words, and Jin Yong is responsible for handling all the specific matters. After Jin Yong left, President Ding carefully studied the game operation data left by Jin Yong. From the current situation, after Min Jingqiao came, his work efficiency was indeed very high. He directed the operation manager to resort out the operation plans of several old games. The situation that President Ding was worried about, such as the incompatibility of the system and the employees slacking off, did not happen. From the data results, Longyu Group really made a lot of money. Although the revenue of the game did not increase explosively in the short term, the life of the game was greatly extended. As long as it remains stable, the revenue will definitely increase sharply in the long run. For some reason, President Ding always felt that something seemed to be wrong. He thought hard, but he couldn't figure it out. Tuesday, May 28th. Last night, Min Jingqiao drank a little bit of wine when he had a farewell dinner with the game operation manager of Longyu Group. Today, he was still a little confused on the high-speed rail, back to Jingzhou. Jin Yong sent him to the high-speed rail station, and was still a little reluctant. It must be said that Min Jingqiao's drastic reforms in the past 2 weeks have brought a brand new look to the entire Longyu Group, especially the operations department. It's a pity that the time is too short, only 2 weeks. Min Jingqiao left too hastily, especially since these plans had only been implemented for a short time. Although there was a good sign, no one could say what would happen in a month or half a year. To be honest, I'm a little worried that after you leave, everything will return to the way it was before. After all, only you can compete with Mr. Ding. Before leaving, Jin Yong expressed his concerns. Min Jingqiao shook his head easily. No, don't worry. The reason why I am in such a hurry to leave is, on the one hand, because there are still many companies that Tenda Cooperation Department wants to cooperate with, and I have to go to other companies to help, and I can't stay in one company for too long. On the other hand, it is because I am leaving now, which is good for you. Jinrong was a little surprised. Why? Min Jingqiao explained, in 2 weeks, the changes I want to make to everyone are very clear. In terms of operations, the interference of senior management on data has been basically eliminated, allowing everyone to formulate operational strategies based on their own understanding. In terms of work habits, everyone has also formed the habit of leaving get-off work on time and improving work efficiency. The next step is nothing more than to continue to implement these strategies and plan subsequent operational activities on this basis. You are capable enough for these jobs. If I stay, it will discourage your enthusiasm. After all, I am an outsider, and it is impossible for me to take the lead in everything for you. Jin Yong seemed to understand and said, but, only you can resist President Ding. Min Jingqiao smiled slightly. It was before, but not now. I have planted the seeds of Tenda spirit in your hearts. 2 weeks of not working overtime and completing the project have made many people understand that overtime is not necessary. If President Ding wants to ask everyone to work overtime again, he will be collectively resisted. As for the senior management other than President Ding, many people don't really care whether employees work overtime or not. They care more about the revenue of the game. Now that all the data of the game are rising, they will tend to keep it as it is, and will not act rashly. Under the joint resistance of the upper, middle and lower levels, it will be difficult for President Ding to make some weird moves. Of course, President Ding is the boss. If he really wants to make trouble, no one can stop him. It doesn't matter if it really comes to that. After all, the world is so big. As long as you have the ability, you can go anywhere you want. The Qiaolu game platform is now in a period of rapid development, but it is very short of people. Min Jingqiao said, winking and smiling at Jin Yong. Jin Yong understood what Min Jingqiao meant and couldn't help but smile. So that's it. Obviously, President Pei spared no effort to promote the Tenda cooperation plan. On the surface, it was to help other game companies, send employees out to work on projects, and share the money together, but in fact, there must be other considerations. That is to promote the Tenda spirit and popularize Tenda's working methods. The mandatory use of Tenda's office software ARS is for this purpose. Now, Min Jingqiao has brought real changes to Longyu Group. There are only two possibilities for President Ding's approach in the future. The first is that President Ding still disagrees with Min Jingqiao's approach, but seeing that various data have improved and revenue has increased, he decided not to intervene, but let these operation managers continue to do it according to Min Jingqiao's way. If this is the case, President Ding is equivalent to a hands-off shopkeeper, and Longyu Group will slowly evolve in the direction of Tenda, which is equivalent to transforming an ally of Tenda. The second possibility is that President Ding began to think wildly and mess around after Min Jingqiao left. Then these employees who have experienced Min Jingqiao's leadership and experienced Tenda's working model will inevitably be dissatisfied. At that time, these people will not be willing to endure it and will resign in anger and change jobs. The final result is still that Tenda gathers talents from all over the world. It seems that Tenda will work hard to spread this model to all domestic companies, and the gaming industry is the first choice. This is not difficult to understand. After all, Tenda has the strongest strength and the highest prestige in the gaming field, and almost no one dares to question President Pei. Before leaving, Jin Yong shook hands with Min Jingqiao and said sincerely, "Thank you very much for your advice, Brother Min." Min Jingqiao smiled slightly, "You're welcome. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. If it is related to the Qiaolu game platform, it will be even better." Pei Qian was happily slacking off in the office when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. Assistant Qian pushed the door open and said, "Boss Pei, the bosses of several companies called and said they want to talk to you in person. It's about the Tenda Cooperation Department." Pei Qian was obviously unhappy. "Didn't you tell them that Min Jingqiao is not here now? They have to wait until Min Jingqiao comes back before they can choose the second company, and they can just sign up and queue up by themselves. Why do they have to talk to me?" Assistant Qian explained, "They seem to have received news from other channels that Min Jingqiao is about to leave Longyu Group and will be back in the next 2 days. These companies have basically signed up, but they are worried that they will not be selected, so they want to talk to you face to face." Pei Qian was a little surprised. "Min Jingqiao is back so soon? How come I didn't know?" "Okay, you leave the list of these companies and tell them first. I will study them one by one, and forget about the face-to-face chat." "Okay, Boss Pei." Assistant Qian did as he said, put down the list and left. Pei Qian reluctantly opened the list of potential companies for Tenda's cooperation. He only glanced at it and was instantly shocked by the number of companies on the list. When did so many companies suddenly appear? It has skyrocketed to 100. Pei Qian clearly remembered that when Min Jingqiao chose Longyu Group, the number of companies on the Tenda Cooperation Department was only a few dozen. It has doubled in just 2 weeks. However, he had no impression of most of the companies on the list, and only a few were familiar faces. It must be said that these companies are well informed. As soon as Min Jingqiao left Longyu Group, these companies came to him. Obviously, they saw that Min Jingqiao's drastic transformation of Longyu Group had achieved good results, so they flocked to him and wanted to cooperate with Tenda and hold on to this golden thigh. Some companies even humbly said that if Min Jingqiao was busy with work, they could send another person in charge. As long as the person in charge is recognized by President Pei, it will be fine. These companies also promised that as long as they could establish a cooperative relationship, they would stand firmly on the side of Tenda and resolutely fight against the anti-Tenda alliance. Pei Qian was a little confused. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Something unexpected seemed to have happened. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1584, Are they undercover agents or defectors? Pei Qian calmed down and read the names and details of these companies carefully again. As expected, he found a problem. It was not just the number of companies. Pei Qian also saw some familiar faces on the list. These familiar faces turned out to be members of the anti-Tenda alliance. What is going on? Which side are these companies on? If ordinary people saw the names of the rival companies, they would definitely be alert and think that they might be undercover agents. Pei Qian was not afraid that they were undercover agents, but he was afraid that they really defected. If they were really undercover agents, Pei Qian would not mind sending Min Jingqiao to guide them, let them make more money, and temporarily strengthen the anti-Tenda alliance. This way, the business war would not end too quickly, and Pei Qian could let go and spend more money. But what if the anti-Tenda alliance members really wanted to defect to the Tenda Group? In this way, wouldn't the anti-Tenda alliance soon fall apart? This is absolutely not possible. Pei Qian thought about it briefly and felt that the latter possibility seemed more likely. Although the anti-Tenda alliance seems to be powerful, it has been defeated time and time again so far. The key is that this alliance is maintained by interests, and they are all directly threatened by the Tenda Group. But it is a bit embarrassing that the anti-Tenda alliance has not yet gained benefits for any of its companies. Even the few companies that have come forward have been humiliated by the Tenda Group. Following the anti-Tenda alliance can not only not gain any benefits, but also suffer losses in reputation and actual interests. And the result of following the Tenda Group has been demonstrated vividly by Fire Studio and Longyu Group. There is no need for Fire Studio. With a hit game, it has made a lot of money, so that Fire Studio has completely and firmly stood on the chariot of the Tenda Group and will never go down again. And Longyu Group not only tasted the sweetness in the process of operation, but also became the first cooperation target of the Tenda Cooperation Department. After Min Jingqiao made drastic reforms to the games operated by their company, although there is no sign of actual revenue for the time being, the overall recovery of word of mouth is an indisputable fact. For many domestic game companies, it is much more difficult to gain a good reputation than to make money. Because there are many companies that make money, but companies that really have a good reputation are definitely rare. In the eyes of companies that want to cooperate, Tenda Group is recruiting and buying people's hearts. The key is that everyone agrees that Tenda Group does have this ability. Only Min Jingqiao was sent to take the two companies to fly. Many companies are paying attention to the affairs of Tenda Cooperation Department and are also secretly checking the changes within Longyu Group. According to reports, the changes are not only the specific operation plan, but also the structural adjustment and working mode of the entire team. And in just 2 weeks, there are immediate results. So one person spreads 10, 10 spreads 100, and in the process of spreading, everyone exaggerates a little. In addition, President Pei's image of strategizing and winning thousands of miles away has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Tenda's business miracle has become a perfect case for many companies to study. As the news spreads more and more bizarrely, Min Jingchao's ability has been repeatedly exaggerated. In short, these companies are tempted by money. Who doesn't want to hold on to Tengda's golden thigh and fly happily? Although many companies under the anti-Tengda alliance have actual conflicts of interest with Tengda, only large companies have the strength to not compromise and make concessions. For the companies under the anti-Tengda alliance, what if there is a conflict of interest? We can make concessions in front of money. As long as Tengda is willing to take us to the next level, we can even change our business content as long as we make more money. So these companies signed up for the Tengda Cooperation Department one after another, fearing that they would be slower than others. Because other companies in the same field are seeking cooperation with Tengda, if a company gets Tengda's support early, it can crush other companies. So this creates a prisoner's dilemma. If you don't hug Tengda's thigh, how do you know that other competing companies won't stab you in the back? If you are really selected as a partner by Tengda, you will make a lot of money. Pei Qian felt more and more that something was wrong. No, this won't work. Min Jingchao's performance is really too eye-catching. The speed at which this Tengda Cooperation Department exploded is far beyond my imagination. We have to find a way to make everyone's enthusiasm fade. We can't do it this way. At least we have to persuade the anti-Tengda Lianmei company to withdraw, let them stay on the opposite side steadily, and don't come to me. Tengda's current state of 1 call and 100 responses made Pei Qian sweat for the anti-Tengda alliance. The defection of some companies might cause the anti-Tengda Lianmei to fall apart, and that would be the end of it. It's too early now. There's still half a year before the settlement. Pei Qian felt like a paperhanger at this moment. The anti-Tengda alliance had been fighting one after another, and Pei Qian tried his best to fill the gap for him every time. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian decided to make 2 rules with Min Jingchao. Regarding the registration of cooperative companies in the Tengda Cooperation Department, the first is to set a threshold, and the second is to distinguish priorities. Regarding the threshold, companies that are too big are not wanted, only those companies that have just emerged in the field but have not dominated the market. Because companies that are too big are very easy to control, they are also very easy to become Tengda's diehard followers, just like Yanqi. Once a company that is too big cooperates with Tengda, it is very likely to result in a strong combination. Moreover, this kind of company has a solid foundation. Min Jingchao has played a little bit, and the performance of these companies has improved significantly. This is too big and it is easy to attract excessive attention. Just like the movement of Longyu Group this time, many companies have seen it, so that the Tengda Cooperation Department has become popular. If Min Jingchao went to an ordinary or medium-sized company, it would definitely not make such a big noise. Pei Qian originally wanted to refuse the anti-Tengda alliance from joining, but then he thought that this could easily backfire. Wouldn't that just force these companies to take sides? It would actually weaken the anti-Tengda alliance. So he couldn't refuse. He could only turn a blind eye, let the anti-Tengda Lianmei companies also participate in the cooperation with Tengda, let them spy on intelligence or be fence-sitters, and the probability of double agents will be greater. In terms of the priority of cooperation selection, companies that are too close to Tengda should be ranked at the back. If companies with close relations with Tengda are given priority, many companies may be crazy to brush their favorability. For example, sign up for the Chuzui plan, or transfer benefits to Tengda, show loyalty, etc. This obviously goes against Pei Qian's original intention. If companies with less close relations with Tengda are given priority, it will create a situation of actual expansion of territory, and Tengda's territory will inevitably continue to expand. So only this part of the companies in the middle can be selected, so that it is not easy for everyone to guess the real rules of Tengda Cooperation Department to select partners. Pei Qian quickly finalized the plan and wrote a simple plan. After Min Jingchao comes back, he can slowly select partners according to the new rules. However, after Min Jingqiao comes back this time, Pei Qian will let him focus on training new people in the future. Because Min Jingqiao is so awesome, he has made both Hua Studio and Longyu Group so successful, and it will be easy for him to succeed in other companies next time. If Min Jingqiao can train more people and spread them to different companies, then even if he succeeds, it can play a certain role in neutralizing the failure of others. Friday, May 31st. Xingyun Group Headquarters. Nie Yunxing was listening to the vice president's recent report with a gloomy face. Mr. Nie, the situation at the residential group is very grim. They have asked us for help several times. After Qinlei took over the sloth apartment, he made many reforms, the most important of which was to launch a new flagship house type. The residential group privately calls this the Qinlei co-branded house. One is a high-end artistic house type similar to Qinlei's current living style, and the other is an affordable house type that Qinlei lived in before he became famous. These two house types were designed by special designers, and Qinlei added many of his favorite elements to them, such as a guitar of Qinlei's type hanging in the high-end artistic house type. Of course, this thing can be used like the home appliances in the sloth apartment, but it cannot be damaged. If it is damaged, compensation must be paid. Although most people can't play the guitar, the key is that Qinlei has too many fans. These two house types were quickly sold out and rented out. In the future, Qinlei plans to launch more co-branded apartments. We may find movie stars like Lu Zhiyao or other singers that Qinlei knows to design a joint project. This will help establish the brand value of sloth apartment and further differentiate it from other rental brands. The home group had been working on a relatively cheap and affordable apartment for a long time, but it just happened to run into the situation of sloth apartment. It was directly defeated by the affordable apartment in the joint project of sloth apartment and Qinlei. Although the room type and quality are similar, Qinlei's one has special features. Many residents feel that if Qinlei can turn things around in this environment, then I will definitely have the hope of turning things around in this environment, so I am very popular. Not only that, Qinlei is still continuing to work with real estate agency simulator and other derivative industries. A simple house rental is almost played out by him. The home group really has no way out and can't find any breakthrough. Every time it makes a move, Tenda Group always has a better countermeasure waiting. Mr. Nie, what do you think about this matter? Nie Yunxing was silent. The home group actually encountered the same problem as Xingyun Group. That is, facing the Tenda Group with many tricks and frequent moves, it is difficult for them to pose a threat to Tenda's core business model in a dedicated field, but their own core business model is constantly being eroded by Tenda Group. Nie Yunxing felt that he had to change his strategy. The previous attacks launched by the anti-Tenda alliance were easily resolved by Pei Qian. They lost miserably. So Nie Yunxing decided to lie dormant temporarily to lure Tenda and take the initiative to attack to see if Tenda would reveal any flaws. Unexpectedly, President Pei completely saw through his plan and did not take the initiative to attack at all. He just guarded himself like an iron barrel. There was no fierce conflict between the two sides in these related businesses. However, President Pei used the Tenda Cooperation Department to subtly disintegrate the anti-Tenda alliance, gradually strengthen the strength of the companies around Tenda Group, and establish a Tenda alliance. If the situation continues to develop like this, the strength comparison between the two sides will inevitably change. There are indeed many more companies in the anti-Tenda alliance now, but what about the future? That's not good. After this period of dormancy, the other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance did not completely lie dormant, and were still trying to make some counterattacks. As a result, Pei Qian did not need to mobilize the resources of other departments of Tenda at all. Any department head, who was just the acting head, had already settled it. This marked the complete failure of Nie Yunxing's combat strategy, and also meant that he had to find a new breakthrough. Chapter 1585 Arrange an undercover agent. Additional updates, please give me a monthly ticket. Nie Yunxing was silent for a moment. He did not rush to answer the vice president, but asked, "How is the situation in the Tenda Cooperation Department? Min Jingqiao seems to have succeeded again?" The vice president nodded. "Yes, President Nie, although he is very reluctant to admit it, he has indeed succeeded again, and this time the situation is even more outrageous than last time. Last time, Min Jingqiao tried President Pei's design plan, got Zhou Mian's full support, spent several months to develop a new game, and finally succeeded. But this time Min Jingqiao didn't use President Pei's design plan at all, and although he did not completely gain the trust of President Ding, he still changed the working mode of the entire Longyu Group operation team within just 2 weeks, and gave new life to several old games operated by Longyu Group. For many companies that pay attention to this matter, the effect is too obvious. They can't wait to cooperate with the Tenda Cooperation Department and hope that Min Jingqiao can guide their work. As far as I know, many companies in the anti-Tenda alliance are also tempted. After all, from the current situation, companies that hold Tenda's thighs have gained great benefits, and we are." The vice president considered Nie Yunxing's expression and did not continue. Nie Yunxing naturally knew what the vice president was going to say. The difference between following the anti-Tenda alliance and the Tenda alliance was huge. Nie Yunxing saw it without the vice president saying it. The companies that followed the anti-Tenda alliance basically lost badly. For example, Haoxiang Fitness, which was the worst, was almost unable to survive. The companies that followed the Tenda Group were getting better and better. Pei Qian did not even need to do it himself or spend too much money. He only needed to send a capable subordinate to give some instructions. In just a few weeks, earth-shaking changes could be made. Is this reasonable? This is not reasonable at all. But it was precisely this irrationality that made Nie Yunxing feel that he had grasped something very keenly. What did Min Jingqiao do specifically when he arrived at Longyu Group? Do you have detailed information? The vice president nodded. Yes, please wait, I will send you the sorted content. Min Jingqiao's itinerary at Longyu Group was not deliberately kept secret, and it was difficult to keep it secret even if he wanted to. So Xingyun Group was able to easily collect relevant information. Nie Yunxing read the information from beginning to end and frowned. Are you sure this is all the content? Is there any deeper content that you haven't collected? If we follow what this document says, Min Jingqiao actually did 2 things. The first is to change the operation plan, and the second is to force everyone in the company not to work overtime, and even drive people out at the end of the working day. The first point is understandable, but how is the second point possible? There must be some other things that we can't find out. The vice president said confidently, there should be nothing that we can't find out. Min Jingqiao really only did these 2 things when he went to Longyu Group. And, as far as I know, Min Jingqiao did the same when he went to Tianhua Studio. No matter where he went, he followed Tenda's work model and would never work overtime. Nie Yunxing was even more puzzled when he heard this. Obviously, Tenda Group's approach is completely contrary to his common sense since he started his business. Entrepreneurs like Nie Yunxing have a set of management plans that they think are scientific. Of course, they also have a set of theories to support their own ideas. Sometimes these theories can even be said to be some kind of outrageous theory. For example, year-end bonus is a kind of lazy politics and should not be issued. Employees slacking off at work is actually exploiting the company. Employees working hard in the company is a kind of growth and blessing, and they should cherish this opportunity. And so on and so forth. Although Nie Yunxing has not made such outrageous remarks, in his opinion, corporate management is obviously a profound subject, and managers and employees are of course in an antagonistic relationship. It is human nature for employees to be lazy, and if the boss wants the company to develop better, he must use management methods as much as possible to prevent employees from being lazy. In the fierce market competition, it is inevitable to let employees work overtime. A good manager is to stimulate employees' potential and squeeze employees' value as much as possible. Do a good job in personnel management and capital operation, so that the entire company can continue to grow and develop, kill other competitors, and eventually develop into a veritable giant enterprise. This is the so-called art of controlling people. The two words, controlling people, have already explained that in this kind of power struggle, employees are not people, but productivity tools similar to mules and horses, so the word control is used. In the eyes of many managers, ordinary employees are lazy and ignorant. Only by using carrots and sticks, and using both kindness and power, can we ensure that employees' output is worthy of the wages and benefits they pay out. In Nie Yunqing's view, Min Jingchao's behavior is obviously completely contrary to the basic principles of business management. So how to explain the success of Tenda Group? Nie Yunqing believes that Mr. Pei must have his own set of management methods, which includes the key point of going to get off work on time, but this is definitely not all. Going to get off work on time is just a superficial phenomenon, and Pei Qian must have a more sophisticated management method. Min Jingchao's success this time was simply because he was so capable in game operations. So although he made a dogmatic mistake in the management model and copied Tenda's management model one-sidedly, the outstanding performance of the game operation plan was the main factor for his success. But as more and more companies cooperate with Min Jingchao, this management model will have problems one day. President Pei must be aware of this, but he did not stop Min Jingchao. Does this mean that President Pei actually has other intentions? Will President Pei use this model as a propaganda tool without considering the actual situation of other companies, so as to output a kind of consciousness? Nie Yunqing suddenly had an idea. You go and do two things right away. First, find Xing Hao, the founder of Zhaiji Weimai. I want to communicate with him about the company management model promoted by Min Jingchao, and discuss the direction of the next round of public opinion war. Second, find a suitable company. We will find a way to get it into the Tenda alliance and get the opportunity to cooperate with Tenda, that is, to plant an insider. Some time ago, Zhaiji Weimai and Moyu Weimai fought fiercely. Although they suffered heavy losses, they are still the most steadfast allies in the anti-Tencent alliance. Xing Hao, the founder of Zhaiji Weimai, is a very capable entrepreneur with a very mature management philosophy. He started 3 businesses, all of which were successful, but he was not satisfied with the results of the first 2. After selling himself to a big company, he finally saw the possibility of becoming a supergiant internet company in Zhaiji Takeaway. As a result, he met Moyu Takeaway at this critical moment, which blocked this possibility. It is conceivable that Xing Hao should hate Tenda Group to the core. Tenda's work model without overtime looks good on the surface, but in the eyes of entrepreneurs like them, it is a management model with many loopholes and great flaws. Nie Yunqing believes that President Pei will not be unaware of this, and the reason why he still emphasizes these formalisms and does not formulate management plans according to the specific conditions of each company is to output a kind of consciousness. At the same time, it is to gain public opinion chips for Tenda. But this model is not necessarily a good thing for ordinary companies. So Nie Yunqing considered starting with this issue and letting Xing Hao and Tenda start a new public opinion war. No matter what the outcome is, we must not let all the companies in the middle and lower levels of the anti-Tenda alliance be attracted by Tenda's trick, and let them see Tenda's routine clearly. The purpose of planting an insider is to better understand some inside information, obtain first-hand information, and prepare for the next situation. June 3, Monday. The vice president brought a young man under 30 years old to Nie Yunqing's office. The young man seemed a little reserved and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, Mr. Nie, I am Wei Jinghui, the founder and CEO of Yuan Media. Nie Yunqing nodded. Hello, welcome. Nie Yunqing had already mastered the information about Wei Jinghui and Yuan Media. Yuan Media is an MCN company, whose main job is to incubate some popular and well-known self-media accounts on major online platforms. So far, Yuan Media has several popular accounts and has developed rapidly. It is currently an era of rapid development of the self-media industry. Many people believe that self-media will be the outlet in the next few years. The special nature of self-media has also attracted many ordinary people to this industry. Yunxing carefully selected from many companies and finally decided to let Wei Jinghui of Yuan Media as an undercover and pawn in the anti-Tenda alliance. Of course, considering that there are too many companies that have signed up to cooperate with Tenda, Xingyun is not sure whether Yuan Media can stand out among so many companies and establish a cooperative relationship with Tenda. Xingyun felt that Yuan Media was of moderate size and did not show an obvious alliance with the anti-Tenda alliance, so the probability of being selected was relatively high. In addition, the anti-Tenda alliance could use a lot of resources to help Yuan Media stand out among the alternative companies. In short, for Yunxing, this is a good attempt. What's more, Yuan Media can influence public opinion to some extent. They can get into Tenda to collect some details, and then come up with an exclusive revelation. The scene of counterattack will definitely be very exciting. For the sake of confidentiality, Yunxing has not shared this news with other companies in his anti-Tenda alliance for the time being. The general situation has been communicated, but I still want to emphasize 2 points. Xingyun placed his hope of victory on Yuan Media, so he naturally had to give him advice. First, you must disguise yourself well, try to integrate into the atmosphere of Tenda, and don't expose yourself. Second, get as much information as possible that is beneficial to us, organize it and send it to me as soon as possible. I will be of great use. The great use that Yunxing mentioned is to work with Xing Hao, the founder of Zhaiju Takeout, to deeply disassemble the details of Tenda's management model and find points to attack Tenda with it. Yunxing has already had a brief meeting with Xing Hao, and both sides agree that there must be something wrong with Tenda's management model. It's not that Mr. Pei's management style is not brilliant. The fact that Tenda Group can develop so rapidly and its employees are so talented is enough to show that Mr. Pei is the most brilliant management master. But what Yunxing and Xing Hao want to prove is that President Pei obviously has very clever management methods, but when he promotes it, he unilaterally attributes the success of management to getting employees to and from get off work on time. Not only that, President Pei also uses this superficial form to transform other companies, and uses it as a means of value output, not caring about the specific situation of other companies, in order to make a special gesture and seek a better reputation for himself. If President Pei's hypocrisy can be exposed, and this behavior of seeking fame can be exposed, then it will cause a very serious blow to Tenda's image and the business of Tenda's cooperation department. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1586, The Cooperation Department Goes All Out. Before Wei Jinghui took action, Yunxing briefly finalized some details with him. In order to allow Wei Jinghui to quickly blend into the cooperation list of Tenda Group, Yunxing had to give him some support as much as possible. Not only financial and resource support, but also public opinion support in certain circumstances, that is, playing a double game. In short, the specific measures to be taken still depend on the selection criteria of Tenda. If Tenda Group prefers to cooperate with large companies, then the anti-Tenda alliance will find ways to allow Wei Jinghui's Yuan Media to expand and develop rapidly and attract the attention of Tenda Group. If Tenda Group prefers to cooperate with its allies, then Yuan Media will play a double game with the anti-Tenda alliance, constantly publishing articles and attacking the related industries of the anti-Tenda alliance, trying to attract the attention of Tenda Group. For Wei Jinghui, there are mainly 2 reasons why he joined the anti-Tenda alliance. The first is of course the resources of the anti-Tenda alliance, which is an excellent opportunity for the development of Yuan Media. Of course, this is not the main reason. Because when it comes to resources, Tenda also has them, and the help is even greater than what the anti-Tenda alliance can provide. The key reason is that Wei Jinghui believes that his Buichuan media does not fit the style of Tenda Group, and it may even be the target that Tenda Alliance wants to defeat. As a self-media company, Buichuan media must be desperately pursuing traffic and popularity. In the face of traffic and popularity, it does not mind maintaining a flexible moral bottom line. And such values are obviously incompatible with the values advocated by Tenda Group. So Wei Jinghui does not think that Buichuan media can get too many benefits from Tenda Group. There is a saying that the butt determines the head. Since Wei Jinghui and Buichuan media are sitting on the side of the anti-Tenda Alliance, how can they go to Mr. Pei's pot to grab food? Wei Jinghui and Ye Yunxing hit it off and quickly finalized some follow-up details. According to their plan, Buichuan media will first sign up for the cooperation list of Tenda Cooperation Department, and then study the characteristics of the companies that Tenda chooses to cooperate with, and then work in this direction. Strive to get the opportunity to cooperate with Tenda within 3 phases. Then we will collect all kinds of information and details to prove the views of Nye Yunxing and Jing Hao, and use them as weapons to launch a new round of attacks on Tenda. Wednesday, June 5. Tenda Cooperation Department. This special department was originally composed of only Min Jingchao, but now, including Wu Ben and some other key members, they are all in place. The personnel of this department are all drawn from other departments, and the specific candidates are discussed by Min Jingchao and Wu Ben. These include professional talents from various departments, as well as employees like Wu Ben, who are drawn from the Human Resources Department. This is because considering that the Tenda Cooperation Department has to cooperate with a wide variety of companies, which may involve all walks of life, if you want to better transform these companies, you must master the professional knowledge of the corresponding fields. Although Min Jingchao's transformation of the game company was very smooth, if he went to some fields he didn't understand, he might be at a loss. Therefore, as many outstanding talents as possible should be included in this department to ensure the success rate of the Tenda Cooperation Department in transforming other companies. Of course, the priority condition for the selection of these talents is that they are reliable in thought, deeply understand the Tenda spirit, and firmly support Tenda's business model. Wu Ben and these employees of the Human Resources Department can do a good job of deployment and provide better theoretical support for those sent to other companies. Of course, logistical support in human resource management and support deployment is also indispensable, which requires support from the Human Resources Department headed by Wu Ben. At this time, Pei Qian sat at the main seat at the conference table, looking at the list of applicants for the Tenda Cooperation Department with a worried look on his face. Min Jingchao sat on the side with a little pride on his face, like a primary school student waiting to be praised. The faces of other people in the conference room also had smiles on their faces. Obviously, the great success of Min Jingchao's transformation of Longyu Group has brought a strong sense of confidence to the entire Tenda Cooperation Department. In just 2 weeks, the entire Longyu Group's operating department has become brand new, which is enough to show that Pei Qian's business model and management model are successful, advanced, and naturally supported. Then, the work of the entire Tenda Cooperation Department becomes crucial. At the beginning, many people did not quite understand the Tenda Cooperation Department. They thought that although Tenda Group is developing well now, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Why should they allocate manpower to help other companies? Isn't this cultivating competitors for themselves? Isn't this diverting their own talents and resources? But now they find that the Tenda Cooperation Department is indeed necessary. Because Tenda has entered a period of rapid development, but lacks allies in the outside world. The help of the Tenda Cooperation Department to other companies can quickly change the thinking of these companies and make them move closer to Tenda. In this way, Tenda's actual scale and influence will increase rapidly. Therefore, being selected into the Tenda Cooperation Department is a kind of recognition and affirmation for them, which shows that they all have the ability to be responsible persons like Min Jingchao under certain conditions. But the current situation is very difficult for Pei Qian. He originally just wanted to send Min Jingqiao out to make some extra money for himself. Originally, he thought that it would take at least 3 to 5 months to make extra money this time, but he didn't expect Min Jingqiao to be so efficient and influential. Pei Qian originally planned to let Tenda fight alone, but he didn't expect to welcome so many supporters in an instant. You know, Tenda's single-handed battle has defeated the anti-Tenda alliance. If it brings a group of younger brothers and exceeds the anti-Tenda alliance in number, what will Nie Yunxing and the others do? Now we have to think of a solution for this situation. Pei Qian quickly drew on the list with a pen, and then read out the companies he chose. These companies are all on the next list. All? Everyone looked at each other, all thinking about these 2 words, because the number outlined by President Pei was much more than they imagined. According to this number, almost the entire Tenda Cooperation Department will be emptied, and the logistics personnel, including Wu Bin, will also be dispatched. Wu Bin was a little confused. Because in his opinion, these people from the Human Resources Department are here to provide theoretical and logistical support for other people in the Tenda Cooperation Department, and they don't have to go into battle in person, they only know how to manage human resources, but not the specific business operations. How can they guide other companies? Moreover, the list selected by President Pei seems to have problems. Everyone thought that President Pei would prefer to choose those well-known large companies, including Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group. This is also easy to understand. Large companies have greater energy and will be more helpful to Tenda after the transformation. However, President Pei avoided those large companies this time and chose some medium-sized companies that have little relationship with Tenda and the anti-Tenda alliance. Everyone looked at each other, and they all felt a little disappointed. They originally thought that they could go to a large company like Longyu Group to give full play to their level, but they changed to a small company and felt a little disappointed. Min Jingqiao looked at the list and said easily, "No problem, President Pei, I will complete the task." As he said that, he looked at everyone and obviously guessed what everyone was thinking. No matter whether it is a large company or a small company, they are all the objects of our help and transformation. Don't look at people with tinted glasses, and don't judge people by appearance. President Pei must have special considerations when selecting this list. Everyone should keep their mission in mind and use the Tenda spirit to transform these companies. Don't look down on them just because they are small in scale and energy. Min Jingqiao's words made many people bow their heads in shame. Because Min Jingqiao was also sent to a small company, but he did not feel unhappy about it. Instead, he fully supported Pei Qian's decision and decided to go all out. In this case, what qualifications do others have to be picky? However, Wu Bin still had some questions. "Boss Pei, I think there seems to be something wrong with the number. According to the current number of companies, it seems that our group of people will also be sent out. But we are only responsible for logistics support and help other brothers. We don't have relevant professional skills, how can we guide other companies?" Pei Qian was well prepared, smiled slightly, and said, "Professional skills are something that can be mastered. With your mastery of the Tenda spirit, I believe that you can break through professional barriers and complete the tasks in these small companies. Besides, I just gave a list and didn't decide who will go to which company. You can choose for yourself. Look, I think this Buichuan Media is very suitable for you. A self-media company usually operates accounts on various platforms and creates internet celebrities. It shouldn't be difficult to guide, Wu Bin, I believe you can do it." Wu Bin was stunned for a moment, and said with embarrassment, "No, Mr. Pei, I can't. I know nothing about self-media." Pei Qian smiled slightly, and thought to himself, "Do you think I understand these successful departments of Tenda?" But Pei Qian couldn't say it clearly, but continued to comfort, "It doesn't matter. Although you don't understand self-media, you understand the spirit of Tenda. Besides, the core departments of Tenda are the game and film departments. You will have some understanding under the influence of what you see and hear. It is enough to guide this Yuan media. Wu Bin looked at Mr. Pei and then at the list in hand. He still felt a little empty, but Mr. Pei said so. He couldn't openly disobey and disappoint Mr. Pei's expectations, right? He could only nod reluctantly. Okay, Mr. Pei, then I will do my best. Wu Bin accepted the task, so naturally the other people in the Human Resources Department had nothing to say. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this situation. Very good, so many people were sent out at once this time, and they all went to some relatively ordinary small companies, not industry giants. The success rate will definitely drop significantly. As long as the success rate of Tenda's cooperation department drops, the enthusiasm will inevitably fade, and there will not be so many companies rushing to follow Tenda to get a share of the spoils. Thinking of this, Pei Qian stood up happily and said, okay, if there is no problem, let's adjourn the meeting. I wish you all success. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1587, This company is totally inconsistent with the Tenda spirit. June 7, Friday. Modu, Yuan Media. Mr. Wu, please come in. We have been looking forward to you for a long time, and finally you are here. You came from Tenda and brought us light and hope. I will hand over Yuan Media to you with confidence in the future. Please lead us out of the haze and see the sun. Wei Jingwei welcomed Wu Bin to the company very cordially, and kept saying rainbow farts, but the smile on his face was half true and half false. Wu Bin looked at him and always felt that Mr. Wei's expression was a bit exaggerated. In fact, Wei Jingwei didn't expect that he would be successfully selected not long after signing up for the Tenda cooperation plan. I had planned to sing a double act with the Anti-Tenda Alliance and strive to be selected within 3 phases, but I didn't expect that he would be selected in the first phase. I have to say that this luck is really good. Nia Yinxing was also very happy to hear that Wei Jingwei was selected. He repeatedly told him to serve the uncle from Tenda with good food and drink, and let him do whatever he wanted. The more Wu Bin messed with Yuan Media, the worse the failure would be, and the more bullets the Anti-Tenda Alliance would have in their hands. What they wanted was the destruction of the Tenda myth. No matter how badly Yuan Media is tossed around, it doesn't matter. As long as the Anti-Tenda Alliance gets what they want, any capital injection can bring Yuan Media back to life, or even live better than before. So Wei Jingwei is ready. Wu Bin is not ready, because in Tenda Group, he is just a small transparent person in the Human Resources Department, and is usually only responsible for Tenda's recruitment examination. This is the first time he is called Mr. Wu. Mr. Wei, you don't have to be polite. I am just an ordinary employee of Tenda. This time I come to do business. I am not used to calling you Mr. Wu. You should just call me by my name. Wei Jingwei said, how can that be done? It's too disrespectful. How about this, I call you Mr. Wu Bin. Wu Bin was a little helpless. Okay, Mr. Wei, call me whatever you want. He was a little nervous when he came this time. After all, he knew nothing about self-media. What if Yuan Media was abolished? Wouldn't everyone be laughing at Tenda? Although Wu Bin was sent by President Pei, no one would think that President Pei made a mistake in hiring people. They would only think that Wu Bin was a hopeless case. This is absolutely unacceptable. After a few pleasantries, Wu Bin said, let's get straight to the point. President Wei, please briefly talk about the operation of our company, including various businesses. The more basic the better, the more detailed the better. To be honest, I don't know much about the work of self-media, so I still need to study it carefully first. Wei Jingwei was stunned at first, and then he was happy. When the list was confirmed, he only knew that the person who came was Wu Bin, but what did Wu Bin do before in Tenda? What department did he work in and what was his professional background? Wei Jingwei didn't know anything. Now listening to Wu Bin's words, he didn't seem to be a professional. Because self-media is actually not complicated, it's nothing more than earning popularity, raising fans, and working hard to cultivate private domain traffic, and then through a series of methods such as advertising monetization, the traffic is converted into real income. This thing has a set of internal rules and gameplay, but it is definitely not profound. Logically speaking, there should be many people who understand these at Tenda, but they sent a layman. Should we say that President Pei is too confident, or that there are not enough people, so they have to fill the numbers? But this is also good, which is conducive to Wei Jinghui achieving his goal. Wei Jinghui put away the half-real smile on his face, replaced it with a 100% real smile, took Wu Bin around the office area, and introduced the entire company's operating model in detail. Actually, it is not complicated. Yuan Media's business is mainly divided into two parts. The first part is that a special team is responsible for some popular science accounts and short video accounts on the internet. Some of these contents are in text form, and some are in short video form, but the content is similar. Most of the sources of content are sent by special people to wash manuscripts from the internet. A small number of boutique accounts will have a special editing team to write original content. The former is mainly for rushing volume, while the latter is to seize some conflicting hot issues and find ways to create heat through some eye-catching titles and sensational content. In addition, Yuan Media has also signed some anchors and video authors to package and operate them and build personal brands. The entire Yuan Media has dozens of different accounts of different sizes, some of which have reached millions of fans or even higher. These head accounts are the main source of money, and they are operated by the best team. Most of the remaining accounts are small accounts with relatively few fans. Maybe a team operates more than a dozen accounts and keeps rushing volume. Whether such accounts can rise depends entirely on luck. However, as long as one account suddenly explodes and gains a large number of fans, it can be handed over to a dedicated team for refined operation, and the income from such an account can recover all the costs of maintaining so many accounts before. Wu Bin has been listening carefully without interrupting. He followed an account of Yuan Media, Bolanchuanji, on his mobile phone, and then clicked it and read the article posted on it. Just the title of the article made Wu Bin frown slightly, and he felt it was very eye-catching. This article has more than 100,000 hits, but these 100,000 plus traffic was attracted by Wu Bin's most shameless way. Alarmist and eye-catching title, content that creates contradictions and exaggerates facts, plus deliberately selecting comments that provoke war, creating opposition and heat. In short, the elements of a hit article are almost all there. But to sum it up, it can be summarized in one sentence: it is very inconsistent with the spirit of Tenda. Wu Bin even had the idea of slapping his butt and leaving on the spot. Such a company is obviously incompatible with the thinking of Tenda Group. How can it be changed without even sitting together? Wu Bin even doubted what the intention of such a company to participate in Tenda's cooperation plan was. But he changed his mind and thought that he was here. Since he was a Tenda person, how could he be persuaded to leave on such a small matter? What's more, this mission was arranged by President Pei himself. If he slapped his butt and left like this, it would be too disappointing to President Pei's expectations. Wu Bin felt that President Pei must have sent him to reform the company because it lacked the Tenda spirit. Time was short and the task was heavy. The darkest place was naturally the place that needed light the most. Thinking of this, Wu Bin calmed down, nodded and said to Wei Jinghui, "Your work should continue as usual. I need to analyze your situation and come up with a comprehensive rectification plan in 2 days." Wei Jinghui certainly wanted it. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wu Bin." Obviously, Wu Bin did not know the operating model of Yuan Media. Wei Jinghui felt that the plan in his mind was stable. Whether Wu Bin made drastic and forced changes, causing Yuan Media to fall into turmoil, or was cautious and made minor repairs, the final result should not be very good, and the anti-Tenda alliance would have something to say at that time. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1588. So you are waiting for me to counterattack? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At the same time, in the office of the President of Tenda Group, Pei Qian is seriously studying the recent strategies of the anti-Tenda alliance. It's really strange, why has the anti-Tenda alliance not made any moves recently? I don't expect you to continue the money-burning war with me. How come even the public opinion war has stopped? Only one residential group has a breath left, but it was beaten to a pulp by the new house type launched by Sloth Apartment. If you continue like this, there will be no heat left on the internet. Pei Qian is even more worried about the anti-Tenda alliance than Yuan. In his opinion, the anti-Tenda alliance obviously has many cards to play. For example, just burn money. With so many companies added together, the market value is so high, what can you do with so much money? It's better to burn it and save me money. Pei Qian couldn't figure it out, so he carefully checked the relevant discussions on the internet. In fact, since the competition between the anti-Tenda alliance and Tenda Group has become increasingly fierce, many people on the internet have been paying attention to this matter. Not only are major forums discussing this, but financial uploaders on the Eli Island website are also regularly analyzing the strategies of both parties. Of course, this kind of analysis is definitely unreliable. After all, these upmasters cannot obtain first-hand insider information, and can only make inferences based on some clues collected online, and this inference can easily go astray. But no matter what, some upmasters do have real talents, and their discussions can be regarded as a reference. In particular, many reference opinions are still very valuable to Pei Qian. One of the statements made Pei Qian's eyes light up. The anti-Tenda alliance has been quiet recently, so don't think that they are backing off. In fact, the anti-Tenda alliance is much more solid than we thought. Although an alliance based on interests may fall apart because of interests, this kind of alliance based on interests is often the most solid. The companies under the anti-Tenda alliance are very clear that once they lose to Tenda, they will only be defeated one by one, so even if they suffer some setbacks, they will not easily withdraw from the alliance. As of now, the anti-Tenda alliance is on the surface of passive defense, but in fact it is very likely to lure the enemy deeper. Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance have both established a firm foothold in the corresponding fields. When fighting a war of public opinion, Tenda Group has a natural advantage in public opinion. For the anti-Tenda alliance, they should have realized that the previous attack was a stupid move. Because the only way to gain an advantage in the war of public opinion is to seize the opponent's weaknesses and hit them hard. The same is true in other fields. The anti-Tenda alliance thinks that they have more people and more power, and think that they can defeat Tenda simply by relying on their numbers and momentum. This is obviously a very stupid idea. Now they are actively retreating and entering a strategic defense period, which is a more clever way. In this way, if Tenda can't help but want to attack, it may reveal some flaws and be caught by them. Once the anti-Tenda alliance finds the flaws and will if Tenda is on the same starting line, then the advantage that Tenda Group has worked so hard to build will be gone, and the battle between the two sides will become full of suspense again. Fortunately, President Pei is very wise and did not fall into this trap, but is seriously rectifying Tenda's internal affairs. In addition, President Pei has also established the Tenda Cooperation Department to help other companies. On the surface, it is a kind of assistance, but in fact it is to strengthen its own wings and establish a Tenda alliance. Once this alliance is established, the difference in the number of people between the two sides will no longer exist. At that time, President Pei can naturally let go and launch an attack. Seeing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but slam the table. It turns out that Yuan has not taken any action for so long, waiting for me to take the initiative to launch an attack and find my flaws? Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, wouldn't I have already cooperated with you? Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. This is the problem caused by poor communication. Yuan regarded Pei Qian as his number one enemy. How could he reveal his intention? This caused Pei Qian to be late to realize the deep meaning of Yuan's move. But it's not too late to realize this problem now, right? Let me think about it. Since Yuan wants me to take the initiative to attack, then I will cooperate. However, there are no better means for the time being. The war of public opinion must not be fought anymore. Otherwise, I will still do what I am best at, burning money, right? The several rounds of public opinion wars fought by the column, the person in charge says, caused the anti-Tenda alliance to suffer a disastrous defeat. Pei Qian also knew that Tenda naturally had a huge advantage in the war of public opinion. Fighting in this place would be equivalent to bullying. So Pei Qian decided to do the most stable money-burning war. There are many well-funded companies under the anti-Tenda alliance. Each company has its own field of responsibility, while Tenda wants to spend money in all fields. In terms of funds, the anti-Tenda alliance is definitely more abundant. The advantage is obviously on the other side. In this case, Pei Qian can spend money boldly without any worries. The discussion on the internet also reminded Pei Qian of a problem. That is, the relationship of the anti-Tenda alliance is actually more solid than Pei Qian expected. Because these companies are very clear that once they withdraw from the anti-Tenda alliance, they may never be able to form a united front again, and then Tenda can defeat them one by one. If they lose to other companies, they may still be acquired, but if they lose to Tenda, they will be eaten up and their bodies will be wiped out. So the more money they burn, the more they can inspire their fighting spirit against the common enemy. Thinking of this, Pei Qian became excited and immediately formulated a plan. First, burn the three industries of takeout, express delivery, and rental. These three industries directly face home delivery, Xingyun Express, and Home Group. The three giants are the three companies with the largest financial resources in the anti-Tenda alliance. And these three industries are also the fastest burning money. Once burned, these three companies will definitely mobilize other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance to seize the market of Tenda Group in other fields. Pei Qian will then ask other departments to follow up, and after a while, the stalemate will be resolved, right? As the helmsman of Tenda Group, Pei Qian hates the Cold War the most. Because during the Cold War, both sides will think about each other, and the other side will often do some inexplicable things, and even give away the victory. But once the battle enters the hot stage, Pei Qian can happily spend money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian happily began to look forward to the wonderful situation in the next month. June 10, Monday. Wu Bin called all the heads of Buichuan media to a meeting. This is the rectification plan I finalized. It uses the weekend overtime quota. The HR and administration departments will record it and count the overtime pay. The two heads of the HR and administration departments looked at each other, feeling like they had heard a fairy tale. Weekend overtime quota? And overtime pay? What is that? As a self-media company, overtime is commonplace for Buichuan media. Because self-media is mainly about taking advantage of the heat, and it is uncertain when the heat will appear. Even after get-off work, the employees of these self-media companies are on call 24 hours a day, and they will start to get busy as soon as there is a hot spot. Some celebrities often like to break some big melons in the middle of the night, which disturbs the self-media companies from resting and working overtime to chase the hot spots. For these people in the company, overtime pay is a concept that should not exist at all. Not to mention the overtime quota. Why do you need a quota for overtime? Is overtime a particularly scarce thing? Moreover, Wu Bin wants overtime pay in the name of working overtime on weekends. Is he sure he is not here to make money? I have never seen an employee with such a bad work attitude. Is this a middle-level company manager sent by Tenda Group? The two responsible persons looked at Wei Jinghui silently, and Wei Jinghui signaled them with his eyes to be patient. In his opinion, the more outrageous the plan Wu Bin gave, the better. Wei Jinghui broke the silence in the conference room and said to Wu Bin with a smile, "Mr. Wu Bin, this is your decision, we will follow it seriously. But can you please explain what the overtime quota is?" Wu Bin realized that in places where Tenda Guanghui is not popular, the overtime quota is still a strange concept. He had no choice but to take out the plan he had prepared in advance and said, "In that case, let me talk about the plan first. I have prepared 2 rectification plans in total, the first one is for business, and the second one is for company management. Let's talk about the rectification plan for company management first. Starting from this week, the company must strictly implement the 8-hour work system, go to get off work and leave on time, and not be allowed to arrive early or leave late without special reasons. If you need to work overtime, you need to apply for overtime quota from the relevant person in charge. If the overtime quota is used too much or exceeds the quota, it will affect the performance rewards of the entire department. And in the specific operation and execution, we need to use Tengda's dedicated office chat software ARS. Wu Bin carefully introduced Tengda's management rules and regulations, and introduced the specific usage of ARS to everyone. Generally speaking, Tengda's management rules were directly copied. Wu Bin is from the Human Resources Department, so he is naturally very familiar with this set of things. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other again after hearing this. I thought the overtime pay and overtime quota were outrageous enough, but I didn't expect there would be something even more outrageous. On the contrary, Wei Jinghui smiled. Because he found that Nye Yinxing's prediction was completely correct. Sure enough, these people sent by Tengda's cooperation department did not actually understand President Pei's management art, but were completely learning from others. Without analyzing the specific situation of the company, they just copied Tengda's management model. Can this be any good? Min Jingqiao succeeded in forcing this system to be implemented in Longyu Group, because he is a master in game design and game operation. With his professional skills, it is not a big deal even if there are some minor problems in management. But Wu Bin is not a professional in self-media. As long as Buchuan media is ruined, it will be a perfect material for attacking Tengda. Thinking of this, Wei Jinghui smiled slightly. Mr. Wu Bin's management plan should be inherited from Tengda. It is really very smart. The 2 departments of administration and human resources must cooperate well. Everything should be done in the way required by Mr. Wu Bin, without any omissions. The reason why Wei Jinghui said this is that he is afraid that if the subordinates make deviations in execution, Tengda may blame them in the end, saying that Buchuan media did not cooperate, which greatly weakened the effect of public opinion attacks. Seeing the heads of administration and human resources nod, Wei Jinghui was relieved and continued, "Mr. Wu Bin, then let's talk about the business transformation next." Chapter 1589. It feels like an insider. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Wu Bin took out another plan after hearing this. This plan is mainly aimed at the reform of Buchuan Media's business. First of all accounts controlled by Buchuan Media must issue a statement. The content of the statement is, the previous account content has more or less exaggerated facts and guided emotions. In the next period of time, Buchuan Media will suspend and rectify the previous manuscripts or videos, either re-upload them after modification or completely delete them. As for whether to modify or completely delete the content, the department will reflect on itself. After a while, I will review these contents again. If any omissions are found, the relevant departments will be responsible. Secondly, for those small accounts that plagiarize and rewrite manuscripts, cut them all off and focus all energy on a few large accounts. We must get rid of all plagiarized and stolen content and be strict with ourselves. In the future, the content published by each account can be to promote positive energy, expose problems, or popularize science. But the premise must be to seek truth from facts, be objective and fair, and strive to be as professional as possible. For doubtful views, it is necessary to indicate that it is a controversial view to prevent adverse effects. In addition, we have to spend a lot of money to recruit a professional team. When it comes to relevant content, we must find a professional team to check it, and any unreasonable content must be deleted and modified in time. On this basis, the operation team of each account can consider combining the previous characteristics of the account to make some distinctions. For example, some accounts can take a relaxed, humorous and daily route, while some accounts can take a professional and serious route. This is roughly the plan. Do you have any opinions? Everyone looked at Wei Jingwei speechlessly. Obviously, everyone felt that there were too many inappropriate aspects of this plan, but Wei Jingwei did not speak, and they did not dare to raise doubts. Wei Jingwei didn't expect Wu Bin to be so ruthless. He coughed twice in embarrassment. I think Mr. Wu Bin's plan is very good. Everyone must follow it completely. However, this plan has been changed a lot. If you have any questions, it's best to raise them now, and make a complete supplement to this plan and put it on paper. Wei Jingwei was worried that some of the clauses were too broad, and the people below would take advantage of loopholes during the implementation process, which might lead to disputes. If Wu Bin and Tenda Group say that the plan is fine, but the quality of the people in Yuan media is not good and there are problems in the execution, then the bullet of public opinion will be greatly reduced. Completely refine Wu Bin's plan, then put it on paper, and implement it seriously according to this plan. In this way, if there are problems with Yuan media's business again, it will be completely the fault of Wu Bin and Tenda Group. As soon as Wei Jingwei said this, the conference room immediately became lively. Mr. Wu Bin, I have a question. You just said that the small accounts that plagiarize manuscripts should be completely abandoned and cancelled, so what should the people who were originally responsible for operating those small accounts do? Wu Bin replied, try to incorporate them into the operation and content teams of other large accounts, or organize them to establish and operate new accounts. The person who asked the question asked again, what if they are not capable enough to do these jobs? The main business of these small accounts is plagiarism, and the people who are responsible for operating these small accounts often have no ability to do anything original and output content. They do purely physical work and their wages are also very low. Now they are not allowed to plagiarize, but to operate new accounts by themselves, which is completely beyond their capabilities. Wu Bin said, this is easy to handle. According to the company's regulations, they can be dismissed and given corresponding financial compensation. Someone else asked, Mr. Wu Bin, I think this strategy of not working overtime is a bit too idealistic. After all, we are a self-media company. If there is a hot topic in the middle of the night, we can't wait until the next day to write the article, right? Wu Bin asked back, why not? Time is important, but quality is more important. Other self-media are trying their best to grab hot topics, which is already a highly reversed state. What does it matter if it's earlier or later? The important thing is to put forward insights and have content that is completely different from other self-media. These insights come from daily understanding and accumulation. Not working overtime is to ensure that everyone is usually there is enough time to accumulate. The questioner asked again, Mr. Wu Bin, if the work of the day is not completed before the end of the workday, and the overtime quota is used up, what should I do? Wu Bin smiled and answered, when this happens, first look at whether the workload is reasonable. If the workload assigned is too much, it is the supervisor's problem. If there is a shortage of manpower, you can recruit more. If the supervisor arranges the workload improperly, then criticize and educate the supervisor. Secondly, if it is a problem of personal workability, you should have a persuasive talk, and the department should work together to help him improve his work efficiency. If it really doesn't work, change his position or dismiss him. Everyone asked questions in turn, including some definition issues of regulations and concepts, for example, how to select this professional team, what to do if there are no professionals to check, whether the content selected by each department is reasonable, how to define it, etc. Wu Bin gave answers one by one. In short, follow two principles: first, have a clear conscience, and second, professional support. If you don't understand, then go find a professional. If you can't find a professional, then this topic will not be done even if it is very popular. Some hot spots can be harmless if you have enough ability, but if you don't have enough ability, you must not take advantage of them. Because once you take advantage of them, you are abusing the influence of the self-media account, and you will inevitably be backlashed. Everyone asked questions and took notes. Wei Jingwei became happier and happier as he listened, because he had already felt that Wu Bin's business improvement would never be successful. For self-media, popularity is life. Because self-media is different from traditional media and is extremely lacking in exposure channels. If self-media wants to get ahead and get enough attention, they must always pay attention to current hot spots and try their best to catch the audience's attention, or stimulate discussion and popularity through methods such as provoke topics and hang comment areas, creating a viral effect. But each of Wu Bin's plans hits the lifeline of self-media, that is, popularity. After this set of changes, the accounts controlled by Qingshan Media have indeed become some very positive and sunny accounts. But where does the popularity come from? Will anyone really watch this kind of thing? Based on Wei Jingwei's understanding of the self-media industry, he believes that this thing will definitely not be popular. The large-scale loss of fans and the decline of these accounts of Qingshan Media are already a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, Wei Jingwei knocked on the table with a smile. Okay, the plan is very clear. Please follow this plan immediately to make rectifications. All rectifications are subject to what Mr. Wu Bin said. Wu Bin left the meeting room and did not return to his workstation directly. Instead, he pretended to go to the bathroom, came to an empty corner, and called Pei Qian. Mr. Pei, I have a very important thing to report to you about Qingshan Media. Pei Qian's voice on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. What's the matter? Wu Bin calmed down his excitement a little and said, I suspect that Qingshan Media may be an undercover sent by the Anti-Tenda Alliance, because their attitude is obviously problematic. Pei Qian was even more surprised. What do you mean? Wu Bin explained, most companies are relatively unfamiliar with Tenda's management and business models. When they hear these plans, their first reaction must be doubt or even resistance. Even when Min Jingqiao implemented this plan at Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group, he encountered various obstacles, but he has strong professional ability, so he was able to solve these problems smoothly. Zhou Mian of Skyfire Studio is your close friend, and Longyu Group has already gained enough benefits from the Bullet Hole 2 project, so they are eager to cooperate with Tenda. In addition, Min Jingqiao has the successful operation of GOG. He has a lot of experience in game operations and is a recognized expert in game operations. His words still carry a lot of weight. The situation of Qingshan Media is a bit strange. First, Wei Jingwei, the head of Qingshan Media, did not show any admiration for you, which shows that he does not know you and does not trust the Tenda model. Second, Qingshan Media has never had any business dealings with Tenda Group, and I have no professional background in self-media. In this case, I proposed a drastic reform plan, and they did not raise any questions at all, just asked some details, and then followed the implementation completely. Wei Jingwei seems to have never considered the huge negative impact these plans may have on Qingshan Media in the early stage, but repeatedly expressed his complete trust and firm support to me. This is really unreasonable. Pei Qian smiled on the other end of the phone, but said seriously, maybe you just met a reasonable company boss? Wu Bin immediately denied, impossible. If this Wei Jingwei is really a reliable and ideologically conscious boss, he would never make Qingshan Media what it is now. In my opinion, Yuan Media is not fundamentally different from other self-media companies. It's just that they are all plagiarism, selling anxiety, and creating hatred. And behind these behaviors, they must represent the intentions and values of the company's boss. It can't be that Wei Jinghui is comfortably enjoying the traffic and suddenly repents, right? This possibility is too low. Mr. Pei, I think if necessary, we can terminate the cooperation with Yuan Media. Tenda Cooperation Department is to help those companies with positive energy and willing to fight side by side with Tenda. For those companies with unknown origins or even clear malicious intentions, we can refuse to cooperate. Pei Qian, on the other end of the phone, quickly stopped him and said, I don't think so. Wu Bin was stunned. What do you mean? Pei Qian explained, first, your arguments are all based on your speculations, and there is no solid evidence. We cannot doubt every company that wants to cooperate with Tenda. Secondly, even if your suspicion is true, this cooperation should continue. Wu Bin was stunned for a moment, and then woke up. You mean, the more such companies are, the more they should be transformed by Tenda's thinking and turn our enemies into our allies? Pei Qian suppressed his joy and said calmly, you can understand it this way. Wu Bin felt suddenly enlightened and said excitedly, Mr. Pei, I know. We must believe that the Tenda spirit can turn decay into magic. The more such companies are, the more obvious the effect will be. Even if Wei Jinghui has some ideas in his mind, as long as he fully supports my reform of Yuan Media, the final result will definitely be beneficial to us. Thank you, Mr. Pei, I fully understand. I will definitely transform Yuan Media and find a way to make it a firm ally of Tenda. After hanging up the phone, Wu Bin felt that his thoughts were clearer than ever before and his thoughts were firmer than ever before. So what if this company is suspicious? Tenda spirit is the real kingly spirit, and any tricks are vulnerable. As the person who knows Tenda spirit best, Wu Bin has strong confidence in Tenda spirit. Just like what Pei Qian said when he saw Wu Bin off, most of the principles are applicable to all. Tenda Group's strong departments are the game and film departments, which are cultural industries. Self-media can also be regarded as part of the cultural industry. As long as Wu Bin strictly follows the corresponding rules, Yuan Media will surely be reborn. Chapter 1590, The grassroots activities ended successfully. Add more to ask for monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Wednesday, June 19. Shanghai, Xingyun Group Headquarters. It has been 2 weeks since Nye Yunxing sent Yuan Media to be an undercover agent and lurk in the Tenda cooperation plan, and more than a week has passed since Wu Bin officially reformed Yuan Media. During this period, Tenda Group was not idle, and launched a money-burning war in the 3 fields of takeout, express delivery, and rental. Tenda subsidized the 3 departments of Moyu Takeout, Nifeng Logistics, and Sloth Apartment, which forced Jiaju Takeout, Xingyun Group and Zhujia Group to burn money together. Nye Yunxing was a little miserable about this. Because he never thought that Tenda Group would choose to burn money. Nye Yunxing did deliberately let the anti-Tenda alliance enter the strategic contraction stage, but before that, President Pei had not taken the bait, and Nye Yunxing waited and waited, but it didn't come, and he was about to give up. Tenda's sudden counterattack caught him off guard. Nye Yunxing never expected that Tenda would resort to spending money to fight back. Logically speaking, shouldn't Tenda be fighting a war of public opinion? The anti-Tenda alliance launched a war of public opinion before, but was defeated by Tenda. This is enough to prove that Tenda's advantage lies in public opinion. Then according to the normal brain circuit, when counterattacking, it should also start from the most advantageous public opinion, right? Once Tenda launches a war of public opinion, Nye Yunxing will be sure to find Tenda's flaws. What's more, he has prepared a response strategy through a series of channels such as Yuan Media. As a result, President Pei seemed to have lost his memory. He gave up the advantages established by the war of public opinion and insisted on playing with the anti-Tenda alliance. Especially in the fields of takeout, express delivery, and rental, playing with money, it is quite a posture of catching the king first. This is very annoying. Before this, when other companies were under pressure from Tenda Group only needed to sit in the rear and command the battle. At that time, Nyayunxing was a bystander mentality, and he could make some more rational and comprehensive decisions. But now Xingyun Group and Nifeng Logistics are engaged in a price war. Nyayunxing has to keep an eye on Xingyun Group while considering Zhujia Group and Jiaju Takeaway. It is difficult for him to analyze calmly from an outsider's perspective, and it is even more difficult to be fair. After all, Nyayunxing is the president of Xingyun Group, and he is most concerned about the interests of Xingyun Group. Pei Qian's counterattack made him feel very uncomfortable, because when it comes to his own interests, it is difficult for people to think absolutely rationally. Nyayunxing had no good solution for the time being, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Fortunately, there was good news from Buichuan Media. Nyayunxing and Jing Hao, the president of Jiaju Takeout, prepared materials for a new round of public opinion war based on the intelligence from Buichuan Media. The intelligence sent by Buichuan Media showed that after Wu Bin arrived at Buichuan Media, he launched a series of drastic reforms, which completely changed the management and business models of Buichuan Media. Because of Wei Jinghui's full support, these plans were smoothly implemented. As a result of the implementation, a series of accounts of Buichuan Media began to drop sharply in popularity. The reason is also very simple, that is, they don't take advantage of the popularity. The articles of those 100,000 plus accounts were either deleted or directly removed from the shelves, so that there was no account in the entire Buichuan Media that continued to create popularity. All of them were losing fans. Self-media relies on taking advertisements to make money. When the popularity is high, an advertisement can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Now that the popularity has dropped, even if the price is reduced, the number of parties willing to spend money on it has greatly decreased. The performance of the entire Buichuan Media has dropped significantly. This means that Buichuan Media has no income. However, the employees of Buichuan Media quickly adapted to the mode of not working overtime. After all, who would want to sit in the company if they can get off work on time? In Nyayunxing's view, this is a sign of laziness and loss of fighting spirit, and naturally one of the key reasons for the decline in performance and poor performance of Buichuan Media. The vivid case of Buichuan Media is the best weapon of public opinion. Oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are bitter oranges. In addition, Nyayunxing and Jing Hao also summarized some relevant information and compiled a set of arguments based on their own management experience. At that time, Jing Hao will come forward to comprehensively refute the management model of Tenda Group. Thinking of the future victory, Nyayunxing couldn't help but smile. Boss Pei, I guessed right. You are only so invincible in some specific fields, especially in the field of games. After all, there are still some fields you are not good at. How can a person be a perfect all-rounder? Let's take a step back. Even if you are a perfect all-rounder, then the middle-level managers sent by the Tenda Cooperation Department are far from you. There will always be some loopholes that I will catch. The next step is to wait patiently and choose a suitable time. Nyayunxing couldn't suppress his excitement because he knew that a new round of offensive was about to begin. At the same time, various departments of the Tenda Group were carrying out handover work. The activity of the person in charge going to the grassroots ended successfully. Huang Sibo specially organized a large meeting to gather all department heads and outsiders to share their experiences of this grassroots activity. Everyone was very positive and spoke enthusiastically. I have been the person in charge for too long, and I am indeed somewhat out of touch with the grassroots. Many policies that seem reasonable from the perspective of the person in charge may look completely different from the perspective of the grassroots. Yes, it can only be said that people are limited to their own identities. Sometimes, changing their identities will gain some new inspiration. I think changing departments is very meaningful. Each department of Tenda Group has an independent and complete business model, and in-depth study of this new business model will be inspiring and improving for your own department. Once again, I see how Mr. Pei can come up with so many different business models and combine them perfectly. I think all the acting persons in charge are very good and have put forward many constructive plans. I will reorganize these plans and continue them. I also hope that you can come to our department often to experience the work and put forward opinions in the future. Mr. Chen Lei's co-branded room is very imaginative. Our sloth apartment has decided to invite more celebrities to provide more co-branded plans for tenants to choose from in the future. Through this grassroots activity, I have a deeper understanding of the Tenda spirit advocated by President Pei. I think that the Tenda spirit requires us to maintain pride and confidence, and at the same time tells us that we must not be blindly arrogant, complacent about our achievements, and trapped in our own vision. That's right, in the critical period of the battle between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance, all of us can unify our thoughts and work together. This is the spirit that President Pei hopes to convey to us through the grassroots activities. We, the acting heads, have also benefited a lot. On the one hand, we have a better understanding of the unique business model of Tenda's various departments, which is very inspiring to our vision. On the other hand, it has deepened our friendship. In the future, our company will definitely carry out more extensive cooperation with Tenda in more aspects. The heads and acting heads expressed their feelings about this activity one after another. Originally, everyone thought that they should not change their generals at a critical moment, but they did not expect that the change would produce very good results. Although this grassroots activity slowed down the plans previously set by Tenda's various departments, the ideological foundation of all departments has become more solid, and the friendship and connection with external brother companies have become closer. After the leaders expressed their opinions, Huang Sibo tapped the table gently and made a summary speech. I think after this grassroots activity, we should at least realize the following points. First, after serving as a department head for a long time, it is easy to fall into a complacent mentality, and what is more terrible is that we often fall into this blind mentality without knowing it. Because we have achieved a series of results under the leadership of President Pei, it is easy to lose motivation and stop moving forward because of this success. Only by changing perspectives frequently can we recognize our shortcomings in work. Second, we must always be vigilant against the danger of being separated from grassroots employees. Many strategies formulated by departments may be fine from the perspective of the person in charge, but once they are implemented to the middle level and then to the grassroots, various problems will arise. We must often listen to the opinions of ordinary employees, and even do the work of ordinary employees ourselves, so as to better understand the situation of the department and formulate more appropriate strategies. We must always clearly realize that there are only different positions in Tenda Group, but no high or low status. Excellent people can take on more work and get more rewards, but they cannot exclude others because of this, nor can they have the idea of being superior. Like ordinary employees, we are all working hard to contribute to Tenda Group and society under the leadership of President Pei. Third, we should let Tenda's business model grow and develop, and introduce outstanding talents from other brother companies for communication and joint management. This collision of different models and ideas is also of vital significance to us. I think President Pei's normalization of grassroots activities should also be based on such considerations. As the person in charge, we must understand President Pei's good intentions. What we have to do is to conscientiously implement the decision to go to the grassroots, feel it seriously, and never let this activity become a formality. Okay, let's go back to each department to hand over the work. After listening to Huang Sibo's speech, everyone applauded. Because Huang Sibo expressed the consensus of all the responsible persons. With this consensus, the handover work will be smoother. The acting responsible persons put forward some good plans and suggestions, and the original responsible persons listened and absorbed them carefully. The strategies that can be used should be continued as much as possible, and the areas that need improvement should also be continuously improved. All the responsible persons know that the battle between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance has entered a critical moment. Although the two sides have temporarily stopped fighting, and Tenda Group even has some advantages, the anti-Tenda alliance may make a comeback at any time. In this tense situation, if a certain department makes a mistake, it is very likely to be seized by the anti-Tenda alliance as a breakthrough point to launch a fierce attack on Tenda. Therefore, all the responsible persons became nervous and could not wait to launch a new round of reform storm in all departments of Tenda. Chapter 1591, Questions on the Entrepreneur Open Class. June 21, Friday. In the president's office of Qingshan Group, Nie Yunxing was having a secret conversation with Xing Hao, the president of Zhaiju Takeaway. Xing Hao is in his 30s, thin, with sparse hair and wearing a pair of thick glasses. If you see him on the street, many people may mistake him for a programmer. However, he was indeed a programmer in the past, but now he has grown into a recognized outstanding entrepreneur. After 3 successful entrepreneurial experiences, especially the rapid development of Zhaiju Takeaway, Xing Hao has seen the possibility of becoming a super-large giant enterprise, which has also made him one of the hottest top entrepreneurs in China. Although he is younger than Nie Yunxing, his views on some issues are highly consistent with Nie Yunxing. In the entire anti-Tenda alliance structure, Nie Yunxing is most optimistic about Xing Hao. Xing Hao's rich experience and success, business management ability, and top eloquence will be the key to defeating Tenda in the war of public opinion. Regarding the battle plan for this propaganda war, Nie Yunxing has met with Xing Hao several times and repeatedly discussed the relevant details. Now the relevant preparations have been completed. Nie Yunxing shared all the information he had collected with Xing Hao, including the content related to the failed reform of Yuan media. So far, Yuan media is still in a half-dead state. Although various accounts have released a batch of new articles and videos, the number of clicks on these contents can be said to be halved, and the commercial value of the accounts in the hands of the entire Yuan media is also declining sharply. With the traffic of Yuan media, although there is no risk of bankruptcy in the short term, this sharp decline in performance has proved the failure of Wu Bin's reform. In addition, there are some other contents as evidence. After sorting out all the information, Nie Yunxing patted Xing Hao on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I can only help you so much. The next war of public opinion depends on your free play." Although President Pei of Tenda is young, he is extremely smart. There are often some unpredictable backup plans. Brother, you must not take it lightly. In particular, we must pay attention to one point. Tenda Group has always held an advantage in the war of public opinion. When we discuss the issue of company management, we must pay attention to the entry point and find a good angle, so as not to shoot ourselves in the foot. Xing Hao nodded confidently. "I have my own sense of propriety in these matters, don't worry." This speech is not a free-flowing experience sharing, but a real war. I will prepare carefully and will not take it lightly. Although Tenda has occupied the commanding heights of public opinion, it is not completely impossible to break the deadlock. Nie Yunxing was very satisfied with Xing Hao's confidence. "Brother, when are you going to start the attack?" Xing Hao looked at the date, this Sunday. Recently, a column called Entrepreneur Open Class was jointly established by several media. Invite me to be a guest. I will have 3 hours of open class time, and I have prepared all the content of the speech. Nie Yunxing showed a happy expression on his face. "Really? That's perfect. If we directly provoke a public opinion war on the internet, it may seem too deliberate and put the situation in our disadvantage. It is much safer to express opinions on such a platform." Nie Yunxing certainly knew this column. It was jointly established by several mainstream media in China. The original title was Entrepreneur Open Class, but the current popular trend feels that the concept of entrepreneur is not as dynamic as entrepreneurs, giving people a feeling of starting from scratch. That's why it was finally named Entrepreneur Open Class. The content of this open class is also very simple, which is to invite some successful entrepreneurs to talk about their entrepreneurial experience and share some experiences and lessons in the open class. This column is of course of positive significance, because entrepreneurship itself is something worth encouraging, creating value for society, providing employment opportunities, and conducive to the realization of personal value. Such an open class for entrepreneurs can guide some confused entrepreneurs and solve their difficulties. For those young people who are confused about their future, even if they do not become entrepreneurs, looking at the experience sharing of these entrepreneurs can also guide and inspire their spirit and thoughts to a certain extent. Xinghao hopes to use this platform to express his experience and thoughts on company management and operation. He does not need to publicly and clearly express his denial of Mr. Pei and Tenda's management model, but when he talks about his own thoughts, he will inevitably talk about some negative cases, and these negative cases will more or less cause some attacks on Tenda. In this way, Xinghao can use this open class platform to start this public opinion war. At that time, Tenda Group will most likely fight back, but what they don't know is that Xinghao is fully prepared to fight, and all kinds of relevant information and iron facts as evidence are already in his hands. Especially the case of Yuan media, it is very likely to have the final say. If this propaganda war can succeed, it will be the first time since the establishment of the anti-Tenda alliance that a breakthrough has been found in Tenda Group and Pei Qian, and there will be a great chance to reverse the situation in the next battle. June 23, Sunday. The recording site of Entrepreneur Open Class was full. Xinghao had seen the people in the audience before going on stage, and many of them were familiar faces that could often be seen on the internet. Some were very famous star actors, and some were well-known intellectuals and scholars on the internet. Sitting behind them were some small and medium-sized entrepreneurs and successful people, and behind them were young people who admired entrepreneurs. Xinghao was very satisfied with these audiences in the audience. Explaining his thoughts on such a stage and giving lectures to these people made him feel the realization of the value of life. Xinghao is an entrepreneur and a successful entrepreneur. There is a saying that if you don't return home with wealth and honor, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. For a young and successful entrepreneur like him, it is of course a very satisfying thing to run a business with great success, to be able to obtain huge wealth and a very high social status. However, as wealth accumulates and social status improves, they will gradually have some new demands. For example, they can participate in similar public lectures to convey their ideas to more people. It is a common human problem to like to teach others. Meng Chang has done similar things, but Meng Chang and Xinghao have completely different starting points. For Meng Chang, giving lectures is just a conventional marketing method to get more attention for the brand he founded. As for whether Meng Chang agrees with the content he mentioned in the lecture, it is unknown. Some may be heartfelt experiences, but some may be purely deceptive. When Meng Chang talked about these contents, his starting point was not his true feelings, nor was it necessarily the dry goods in the industry, but a simple marketing method. But people like Xinghao are completely different. Xinghao does believe that what he said is absolutely correct, and he lectures on various occasions in order to gain the support and recognition of the audience. This recognition will give them a greater sense of pride and satisfaction. There are many entrepreneurs who said the wrong thing on the stage and were chased and scolded by netizens. Many netizens believe that he is talking nonsense with open eyes, deliberately using the influence and platform of the star effect to convey some wrong ideas and induce young people. It is also because of this that many entrepreneurs are denounced as liars. But in fact, some people may have been wronged. Most of the entrepreneurs who were wrongly accused of being scammers said what they really thought. Although their remarks seemed outrageous, they were indeed what they thought. People like Meng Chang are real scammers, but real entrepreneurs are more harmful than pure scammers like Meng Chang. In front of the camera, Jinghao confidently took the stage amid applause. For a successful entrepreneur, giving a speech is like eating and drinking, simple and natural. After all, he has experienced too many similar occasions. In today's open class, I would like to share with you some of my experiences and insights in business management when I was starting a business. I think that as an excellent manager, you must know how to manage people, not things. When I just started my business, I also fell into this misunderstanding. I always put too much energy on specific business, no matter how big or small. I have to ask about everything. As a result, although the startup company had a good development momentum at the beginning, it encountered bottlenecks. My first 2 startups, although they were considered successful in the eyes of outsiders, were complete failures for me. Although I had been focusing on specific business and let the first 2 companies achieve good development, I lost to others in the final competition and had to choose to sell myself. I have gained wealth that ordinary people cannot reach. In the eyes of the public, I have become a successful entrepreneur. Some people even think that I have cashed out successfully and am a winner in life. But for me, this is an absolute failure. Because I failed to become the final winner. It was not until I stayed at home and started delivering food that I realized one thing. That is, managing people is much more important than managing things. Because a company is ultimately made up of people, the ancient emperors paid attention to the art of controlling people, because only by managing the ministers well can the entire state institution operate smoothly. And as the boss of the company, we must also manage our team well. This will make the entire company operate better, so that when competing with other companies, they will not be in a hurry. However, human nature is selfish and lazy after all. For ordinary employees, they cannot see the broad prospects for the company's development, nor can they see the infinite possibilities of the future. For an ordinary employee, he only cares about the work at hand and the fixed income every month. But if everyone thinks so, then a company is lazy, decadent, and unenterprising, and it will inevitably be eliminated in the fierce market competition. Therefore, as a manager, the most important thing is to mobilize all employees so that they can do their best for the development of the company. As bosses and entrepreneurs, we must lead by example and work harder than 996. I think this fighting spirit is the most valuable asset for entrepreneurs. And those who encourage everyone to give up this fighting spirit must have ulterior motives. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1592 Tenda is just seeking fame and reputation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Jinghao talked about his entrepreneurial experience in front of the camera, including some positive cases and some negative cases. For Jinghao, the setbacks he encountered in the early stage of his entrepreneurship were all because the employees did not work hard and diligently, which led to the company not having an advantage in the competition with other companies, thus triggering a series of butterfly effects. After the company went bankrupt, these lazy employees patted their butts and looked for better jobs, and the failure of entrepreneurship could only be borne by him alone. Of course, Jinghao did not really fail in entrepreneurship. His worst result was just selling the company to other big companies, but in Jinghao's view, anyone who did not reach the top of the industry could be said to be a failure. Even though he had obtained huge personal wealth through the first 2 entrepreneurships, he still regarded it as a failure and was resentful of the laziness of his employees. So, Jinghao began to study various management studies, formulated various KPIs and indicators within the company, and added layers of code through the human resources department to make the entire company run in an extremely efficient state. At the same time, Jinghao has accumulated a lot of experience after the first 2 entrepreneurial ventures, and successfully avoided all the pitfalls in various aspects, which led to the success of Zhaiju Takeout. During the explanation, Jinghao certainly did not simply preach, but used many cases in the entrepreneurial process. Many cases were vivid and detailed, which made the audience nod their heads. Especially the point that lazy employees caused the company to fail was particularly convincing because of Xinghao's large number of detailed cases. It even resonated widely with many entrepreneurs at the scene. In fact, does this phenomenon exist? Of course it does. Laziness is human nature, especially when a large number of heavy work tasks are placed on the body. And when these tasks are completed but no intuitive feedback is seen, most people will feel lazy. For the company, employees who concentrate on being screws are good employees. Those employees who have wild thoughts, low work efficiency, and even affect the atmosphere of the entire team are of course the objects of admonition and conversation. It is not uncommon for entrepreneurs to agree with this concept. And even some economists have seen this appeal and openly stand up for entrepreneurs. For example, some economists have proposed the idea that lazy employees can exploit companies, but it is difficult for companies to effectively manage and counter employee laziness, so companies are actually a vulnerable group. On the surface, it seems to be a kind of outrageous statement, but in fact, the person who said this is very clear about the target audience of his remarks, which is just to meet the demands of some entrepreneurs. Therefore, Xinghao's similar remarks are still very popular, especially those failed entrepreneurs will not think that there is a problem in their management of the company, but because their employees have been lazy. The subordinates are scattered and have no sense of responsibility and ownership, which led to the failure of the company's entrepreneurship. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was getting more and more heated, Xinghao knew that the time was almost right. So he changed the subject and continued to talk about this point. I found that some companies now want to fool the public by making some statements, and then deceive other startups, so that they can gain an advantage in the market competition and finally achieve their ulterior motives. I think we must be wary of these companies. What these entrepreneurs say are all things that seem to be very correct on the surface, so they are even more confusing. Every employee who wants to grow must establish a sense of ownership in the company. We entrepreneurs are even more caring for the company like our children. If you blindly believe in such wrong statements, the final result is nothing more than the company's bankruptcy, the failure of entrepreneurship, and the unemployment of employees. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the audience showed surprise because through Xinghao's remarks, the audience unconsciously associated it with Tenda Group. Tenda Group has always been famous for its generous employee benefits such as no overtime, which has made Tenda Group a dream place for all workers and given Tenda Group an advantage in the war of public opinion. After all, most of the netizens who participated in the public opinion discussion are workers themselves, and of course they are on the side of workers. Xinghao pointed the finger at Tenda Group at this time, obviously because of the grudges between Zhaiju Takeaway and Tenda Group. Moyu Takeaway dismantled the business model of Zhaiju Takeaway twice, and attacked Zhaiju Takeaway for squeezing the Takeaway brother many times, which led to the two sides being incompatible in the war of public opinion, and Moyu Takeaway also successfully seized more market share. Xinghao obviously could not accept this at all. Xinghao now not only pointed the finger at Moyu Takeaway, but also expanded it to the entire Tenda Group, believing that Tenda Group's advocacy of giving employees high benefits, so that employees do not have to work overtime, and do not have to maintain the spirit of struggle, has ulterior motives. You know, this is an open class program with a very high level of attention. Xinghao's remarks here will definitely be widely disseminated, and may even be edited into material and sent to major video websites such as Ellie Island. Is Zhaiju Takeaway about to start a new round of online public opinion war? However, Xinghao's words are more like a crude smear against Tenda Group. Will this really work? Xinghao smiled and continued, I know that what I said will confuse everyone. Now first-class large companies are trying every means to increase employee benefits. If increasing employee benefits is wrong, it is against management common sense. Then why are these large companies doing this? For example, Tenda Group has achieved its takeoff by strictly implementing the 8-hour work system and generous employee benefits. In just a few years, it has developed into a huge giant. If Tenda's management ideas are problematic, then how did Tenda develop? This statement is obviously only one side of the story. It completely confuses and blurs the objective differences between different companies, ignores the specific circumstances of each company, and forcibly uses a one-size-fits-all approach to solve the problem. Why do first-class large companies try every means to increase employee benefits? It is because these large companies have high profits and can attract and motivate excellent employees through these employee benefits. Excellent employees have higher work efficiency and consciousness, and these benefits can allow them to better play their own value. But large companies often pay the most attention to corporate management. They will use many other means to improve employee efficiency and make employees more competent for their jobs. Welfare is just one of their many management methods. For a small startup company, it does not have the huge profits of large companies, nor the attraction of large companies to outstanding employees, but it is forced to learn the employee benefits of large companies. This is equivalent to not having the life of a large company, but getting the disease of a large company. Of course, when Tenda Group was still a small company, it promoted employee benefits, but Tenda's subsequent achievements were not only due to employee benefits. Tenda's development is based on the high profits in the gaming industry are due to the clever management model. Although I don't know the specifics, I can be sure that Tenda is not just about high welfare. Otherwise, it would have been bankrupted by those lazy employees. How could it have developed to its current scale? But when Tenda promoted its so-called Tenda spirit to the outside world, it only promoted the spirit of not working overtime, and did not mention other management details. Why is that? Obviously, this is a very clever public opinion tactic of Tenda, which allows it to stand on the same side as the workers, so as to gain widespread public opinion support, so that it can be invincible in the public opinion war with other companies. But think about it carefully, if all companies give employees high benefits like Tenda, how many companies can persist? Do those small companies that can't afford such good employee benefits not deserve to survive? The purpose of advocating such high benefits is to weaken all startups through high benefits, so that all small companies can no longer pose any threat to Tenda, thus achieving a market monopoly. Qingshan's speech caused a lot of whispering at the scene. Obviously, many people did not expect that Qingshan would point the finger at Tenda Group on such an occasion. It has to be admitted that Qingshan's speech was still supported by many people. As an excellent entrepreneur, Qingshan has a certain influence brought by his fame, plus some successful experience in management, which makes his words sound very convincing. In particular, many small entrepreneurs present also empathize with what Qingshan said. Since the emergence of Tenda Group, the 8-hour work system, no overtime, high salary, and benefits, etc., have become the common demands of workers. The popularity of Tenda Group's recruitment examination is enough to show how much workers are eager and welcome for this. But not everyone can join Tenda Group. Those who cannot join Tenda Group for the time being will naturally compare their current company with Tenda. How can this comparison not be sour? In the eyes of the bosses of these small companies, their employees are jealous of Tenda's welfare and require their own companies to implement an 8-hour work system, or employees are dissatisfied with the status quo and slack off during overtime. Isn't this completely in line with the so-called employees are exploiting the company? How does Tenda maintain high welfare? This has always been an unsolved mystery. The most likely explanation is that as a game company, Tenda has supported the company's welfare with its generous profits. But it is obvious that other companies do not have the financial strength to support it and cannot completely copy Tenda's model. So Qingshan's words, although superficially full of aggression against Tenda Group, do reflect the demands of some bosses, and even make some workers feel quite pertinent. If the company goes bankrupt because of the laziness of employees, then the jobs are lost, and ordinary employees will not even have the opportunity to work overtime? Of course, some people heard this argument and started to curse, angrily denouncing Jinghao's shamelessness. As an outstanding young entrepreneur, how can he talk about exploiting and squeezing employees so fresh and refined? No matter what, Jinghao's speech at the Entrepreneur Open class is bound to cause a sensation on the internet. Chapter 1593, Which Side Are We On? Monday, June 24th. A high-end tea house in Shanghai. Nie Yunxing and Jinghao sat opposite each other, drinking tea leisurely and chatting about the Founder Open Class column last Sunday. Brother, your speech in the column has stirred up a hornet's nest. I thought you would hint at it indirectly, but I didn't expect you to criticize it directly by name. The program team didn't stop you? Jinghao smiled indifferently. This kind of column team will at most review the manuscript I submitted, but I have to perform on the spot, and they can't just cut off the live broadcast signal. Because this kind of column invites some well-known entrepreneurs in society, not just cats and dogs. The column team must treat the guests as masters and serve them well, otherwise if they get angry and don't come, it will be a loss for the column team. What's more, the column team has already distanced themselves from the relationship early, saying that these are the personal remarks of these bosses, and have nothing to do with the column. Even if the audience wants to attack, they will attack the personal Weibo accounts of these bosses, not the program team. On the contrary, they can gain popularity by relying on the outrageous remarks of these bosses, so why not? Nie Yunxing said with a little worry. Brother, I am worried about you. If you attack indirectly, there is still room for things to turn around, but if you directly point out Tenda Company by name, you may be attacked by many unwarranted attacks on the internet. Jinghao smiled confidently. Isn't it to arouse widespread attention? If no one scolds me, it means that our strategy is not successful enough and has not attracted enough attention. What's more, I still have 3 backups, waiting for their counterattack. The more powerful their counterattack is now, the more we will win after my backup is released. Nie Yunxing was a little surprised. Do you still have a backup? He had only briefly talked to Jinghao about the strategy of public opinion warfare before, and thought that Jinghao had already explained all the contents of the strategy in the open class. Unexpectedly, Jinghao actually had a backup. Jinghao explained, the first backup plan I prepared was to raise 2 questions. The first question, if Tenda wants to help other companies, it only needs to provide guidance on the operating philosophy. Why is it necessary to enforce its own no overtime policy? The second question, Tenda has always said that not working overtime can improve employee efficiency. Is there a necessary connection? If you delve into these 2 questions, you will be more certain of my point of view. Tenda promotes the idea of not working overtime only as a weapon of thought to expand its territory. Wait a little later, when the online criticism reaches its peak, I will raise these 2 questions first, so that everyone will naturally have doubts. The second backup is the current situation and detailed information of Yuan media. Facts have proved that Tenda previously promoted the success of its no-overtime model only because it was helping game companies like Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group. This is a success in business model, not a success in management model. And once it involves areas that Tenda is not good at, this management model will not work at all. Yuan media is a vivid example. The third backup is that I found some information about Mr. Pei. According to the information published online, he is the absolute controller of Tenda Group and has the final say. But after a careful check, I found that Mr. Pei is just a student with mediocre grades in college. Not only that, Mr. Pei has never shown up on important occasions and has not publicly expressed his thoughts. I think it is very likely that Mr. Pei is worried about revealing his foxtail. Nie Yunxing was a little puzzled. What do you mean? He never thought that Jinghao could start with Mr. Pei's identity. Jinghao explained, don't you think that Tenda's behavior and Mr. Pei's personal behavior are completely inconsistent? It's like a person's head is looking left, but his feet are walking to the right. Tenda Group has left everyone with the impression of being aggressive and has been constantly promoting and explaining its corporate values, and using this to attract talents from all over the world. However, as the helmsman of Tenda Group, Mr. Pei never shows up in public, let alone reveals his thoughts to everyone. Not only that, he is also so low-key even in school. It is understandable to keep a low profile, but is it necessary to just pass the exams? Nie Yunxing frowned slightly, and he also felt that this matter was indeed a bit unreasonable. Because the operating model of a company can often reflect the founder's philosophy of life. Some founders are keen to give speeches in society and act as life mentors, and these companies often emphasize values and corporate spirit. Some founders are low-key and never show up, so this company is often humble, down-to-earth, and pragmatic. At the very least, they are the type who are cautious and make a fortune in silence. This is easy to understand. After all, the founder has absolute control over the company and will keep the company's status in tune with himself. But Tenda Group is completely different. If Tenda Group is compared to a person, then it and Pei Qian should be two completely different sides of the personality. Nie Yunxing asked, "What does this mean?" Xinghao was silent for a moment and said, "I think what Tenda Group reflects is not what President Pei thinks. Or maybe President Pei doesn't approve of the state that Tenda Group shows in front of everyone. And all the actions of Tenda Group are just a high-profile gesture made by President Pei to cover up some deep secrets. President Pei refuses to show up in order to better build his own personality. Because only when he doesn't appear in public can he unscrupulously flatter himself. The public will think of him as a perfect entrepreneur. Once he shows up and expresses his opinions, his personality is likely to collapse. President Pei's real image in school is our most advantageous weapon. Anyway, breaking President Pei's deification, pulling him down from the altar, and proving that he is actually just a name-seeking person is definitely a major benefit for us. At the same time, Yuan media. Wei Jinghui looked at the online discussions and knew clearly that his task was almost completed. Xinghao must have obtained first-hand information about Yuan media and thought he was well prepared, so he launched another public opinion offensive against Tenda in the Entrepreneur Open class. Although Yuan media was messed up by Wu Bin, for Wei Jinghui, this was not a major event that would cause serious consequences as long as it can get enough funds and resources from the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Yuan media will be able to develop quickly, and develop better than before. Therefore, Wei Jinghui watched the online public opinion war with a mentality of watching the show. After Xinghao made this speech, as expected, his Weibo was exploded on the same day. Not only Tenda fans, but also many indignant netizens went to attack him. Xinghao's remarks should be unacceptable to all workers. What do you mean that the company's bankruptcy is caused by the laziness of ordinary employees? What do you mean that employees can exploit the company's wages by laziness? This kind of speech is almost selling misery and complaining, turning the company boss into a vulnerable group. For most ordinary netizens, it is simply nonsense. But Xinghao was not unprepared. While arguing with netizens, he released the materials he had prepared in an orderly manner. Xinghao's first move was to ask netizens two questions. The first is that if Tenda wants to help other companies, it only needs to help in the operation of the business. Why should it force the implementation of Tenda's working model? The second question is why not working overtime can definitely improve work efficiency. Is there any inevitable connection between them? This is all denying the necessity of Tenda's working model. So far, although there are many up-masters on the internet who have refuted Xinghao's statement, it has not yet formed a large enough public opinion. The reason is very simple. Pei Qian had previously issued a ban, asking the heads of various departments not to personally participate in the head says to dismantle other companies' business routines. Relying solely on netizens' spontaneous rebuttals, it is impossible to form representative remarks and sufficient popularity in a short period of time. Wei Jinghui felt that this scene was also quite strange. The Anti-Tenda Alliance and Tenda Group were actually in a stalemate in the war of public opinion. This was never imagined before. It is enough to prove that Jing Hao came prepared this time and found a good breakthrough. Wei Jinghui was admiring Jing Hao's wisdom when there was a knock on the door outside the office. Lao Deng, the editor-in-chief of Buichuan Media, pushed the door open. Buichuan Media is a self-media, so naturally, there is a lot of text content that needs to be written and reviewed by the editor-in-chief. Before, Lao Deng had been the main writer of several articles with more than 100,000 views, and was highly valued by Wei Jinghui. Wu Bin's arrival has greatly transformed Buichuan Media from top to bottom. Naturally, Lao Deng can no longer write articles to attract traffic. Instead, he follows Wu Bin's ideas and writes about current affairs and hot issues, which greatly reduces traffic. Because he is focused on executing the undercover plan, Wei Jinghui no longer asks about Lao Deng's articles. He thought that after the public opinion war is over, once Wu Bin leaves, Buichuan Media will return to the previous working state and pretend that nothing happened. What's wrong, Lao Deng? Is there anything wrong? Wei Jinghui asked Lao Deng with concern when he saw that his face was heavy. Lao Deng looked worried and hesitated to say, "Boss Wei, there is not much traffic for my recent writings. I want to write." Wei Jinghui interrupted Lao Deng with a smile and said, "Do you feel that you are not used to the current working mode? The content of the manuscript you wrote is not what you like. It doesn't matter. It should return to normal after a while. Just bear with it." Lao Deng was stunned for a moment and shook his head. No, Boss Wei, that's not what I mean. I want to write an article to refute Jing Hao's speech in the Entrepreneur Open class." Wei Jinghui was stunned. "Ah? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1594. I just said it out of my own accord." Lao Deng's idea caught Wei Jinghui off guard. Want to publish an article to refute Jing Hao's public class remarks? No, which side are we on? Wei Jinghui thought about it, and that's right. Now only he knows that he is an undercover agent, and no one else in the company knows. The cooperation with the Anti-Tenda Alliance was decided by the boss Wei Jinghui, and he didn't tell his employees. Because as long as he said it, there is a great possibility of leaks. Once Tenda realizes the problem, the goal of this undercover operation will not be achieved. Wei Jinghui asked everyone to fully cooperate with Wu Bin, and the company's employees felt that Buichuan Media was wholeheartedly cooperating with Tenda, and naturally stood on Tenda's side. Wei Jinghui was a little amused. This matter. It stands to reason that Wei Jinghui can now directly reject Lao Deng's request and confront Wu Bin. I am an undercover agent, I won't pretend anymore. But he thought again and felt that doing so was not appropriate. Buichuan Media is the last trump card, which Jing Hao and his team have not yet played. What if the showdown now arouses Tenda Group's vigilance and makes Tenda Group take measures in advance, and this trump card does not have the desired effect? It will affect the chips and rewards that Wei Jinghui got from the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Wei Jinghui thought of this and said to Lao Deng, I will consider this matter and give you an answer later. Lao Deng went out with a happy face. Obviously, he felt that Wei Jinghui's words of considering it meant that there was a lot of hope. But in fact, Wei Jinghui said that he wanted to consider it, but in fact he wanted to ask for instructions. Now, all Wei Jinghui's actions must be under the command of Nia Yunxing. Wei Jinghui quickly reported Lao Deng's ideas to Nia Yunxing. He thought that Nia Yunxing would let him stay put, but he didn't expect that Nia Yunxing and Jing Hao actually agreed unanimously. Jing Hao is now with Nia Yunxing. He even said immediately that he must let Lao Deng publish an article with a clear position to refute. Such a rebuttal is actually beneficial to us. First, I have more cards in my hand, and I need someone to cooperate with me to play them better. Second, Yuan media has drawn a clear line with us on the surface and confronted us. When I release the information of Yuan media, it will appear more real and people will see more clearly the fate of Yuan media following Tenda Group. After listening to Jinghao's words, Wei Jingwei immediately understood. I understand, President Xing. Then I will urge Lao Deng to produce the manuscript and try to send it out in the next 2 days to bring a wave of popularity. After asking for instructions, Wei Jingwei had a clear idea in his mind. After this article was sent out, it was apparently in support of Tenda Group, but once Jinghao released information about Yuan media, it would be different. Everyone saw that Yuan media's business volume had dropped sharply and the company was unsustainable because of its acceptance of Tenda Group's cooperation. Doesn't this just prove Jinghao's point of view? In this way, no one would suspect that Yuan media was an undercover planted by the anti-Tenda alliance into Tenda, but it would be ironclad evidence. Thinking of this, Wei Jingwei notified Lao Deng and told him that he could write this article, and the company would use a lot of resources to promote it, so he must write it carefully and publish it as soon as possible. Lao Deng was an old writer after all, and this article was completed that afternoon. After the manuscript was completed, Lao Deng took the manuscript to find Wei Jingwei. Once Wei Jingwei made the decision, this article would be immediately published on Bolan Xuanji, the account with the highest traffic of Yuan media, and it would be published on multiple platforms at the same time. The Bolan Kunji account is the largest account controlled by Bokun Media, and it operates on many platforms. The content posted by this account is also very diverse, including videos and articles. Basically, any hot content can be stuffed into it. The previous articles with more than 100,000 followers were all posted on this account, so it has the most fans. Wei Jingwei quickly browsed the article titled "Why Not Working Overtime is the First Productivity." This title is obviously very characteristic of Tenda. Wei Jingwei didn't take this title to heart. He thought that Wu Bin instructed Lao Deng to write it, and it must express the ideas of Tenda. On the surface, Yuan media was used as a gun by Tenda Group, but Wu Bin didn't know that Yuan media was actually a gun that had been tampered with, and it was very likely to explode. This article directly pointed out the two questions raised by Jinghao. That is, why did Tenda Group forcibly promote its no-overtime strategy, and why the no-overtime strategy could improve employee efficiency and have a completely different effect on a company. Lao Deng pointed out in the article, it is not surprising that Jinghao raised these two questions from the perspective of the boss. Because from Jinghao's perspective, Tenda's behavior is indeed unreasonable. In Jinghao's view, all employees are donkeys. If you want the donkey to pull the mill well, you have to use a whip in one hand and a carrot in the other, beating and bribing at the same time. Jinghao's management model and Tenda Group's management model can both build a huge enterprise, but they are fundamentally different. The key difference is, are employees considered human beings? If you think that employees are not human beings, but just a fuel and a way for the company to develop faster, then Jinghao's statement is of course correct. Within the scope permitted by law, all means can be used. If the law stipulates that beating people is not illegal, I believe Jinghao will raise the whip in his hand at the first time. But if you think that employees are human beings, and people will take the initiative to exert their subjective initiative, will know how to be grateful, and can use certain methods to make them from ignorance to intelligence, from ignorance to wisdom, then we must respect their basic rights as a person. How to better stimulate people's subjective initiative to the maximum extent through material rewards and spiritual incentives, so that they can exert their greatest creativity, this is the top priority. This is the essential difference between the two management methods. Jinghao believes that strong management is the company's first productivity, but for Tenda Group, not working overtime is the first productivity. At first, the author was also very puzzled by this sentence, but after a period of experience, I have a deep understanding of this sentence and fully recognize it. So, here I will answer the two questions that Jinghao said were puzzling. Why does Tenda not limit itself to business cooperation when cooperating with other companies, but also reach out to company management? The reason is very simple, because the strength of a company's business level does not play a decisive role, but the mental state and ideological level of a company determine the upper limit of the company. If the business level is not good, you can organize key members to study and continuously improve through work. Lack of money and lack of people can be solved by looking for investment companies for financing or recruitment. In short, business problems are relatively easy to solve. But if a company has problems in its thinking, then even if the company's business capabilities are strong on the surface, it will one day lag behind the trend of the times and will eventually be abandoned. Only by transforming a company's thinking, changing the company's operating model, and allowing everyone to establish a correct value orientation, can the company continue to develop in the right direction and ultimately achieve achievements that surpass other companies. The second question: why can a simple not working overtime improve efficiency and be called the first productive force? The reason is very simple, because overtime is an inefficient internal consumption, a game between the company and employees, and the result of the game is a lose-lose situation. For most companies, especially internet companies and creative companies, employees' output capacity is limited. At first, extending employees' working hours may indeed improve efficiency, but in the long run, employees will find that even if they complete their tasks, they will be assigned more tasks. Even if they improve their efficiency, they cannot leave work early. So, employees will spontaneously look for a balance. They drag the work that originally took 4 hours to complete to 6 hours, and make themselves look busy. The output has not increased. But for the company, the expenses have increased, and for individuals, time has been wasted. Xinghao's so-called employees can exploit the company by being lazy, which seems to make sense on the surface. But in fact, due to the imbalance between the company and the employees, the company can use the management methods advocated by Xinghao to let the administrative and human resources departments actually control employees through various means such as attendance clocking in. So there will be no winners in this vicious cycle, except for the real company leaders like Xinghao. But Tenda Group takes another model, which improves the concentration of employees by not working overtime, so that they can always work in the most efficient state during the 8-hour workday. In this way, Tenda's employees can have enough output even if they don't work overtime. Over time, employees can even read in their spare time or improve themselves in other ways. The more fully the talents of employees are exerted, the more talented the entire Tenda will be. In this way, the gap with other companies will naturally widen. It is precisely for this reason that Jiaju Takeaway and Moyu Takeaway have embarked on two completely different paths. There is no doubt that Xinghao is an excellent entrepreneur. He has started 3 businesses and succeeded 3 times. But his views on this issue are exposing the huge difference between Xinghao and Mr. Pei in looking at the problem. This difference may be the difference between a successful entrepreneur and a great entrepreneur. Reading this, Wei Jingwei suddenly became undecided about whether to publish it or not. This article by Lao Deng is very sharp and has the style of Tenda. It is completely different from his previous style of boasting for traffic. Of course, Lao Deng must have received guidance from Wu Ben for this article, and Wu Ben is naturally in the same vein as Tenda's style. What makes Wei Jingwei a little uncertain is whether this article will be too much and really knock Xinghao out. On second thought, Xinghao asked him to publish this manuscript. As long as this article is published, Xinghao can follow up immediately. Since Xinghao is full of confidence, there should be no big problem, right? Wei Jingwei made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's publish it." At the order, the employees of Buichuan Media immediately got busy, editing the manuscript and publishing it to various accounts, especially the Bolanchuanji account with a large amount of traffic. After all the work was done, Wei Jingwei remembered to ask Lao Deng, how much of this manuscript was proposed by Wu Ben. Lao Deng was stunned when he heard this. Mr. Wu Ben? He didn't mention it. I wrote it all out of inspiration. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1595 Wei Jinghui is in a state of hesitation, additional chapters for monthly votes. Old Deng's words confused Wei Jinghui. You wrote all these out of your feelings? You wrote all the contents of this manuscript? Old Deng nodded in confusion. Yes, I wrote all of them. Is there any problem? Aren't these contents taught to us by Mr. Wu Bin? Just learn and apply them now. There is no need to ask Mr. Wu Bin for instructions. Every word here is from the heart. Although I have written several popular articles with more than 100,000 views before, none of them can be written as happily as this one. Wei Jinghui felt mixed emotions. What's going on? He originally came to Tenda Group as an undercover with Qingshan media employees, thinking that he could accompany Wu Bin for a few days, collect some evidence, and then withdraw. Once the goal is achieved, the company's operating model is still the same as in the past. It is necessary to work overtime and take advantage of the hot spots as quickly as possible. After all, Wu Bin won't stay in the company for long. Even if he brags about the Tenda spirit, how much impact can it have? Old Deng's heartfelt words made Wei Jinghui realize that things were far from as simple as he thought. Even Lao Deng, an old editor whose random article can get more than 100,000 views, was completely convinced by Wu Bin's theory. Wei Jinghui was busy secretly reporting to Nye Yunxing during this period. He didn't pay much attention to the work status of his employees, and didn't read the articles published by the self-media accounts carefully. He didn't know if other employees had any heartfelt words like Lao Deng, so he pretended to ask casually, "What do you think about the cooperation between our company and Tenda Group?" Lao Deng saw Wei Jinghui asking, and gave a thumbs up and praised, "Mr. Wei, this is the most wise decision you have ever made." To be honest, after working with Mr. Wu Bin, we realized that this is a truly excellent talent, and this is the truly correct way of working and values. Although I have written high-traffic articles before, I have always felt very confused, because I am just constantly chasing hotspots and trying to use various means to create heat and public opinion. But what I wrote is actually not in line with what I think in my heart. I am just coping. Although I am also completing my work, I don't feel happy at all. I feel that I am a machine that chases heat and creates heat, not a thoughtful person. I think you, Mr. Wei, should have seen this, so you want to cooperate with Tenda to carry out a large-scale ideological reform of the company? We fully support your decision, Mr. Wei. After Mr. Wu Bin came, he made drastic reforms to all our content. Although I think the traffic of each account in the company has declined, this is only temporary. We are constantly polishing our content. We firmly believe that the content published by Qingshan media after the rectification will be recognized by all netizens. In the near future, Qingshan media will be reborn from the ashes. When Lao Deng said this, his face was filled with the smile of an idealist, and this smile was something Wei Jinghui had never seen before. This is a kind of happiness from the heart. These words directly confused Wei Jinghui. He sat in the boss chair and stared at Lao Deng blankly, and fell into deep thought. Soon after this article from Qingshan media was published, it was immediately pushed up by a lot of heat. Xing Hao naturally saw it at the first time. He had already prepared relevant information about Qingshan media, and was waiting for this article to be published as a bullet, aiming directly at Tenda's vital points. Hiss. This Qingshan media is really ruthless. It was agreed that it was just a double act, but why does it feel like it really brought out a blood feud? Forget it, it's more realistic and less likely to be suspected. Xing Hao didn't expect that this article from Qingshan media was so sharp, and it almost reversed the public opinion on the internet. Especially when refuting Xing Hao's two questions, they said it with reason and evidence, which made Xing Hao a little annoyed and almost doubted which side they were on. However, Xing Hao didn't take these things seriously. After all, what Qingshan media said was not important. As a company cooperating with Tenda, the comparison between its previous status and its current status was important. As long as Yuan Media can maintain its current half-dead state, it is enough to be a bullet shot at Tenda. Taking advantage of the hotness of this article, Xinghao immediately followed up. Yuan Media seems to be a typical example of being sold out and counting money for others. This article is well written. On the surface, it seems to be righteous and refutes my point of view, but in fact, the current situation of Yuan Media proves my point of view. Yuan Media is one of the companies cooperating with Tenda. Tenda has also sent a specialist to conduct a comprehensive rectification of Yuan Media's business and management. As I said before, Tenda's so-called cooperation and rectification is nothing more than forcibly promoting its own strategy of not working overtime. But what did this strategy bring to Yuan Media? It caused a sharp decline in performance. The entire company was on the verge of collapse and was in a precarious situation. This is enough to prove that what I said was right. Tenda Group, Tianhua Studio, and Longyu Group were able to succeed only because they are large companies with a lot of resources, and Tenda has many talents in the game industry, so the improvement in business was successful. This covered up their failure in management improvement. When encountering areas they are not good at, Tenda's people will still forcefully promote the so-called no overtime management concept, which will inevitably lead to failure. Yuan Media is a bloody example. This is enough to show that Tenda Group is hypocritical, advocating no overtime only as a weapon of values. In fact, Tenda does not care about the life and death of these small companies, and as managers and employees of small companies, everyone must open their eyes and think about what is really beneficial to themselves. As managers, do you hope to constrain employees through strict management, so that the company can seize the fleeting opportunity and continue to grow and develop? Or are you fooled by Tenda and forcibly implement a no-overtime policy that does not meet the company's conditions, so that your hard work will go to waste? As employees, do you want to work overtime for a while, grow with the company, and get a better income? Or do you want to strictly not work overtime, and the company will go bankrupt and everyone will have to find a new job? Data will not lie. I believe everyone can make the right choice. Below this long Weibo post, Xinghao also posted a few pictures, which are the changes in data that occurred in Yuan Media before and after the reform. Before the reform, there were many articles with more than 100,000 hits, with high traffic and relatively high advertising quotes. After the reform, the content released was less popular, the account continued to lose fans, and the evaluation of advertising value continued to decline. These data are detailed and sufficient, and the key is that they are all real. Xinghao is not worried at all that someone will point out that these data are fake. After all, these data are personally given by Wei Jinghui, the boss of Yuan Media. The evidence is as strong as a mountain. What else can I say? Tuesday, June 25. In his office, Pei Qian closely followed the latest public opinion war launched by Zhaiju Takeout. This Xinghao is good. It seems that he has found a new breakthrough. He was always stubborn in fighting with Tenda on the food delivery platform business, and ended up with a bloody head. Now he knows how to start with the management model, which is good and worth encouraging. People should not be too stubborn, and should know how to choose the battlefield that suits them. This undercover agent is not bad. The data provided by Yuan Media is so detailed. It should help the anti-Tenda alliance to survive for a few more days in this round of public opinion war, right? Before this, Wu Bin had already realized that there was something wrong with Yuan Media. It was very likely that he was an undercover agent sent by the anti-Tenda alliance. He even called to report and asked Pei Qian whether he needed to terminate the cooperation with Yuan Media. Pei Qian certainly disagreed. He had long been looking forward to the anti-Tenda alliance sending undercover agents to spy on the inside of Tenda Group and find new breakthroughs. It's not easy to let one go. Now the undercover agent has finally collected enough information, and it has finally played a role. Pei Qian took a closer look. Under the leadership of Wu Bin, Yuan media has carried out drastic reforms. The effect can be said to be immediate, and the popularity of various aspects has plummeted rapidly. Pei Qian was a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, it was the self-media industry. If it were other industries, especially creative industries, Wu Bin's change would fully stimulate the creative enthusiasm of ordinary employees of the company, disrupt the previous production and creation structure, and perhaps it would really be able to fully mobilize the enthusiasm of employees and produce some good works. However, the self-media industry is somewhat special after all. It is not a pure cultural and creative industry. It is a media industry, and it is a media industry without much resource support. Therefore, if the self-media industry wants to stand out, the fastest and most effective way at present is to use despicable means such as riding on the popularity and making provocative remarks. Wu Bin did change this company into a positive company, but this change seems to be completely incompatible with the self-media industry. In short, it sent a bullet to the anti-Tenda alliance. Many people scolded Jinghao before, and the article of Yuan media scolded him the most, but Jinghao's counterattack really made many people speechless. Yuan media, the pioneer who refuted Jinghao's remarks, actually has a cooperative relationship with Tenda? And it is not doing well recently? This shows that the article published by Yuan media is not absolutely objective and neutral, but was influenced by Tenda. Secondly, Yuan media has such a deep cooperation with Tenda, but the popularity has been declining, and the performance has declined sharply. From the perspective of company operations, it is obviously a failure. What about the companies that cooperated with Tenda Group? Why did Yuan media fall off a cliff? Many people couldn't help but think of what Jinghao said before. The no-overtime model touted by Tenda may not be the whole truth. Tenda's success may be due to some other complex reasons, not just the no-overtime model that Tenda pursues. Just like many old developed countries can become developed countries, it is not necessarily because of their ideology, culture, and values, but because they have established a rich wealth foundation through colonization and plunder. Even if Tenda's no-overtime model is effective for Tenda, it is very likely to encounter acclimatization in other companies. The success of Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group is because they are in the game field that Tenda is best at. Once they change to other fields, such as the self-media field of Yuan media, they will not be able to play immediately. It seems that Jinghao's counterattack is indeed very favorable, and the situation is very good. However, Pei Qian did not get complacent because Jinghao achieved a temporary victory, but remained vigilant. Pei Qian knows better than everyone in the anti-Tenda alliance that Tenda's counterattack may happen in some unexpected fields at any time. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1596 Special Rectification of the Self-Media Industry. Pei Qian looked through the hot comments of netizens, especially the hot comments under the account Bo Lan Kunji of Yuan media. He found that many fans who supported Tenda and those who opposed Tenda had already quarreled with each other. It's so funny. Yuan media was the first to jump out to refute, but was immediately exposed by Jinghao. Yuan media has a cooperative relationship with Tenda? As a result, the performance has been declining, which shows that Tenda's value transformation is not a panacea. The previous success of Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio just happened to hit the field that Tenda is good at. Tenda's behavior reminds me of the style of some big companies. Every time they acquire a company, they always send their own people over, in the name of changing the company's values. As a result, the company was ruined after changing it over and over again. I didn't expect that this kind of thing where outsiders guide insiders would happen to Tenda Group. Yes, it seems that no matter whether it is a person or a big company, once successful, it is easy to swell up. This problem of being a teacher is really hard to change in human nature. How many people who said this have read the articles of Qingshan media now and in the past? There were popular articles in the past, but what the hell were they? They were all the same old tricks of inciting anxiety, creating hatred, and making comments to provoke wars. The content was just to catch up with the hot spots, rambling, and talking a lot on the surface, but after carefully thinking about the content, it was actually empty and tasteless. Although the articles written now are less popular, they are all useful. Yes, I also think that the articles written by this Bolanchuanji now are much more comfortable. You are jealous. A self-media company is almost having trouble eating, and you are still talking about it. Are their articles well written? If you think the articles are well written, forward them and give them rewards. They used to write articles that were popular and trending, so at least they could have enough to eat, but now they write things you like to read, and they have to go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. How about Tenda Group? Please be kind, since the cooperation has reached this point, why not just acquire Qingshan media? Don't, Qingshan media just wanted to get a share of Tenda soup, but how come they lost their own company in the process? Is this appropriate? Although many netizens are speaking for Qingshan media and Tenda Group, they still can't stop more people from mocking them. Because the evaluation standard of whether the article is well written is very subjective, but the popularity data and actual income are real. Xinghao has listed the data changes related to Qingshan media, and the comparison results are clear at a glance. From a business perspective, after Qingshan media was transformed, its commercial value has indeed dropped sharply, and this cannot be refuted. In these debates, Xinghao not only withstood the pressure, but even had a tendency to counterattack. Pei Qian was a little surprised when he saw this. Regardless of whether Xinghao hired a water army or not, it was hard-won to form such a confrontation trend on the internet. In the previous public opinion war, even if the anti-Tenda alliance hired a water army, it was still hung up and beaten by the Tenda Group. Now at least it is balanced. Pei Qian can be a little relieved. He knows that the anti-Tenda alliance will eventually lose in the public opinion war. But Pei Qian hopes that the anti-Tenda alliance can persist longer this time. The longer it persists, the stronger the motivation for counterattack will be after the failure of the anti-Tenda alliance. Seeing that Tenda will launch a batch of new projects including gaming routers next month, it is also good for this public opinion war to continue for a longer time to distract the popularity of new products. Pei Qian thought of this and turned his attention to other departments of the company. At the same time, Xiao Jiang had just completed an interview task and was carefully sorting out the manuscript at his workstation. As a journalist in the gaming industry, she naturally keeps an eye on the developments in the domestic gaming industry and does not miss any hot topics on the internet. The debate between Qingshan media and Xinghao on the Tenda model has already caused a lot of heat in a very short period of time. It is hard for Xiao Jiang not to see it. The public opinion war between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance has already gone through a series of confrontations. At this juncture, the hot spots are already very high. Xinghao finally suppressed Tenda Group in public opinion, so naturally he had to add fuel to the heat and make it gain greater influence. Watching the discussion on the internet gradually leaning towards the side that was in favor of the anti-Tenda alliance, Xiao Jiang stopped his work and said angrily, "It's really outrageous. The internet age is really too chaotic. It's difficult to explain something seriously, but it's too easy to muddy the water." Tenda Group's transformation of Qingshan media is obviously a good thing, but because of the temporary decline in traffic and performance, it was caught by Xinghao and pursued. The most annoying thing is that there are still many people who think it makes sense. When did the evaluation of the media become profit-driven? Isn't this the media version of laughing at the poor but not at the prostitutes? A self-media is working hard to create content, but it is regarded as a shame that it does not make a profit. But if it gains traffic and popularity by means of using hot topics to intensify conflicts, exaggerate, and use headlines to provoke conflicts, It will make a lot of money and attract countless people to follow it. As a media person who pursues truth and justice, I really can't stand it. Xia Jiang feels that as a media person with conscience, he must stand up at this time and say something to support Yuan media. There are too few companies in self-media that can stick to the bottom line and convey positive values to society. Yuan media is indeed a company that cooperates with Tenda Group, and its values are the same. However, Xia Jiang wanted to help, but she didn't know where to start. She is indeed an editor-in-chief of the official platform, but her influence is quite limited. Moreover, in this case, the outcome is likely to intensify the conflict, make the situation more chaotic, and even do more harm than good. Xia Jiang frowned and fell into deep thought. At this moment, her mobile phone vibrated and received an internal notice. Huh? The special deployment meeting of the Network Management Office has just ended. Is it necessary to carry out special rectification of the current self-media industry? Great, these self-media should have been rectified long ago. Xia Jiang immediately searched online and found that some authoritative media have begun to follow up in an all-round way. In response to the current chaos in the online self-media industry, such as spreading false information, distorting facts, promoting wrong values, malicious marketing, and intensifying conflicts, the National Network Management Office held a special deployment meeting to comprehensively strengthen the deployment of standardized management of the self-media industry. It was decided that from June 25, a 3-month special governance activity to further strengthen the basic management of self-media will be carried out nationwide to promote the healthy and orderly development of the self-media industry. Xia Jiang clicked on several larger portals and self-media operating platforms, and soon found that these websites and platforms had also launched notices on rectifying self-media activities. Obviously, this special deployment meeting has been prepared for a long time, and the relevant departments have long noticed the chaos in the process of self-media's barbaric development, and have made up their minds to rectify it. It's just that the process takes a long time, and the plan has not been finalized until now. These large portals must have received the news at the first time, and they have no other choice except to cooperate unconditionally. The self-media industry used to develop slowly and was in a state of barbaric growth, and the relevant departments did not pay enough attention to it. So these portals indulged these self-media that crossed the line in order to gain more popularity. Whether it is plagiarism or sending out some sensational manuscripts, these platforms turn a blind eye and enjoy the popularity and traffic brought to them by self-media. But now once the supervision is launched, these websites dare not commit crimes against the wind anymore, and immediately start self-inspection. This investigation shows that the self-media industry is in mourning and miserable. Self-media is different from traditional media. The threshold for entry is too low, and the practitioners are also diverse. Many people who work in self-media are not in the media industry themselves, so they lack respect for this industry. Although some journalists in traditional media have violated the conscience and bottom line of a journalist for the sake of popularity and published many alarmist reports, they are still a minority in general. But self-media is different. Without restrictions, it will naturally grow wildly. In order to pursue popularity, they will do whatever it takes. The bolder they are, the higher the popularity. Various explosive articles with no bottom line have been published one after another. Other self-media will naturally study the characteristics of these explosive articles and follow suit. Over time, the entire environment has become smoky. At the beginning of the rectification activity, it was directly wiped out. Many large self-media accounts with a keen sense of smell have sent out survival signals, expressing their willingness to fully cooperate with the rectification action and self-examine their own content. Those small accounts with a poor sense of smell are still committing crimes against the wind, but they are just the last madness. The website will soon block all their accounts and lock them in a small black room due to violations. A storm is about to sweep in. Xia Jiang couldn't help but feel a little relieved. It seems that her worries are unnecessary. The relevant departments launched this special rectification with a thunderous momentum to crack down on the chaos in the self-media industry. Yuan Media has completed its rectification first, and not only has it been able to survive the turmoil in the industry, but it has also been getting better and better. It is not too much to set a positive example for a company like this, right? Xia Jiang immediately made a report to his direct supervisor, reporting Yuan Media's deeds to the higher-ups. Obviously, in the context of cracking down on the chaos in the self-media industry, the deeds of Yuan Media are worthy of being promoted as a positive case. If all self-media can learn from Yuan Media, then the entire self-media industry will not become so chaotic, and the relevant departments will need to take personal action to rectify it. Xia Jiang is not sure how much effect her report will have, but she feels that she needs to do her part in this matter. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1597, The Undercover Agent was praised. Thursday, June 27. Wei Jingwei sat in his office, feeling confused. Because he didn't know how Yuan Media would develop in the future. His plan was originally very good. It was nothing more than the anti-Tenda alliance going undercover in the Tenda Cooperation Department, and then withdrawing after getting sufficient information. At that time, the anti-Tenda alliance would give him some financial support to help him expand the company. The whole plan was perfect. As a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Lao Deng took the initiative to ask to write an article to refute Jinghao's views. This was originally out of the plan, and Wei Jingwei did not intend to agree. But Jinghao thought that doing so would be more effective, and Wei Jingwei had to cooperate. As a result, with the cooperation of both parties, the attention did increase, but it also pushed Yuan Media to the forefront. Now many people have already assumed that Yuan Media is on the side of Tenda Group. So the question is, if Wei Jingwei leads Yuan Media to switch to the anti-Tenda alliance again, what impression will it leave on all employees and netizens? Either he is a cunning undercover agent or a treacherous traitor. If Lao Deng had not published this article, even if Jinghao used the data of Yuan Media would have left netizens with a neutral victim image. It would not have attracted much attention afterwards, and no matter which side Wei Jingwei switched to, he would not have been scolded too badly. But now, Yuan Media is highly tied to Tenda Group, especially since this article is too righteous. If he really betrays Tenda and returns to the anti-Tenda alliance, the consequences may be disastrous. And this pressure comes not only from external public opinion, but also from within the company. Lao Deng said that he wrote this article completely out of his own feelings, and did not get Wu Bin's instruction, but Wei Jingwei still didn't quite believe it. Wei Jingwei, who had been staying in his office, began to consciously go to the office area to communicate with ordinary employees to test their true views on this cooperation. The result surprised Wei Jingwei. All the people in the company actually supported Wu Bin's decision, and the mental state of the employees had greatly improved. Before this, Wei Jingwei always thought that he was a pretty good boss. Although the company often worked overtime, Wei Jingwei felt that he had paid his employees enough, and the employees were respectful to him. So Wei Jingwei always felt very good about himself, thinking that he had the final say in the company and was a popular leader. But there is a saying that goes, the only thing to fear is comparison. Wei Jingwei suddenly found that since the cooperation with Tenda, the employees' attitude towards him has obviously become more friendly, and his orders have been executed more smoothly. This all shows that the employees' views on him have changed a lot, and they sincerely support his decision. From the current state to the previous state, Wei Jingwei immediately realized that the employees were very polite to him before, which was just a courtesy to the boss, and they didn't know how to scold him behind his back. But now the atmosphere of the whole company has obviously improved, and you can really feel a kind of vitality. If the cooperation with Tenda Group ends, and it goes back to the original state, I am afraid that many employees will not be able to stand it and resign on the spot. This puts Wei Jinghui in a very tangled state, with a dilemma. Stay in Tenda Group, but Buichuan Media was originally going to be an undercover agent. Isn't this completely contrary to his original intention? Return to the anti-Tenda alliance? I feel that I have become the biggest anti-thief in the whole company and will be attacked by employees. More importantly, a special campaign to rectify self-media has been launched online recently, and many self-media accounts have been blocked. Obviously, the previous model of using 100,000 plus popular articles to gain popularity is no longer feasible. Even if Wei Jinghui wants to go back to the previous model, it is no longer possible. If the cooperation with Tenda Group is really terminated, and the resources of the anti-Tenda alliance are used to continue writing their own popular articles after returning, the final result is likely to be repeated warnings from the platform, and the account will be deleted in the end. After all, the situation changes too fast, and Wei Jinghui doesn't know what to do now. Wei Jinghui was struggling, and there was a hurried knock on the door outside. It was Lao Dang who pushed the door in. Since Lao Dang published that article to refute Jinghao, Buichuan Media has not expressed any opinions on this incident. It's not because Lao Dang doesn't want to publish, but because Wei Jinghui thinks that things have almost reached this point. We are undercover at Buichuan Media. We are cooperating with Jinghao to sing a double act, not really quarreling. Moreover, Jinghao has very detailed information to prove that Buichuan Media's performance has declined rapidly, which is difficult to deny. Forcibly defending it is likely to have side effects. So from then on, the entire Buichuan Media fell into a state of common hatred and common enemy. Lao Dang was the most angry, and Wei Jinghui never dared to find him. I didn't expect that Lao Dang was so high-spirited and smiling today. Wei Jinghui was a little surprised. What's the matter, Lao Dang? Lao Dang handed over the phone excitedly. Mr. Wei, look, this is an official commendation. Wei Jinghui took the phone and found that it was an official notification message, inviting Buichuan Media to participate in the Shanghai High-Quality New Media, Self-Media Accounts, and Works Awards and on-site observation meeting. Obviously, this activity is also part of the recent self-media rectification activities. If there is punishment, there must be commendation. Self-media is a new type of media that has emerged with the rapid development of the Internet era. Although there are cases of wild growth and frequent chaos, it is a new thing after all. It cannot be completely banned in a one-size-fits-all manner. Instead, it should be guided to develop in a healthy and positive direction and become an important supplement to traditional media. Therefore, while the official punishes some bad accounts, it should also praise some excellent accounts so that the entire self-media industry can learn and optimize from them as an example. And this time, Buichuan Media is on the list. According to the content of the notice, this conference selected a total of 11 excellent service new media accounts, 9 excellent self-media accounts and 15 excellent articles. Buichuan Media was selected as an excellent self-media account and 2 excellent articles. These 2 excellent articles were released a few days ago. After the release, the popularity has not been good, but because the content of these 2 articles is detailed and sufficient, and the value orientation is positive, they have been recognized and affirmed by the official. Wei Jinghui looked at the notice and then looked at Lao Dang, and almost thought he had read it wrong. This incident was completely beyond his expectation. Can you receive an award for being a self-media person? Wei Jinghui had never thought of such a thing before. Although this award does not have a prize, it represents an official recognition and affirmation. For the self-media industry, this thing is much more valuable than money. Seeing that Wei Jinghui was a little confused, Lao Dang hurriedly said, "Boss Wei, hurry up and prepare. This meeting will be on Friday morning. There will be awards and live broadcasts. This is a great opportunity for us, Buichuan Media, to show our faces. It is also the first time we appear in front of netizens after the rectification. You must dress up a little more energetically at that time. Wei Jingwei was still confused, but He wanted to say that he was unworthy of it. After all, he had never thought about promoting positive energy before. He simply wanted to go undercover at Tenda and get some evidence that was favorable to the anti-Tenda alliance. As a result, this undercover went undercover and got a commendation for the excellent self-media in Shanghai. But he swallowed it back halfway through. This matter cannot be mentioned. If other people in the company know that he is actually an undercover of the anti-Tenda alliance, then his image as a boss will not be completely destroyed, right? Thinking of this, Wei Jingwei nodded reluctantly. I understand. I will definitely attend on time tomorrow morning. Old Deng happily left Wei Jingwei's office and began to discuss with other people in the company where to put the certificate and trophy after the boss brought it back. Watching the back of Lao Deng leaving, Wei Jingwei felt mixed emotions and was in a complicated mood for a while. Friday, June 28. Xing Hao opened his phone and checked Weibo, wanting to see the latest progress of the public opinion war. His previous open class for entrepreneurs has been uploaded to the video website and has been very popular. Although a few days have passed and there are a lot of scolding under the video, there are still many people who support him in general. On Weibo, Xing Hao released the data of Buichuan Media and fought a beautiful turnaround. The article that Buichuan Media refuted before was also quickly drowned by the heat. From all aspects, Xing Hao had the upper hand. In particular, it shook many companies' superstition about Tenda Cooperation Department. The successful cooperation between Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group and Tenda has made many companies have a blind trust in Tenda. The ironclad facts and cases of Buichuan Media have made these companies realize that cooperation with Tenda is not necessarily successful, but it still depends on the specific field. Indeed, many companies, and even ordinary people agree with Xing Hao's statement, believing that Tenda's no-overtime model may not be suitable for all companies. In addition, many companies that applied for Tenda's cooperation department but were not selected are sour grapes. Companies that have a feud with Tenda are also adding fuel to the fire, and the entire public opinion field is in a good situation. When the wind is favorable, people always like to check the battle situation frequently, and they will play dead when the wind is against them. Xing Hao had nothing to do, so he wanted to find the next target on Weibo to criticize and continue to expand his advantage. Unexpectedly, he found that many people were at ing him as soon as he went online. Xing Hao was a little strange. Did something unexpected happen again? He searched it quickly, and then saw a group photo of a press release. It looked like a very official occasion. A red banner was hung above the conference room, which read Awards and On-Site Observation Meeting for High-Quality New Media, Self-Media Accounts, and Works in Shanghai. Below the banner was a large group photo. The outstanding self-media representatives held trophies and certificates in their hands, standing straight and neatly. And Wei Jingwei of Buichuan Media was among them, quite conspicuous. Others either had serious expressions or were overjoyed, but when Wei Jingwei presented the award, he even made an expression of worrying about the country and the people. I don't know what he was thinking. Xing Hao was stunned. At this time, his expression was the same as Wei Jingwei in the group photo, full of confusion. Neither of them was clearly fully prepared to face the current situation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1598 Don't Call, I'm afraid Tenda will misunderstand. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. What's going on? There are only two words in Xing Hao's mind at this time, outrageous. He never thought that there would be such a meeting, let alone that Wei Jingwei's Buichuan Media would be on the list of self-media to be commended. Xing Hao immediately realized the danger. When he used Buichuan Media as a bullet to shoot at Tenda Group before, it was mainly because the Tenda model caused a significant decline in Buichuan Media's performance. In the face of real data, most people have to admit that Tenda's transformation of Buichuan Media was a commercial failure. But after the commendation list came out this time, the nature of this matter became completely different. Because after Yuan media carried out internal rectification, the content provided was unanimously recognized by the official media. And this recognition is far more important than a temporary increase in revenue. Looking at the bottom of the Weibo, the direction of the comment area has completely changed. Who said that Yuan media was abolished by Tenda Group? It is obviously reborn from the ashes. Yes, many self-media were gloating and watching the fun before, and some even cheered for the anti-Tenda alliance. But in the blink of an eye, they all tucked their tails between their legs, issued rectification notices, and deleted most of the previous content. I laughed to death. These self-media should have been rectified long ago. If Yuan media had not rectified according to the requirements of Tenda Group, I am afraid it would have appeared on the list of accounts that were banned recently. There is a saying that goes, walking fast is nothing, not stumbling is success. Those self-media accounts do seem to be very popular, and they have published several popular articles with more than 100,000 views, but where did all this popularity come from? No points? Once the rectification begins, none of these accounts will be able to escape. I want to ask what Mr. Xing has to say now. You said that Tenda Group has ruined Yuan media, and turned a self-media company that was originally profitable into a half-dead one. But what about now? Other self-media companies similar to Yuan media have all fallen into the pit, but Yuan media not only did not fall into the pit, but was praised. The popularity of Yuan media's recent articles has obviously risen again. Obviously, Yuan media will soon be able to regain its previous popularity, and even climb higher. Enthusiastic netizens posted screenshots of several articles of Yuan media, and the number of views has increased significantly. The reason for the improvement is that the article published by Yuan media to refute Xing Hao's argument has aroused widespread resonance. The heat of this public opinion war has gradually shifted to various accounts under Yuan media. On the other hand, because the self-media industry has carried out large-scale rectification activities, Yuan media has stood out among mobile self-media accounts. Therefore, Xing Hao's attack on Yuan media and Tenda Cooperation Department immediately collapsed. Facts have proved that Tenda Cooperation Department not only did not pit Yuan media, but instead helped it. Yuan media did not fall into the pit unexpectedly like other self-media companies, but stopped at the brink and took the right path. In this way, all Xing Hao's attacks are naturally untenable. Not only that, the article published by Yuan media before was once again brought up for discussion. In fact, Lao Ding's article is very well written, especially a few sentences in it can be said to be murderous. For example, are employees considered human beings? For a company, is high-pressure management and exploiting employees' bodies the first productivity? Or is treating employees as normal people and fully stimulating their spirits the first productivity? Tenda Group's no overtime model is not just about no overtime. Its real core is to value the attributes and values of employees as a person and fully stimulate the subjective initiative of employees. Objectively, this is to break up the original structure of the company and fully liberate the imagination and productivity of employees. Before, although these arguments were widely supported, Xing Hao immediately used the commercial failure of Yuan media after its transformation as a counterattack, and similar voices were suppressed in the face of data. But now Yuan media has proved that it has not failed in business, but will achieve greater success than before. So Yuan media immediately became a case in favor of Tenda Cooperation Department, and the situation was reversed instantly. Many people began to analyze this article of Yuan media in depth, and repeatedly brushed that sentence under Xing Hao's Weibo. This may be the difference between a profitable entrepreneur and a great entrepreneur. Lao Ding's original words were successful entrepreneurs, which still gave Xing Hao some face. But netizens didn't care about that and directly replaced successful entrepreneurs with profitable entrepreneurs. The implication was that Jinghao's method, apart from exploiting employees to make money, had no value at all and had nothing to do with greatness or success. Success is not just a business attribute. It doesn't mean that a company is successful just because it makes money. If a company pollutes the environment and causes huge negative impacts while making money, and has some irreparable consequences, can this company be considered successful? Of course not. Just like a person cannot be evaluated only by whether he is rich or poor, the evaluation of a company is also multidimensional. Success in only one dimension cannot be considered a real success. Looking at the uniform comments under his Weibo, Jinghao was so angry that he knocked on the table. It's ridiculous. What's the situation with Qingshan media? Why did he go to receive an award inexplicably? Shouldn't Wei Jinghui be one of us? Seeing the situation developing in a direction that was unfavorable to the anti-Tenda alliance, Jinghao couldn't sit still at all. If this continues, all the heat that he worked hard to create will be cheapened by Tenda Group. He immediately called Nia Yunsheng. Boss Nia, the situation is not good. I'm afraid that Boss Pei chose Qingshan Media as a partner, and he had already arranged a layout and backup plan. We and Wei Jinghui were fooled. Hurry up and call Wei Jinghui to cooperate with us. Give some new information or reorganize the internal thinking. In short, we should quickly cooperate with the outside world and try to reverse the current public opinion situation. Nia Yunsheng was also shocked. What? Wasn't it fine before? Don't worry, I'll call him now. After hanging up the phone, Nia Yunsheng took a quick look online and immediately understood the current situation. Jinghao thought he was well prepared, but in the end he was still tricked by President Pei. Moreover, the undercover agent he had worked so hard to send out was used as a gun by President Pei. What should he do? Nia Yunsheng hurriedly called Wei Jinghui, hoping that he could do something. After all, Wei Jinghui is the boss of Qingshan Media and has a strong control over Qingshan Media. If Wei Jinghui can stand firmly on the side of the anti-Tenda alliance at this time, then this incident may still have room for recovery. Nia Yunsheng called Wei Jinghui over and over again. No one answered the first time, and the second time was directly rejected. What's the situation? Is Jinghao in a meeting? Meeting to discuss how to solve the current situation? Well, there is this possibility. Nia Yunsheng waited for a while and called for the third time. This time, Wei Jinghui picked up the phone, probably because he found a corner where no one was. Mr. Nia, please stop calling me. I'm afraid that Tenda's people will misunderstand me. Nia Yunsheng was shocked. What? Mr. Wei, this is not what we agreed at the beginning. Wei Jinghui sighed helplessly. Mr. Nia, plans cannot keep up with changes. I didn't expect the situation to develop to the current state. Mr. Nia, I have no choice. Nia Yunsheng was speechless. How can there be no solution? You are the boss of Qingshan Media? Wei Jinghui said very sincerely, I am indeed the boss of Qingshan Media, but I cannot control everything in the company. Otherwise, all the employees will leave me, and I will be a commander without troops. How can this company operate? Now the whole company is firmly on the side of Tenda Group. The reason why they are still respectful to me as the boss is only because I, as the boss, chose to cooperate with Tenda, which they think is a wise decision. If they knew that I actually led the whole company to cooperate with Tenda, if we all worked together as undercover agents for the anti-Tenda alliance, I, as the boss, will probably be fired by my own employees. What's more, the current situation of Qingshan Media is already as good as it can be. Although the previous rectification has caused the popularity of several of our accounts to drop rapidly, after the rectification activities, Qingshan Media has seized the initiative and has a bright future. My goal was to make Qingshan Media achieve better development. Now that the goal has been achieved, why should I pursue the wrong goal? Wei Jinghui's meaning is very simple. The anti-Tenda alliance can no longer give him what he wants. There were two main reasons why Wei Jinghui was willing to be an undercover agent for the anti-Tenda alliance. First, Yuan Media and Tenda Group had different values, and they believed that the two sides lacked the foundation for deep cooperation and could not get this golden thigh. Second, Yuan Media also saw the power of the anti-Tenda alliance and wanted to get financing and popularity from it. But now these two reasons no longer exist. The values of the entire Yuan Media company have been transformed by Wu Bin, and only Wei Jinghui, the boss, is left. Yuan Media has also got the popularity it wants, and it is a very positive popularity, and has even received official awards and commendations. In this case, Wei Jinghui would have to work for the anti-Tenda alliance if he had a brain. Giving up what is in front of you and fighting for a blank check, isn't that a brain failure? What's more, in this incident, the anti-Tenda alliance was beaten and fled, which really made people lose confidence. Yuan was so angry that he was furious. Why did the undercover agent go to the opposite side? Aren't you afraid that I will make this matter public? Yuan asked angrily. Wei Jinghui smiled indifferently. Who would believe it? Our cooperation was just a secret talk, and there is no paper information left. Yuan was speechless for a moment. He deliberately did not leave any evidence before, mainly because sending people to Tenda as an undercover agent was too unkind. Once the evidence was circulated, it would inevitably cause a backlash in public opinion. By then, Tenda Group will make a big fuss about this, and Yuan's situation will become very passive. In other words, the agreement between the anti-Tenda alliance and Yuan Media was purely a verbal agreement, and no one knew about it except Yuan and Xing Hao and a few others. Originally, Yuan thought that Yuan Media was a small company with no background and was easy to control. And Wei Jinghui also felt that the anti-Tenda alliance was so large that it would not default on its debts afterwards. As a result, something really happened, and this friendship boat capsized faster than anything else. Wei Jinghui didn't wait for the other party to say anything else, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Nya, I still have to continue to produce manuscripts here, so let's not talk about it for now. Our company will have no relationship with the anti-Tenda alliance in the future. Please don't contact me again, thank you." Yuan wanted to say something else, but the other end of the phone was busy. He was so angry that he threw the phone on the table. This is really unreasonable. Chapter 1599. He was anxious. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Xing Hao was browsing Weibo, sulking, and waiting for Yuan's call. Not long after, Yuan called back. "Brother, listen to my advice, or let's just forget about this matter. Yuan Media is now determined to stand on the same side with Tenda Group. There is no hope. All companies that have business dealings with Tenda Cooperation Department have been successful so far. Whether it is game companies or companies in other fields, they have all been improved. Using this point to attack Tenda Group, I'm afraid it's a bit untenable. If we continue like this, President Pei may not have any backup waiting for us. To be honest, brother, the angle you found this time is still very good. It is a very promising attempt, but..." Before Yuan finished speaking, Xing Hao interrupted him angrily. "No, I can't accept it. He is just a fresh graduate, why does he always win? He is even better than me in company management? This is impossible. I still have one last card in my hand, as long as I can play it well, I can still turn the tide." Yuan realized that Xing Hao was too angry and was blinded by anger. Although there were many frictions in business, Yuan and Xing Hao had to admit that President Pei of Tenda Group was the most terrible opponent and the most successful entrepreneur. However, this series of incredible failures brought out the devil in Xing Hao's heart. Xing Hao always regarded himself as noble. After graduating from college, he started a business 3 times after many twists and turns, and finally achieved the satisfactory result of home delivery. But when he was about to unify the food delivery industry, Tenda Group suddenly came out and defeated him. The key is to lose to a young man who has not graduated from college again and again. Who can bear this? Nie Yunqing knew that the last card in Jinghao's hand was to point the finger directly at President Pei. According to Jinghao's investigation, President Pei's performance in school can be said to be inconspicuous. He never showed up, never participated in any activities, and even let his subordinates do speeches. Not only that, Mr. Pei's grades in all subjects were also very average, many of them were just passing marks, long live 60 points. This was not consistent with the general situation Jinghao had seen, because young entrepreneurs like Jinghao are basically celebrities during college, some are student union presidents, and some have already earned their first pot of gold through mature business models during college. In short, as young people of this age, they must be very high profile with active thinking and successful careers. Successfully crushed all peers, and no longer pretending to be cool? Who can resist this? But President Pei is too low-key, which is completely inconsistent with human nature. Therefore, Jinghao boldly speculated that President Pei should be a person who is inconsistent in appearance and inside. He deliberately uses this low-key approach to shape his own personality, but in fact he does not have so many real talents. President Pei may be a person who knows people and has strong management ability, and has brought many outstanding talents under his own banner. But President Pei is definitely not a versatile person who knows everything and can do everything as rumored. Many achievements are actually him using the achievements of his employees to gild himself and establish his personality. This last trump card, Jinghao originally wanted to use as a fatal blow. If the Pei Qian media incident had not been reversed, the entire management model of Tenda Group would have been dethroned, and Jinghao would have taken advantage of the victory and played the last card, taking President Pei with him. If both steps were successful, it would have been an unprecedented blow to Tenda's reputation. But unfortunately, the Pei Qian media incident was reversed, and playing the President Pei card again would have seemed very deliberate. Jinghao, who was blinded by anger, could no longer care about so many things. He was now trying every means to pull President Pei down from the high altar and discredit him. He had already lost in the business model and the public opinion war, so he could only play close combat next. In layman's terms, he couldn't afford it. If you are unwilling to lose within the rules, you must find a way to regain the ground through means outside the rules. At least you can't let the other party win too comfortably. Nie Yunqing knew Jinghao's thoughts very well. He wanted to persuade Jinghao, but he also knew that with Jinghao's character, it would be useless for him to say anything. After all, the two sides are in a cooperative relationship, not a relationship between superiors and subordinates, or even a brotherly relationship. As the boss of a company, Jinghao has always said what he means. How could he change his mind because of Nie Yunqing's 2 words of advice? Thinking of this, Nie Yunqing said helplessly, "Okay, in that case, brother Jing, you decide for yourself. This card may not work very well, but it may not be completely ineffective. If it really works, our other companies will follow up immediately." Before Nie Yunqing finished speaking, Jinghao had already hung up the phone angrily. Obviously, he had no patience to hear this. Nie Yunqing sighed silently and could only let him go. June 30th, Sunday. Li Shi and several investors were drinking and chatting happily at the Wuming restaurant, talking about his experience as the person in charge for 2 months. Li Shi opened up and began to brag proudly. "To be honest, the person in charge of Dream Ventures makes me not want to go back to Fuhui Capital. The difference is too big. At Dream Ventures, although I am a department head, the work is easy. The big things are solved by President Pei, and the small things are left to my subordinates. I am as comfortable as I can be as a person in charge. Of course, I am not idle all day. I think about investment every day. After 2 months of thinking, I feel very rewarding. As a result, I am a little uncomfortable when I return to my own company. I have to worry about all the big and small things myself. Alas, it's hard to say. So I feel the same way when I see the discussion online recently. Many people ask why Tenda can transform these companies so successfully just by not working overtime. Doesn't not working overtime mean that the employees are lazy, so how can the company develop well? This is completely contrary to the inertial thinking of ordinary people. But when I arrived at Tenda, I suddenly realized a truth. For a company, individual struggle should not be encouraged, but collective struggle should be encouraged. Collective struggle does not mean collective overtime, but the entire company should move in the right direction. Individual struggle will ultimately only lead to the improvement of one employee. An employee works very hard, but then quits after working hard to improve himself. What help will it bring to the company? Even if they work overtime, the worst employees will stay in the end. What if it is a collective struggle? The entire company moves in the right direction, providing employees with security through various benefits, so that employees can work together. Then excellent employees will not leave, and lazy employees will gradually change in this atmosphere, and over time, they can enter a positive cycle. I know this road is very difficult to take, and it is impossible for most incompetent bosses. But this is the kingly route for running a company and an enterprise. If it doesn't work, it can only be said that the ability is not good enough, but if it works, this company will definitely have great potential. The other investors listened carefully, and their faces showed envy. I really envy Mr. Li for being able to become the acting person in charge and learn the Tenda model in depth. One of the investors asked, "Mr. Li, have you been paying attention to Mr. Zhang's business at Jiaju Takeout recently?" Li Shi laughed, "I paid attention. But in my opinion, this Xinghao is probably too angry to pay attention. He actually questioned President Pei publicly and invited President Pei to a public debate. He is afraid that his death is not tragic enough. Do you really think that President Pei is just a senior who just graduated? In my opinion, Xinghao is too angry to pay attention. After leading the troops to a disastrous defeat, he is still unwilling to give in after being captured. He wants to fight with the opponent's top general with a bayonet. Isn't this crazy?" Investors nodded one after another. Yes, Mr. Pei is a genius. Xinghao will only die more miserably if he wants to debate with Mr. Pei face to face. But Mr. Pei has not given any response so far. He didn't say whether he would accept or not. He just watched Xinghao perform like a clown on the internet. I think it's understandable that Mr. Pei ignored him. It's nice to slap someone in the face, but with Mr. Pei's identity and status, there's no need to take such a risk to debate with a defeated opponent. The risk and benefit are completely disproportionate. I think it's possible that it's simply because it happened to be the weekend and Tenda was on holiday, so no one responded. Investors expressed their opinions one after another. Although everyone thought that Mr. Pei didn't need to personally debate with Xinghao, they also felt it was a pity because if President Pei personally came out and refuted Xinghao speechless, the scene should be quite interesting. Li Shi thought for a while and said, "I think the main reason is that Xinghao's attack this time is a bit inexplicable. Does it matter how many points President Pei got in school? I don't know what he is thinking. Does President Pei's low test score mean that President Pei has no real talent? Does it mean that President Pei's image of being able to plan and strategize is artificially created through character setting and may be exposed at any time? It's really inexplicable. Anyone who has dealt with President Pei can't help but be overwhelmed by his talent. Only people like Xinghao would have such an inexplicable idea that President Pei is just a name for nothing." And investment people said, "But if he keeps publicizing it like this, it will really bring some negative effects." Everyone thought that with Mr. Pei's natural talent, he should be able to get full marks in all exams and get some national scholarships easily, right? But in the end, all the subjects were just passing scores. Although it can't be said that his personality has collapsed, it still makes everyone a little disappointed. Leisure was very dissatisfied. This shows that Mr. Pei's mind is not on this at all. Mr. Pei usually manages so many things in Tenda, and he can still take time to review the books and pass the exam. This is already very difficult. If you ask me, Mr. Pei should just drop out of school. What's the point of studying? The person in charge nodded. That's true, but it's disgusting that Jing Hao keeps harping on this point. It's the same as when many anti-counterfeiting people kept harping on some young writers, trying to prove that these young writers were ghostwriters and had no real talent through various methods. It's really nonsense. But it does have a negative impact. It's really not okay to ignore it. Leisure took a sip of tea and said, "That's right. Well, anyway, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Let's see how Mr. Pei wants to deal with it." Chapter 1600 Excellent Paper. July 1st, Monday. Pei Qian came to the company as usual and prepared to start arranging the work for this month. July is still a very busy month. This month, Tenda's new mobile phone and game router will be officially launched, and exclusive games will also be revealed. The zoo project, which has been planned for a long time, will also be officially open to the public in the next 2 months, followed by new haunted house projects and luxury clothing, etc. Annoying things come one after another. Fortunately, Pei Qian has graduated now and no longer needs to worry about studying and exams. There is a saying that those who are guaranteed to be admitted to graduate school live like pigs, those who are employed live like dogs, and those who take the postgraduate entrance examination live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Then Pei Qian's current state should be the happiest one. As long as he can endure for another half a year, he can be completely liberated. Speaking of which, after submitting his graduation thesis, there is still no news. Pei Qian was not very reassured and called Zhang Wei to ask about it. As a result, Zhang Wei was also vague and could not explain what the specifics of the article were. He just said that Mr. Kong appreciated the paper very much and there would be no problem with graduation. Pei Qian did not ask any more questions. In his opinion, a paper is just like an exam. Just passing the exam is enough. Because passing the exam is the ideal perfect state, not too much or too little, without wasting too much energy or wasting time on make-up exams. Anyway, Pei Qian did not plan to do scientific research. He just wanted to start a small company, lose some money, and live a happy life. Passing the exam was a manifestation of his efforts to stick to the bottom line. While looking at the project for this month, there was a knock on the door. The new assistant walked in. "Mr. Pei, I have something to report to you. This weekend, Jing Hao, the president of Zhaiju Takeout, has been talking nonsense on Weibo, saying that he wants to debate with you face to face, and he is also frequently at ING, our company's official Weibo account. It's just that because I didn't go to work the past 2 days, the students in the operation team saw it and didn't report it in time." Pei Qian replied without raising his head, "Oh, this matter, I know." Pei Qian had nothing to do during the weekend, so he naturally browsed the web. Knowing that Jing Hao couldn't afford to lose, he not only broke the news on Weibo that he had passed all his subjects in his 4 years of college, but also said that he wanted to debate face to face and expose his personality. But the problem is that Pei Qian only has a small Weibo account, which is used to see girls, and there is no official Weibo account of President Pei. Even if I want to respond, I can't. And Pei Qian didn't plan to respond at all. What's wrong with passing all the subjects in the 4 years of college? What's wrong? Envy that I can graduate smoothly? I got the passing score by my own ability. Pei Qian didn't want to debate with Jing Hao face to face at all, because this matter didn't mean anything to him. Moreover, Pei Qian was not good at debate, so why should he come out to accompany the angry Jing Hao to make trouble? Let Jing Hao go to Weibo to make a scene. If it can really cause some damage to Tenda and President Pei's image, it would be a good thing. After all, Pei Qian also felt that his current image was a bit too outrageous. He was inexplicably followed and praised by many people. It was not a bad thing to lower his image appropriately. It can also help him lose money. Pei Qian didn't care and said to his assistant, "It's okay, let him make a fuss, we don't need to make any response." Afternoon. Counselor Zhang Wei is busy. Although it is graduation season, they still have a lot of work to do. Fortunately, they can wait for the summer vacation after a while. There are still a few students whose employment problems have not been solved. What can we do? It's already July. We can't ask Pei Qian to force me into Tenda Group, right? It's not appropriate to keep pushing people there. Every graduation season, schools have to worry about employment rates. Zhang Wei is at a loss for the time being. The main reason is that if Tenda Group develops better, it will be fine, but the recent business war between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance has caused a lot of uproar. The internal affairs must be very complicated, and Pei Qian must find it difficult to spare the energy. It doesn't seem appropriate to trouble Pei Qian to solve the employment problem at this time. These big companies are really worse than each other. It's fine if they can't win the normal business competition, but now they don't play by the rules and use some dirty tricks. Zhang Wei also feels very ashamed of the behavior of the anti-Tenda alliance and Jinghao. Of course, he stands on the side of Tenda, but he is very puzzled. Why can the anti-Tenda alliance still stir up such a big wave, despite repeated defeats in the public opinion war? Aren't the right and wrong of many things something that can be seen at a glance? All I can say is that there are too many people involved, and it is extremely difficult to get everyone to reach the same consensus. Zhang Wei habitually opens the internet to check the notifications. A notice is displayed in a prominent position on the internet, announcement of the results of the selection of outstanding undergraduate graduation papers. Zhang Wei was instantly alert. He clicked on the attachment form below the public notice to check. Sure enough, Pei Qian's paper was listed. Zhang Wei wanted to help Pei Qian revise the paper before submitting it, but after reading it, he found that he had no idea where to start. He also found several young lecturers, and everyone had different opinions. In the end, Zhang Wei had to submit the paper to Mr. Kong in its original form. Unexpectedly, Mr. Kong gave it a high evaluation. This paper was reported layer by layer and went through the process continuously. During this period, Pei Qian returned to school to participate in the graduation defense, but that defense was basically a formality, with only a few simple questions. Later, under the strong promotion of Mr. Kong, it was natural for this paper to be selected as an excellent undergraduate graduation thesis. Zhang Wei looked at the list again. It was a pity that Ma Yang's paper was not selected. In fact, if it weren't for Pei Qian's paper, Ma Yang's paper would also be very promising. It's just that Ma Yang's paper was based on Pei Qian's paper, and he chose a different angle to extend it. Although the arguments were detailed and the format was perfect, it was somewhat overshadowed by Pei Qian's paper. Moreover, if the excellent graduation thesis was given to both of them at the same time, it would seem a bit unfair to other students. So Ma Yang's paper was not selected, but in the eyes of Zhang Wei and other college teachers, Ma Yang's paper was fully qualified to be selected as an excellent graduation paper. Seeing this list, Zhang Wei felt relieved. There are indeed many people on the internet who attack Pei Qian's academic level, especially spreading his grades everywhere. Although students' grades are personal privacy, how can there be absolute privacy these days? School grades are not highly confidential information, and it is unknown from which channel they will be leaked. Regarding this, Zhang Wei actually wanted to stand up and say a few fair words for Pei Qian. He is a big boss of a company. He is usually too busy to manage the company. It is already very good to be able to take time to attend a few classes in school and memorize the handouts at the end of the term. Why do you still require him to get full marks in every subject? Moreover, for someone like President Pei, it is already a state of self-study. Learning these courses in college may be helpful, but not learning them is actually harmless. Many people on the internet use this to attack President Pei, which is really incredible in Zhang Wei's view, but many times, things on the internet are so magical. The more outstanding a person is, the more people will try their best to find shortcomings and stains on him. Even if there are no shortcomings in others, people with intentions will magnify them infinitely until they become shortcomings. Even if a person has been doing meaningful things, but often an unintentional mistake, a misinterpreted word, or a maliciously interpreted quote may set off a wave of cyber violence and curses on the internet. In the end, those who are self-disciplined are often forced to withdraw from the internet and close themselves off. Only those who have been rolling in the mud and can attack others unscrupulously and drag others into the mud can continue to make some meaningless noises on the internet. In this environment, outstanding people will express their opinions less and less. Over time, some forums have become a chaotic place where people attack each other, do not understand each other, but chase hot spots and revel in reckless carnivals. And the more people who understand this, the more they will understand the value of Tenda and the difficulty of President Pei. As my alma mater, Handong University, of course, we must unconditionally support President Pei. Zhang Wei immediately called the colleague who was in charge of running the official Weibo account of Handong University. Excellent graduation thesis is not a trivial matter, and it must be well publicized. In the afternoon, in the game department of Tenda, Yufei is still busy with the new game. Chui Geng, who wants to get involved in everything except updating, has recently developed a strong interest in Tenda's new game and comes to help Yufei write the game plot every now and then. Why Yufei was a bit too busy, so he acquiesced to Chui Geng's work as the screenwriter for the new game, and promised that after the game was completed, Chui Geng would be listed in the screenwriter column and show his face in the end credits. However, Chui Geng's work attitude this time really made Yufei very unhappy. Chui Geng was supposed to write the plot, but he started to check Weibo while writing. His work efficiency was really too low. Fortunately, Chui Geng was not a staff member of Tenda, otherwise he would definitely be sent on a suffering trip to experience the spirit of Tenda. Just as Yufei was busy, he heard Chui Geng exclaim loudly, "Mr. Pei's paper is absolutely amazing." Yufei was startled. "Paper? What paper?" Chui Geng pointed at the screen and said, "Mr. Pei's graduation paper, haven't you read it? It's gone viral on the internet. An undergraduate student relies on graduation papers to become a hot search. Have you ever seen this kind of operation?" Yufei was even more confused. Mr. Pei's graduation paper is on the hot search? When? Chui Geng immediately handed over the phone. "Look for yourself, this is not a bot hot search position, but real popularity. It can only be said that a tough life does not need explanation." The last sentence of Mr. Pei's paper is really domineering. What's more interesting is that Mr. Kong did not change a word and directly submitted the original text. It seems that Mr. Kong also quite approves of Mr. Pei's theory. Yufei took it and looked at it. He found that the official Weibo of Handong University had published a public notice of this year's outstanding undergraduate graduation theses, and Mr. Pei's thesis was listed. Xing Hao, the president of Zhaiju Takeout, was angry and provoked Mr. Pei many times. He first attacked Mr. Pei for his academic scores of 60 points, and then he made a big fuss that Mr. Pei actually had no real talent and was a person who was seeking fame and reputation. He also clamored to debate with Mr. Pei face to face. Although Xing Hao's persistence was very ungraceful and was indeed an act of not being able to afford to lose, many people did doubt Mr. Pei because of this. After all, Mr. Pei never showed up in public and almost never expressed any of his opinions to the outside world. People around Mr. Pei certainly knew that Mr. Pei was a great leader who was wise and powerful and strategized. But in the eyes of those outsiders who didn't know the truth, Mr. Pei was praised so much and even had signs of being deified, which would always produce a rebellious mentality. Therefore, Xing Hao's remarks still have some market, and it has indeed had a certain impact on Mr. Pei's image. And now Mr. Pei's graduation thesis has won the Outstanding Graduation Thesis Award from Handong University, which is enough to counterattack Qinghao's smear. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1601, The Profound Connotation of the Thesis. When Yu Fei first heard the news, he felt very happy, but soon, a melancholy expression appeared on his face again. Isn't that right? This thesis doesn't seem to be able to change public opinion, and it may even do more harm than good. Handong University must have good intentions, but this may be used by the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Chui Geng didn't understand and asked, "Why do you say that?" Yu Fei explained, "The requirements for undergraduate graduation thesis are not high. No matter how advanced it is, can an excellent thesis be written well? Let alone undergraduate graduation thesis, even if you give doctoral or even postdoctoral thesis to ordinary people, what can they understand? You still have to find faults. The Anti-Tenda Alliance only needs to find a few experts and scholars to pick out the problems in Mr. Pei's thesis and use a magnifying glass to find problems, and they will always find some breakthroughs. Then, they can use these flaws to attack Mr. Pei's academic level and even attack the fairness and rationality of Handong University in selecting excellent graduation thesis. That is to say, President Pei's paper is only written at the level of an excellent undergraduate, which is completely insufficient. Although the Anti-Tenda Alliance had made many attacks on President Pei before, they only seized on the fact that most of President Pei's exams passed. Although these have an impact, the impact will not be great. After all, everyone knows that President Pei is busy with work, and passing an unimportant exam will not damage President Pei's image. But the thesis is different. The graduation thesis is a concentrated reflection of a graduate's thoughts. If some handles are exposed in this regard and caught by the other party, then but it's difficult to deal with it. Hearing this, Chui Geng smiled, "So you are worried about this? Your worries are indeed reasonable, but don't worry, after reading this paper, you will know that your worries are unnecessary. It will be difficult for those with ulterior motives to find fault with this paper. Don't underestimate the professors of Handong University. What kind of person is Kong Lao? An academic master. How could the paper he approved be a mediocre paper?" Yu Fei was even more curious now. What kind of paper is difficult for the haters to find fault with? In Yu Fei's opinion, in order to achieve this, 3 conditions must be met. First, this paper cannot be too profound or too difficult to understand. Ordinary people should be able to understand it, otherwise it will naturally fall into the situation of being unpopular and will also fall into the dilemma of arguing with some scholars with ulterior motives about complex theories. Only when ordinary people can understand it can it have a broad mass base. Second, it must be very constructive and have a certain depth. He must put forward ideas that others have not put forward, so that everyone will feel bright. Otherwise, someone will definitely say that this paper is copying the experience of predecessors. More seriously, some people may directly accuse it of imitation and plagiarism. Third, this paper must also have a lot of empirical evidence, and use facts to stop those who want to find fault. Theory without empirical evidence is just a castle in the air. Many theories in the humanities are reasonable for you to say and for me to say, and no one can convince anyone. Once you enter this situation, you will not have any advantage. If one party has very successful examples to support their arguments, the situation will become completely different. But Yu Fei also knows that this requirement is too high and is definitely not something an ordinary undergraduate can do. The first 2 points are contradictory. How can a paper be understandable to ordinary people and at the same time be constructive and profound? It is not easy to make it appealing to both the elite and the masses. The third point is even more difficult. It is to combine theoretical research with practical results, which is to achieve the state of unity of knowledge and action. For ordinary undergraduates, this is simply an impossible task. But if this person is Mr. Pei, there might be hope. Yufei couldn't help but look forward to it, and immediately clicked on Mr. Pei's paper to check it out. The title of this article is The Creation and Dissemination Theory of Popular Literary Works in the Internet Age. Seeing this title, Yufei couldn't help but take a breath. The title is too big. Mr. Pei is indeed Mr. Pei, with a broad vision. He wrote such a big title right at the beginning, and a strong sense of self-confidence is simply overwhelming. The structure of the article is very clear, without too much foreshadowing. The opening directly cuts into the topic after the abstract and keywords. The first part of the article is to analyze the dilemma faced by popular literary works in the current Internet era. There are three main dilemmas, namely the separation of traditional literary works and ordinary people, the invasion of Western cultural works, and the impact of fast food culture and placebo entertainment mode. The so-called popular literary and artistic works are meant to be directed at ordinary people. They must meet the demands of ordinary people and express their voices. At the very least, they should be works that are popular with ordinary people and convey simple and excellent values to the grassroots people. However, many authors of traditional literary and artistic works have been separated from social trends for a long time and have found it difficult to understand the real cultural demands of ordinary people, especially young people. Their content is still stuck in the past era, and to some extent, they even tend to be out of touch with the people. Many intellectuals think they are superior to others, and believe that ordinary people are ignorant and difficult to educate, while art is elegant and superior. As a result, these traditional works are increasingly separated from the demands of ordinary people. At the same time, the invasion of Western cultural works has made ordinary people more and more influenced by Western values and gradually deviate from Chinese traditional culture. The Western world has produced many works that look very good with its strong cultural industrial production capacity. But are the values contained in these excellent works necessarily correct? Are they necessarily flawless? Not necessarily. In recent years, more and more people have realized that the values contained in the so-called Western blockbusters are becoming more and more distorted, and are increasingly deviating from the simple and real emotions of human beings, especially incompatible with the traditional cultural heritage passed down by the Chinese people. And the communication of such values often has some unspeakable secrets. In addition, the impact of fast food culture and placebo entertainment models has also posed a huge obstacle to the development and dissemination of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. The so-called fast food culture was originally a neutral term. People need to take in nutrition, but fast food can also provide people with convenience and cheap satisfaction. It was originally a very normal cultural phenomenon. But when fast food culture develops excessively, it becomes an unhealthy state. Just like when people are tired of home-cooked meals, eating fast food occasionally is harmless. But if it completely replaces daily food and every meal is eating fast food, then various diseases will come sooner or later. The same is true for the cultural industry. It is of course okay to occasionally look at fast food culture and get some simple entertainment. But if a person's spiritual life is only fast food culture, without deep thinking, then his spiritual world must be barren, and his thoughts will definitely have problems over time. What's more terrible is that the continuous development of fast food culture has become a placebo model. The makers and producers of these placebo cultures fill people's lives with entertainment and sensory stimulation products, use direct, fast and cheap entertainment models to divert their attention and dissatisfaction, let them indulge in low-level happiness and cannot extricate themselves, and gradually lose the ability to think about real problems, and even completely lose the ability to learn and plan for the long term. These three situations are obviously what must be avoided and confronted in the creation of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. If this series of problems are not solved, there will inevitably be a greater and greater division in the cultural field. Literary and artistic creators began to separate from the masses, and the content of their creations only played a role in a small range of spiritual life, and could not actually have a positive impact on the world and society. With the continuous invasion of Western values, traditional values were subverted, and those who defended traditional values and those who accepted Western values began to become increasingly incompatible. Even in many fields, fierce frictions will break out, and ideological conflicts will evolve into conflicts in reality. And those low-level entertainment and placebo-style entertainment will gradually sweep the entire grassroots cultural and entertainment market, making the grassroots people lose the motivation to think and move forward. In this way, different groups of people will become more and more divided due to various factors such as class, environment, and values, and become groups that cannot understand each other, thereby further strengthening the information cocoon effect. This will obviously induce very serious and terrible consequences. Based on this dilemma, the paper then proposed the necessary factors for the creation and dissemination of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. The first is the connotation rooted in the traditional cultural foundation and the cultural demands of the general public. In the Internet era, popular literary and artistic works cannot be completely separated from the traditional cultural foundation, nor can they deviate from the cultural demands of the people. It must always stand from the perspective of ordinary people to create. We must not fall into the dilemma of being too highbrow and blindly self-satisfied, nor should we become accomplices in the invasion of Western values and severing the inheritance of traditional culture. Only by meeting the requirements of the times and the demands of the general public can we fulfill the mission given by the times. Secondly, the work itself must have a certain degree of timeliness, novelty, and even foresight. It is not enough to just reflect the times. Excellent literary and artistic works must also have a certain degree of novelty, even foresight, and must foresee problems that may occur in the future and make warnings in advance. This is not groundless worry, but preparation for a rainy day. Finally, in terms of expression, these works must be compact and eye-catching enough. The reason why many literary and artistic works with profound connotations are difficult to have a wide impact is that the expression of emotions is long and difficult, which makes it difficult to arouse the interest of ordinary people in reading, and even difficult to pay attention to them. If a work cannot attract as many people as possible, how can its influence be improved? For serious works, this is certainly not a problem. Because serious works are naturally highbrow and few people understand them, you need to have a high level of literary attainments to understand them. But for popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era, if this cannot be achieved, then they cannot be called excellent works. Because the mission of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet age is to spread positive values to ordinary people. If others block their ears and don't want to listen, how can you accomplish this mission? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1602, Unrefutable. Add more, please vote for me. Then, the paper proposed the mission of creators of popular literary works in the Internet era. The first is to promote the spread of positive values among ordinary people. The ancients said that literature carries the truth. Every work has its own intrinsic values. If there is no core idea, then the article lacks soul, and no matter how beautiful the skin is, it cannot cover up its inner emptiness. Since every work has its own intrinsic value orientation and will have an impact on ordinary people, then excellent works must spread positive values and resist negative values. If a work looks excellent on the surface, but in fact it is promoting backward and decadent values, then this situation is generally called a crooked butt. Popular literary works often have a strong influence because of their low threshold, compact and exciting content, and they are aimed at ordinary people or teenagers with low cultural level. The more so, the creators of popular literary works should be more aware of their responsibilities and strive to write works with positive meanings. The second is to meet the people's spiritual entertainment needs. Although it is to convey positive values, this kind of transmission cannot be reduced to empty teaching, but to meet the people's spiritual entertainment needs and teach through entertainment. Popular literary and artistic works are first of all works that are popular with the people, and the prerequisite for being popular is to meet people's spiritual entertainment needs. For creators, we must not forget the intrinsic value of literary and artistic works, nor ignore the form of expression of literary and artistic works. Which form is the easiest for ordinary people to accept and the most likely to cause widespread repercussions is the one that should be adopted. The third is to explore the theoretical laws of literary and artistic creation in the new era and form guidance. In the Internet age, the innovation, improvement and progress of popular cultural works cannot be separated from the efforts of one creative subject after another. And these creators may fall into confusion. Many people have the ideal of creating good works, but lack the corresponding creation theory and skills. Therefore, as creators of popular literary and artistic works, they cannot be self-enclosed, but should share these theories with others as much as possible, so as to promote the improvement of the overall level of popular literary and artistic works in the country, so that more and more excellent works can emerge, thus forming a creative atmosphere of 100 schools of thought contending. The paper then analyzes all the above theories in conjunction with some specific projects of Tenda Group. So far, Tenda Group has achieved certain results in many fields such as games and movies. Many works are very popular, and these works basically meet the conditions and laws mentioned in the paper. When I saw these theories, I felt that they made sense. When combined with actual cases, I immediately felt that they were even more unquestionable. In the eyes of Yufei, Chui Geng and others, they should applaud this paper. Yufei said excitedly, as expected of Mr. Pei, "It's great. But why do I feel that there are many contents in this paper that are similar to your previous speech in the online author inspiration class?" Chui Geng hurriedly corrected his method. "Your method is very dangerous, old you are not going to flatter me? Why do you sound like Mr. Pei wrote this paper after reading my speech? It's normal that it's similar to my speech. Because my speech was originally written to summarize Mr. Pei's creative ideas. Now Mr. Pei has personally summarized his creative ideas, and there are some similarities with my summary. What's so strange about this? They are all from the same source and the same content. And Mr. Pei's summary is much more comprehensive and detailed than mine. As for this paper, it can perfectly reflect Mr. Pei's academic level. I think it can be described in 8 words." Yufei asked with a smile. "Oh, which 8 words?" Chui Geng said confidently, "Practice what you have learned, and find your own way." You see, Mr. Pei used some professional theoretical knowledge in this paper, but he only used the most basic part. This shows that Mr. Pei is still focusing on drawing nutrition from past theories, not castles in the air. Mr. Pei only passed the class. On the one hand, it is because he is busy with work and does not have much time to attend classes, but even so, Mr. Pei is still seizing every opportunity to study and learn theoretical knowledge from textbooks. This shows that for Mr. Pei, how many points he got in the exam is not important, because he is not pursuing a specific score. Mr. Pei is pursuing how much knowledge has been learned. Moreover, President Pei is not satisfied with acquiring knowledge. He analyzes current hot issues from a higher perspective, uses these theories to solve the contradictions faced by the creation of popular literary works in reality, and truly conveys his thoughts through his works. So, this paper answers all of Jinghao's doubts about President Pei. Jinghao doubts that President Pei has passed all his subjects with passing scores. This is because President Pei is busy with work and does not have much time to study. And he does not care about the specific scores, but focuses on learning the parts that are really useful to him. Jinghao questioned that President Pei never showed up in public and did not openly express his thoughts to the public. This is because President Pei has always been a pragmatic and modest person. Because of pragmatism, he spent all his energy on projects and practical things, rather than empty talk. Because of modesty, President Pei did not like to express his thoughts frequently, and would only reveal some of his thoughts when he had to write papers. Xing Hao accused President Pei of being a versatile person who knew everything. In fact, President Pei never promoted this point, but from this paper we can see that the reason why President Pei seemed to know everything and could do everything was because he mastered the scientific creation theory based on the people. It is precisely because of this that each of his works can arouse widespread response and resonance, and achieve success. So, Xing Hao asked President Pei for an open debate, but President Pei certainly would not accept it, because it was just a waste of time. Based on the level of this graduation thesis, what can Xing Hao use to debate with President Pei? The level of thought is not at the same level at all. Yu Fei was still a little worried. This paper is well written, but those people can still force faults, or simply question whether this article was written by someone else. Cui Geng smiled and shook his head, no. The characteristic of this paper is that it is difficult to be questioned. Because the arguments are very solid, the most basic theories are adopted, and the most important thing is that there are a large number of empirical cases that have been verified. Refuting this paper is equivalent to refuting all the successful cases of Tenda. Refuting these cases is equivalent to denying the tastes and preferences of ordinary people, which is equivalent to arguing with ordinary people. Isn't this cutting yourself off from the people? It can't be refuted theoretically or emotionally. They can't find any breakthrough. As for questioning whether this article was ghostwritten, it is even more untenable. First of all, the writing style and level of this article are at the level that an undergraduate should have, which should be difficult to fake. And if you want to know all of these successful projects of Tenda, you must have a lot of internal information. If Mr. Pei ghostwrites, it means that he has found someone who is the same age as himself and is interested in someone who knows all the Tenda projects well, and even has a clear understanding of the connotations and creative intentions of these projects. Is there a suitable candidate? Yu Fei thought for a while and said, Mr. Ma? Cui Geng almost spit out a mouthful of water. No, no, no. Mr. Ma is not involved in every project, not to mention that Mr. Ma himself is different from Mr. Pei in terms of ability. He is Mr. Pei's right-hand man and a good executor, but definitely not a good theoretical architect. What's more, Mr. Ma has his own papers. A comparison of these two papers clearly shows that they were not written by one person. From all aspects, the only person who meets this condition is Mr. Pei himself, and there is no need to falsify at all. What's more, this domineering sentence at the end of the paper is definitely not something that anyone else can write. It must be written by President Pei himself. Yu Fei nodded. This sentence is indeed beyond doubt. At the end of the paper, President Pei also added a sentence. The theories referenced in the paper are all relatively simple and basic knowledge. The time to complete is short and the preparation is not sufficient, so they are not directly quoted in the paper. If there are any inappropriate places, please forgive me. If there are any errors, please correct me. If President Pei really asked someone to write it for him, then what is the point of the ghostwriter adding this sentence? And the ghostwriter will definitely mark all the reference data clearly. How is it possible that the first 90% of the work is completed, but the last 10% of the work is not well finished? So, this is what President Pei wrote personally. Due to limited time, President Pei did not have time to match and quote all the theories one by one, but the general content is no problem. It is probably for this reason that Mr. Kong did not send this paper back for rewriting. And this sentence seems very modest, but in fact, just like Mr. Pei, there is a hint of pride in his modesty. Would a proud person like Mr. Pei pay attention to the persistent harassment of Xing Hao, the CEO of Zhaiju Takeout? Definitely not. Maybe in Mr. Pei's view, home delivery is at best a comparison with Moyu delivery, so it's good enough to let Rui Yuchen come out to explain. Let Mr. Pei come out to debate on the spot. Sorry, Jinghao is not qualified at all. Mr. Pei will only spend his time on the most precious and meaningful things. Yufei thought of another question and asked, hey, that's a bit wrong. Since Mr. Pei always gets 60 points in the exams and doesn't waste time on meaningless things, there's no need for Mr. Pei to write such a high-level paper. Isn't it enough to just write about the goal of graduation? Chui Geng shook his head. Do you think this is just an ordinary undergraduate graduation paper? Do you think Mr. Pei wrote it just to graduate smoothly? Of course not. Obviously Mr. Pei thinks that this is a good opportunity to sort out the theories he learned in college, and systematically explain his own theories, and provide guidance and suggestions for the industry. Whether it is for ordinary authors like us, or for film directors and screenwriters of Fire Studio, or for designers in the Tenda game department, this is a good guiding principle. It is not only a summary of Mr. Pei's college knowledge, but also a summary of Mr. Pei's experience in founding Tenda Group and creating literature and art through Tenda Group. This paper is worthy of all popular literary and artistic creators to study carefully and guide their own creative direction. Chapter 1603, Killing People and Destroying Their Hearts? Yufei checked the hot searches on Weibo and the discussions on other forums. Sure enough, as soon as this paper came out, the heat that Jinghao had worked so hard to stir up disappeared immediately, and he himself became a clown. On the one hand, all of Jinghao's doubts about President Pei were refuted because of this paper. On the other hand, it was because all the attention of netizens was shifted to this paper, and they didn't care about what Jinghao raised at all. The former is easy to understand. As Chui Geng said, President Pei's paper cannot be questioned, cannot be falsified, and even cannot be questioned whether it is ghostwritten. This paper has not only been recognized by professors in the profession, but also can be understood by ordinary people. Combined with the literary and artistic products of Tenda Group, it can be said that it is irrefutable and fully proves the true level of President Pei. All of Jinghao's doubts are naturally untenable. In addition, there is a reasonable explanation for the fact that President Pei passed all the subjects. Before, everyone thought that President Pei was busy with work, so he had no time to review well, and it was good to get a passing score. Although this statement has some rationality, it is ultimately too passive. Now it seems that Mr. Pei did not fail to study hard, but he learned things that were useful to him, and he did not deliberately pursue the final score. In simple terms, other students scored 60 or 80 points, but only 20% of them could be used for further research, and only 10% could be truly applied to reality and have an impact on the world. Although Mr. Pei only scored 60 points, everything within these 60 points would directly change the world. This nature is completely different. What's more, most people were not interested in Jinghao's face-to-face debate. Because Jinghao and Mr. Pei are both entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurs, the competition should be about who runs the company well, creates more value for society, and gains reputation from the masses. Face-to-face debate is nothing more than a verbal advantage. You are entrepreneurs, not debaters. What's the point of debate? And there are too many things to discuss in the content of this paper. Many people once again turned out all the previous games and movies of Tenda and reviewed them again. Some people also use this standard to compare the literary and artistic works currently on the market, whether novels, movies, or games, and then find that almost all of them that meet all the characteristics are popular and good works. Many people have further extended this and started to seriously explore the future development direction of popular literary works in the Internet era, and even derived from this to other fields. There are still some unwilling black fans who question that President Pei's paper was written in the field of literary creation, at best in the fields of novels, movies, and games. But things in other business fields have not been explained yet? This question was quickly drowned out by the sound of ridicule. Because this is President Pei's undergraduate graduation thesis, there is only such a short space in total, and it is tight even to write the current content. How can it be possible to write other content? And President Pei's not writing does not mean that President Pei does not understand. President Pei has proved himself in the most abstract and complex field of literary creation, let alone other fields, which is completely self-evident. In short, once this paper came out, it completely reversed the trend on the internet. Many people questioned before, thinking that Jing Hao openly jumped out to accuse President Pei, but President Pei hid his head and showed his tail and did not respond, which was a manifestation of guilty conscience. But now it seems that Jing Hao and Mr. Pei are not opponents at the same level at all, and it is normal for Mr. Pei to ignore him. As for Mr. Pei, he is definitely a well-deserved genius. From the time he founded Tenda to the time he completed his studies, he built such a huge business empire in just 4 years. Everything that happened in the past 4 years has verified this point countless times, and this paper is just an annotation of Pei's career. At the same time, Pei Qian was slumped on the sofa in his living room, looking up at the sky, thinking about life. He read all the discussions on Weibo, but the more he read, the more outrageous he felt. What is going on? Are these people's flattery reasonable? I can't stand it anymore. I feel like every pore in my body is oozing milk. Pei Qian's mood at this time is very complicated. It's like a child who predicts the questions before the exam, but in the end, all the questions are correct in the exam, and he gets a high score, which leads to a much higher test score than usual, and is publicly praised by the teacher. Guilty. Strictly speaking, Pei Qian's cheating is definitely not considered cheating, because what he wrote was the things of Tenda Group, and what he analyzed was others' analysis of his thoughts, and the root cause was him. But this is not his true level. Because when he was making those games and writing those movie scripts, he didn't deliberately think in this direction. At most, it was just a lot of fleeting inspiration. So Pei Qian felt really uneasy about this excellent graduation thesis. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei and Mr. Kong did not delete the last sentence, and submitted it as it was without changing a single word. Pei Qian was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. What's even more outrageous is that the discussion about this paper on the internet has obviously been raised to a higher level. There are many praises here that Pei Qian never expected, and he feels unworthy of them. Pei Qian is very clear about his true level. A large part of these achievements are due to luck, not how hard and extraordinary his efforts have been. So he doesn't want everyone to impose these honors on him. The reason why Pei Qian has always avoided showing up as much as possible and is very low-key is because he knows that he may be far from what people expect of Mr. Pei. As a result, the more he hides, the more people praise him. After 4 years, he is finally a little bit unable to hold back. I think I should clarify it a bit. If I don't say anything, it's like accepting these compliments, and I'll only fall harder in the future. Just say a few words and express my personal opinion, which can be regarded as a vaccination for everyone. Pei Qian didn't want everyone to mistakenly think that he was pretending to be a master without saying anything. Seeing that he was forced to pretend to be cool, the situation was a little out of control, and he instinctively wanted to come out and cool down the heat. So after careful consideration, he thought of a long Weibo post. I noticed that there are a lot of discussions about my graduation thesis online. Some of the content is indeed what I think in my heart, but some of it is obviously overimagined and exaggerated. The article is natural and it is a result of a master's hand. As a creator, many times when I create some content, I don't have a very clear idea, but just a flash of inspiration. So I am actually unworthy of everyone's praise for me. I hope everyone will stick to the facts. There is no need to praise me too much, and don't place too many unrealistic expectations on me. In addition, I don't want to deliberately ignore Mr. Jing how I asked him a question, but I just think there is no need to argue about it. But since I have already posted on Weibo, I will answer Mr. Jinghao's question here. Mr. Jinghao thinks that I am not an excellent graduate, my ability is limited, and I am not an excellent entrepreneur. I completely agree with this, and I have never considered myself an excellent graduate or entrepreneur. Mr. Jinghao is far better than me both in academics and in entrepreneurial ability. As for why I have won repeatedly in business competition, I personally find this very puzzling. However, I think one of the reasons may be that it is precisely because I am not smart enough or good enough that I can distinguish right from wrong. After becoming a boss and a key figure who can mobilize a large amount of resources through the company, I can still clearly distinguish right from wrong. My eyes and brain have not been affected by the different position I stand in. Thank you again for your support and love. I will work harder to learn and improve, and strive to make myself worthy of these praises one day. After writing, Pei Qian considered it again and felt that his overall attitude was quite sincere. The key is that he can't say a lot of things very clearly. He can't just expose his past, right? That's not clarification, but active social death. Netizens are all our own people, so it's easy to talk and negotiate. As long as you make your attitude clear to them, the heat should slowly go down. Of course, President Pei can't use his own Weibo to post this long Weibo, otherwise it will be exposed instantly. It still has to be posted on the official Weibo of Tenda Group. At the same time, in Shanghai, Xingyun Group headquarters. Nie Yunqing browsed the web page, then leaned weakly on the boss chair, closed his eyes slightly, and sighed silently. Alas! I knew that Jinghao would definitely not have a good ending if he got too excited. In the field of public opinion warfare, no matter from what angle the attack comes, President Pei can always find a way to fight back, and it is hard to defend against. Nie Yunqing did not expect that President Pei could easily repel Jinghao's final offensive with just one paper. Not only that, this paper has also sparked widespread discussion on the internet. With just one paper, it was easy to get on the Weibo hot search, with natural traffic. And it also made a comprehensive publicity and promotion of Tenda's other industries, and I don't know how much publicity and marketing expenses it saved. This kind of strength is really not comparable to ordinary entrepreneurs. It feels like President Pei has never pursued popularity, but the popularity always follows him. At this time, Nie Yunqing saw another new Weibo. It was President Pei's response to this incident through the official Weibo of Tenda Group. Nie Yunqing read the entire long Weibo from beginning to end with mixed feelings, and fell into silence again. After a long time, he sighed softly and sighed, killing people, but also destroying their hearts. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1604, The direction is wrong, the greater the ability, the greater the damage. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After Nie Yunqing saw the statement released by President Pei on the official Weibo of Tenda Group, he knew that everything was settled and Jinghao would never have a chance to turn over. The timing of President Pei's Weibo post can be said to be steady, accurate and ruthless. Not only did he knock Jinghao off the cliff, but he also put a mountain on top of him, so that he would never be able to turn over. On the surface, President Pei's Weibo post seemed to have some intention of calming down. First, he expressed his opinion on his thesis being searched on the hot search, saying the article is natural, and it is obtained by a master's hand by chance. Some of the content is indeed what he thought in his heart, but some of the content is overinterpreted by everyone. Behind this humility, there is a strong self-confidence, and it also gives people a very sincere feeling. Then President Pei finally responded to Jinghao's previous provocation directly. Before the online heat was formed, no matter how President Pei responded, Jinghao could find a reason to fight back. President Pei would definitely not accept the challenge. If he responded to Jinghao in a high-profile manner, he would continue to add fuel to the fire until he forced President Pei out. If it was a low-key response, Jinghao would publicize it. President Pei is timid and guilty because at that time, President Pei did not have a very powerful means to fight back against Jinghao, so no matter how he expressed his position, some people would feel guilty. But now, The popularity of President Pei's thesis has completely overshadowed all the popularity that Jing Hao has tried so hard to stir up, and President Pei's Weibo is no longer meant to calm things down, but a declaration after victory. On the surface, President Pei admitted Jing Hao's statement, and he also said that he was not necessarily an excellent graduate and entrepreneur, but then President Pei changed his tone and began to kill people and hurt their hearts. President Pei said that it was precisely because he was just an ordinary person and had no extraordinary talents that he could see more clearly and distinguish right from wrong, and did not affect his position because of his resources and wealth. This sentence was so sharp that it directly hit the crux of the problem. President Pei actually meant to say, "You, Jing Hao, are indeed very good, but so what?" When a person's direction is wrong, the greater the power you exert, the greater the damage you will cause. Jing Hao is indeed an excellent graduate and an excellent entrepreneur, but where did he use his intelligence and talents? They are desperately exploiting their employees, desperately expanding the platform, striving to achieve a monopoly position, and constantly sucking blood from delivery boys, merchants, and customers, thereby continuously building home food delivery into a behemoth. Perhaps these outstanding entrepreneurs do have extraordinary talents, but as their personal wealth expands and their influence increases, these people do not realize the social responsibilities they bear. Instead, they mistakenly believe that the wealth given to them by society is created by themselves. So, they began to go against the trend and began to pursue unlimited capital appreciation. They claim to be excellent people, completely opposite to ordinary people, and are used to being superior in all aspects such as wisdom, ability, resources, and wealth. And this is exactly what makes ordinary people feel the most angry and unacceptable. Perhaps these entrepreneurs do have good personal abilities, but they can succeed because of the environment and the times. They have seized the wealth created by everyone through some methods. Take Zhaiju Takeaway, for example. Its success comes from the underlying service system supported by all the takeaway guys, the catering resources provided by all the merchants, the programming platform written by all the programmers who work overtime 996, and the preferences and privacy data of each customer. And a lot of the achievements here should not belong to Zhaiju Takeaway, let alone Jing Hao, but the so-called internet innovation allows Jing Hao to take all the achievements for himself, and use them to play the capital game, making the entire platform bigger and bigger. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? And President Pei is full of confidence in his questioning of Jing Hao, because Moyu Takeaway has not taken the same path as Zhaiju Takeaway. Moyu Takeaway actually integrates the interests of multiple parties such as merchants, takeaway boys, customers, and platforms, and refeeds back the profits obtained, and resolutely only takes the share that the platform should take. So what Mr. Pei said is more like a deep-rooted irony. Mr. Pei does not really think that his intelligence and cleverness are not as good as Jing Hao, but he is just saying that he disdains to use these little cleverness. Because although this kind of cleverness can make him gain a lot of personal wealth, it has caused greater damage to society and the entire industry. It's better not to have this kind of cleverness. So Mr. Pei's words are like a well-read scholar looking at a hawker who cheats by playing tricks. Maybe the hawker who cheats by playing tricks can get a lot of benefits, but in the eyes of a real wise man, this kind of cleverness is just a stupid and hopeless badness. Nie Yunqing sighed. He saw that the more people pester Mr. Pei, the more miserable they will lose in the end. This time, Jing Hao can be said to have lost both his inside and his face. Nie Yunqing was even somewhat thankful that it was Lu Mingliang who debated with him, not President Pei. Although Lu Mingliang was also the head of the department, he was obviously still a rookie, with more sharpness than insidiousness. On the other hand, President Pei was a terrifying figure that was hard to fathom. You never knew what his next move would be, and you never knew when his counterattack would end. When you are thrown off the cliff and think everything is over, President Pei will still lift a few big rocks and bury you underneath with a smile, and you will never be able to stand up again. Nie Yunqing leaned back in his chair, speechless for a long time. After thinking for a long time, Nie Yinxing called the vice president over. Call Mr. Zheng of Zhaiju Takeaway and ask him to calm down first and stop provoking Mr. Pei. Under such conditions, Mr. Pei may have other tricks to reveal, and our losses will only be greater. Also, I asked you to check the recent new projects of Tenda Group before. Have you found them? The vice president nodded and said, Mr. Nya, I have found them. Next month, Tenda Group may launch a new mobile phone and game console, and the projects of Jingji Hostel and Zoo are about to be completed. Nie Yinxing leaned back in the boss chair and said with emotion, I didn't expect it. In this environment, Mr. Pei is still opening new projects in an orderly manner. It seems that he doesn't take the attack of the anti-Tenda alliance seriously at all. Should I say that Mr. Pei is too confident? Or too underestimated? In that case, let's wait a little longer. The current public opinion war can be said to be a complete failure, and there is no room for recovery. We might as well wait and see. If the new project of Tenda Group fails and Mr. Pei is in a mess, maybe we will find some new opportunities. The vice president nodded, Mr. Nya is wise. Do we need to hold another meeting to appease everyone? Nie Yinxing nodded, yes. After a series of setbacks, there will definitely be some unrest within the anti-Tenda alliance. Fortunately, the other member companies don't know about Yuan Media's affairs. Otherwise, if these companies knew that Yuan Media had defected and was doing well, it would be a big blow to morale. But even so, Nie Yinxing still has to continue to find ways to stabilize these companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. Nie Yinxing is also prepared for this. On the one hand, please be patient and wait and see, especially pay attention to Tenda's game console project next month. Obviously, this game console project should have been poured with a lot of effort by President Pei, and it is also a key step for Tenda Group to take a step forward in the game field. If Tenda Group wants to become a world-renowned game giant, it will definitely find ways to cross the threshold of game consoles. However, how easy is it to squeeze into the game console field? In Nie Yinxing's view, Tenda Group is likely to fail on this issue. It's not that Tenda's ability is not enough, but that this field is too difficult. There are only 2 or 3 companies in the world that can play this game well, and they are all completely beyond their level. Once Tenda Group fails and President Pei's energy is involved, the anti-Tenda alliance will have new opportunities. On the other hand, Nie Yinxing intends to tell everyone the truth. Even if Tenda really succeeds in the field of game consoles, and the various subsequent projects are also successful, the anti-Tenda alliance is really forced to a dead end. There is no need to worry too much, because Nie Yinxing still has the last resort. He cannot reveal this method for the time being, because he is worried that there will be an insider who will inform Tenda Group. But Nie Yinxing is very sure that even if this last trick cannot reverse the situation, it will definitely cause heavy damage to Tenda Group and make both sides uncomfortable. It's just that this last trick cannot be used now. It must wait until Tenda Group wins victory after victory and President Pei is too proud of himself before it can play the greatest effect. July 5, Friday. Pei Qian came to O2 Technology to check the research and development of the new mobile phone and new console. According to the previous plan, the new mobile phone and new console will hold a press conference next week. Before that, the samples of the mobile phone and console have been produced and mass production has begun. In fact, for Pei Qian, these 2 projects have already been finalized. It doesn't make much difference whether he looks at them or not. Even if he is not satisfied or thinks the probability of success is not high, he can't change it. But the process still needs to be followed. Now Pei Qian can at least influence the content of the press conference. If the press conference is not popular, then the attention of these 2 new products will naturally drop significantly. In fact, the success of many products is still very dependent on the press conference. Products that are popular at the press conference but receive mediocre response are often tepid and quickly lose popularity during the official release stage after the press conference. It's time to test President Pei's intelligence again. So far, the anti-Tenda alliance has died down and has completely disappeared. Pei Qian is still waiting for Yuan media to suddenly counterattack. In the end, there is no news. Yuan media seems to be determined to stand with Tenda Group. Not only has it deeply transformed its internal business model and media content according to Wu Bin's requirements, it has also issued articles several times to support Tenda Group and hit the anti-Tenda alliance headed by Xingyun Express, Zhaiju Takeout and Zhujiao Group. Didn't Wu Bin say that Yuan media is likely to be an undercover sent by the anti-Tenda alliance? This undercover agent was too dedicated. He was not exposed until the anti-Tenda alliance could no longer hold on. Faced with this situation, Pei Qian felt very worried. He could only shift his attention to the next new business, hoping that the new business would have some loopholes, reduce the heat, and rebuild the confidence of the anti-Tenda alliance. Chapter 1605, Expensive Phone Case. At the entrance of O2 Technology, the original acting person in charge, Lao Song, has returned to Shenhua Group, and Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan are here to welcome Mr. Pei. Both of them participated in the grassroots activities and benefited a lot from them. Now they are taking over the head of O2 Technology again, and both of them have gained some new inspirations. After taking over the mobile phone and game console projects from Lao Song, the two just pushed forward the work step by step and completed the follow-up work without making any changes to the original design plan. After all, they took over for too short a time, and it is too late to change now. President Pei, please come in quickly, we have prepared the samples. Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan welcomed Pei Qian to the reception room of O2 Technology. Pei Qian sat down on the sofa and asked, casually, have you two seen the new products? What do you think? Chang Yu immediately said excitedly, great, these two new products are simply genius. Mr. Pei, your imagination is as boundless as a horse running in the sky, and as unstoppable as the flooding of the Yellow River. Jiang Yuan also smiled and agreed, yes, these two products are great. In the mobile phone project, because we used Shenhua's ready-made folding screen solution, there are not many areas that can be improved. Mr. Pei, you have appropriately focused on Tenda Group's advantageous projects, arranged a customized appearance and system for the mobile phone, and continued the traditional benefits of the O2 mobile phone project, which has allowed us to take a step further in the high-end gambling path, and made a clear distinction from Shenhua's original mobile phone. If the mobile phone project is a patch on Shenhua Group's solution, then the console project is relying on the imagination of the wild imagination to find the pain points that have been ignored by users again, and launched an epic-making game console product. I think both products will be a great success. Chang Yu sighed, yes, so it doesn't really matter whether the two of us are in O2 Technology. Mr. Pei, you are the source of inspiration for O2 Technology. The two rouse impassioned speeches made Pei Qian's hand holding the teacup tremble slightly, and he instantly lost his breath. I originally thought that the mobile phone project and the game console project were both projects with a high probability of failure. But after listening to Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan, it seems that they are going to be popular again. Pei Qian looked at the two smiling people and suddenly thought that what they said might not be true. Maybe they were just trying to flatter him? Thinking of this, Pei Qian calmed down a little and looked at the prototypes of the two products. First is the folding screen mobile phone project, which is the O2 X1 mobile phone. This mobile phone can be summarized in one sentence. Technology is mainly based on changing the shell and skin. This folding screen mobile phone adopts the design of Shenhua's folding screen mobile phone, which is completely consistent from the inside to the outside. After all, the mobile phone is a very delicate object. Any change may affect the overall design of the mobile phone, and a new production line must be pulled. This is obviously too luxurious for the two companies. After all, the folding screen mobile phone is a new object. Whether it is a flexible screen, a folding hinge, or various customized components inside, the production capacity is relatively limited. The production capacity is difficult to guarantee, and if you do those fancy things, the production capacity will not keep up, and then you will be out of stock on the entire network. Therefore, Tenda Group can only make some distinctions in the details of this mobile phone. Pei Qian picked up the customized mobile phone case next to him and observed it carefully. After getting it, I feel that this phone case feels very good and is finely made. After all, it was customized at a high price, and the materials were piled up to 500 yuan. It is definitely different from other phone cases on the market. The overall color style of the phone case is cyberpunk gray and black, which looks very deep, and some bright yellow irregular fold lines are added around it as embellishment. The upper and lower sections of the phone case are hollowed out, which is mainly to reduce the weight of the phone case. Because the weight of a folding screen phone is very heavy. After all, it is equivalent to 2 phones put together. Even without a case, the weight will reach more than 280 grams, exceeding the half-pound phone. If the phone case is particularly thick, it should be overwhelmed for most people. The central part is made of an AG snowflake glass material. Although it is also black and gray, it can be clearly seen that the material is different from the frame. It feels non-slip, but it feels very delicate. There are also sporadic bright spots on it, like scattered stars. The surrounding is an extended reinforced frame, which is more comfortable to grip and has an antibacterial coating. The surface has a skin-like feel. The frame is made of silicone material, which is moderately soft and hard. The material is more solid than other similar products, and the fineness of the opening is tight, completely crushing similar products. A graphite thermal conductive layer is also used in the lining of the phone case, which can dissipate the heat of the phone faster. Due to the hollow design on both sides, players can still hold it with both hands without feeling hot. In addition, there are 2 folding buckles at the upper right and lower left corners of the back of the phone after it is folded. After unfolding, it can not only serve as a support, but also just fit 2 middle fingers in to prevent slipping when playing games in landscape mode, and it is also more convenient to perform multi-finger operations. There is also a bracket in the middle part, which can be used to support the phone on the table after it is unfolded. Compared with the 2 folding buckles, the length of the bracket is longer. The state after the phone is propped up is more suitable for watching movies, and after the bracket is folded, the phone is propped up on the table with the folding buckle, which is more suitable for touchscreen operation. Or you can put your middle finger into the buckle as support when playing mobile games. In addition, there are some details, such as the good fit between the phone case and the phone, and the reserved holes are also retained. Under the premise of ensuring the structural strength of the phone case, the weight of the phone case is reduced as much as possible. As a folding screen phone, the phone case is also designed in a split style, but it can be disassembled and sold. The front half of the phone case is just a narrow frame, which protects the folding screen on the left half well. But unlike other mobile phone cases, it is a shell film integrated design, that is, the tempered film is connected to the mobile phone case, which can maximize the structural strength of the left half of the mobile phone case. If both parts of the mobile phone case are put on, the whole phone will immediately become a cyberpunk customized style mobile phone. Or you can buy the 2 parts separately and use them with other mobile phone cases you like. For example, some people don't like to use a phone case to protect the left half of the screen, so it's enough to buy only half of the phone case. When the phone is turned on, the boot screen has also changed to a cyberpunk style, with a long string of codes pouring down like a hacker intrusion, and then entering the auto system screen. The entire system has been rewritten, and the appearance has changed a lot. With the phone case, there are obvious changes inside and out. In addition, the outer packaging of this phone, including various accessories, has also been changed accordingly. Pei Qian played with it for a while, and couldn't help but sigh that this phone is indeed full of technology. Especially after the folding screen is unfolded, the whole large screen gives a sense of impact, and the hinge of the phone is precisely operated when it is folded, and the screen closes with a crisp and pleasant pop sound, which makes people sigh at the exquisiteness of high-end digital technology. Chang Yu saw that President Pei's expression was normal and did not show obvious joy, and said a little nervously, "Does President Pei have any instructions?" Pei Qian thought about it, and he really didn't have any good instructions in terms of products. Obviously, Lao Song and his team made it strictly according to his requirements. However, Pei Qian thought about it seriously for a while and asked, "The prices of the phone cases and phones were set according to my standards at the time, right?" Chang Yu nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Mr. Pei. The phone case is 498 yuan, because we used very expensive AG snowflake glass, and the two buckles and the bracket are also made of special metal. But the phone case can be sold separately. If you only buy the left half, it is very cheap, only 98 yuan, and the right half is very expensive, 400 yuan. The phone comes with this phone case by default. Considering the cost price of the phone case and our benefits, it should be about 4,500 yuan more expensive than Shenhua's phone, so the ordinary version and the high-end version should be sold separately. Because the O2 phone is bundled with various benefits of the Tenda Group, the cost price of the benefits is about 4,000 yuan. If you are an old user who already has an O2 phone, you can save this 4,000 yuan. In this way, it is actually only 500 yuan more expensive than the folding screen version of Shenhua, and the main cost is the customized phone case. Pei Qian thought that since this phone case is bundled with the phone and can be purchased separately, there should be no reason for players to buy their own version, right? Even if you want to buy a foldable phone, you can buy the one from Shenhua Group first, and then buy a phone case from Oda Technology. In the end, the effect is the same. Pei Qian thinks this phone should be relatively stable. He thought for a moment and said, "There are no other special requirements. We just need to continue the previous strategy at the press conference and set the price right away. In addition, we must tell everyone the truth." This is exactly the same thing as the Shenhua mobile phone. There is no innovation or improvement at all. A mobile phone priced at more than 20,000 yuan will definitely refresh everyone's cognitive limit of mobile phone prices. It is estimated that once this price is announced, most consumers will be discouraged immediately. Moreover, the Shenhua Group's folding screen mobile phone will be launched first, and it will be held this weekend. Oda Technology will have to wait until next week. By then, everyone's attention will be attracted by the folding screen of the Shenhua mobile phone, and no one should come to buy this phone from Oda Technology, right? Chang Yu nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do as you say." Chapter 1606 Conference Preparation. After looking at the new phone, Pei Qian looked at the huge gaming router next to him. It must be said that it is indeed very eye-catching. Its shape is very exaggerated, and it looks like a huge pyramid base. It is about 20 centimeters long and wide, and nearly 10 centimeters thick. From the side, the four sides are trapezoidal, in a step-like shape, with two grooves in the middle, hiding various sockets. The top platform has a lot of light strips that many gaming routers have, and surrounded by 8 huge antennas. It is like an octopus with its teeth and claws. In the grooves between the octopus antennas are hidden various sockets, including USB ports, power ports, network cable ports, etc. The location of the optical drive is hidden very deep, on the side, and the two vertical antennas need to be laid down before the optical drive can be inserted. If you plug this thing into the internet cable, most people will think it is just an oversized router, and will never associate it with a game console. Pei Qian exclaimed, "Wow, this thing is exactly the same as the product form he imagined. I picked it up and weighed it, it was quite heavy. This is also normal. After all, it is a game console. How can it not be heavy with the weight of a high-end router?" There is also a matching handle next to the console. Although this handle is still a certain distance away from the top handles on the market, the cost control is good, and it has all the functions such as gyroscope and back button. The overall feel is also excellent. It is very good to be able to achieve this level. After all, the handles of those big manufacturers are developed at a great cost and have a large number of patents, and it is not realistic for domestic handles to catch up in a short time. But it is not easy for this carefully made handle to catch up with the level of general handles of foreign big manufacturers. In addition, the handles of other big manufacturers can also be connected to this console for normal use, which also provides more choices for players. If you buy the version without handles, the price can be cheaper. Changyu introduced, Boss Pei, the escort game of the incubation base of the Qingshan project is said to be almost developed. It should be completed before the press conference, and then it should be launched online at the same time when the router is officially released. Pei Qian nodded. He felt that the escort game of the incubation base of the Qingshan project should not be bad. After all, it was led by Chiu Hong, and there were also excellent independent game producers such as Wu Zhiqing doing the design. But no matter what, this is a console escort game after all, and considering the weight of the people in the incubation base, it is definitely a little bit lacking. After all, game consoles are completely different from other digital products. Only when all aspects are perfect can there be hope of success. Pei Qian thinks that there is no need to worry too much for the time being. Changyu asked, Mr. Pei, how should the launch conference of this gaming router be held? Pei Qian smiled and said, isn't this simple? Just introduce its parameters as a router. There is no need to emphasize the gaming functions. Just say that this device can be placed in the living room and integrated with some entertainment activities. By the way, how much does it cost? Changyu said, $49.99. The price of the game console is about $39.99, and the price of the router is about 1,000 yuan. After all, the configuration of this console is better. And this is the result of a small subsidy according to your request, Mr. Pei. Only a large number of shipments can ensure that there is no loss. Of course, for Tenda Group, whether the game console makes money is not very important. The main thing is to establish it first, and then slowly use games to make money later. Pei Qian nodded slightly. This price is not bad in his opinion, and it should be able to dissuade many players because foreign game consoles are basically in the price range of around 4,000, and game consoles don't make much money. The price of Tenda's gaming router can basically be said to have no advantages. Compared with computers, especially laptops, this price is just an entry-level price, but there is still a big difference between game consoles and computers. Many people think that computers can be used for office work or other things, while game consoles can only be used to play games, and there is a clear difference in the use of the two. What's more, most young people in China who like to play games do not have their own living rooms and their own TVs, so compared to game consoles, gaming laptops are more in line with their needs. This is why domestic online games and mobile games are developing rapidly, while standalone games have been sluggish. Pei Qian thinks that this gaming router may sell some. After all, Tenda has too many die-hard fans, but the possibility of becoming popular is very small. Thinking of this, Pei Qian stood up with satisfaction and said, okay, I have seen both products. There is no big problem. You should prepare for the press conference carefully as I said. Jingzhou International Exhibition Center. The previous press conferences of UTA Technology were held in 5-star hotels in Jingzhou. Although the venue itself was luxurious, it still lacked some appearance. This time, it was moved to Jingzhou International Convention and Exhibition Center, and the scene was several levels higher. The venue area of this new press conference of UTA Technology is about 8,000 square meters, and the floor height is more than 10 meters. It can be said that the appearance is full. Even Chang Yu was a little worried. If the venue is not full, it will be embarrassing. Although tickets can be given away, the situation where the tickets cannot be given away must be considered. As a result, on the day of the press conference, Chang Yu was surprised to find that the venue was full again, and it was still full. Obviously, most people came to see Mr. Chang's performance. Although the new products released by Uda Technology are not always excellent, and not every time they can satisfy everyone. But it must be said that Uda Technology is absolutely unique in its ability to perform press conferences, and it is a level higher than all other companies. This press conference of more than an hour was more enjoyable than listening to a crosstalk. What makes the press conference of Uda Technology more exciting than that of Qingshan is that the jokes are absolutely beyond everyone's expectations. Normal people's brain circuits can never imagine how outrageous new products Uda Technology will bring out. For example, the fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine and the intelligent fitness clothes drying rack are enough to make people laugh when introducing the products, and the key point is that the jokes in the crosstalk are all fake, but after the jokes, Uda Technology will really sell the products, and they are mass-produced versions. Considering that you can listen to crosstalk during the press conference and see these outrageous products become real objects, everyone immediately thinks that this press conference is worth listening to. Chang Yu looked at the packed venue backstage and said with emotion, "If I had known it would be so popular, I should have raised the ticket price. Why not cancel all the free tickets in the future and only give some free tickets to the media? With the popularity of our venue, it's not too much to hold a concert." Jiang Yuan knew that Chang Yu was joking, but still said, "Forget it, this is completely inconsistent with the spirit of Tenda, and President Pei will definitely not agree." He said, looking at the audience, "President Chang, do you think President Pei came to the venue today?" Chang Yu shook his head, "That's not clear. President Pei has always been a mysterious dragon that can't be seen from the beginning to the end, who knows? But even if President Pei doesn't come to the venue, he will definitely watch the live broadcast, so we still have to be 12 points of attention and can't mess it up. It's almost time, get ready to go on stage." Jiang Yuan nodded, and finally tidied up his appearance. Most of the major domestic technology media came to the press conference, and there were also many fans of Tenda Group who came from Jingzhou or other provinces. "I just want to see what new tricks Uda Technology can come up with this time." Some reporters from technology media speculated, "I wonder what new products Uda Technology will release this time. I'm so looking forward to it." The most outrageous thing about Uda Technology is not that there are some new products that make people feel that they are just making a fuss at every press conference, but that after they mass-produced these new products, they were all successful. I heard some internal news this time. It is said that it is a folding screen mobile phone and a new smart device. New folding screen mobile phone? Didn't Shenhua just release one? Uda Technology also released one. Is their technical level able to compete with Shenhua? Not sure, but I am not optimistic. Because the technical content required for folding screen mobile phones is too high, Shenhua has also been working hard for several years to finally grind it out. Many technologies have patents. Haven't you seen that other big-name manufacturers have not made folding screen solutions? I think Uda Technology, as a new company, will probably have a hard time. Yes, if Uda Technology only comes up with a relatively immature folding screen solution, it is better not to release it. As a cutting-edge technology, the price of folding screen must be very high. It is for rich people, and this group of people will not show off with an immature folding screen product. Who knows? Maybe Uda Technology can carve out a new path with its reputation in the high-end field? Indeed. Uda Technology's core competitiveness does not lie in its technological accumulation, but in its imagination. As long as the imagination is still good enough, it should still satisfy the fans. As long as Tenda's fans can buy it, the sales of this phone should not be too bad. Everyone is speculating, wondering what kind of folding screen phone Tenda Group will launch. But it is obvious that Shenhua Group's folding screen phone has been a good example, and everyone is worried about Uda Technology. In addition, Shenhua Group's folding screen phone has already held a press conference, showing various technological breakthroughs of folding screen phones, and has also announced the price link. Everyone agrees that there should be no one on the market who can compete with it in the field of folding screens. Although OTA technology is a rising star, its technical reserves and R&D strength are still a long way behind. It is too risky to compete with Shenhua Group head-on now. Although Shenhua Group's foldable screen mobile phone has already held a press conference, it has only been officially launched in the past 2 days. Isn't this equivalent to a collision with the mobile phone of OTA technology? Of course, both companies are domestic companies and should receive support, but support ultimately depends on the product. Amid the discussion, the lights in the venue gradually dimmed, and the voices of the crowd gradually subsided. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1607, It is really a router, additional updates for monthly tickets. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yuan, the person in charge of OTA Technology. Thank you for taking the time to come to OTA Technology's joint creation of the future new product launch. On behalf of President Pei, President Chang, and all colleagues of OTA Technology, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone. It has been 2 years since OTA Technology was founded. Here, on behalf of all colleagues of OTA Technology, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all fans who support and love OTA Technology. Jiang Yuan introduced it steadily as usual. He has a different stage style from Changyu. As soon as Changyu comes on stage, he brings a kind of live effect. It always makes people laugh, as if they have come to a crosstalk show. Many people said that they couldn't help laughing when they saw President Chang's face. But Jiang Yuan's stage style seems to be elegant, a bit like a more introverted good student. However, Jiang Yuan is also the person in charge after all. He has held many press conferences and is a familiar face to everyone. The audience at the scene all knew that Mr. Chang would definitely be the last to present the next new product, so they also expressed their warm support for Jiang Yuan. Many people couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect that OTA Technology has already passed its 2-year birthday. In the entire Tenda Group, OTA Technology is a relatively late department, but in just 2 years, OTA Technology has really carved out a bloody path in the red ocean market of mobile phones, established its own brand, and launched several popular products. This achievement is indeed worthy of pride. Jiang Yuan continued, Before announcing this new mobile phone, I first want to apologize to everyone. First, the price of this new mobile phone is very unbelievable. It may be difficult for many fans present to accept the price. Second, this mobile phone does not use any new technology of OTA Technology in terms of hardware. While Jiang Yuan was speaking, the price of this mobile phone also appeared on the big screen. Ordinary version, high-end version. As soon as this was said, everyone present was in an uproar. Too expensive. You must know that Shenhua Group just held a press conference last weekend, and the ordinary version of the folding screen at the press conference was only priced at. As a result, the price of this phone from OTA Technology has directly increased by 4,500 yuan. Is that okay? The key is that Jiang Yuan has paid it back. This phone does not use any new technology in terms of hardware. It does not use new technology, but the price has increased so much. Is this going to happen? Many people were stunned, not knowing what Jiang Yuan was up to. But everyone knew that Jiang Yuan was always a very down-to-earth person, who spoke directly and didn't do anything fancy. This showed that there must be a reason behind the high price. This was not the most expensive mobile phone sold so far. Some brands made mobile phones completely luxury goods and sold them at a higher price. But among the mainstream models produced in mass production, this should be the highest price. Even the top flagship model of Pineapple mobile phone did not sell at this price. Jiang Yuan continued, This is our OTA X1 mobile phone. Many people may think that this photo looks familiar. That's right. This is the latest folding screen mobile phone of Shenhua Group. These two mobile phones are actually the same model, exactly the same. A photo of the Auto X1 mobile phone appeared on the big screen, and everyone was shocked to find that it was really the case. The only difference was that the Shenhua Group's trademark on the mobile phone was replaced by the Auto Technology trademark. Other than that, they were exactly the same. There was a lot of discussion at the scene immediately. Ah. So it's the same phone. Then isn't it redundant for you to hold this press conference? Can't you just hold it together with Shenhua Group's press conference? This is boring. All previous mobile phones were designed independently, so why did they just copy the design of Shenhua Group this time? We can no longer be considered a mobile phone manufacturer, but only a sales channel. I think this is good, and I feel relieved. With the current level of Auto technology, it is absolutely impossible to make a folding screen mobile phone with such a high degree of maturity. If it is not done well, is there any need to launch a new model? I think it is a responsible attitude to customers to get the authorization of Shenhua Group and use this mature design solution. Since it is the same mobile phone, why is it so much more expensive? Maybe it is, because of the welfare content of Tenda Group? If you are an old user of Auto technology, you should be able to save some money. But after deducting 4,000 yuan, it is still 500 yuan more expensive? Jiang Yuan directly told everyone that this mobile phone is the folding screen of Shenhua Group, which is exactly the same. Some people are very disappointed. After all, at the Shenhua Group mobile phone launch conference last week, they have already learned about the various parameters of this mobile phone, but some people are relieved. At least Auto technology uses the mature design solution of Shenhua Group and does not have to worry about launching a semi-finished product. But most people have lost interest. Now that they know that it is the same folding screen as Shenhua Group, why not buy Shenhua Group's mobile phone? At present, the folding screen of Shenhua Group is officially on sale these 2 days, and most of the mobile phones of Auto technology are also on sale at the same time. Since these two mobile phones are exactly the same, why don't you buy the mobile phone of Shenhua Group? What unique competitiveness does Auto technology have? I am afraid that this Auto X1 mobile phone can only become a special machine for Tenda fans, and it has no appeal to non-Tenda fans. Jiang Yuan was not affected, and the press conference continued to enter the school. I will not introduce the parameters of this mobile phone. If you want to know more, you can watch the replay of Shenhua mobile phone press conference again. Next, I will mainly introduce the improvements made by Auto technology for this mobile phone, which are customized appearance and customized system theme. The people at the scene were disappointed again. Customized appearance sounds good, which is nothing more than changing the skin, and from what Jiang Yuan said, it seems that this time the mobile phone has not even customized the shell, but only made a mobile phone shell. As for customized system theme, it is even more nonsense, which is nothing more than changing the interface UI. Is it worth holding a special press conference to talk about this little change? Jiang Yuan continued to introduce the unique features of this phone case, which is clearly distinguished from the two phone cases promoted by Shenhua Group. Shenhua Group mainly prepares the ordinary version of the phone case for some high-end business people, which is a plain leather version, while the phone case purchased with extra money is a cowhide protective cover. On the other hand, Auto technology has a cyberpunk-style mobile phone case with a hollow design and 2 buckles, which is specially provided for mobile game players. In addition, the customized cyberpunk system is also equipped with the AEIS Smart Voice Assistant, which makes the whole phone full of technology inside and outside. After listening to Jiang Yuan's introduction, the atmosphere on the scene finally recovered a little. Some viewers do have certain intentions for this phone. Mainly for some wealthy young people, Shenhua Group's mobile phone is a bit too business-oriented and does not highlight the personality of young people, while Auto Technology's customized mobile phone case and system are very suitable for young people's tastes. But even so, the atmosphere on the scene is still not particularly warm. After all, just the mobile phone case and customized theme are far from enough to attract everyone. Although this mobile phone case is very novel, 500 yuan is too expensive. And everything on the PPT is beautified. How does this mobile phone case feel? Is it easy to use? You still have to touch the real thing to know. Jiang Yuan introduced the new phone step by step, and then left the stage to let the press conference enter the next stage. The audience had fallen into a dull atmosphere, but after seeing Changyu on stage, they immediately burst into warm applause and cheers. The protagonist finally appeared. President Chang is here. Great! Mr. Chang, what kind of burdens and surprises will you bring us this time? Changyu introduced himself to everyone, chatted with the audience, and felt the enthusiasm of the audience. Thinking back to the last press conference, he still opened it during the suffering trip. At that time, he was on an uninhabited island, with no relatives, and only the audience in the live broadcast room brought him a little warmth. And now he has finally returned to the familiar stage of the press conference, which feels super exciting and passionate. First, let's take a look at the price of this new product. As soon as Changyu finished speaking, several huge numbers appeared on the big screen, $49.99. And next to this price number, there is a rough black silhouette, which can vaguely see the octopus shape of this router. Changyu explained, some enthusiastic viewers should have seen what the new product we are going to release this time is through this shape. That's right, it is our first gaming-specific smart router that Tenda will release. As soon as this was said, the scene fell into a brief silence, and many people showed confused expressions on their faces. Router? Just a router? Judging from the silhouette on the big screen, this is indeed a router, but in terms of size, it seems to be slightly larger than other routers. Of course, the photos are not accurate, because there is no specific size marked, and many people think that the photos are simply enlarged. The main reason is that the price of this router is really a bit outrageous. How can it be 4,999? At present, the more mainstream routers on the market are basically within 500 yuan, and routers around 500 yuan are already very good routers. Some professional esports routers can be sold for more than 1,000 yuan, but these are extremely rare examples, and the market is also very large. What kind of black technology does Tenda's router use? It can be sold for $49.99. If there is such black technology, other router manufacturers should have followed up long ago, so how could Tenda be the first to launch it? As for the 4 words special for games mentioned by Changyu, many people think that it is just a concept. Because other router manufacturers have also released some so-called special game routers, but they are nothing more than a special frequency band for games, or built in some accelerator software, which is not fundamentally different from ordinary home routers. If there is really a black technology that can greatly improve the gaming experience, other established router manufacturers must have used it, and it is impossible for Tenda to be the first to launch it. Everyone looked puzzled and looked forward to how Changyu would introduce this product next. Changyu smiled slightly. First, let's watch a promotional video. Chapter 1608. Everyone must speak in unison. This is the router. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The introduction of the gaming router appeared on the big screen. Male compatriots, please share this promotional video with your girlfriend or wife. Because this latest model of wireless router can definitely solve any lag problems she encounters in a series of processes such as online shopping and online dramas. The latest Wi-Fi technology can bring you the fastest and smoothest Wi-Fi experience, support connecting multiple devices to the same network and intelligently allocate speeds to ensure the bandwidth allocated to each device. Multiple interfaces support the common connection of multiple devices such as mobile phones, computers, and TVs. It comes with a solid-state hard drive of up to 1 TB. It can store selfies and videos from the past 10 years, recording every precious moment. At the same time, it can also store a large number of high-definition movies, with a built-in Internet TV box, and a large number of film and television resources are all available. The latest computer and flagship chip ensure smooth operation, three-dimensional multi-dimensional heat dissipation system, massive data operation, and no frequency reduction. The unique black and white color design is suitable for any style. You don't have to worry about being embarrassed to put it on the table, because the router is ugly. In addition, the latest screen projection technology supports the router to project the screen to any display device, so that you can seamlessly transfer from the living room to the bedroom TV before going to bed. It is absolutely convenient and fast. In addition, the dedicated technology of the game router allocates a dedicated frequency band for gamers, so you don't have to worry about snatching the internet speed of your girlfriend to watch TV while playing games. Male compatriots, if you love her, buy this Tenda wireless game router for her. Don't let her lag behind her in the process of watching TV. Accompanied by an impassioned and serious commentary, the video shows all kinds of details of this game router. 8 huge antennas, rich interfaces, flashing routers on the top, and lighting effects all indicate that this is a veritable router product. In addition, a large number of living room pictures appear in the video. This router is so atmospheric and harmonious when placed next to the TV in the living room, and there is nothing wrong with it. Of course, compared with ordinary routers, there are 2 points that look a little weird. On the one hand, its size is several times larger than that of ordinary routers. But this is not difficult to understand. After all, it is the latest router with very powerful functions. The larger the data transmission volume, the higher the requirements for chips and heat dissipation. It is understandable to make the machine bigger and enhance its heat dissipation capacity. On the other hand, it has an optical drive, but this is not a big problem, because there is a version without optical drive. The price will be slightly cheaper, and even if it is a version with optical drive, it will be explained in detail that the optical drive is used to play some Blu-ray high-definition movies. Many movie lovers have collected a large number of high-definition Blu-ray discs, but most people do not keep a dedicated DVD player at home. This gaming router integrates the viewing needs of a series of devices such as TV boxes, and it is understandable to add a Blu-ray disc viewing function. The press conference continued, and Changyu began to introduce the new technology used in this router in detail, as well as various parameters. Including its chip uses a computer-level professional chip, and the ultra-large capacity solid-state hard drive, memory, and ultra-high specification heat dissipation, all determine that it can perform some difficult tasks. As for the technology of the router itself, it must be the top-notch. After all, a router of about 1,000 yuan is already a very top-level level, far exceeding the broadband value of most families. It's just that Changyu introduced it seriously, and the people in the audience felt more and more that something was wrong. They smiled at each other and showed an ambiguous smile. Obviously everyone can see what this is. What kind of router is this? It's obviously a gaming console. Although the press conference did not mention the gaming console, anyone with a little knowledge of hardware can understand that a router does not need a computer-level processor. Why does it need such a large hard drive? And no matter how advanced a router is, it is impossible to sell it for more than 4,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is already very expensive, and it is considered a high-end router. After discovering that this so-called gaming router is actually a gaming console, everyone present became excited. Fuck. Tenda actually released a game console? Game consoles are something that only foreign giants can make. But if there is any game company that is qualified to release a game console, it is really only Tenda. Indeed. Tenda's first-party lineup is excellent enough. Not only does it have first-party R&D teams such as Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and Qingshan Studio, but it also has a large number of third-party games on the Qian project, the independent game incubation base, and the Xiaolu game platform. These game lineups are indeed enough to support a game console. And Tenda Group has enough player fans and a good enough reputation to support sales. Relatively speaking, the Chinese versions of many foreign consoles actually have problems of one kind or another. At least in China, Tenda's game console is still very competitive in some aspects compared to the Chinese versions of foreign game consoles. No wonder Mr. Pei finally stopped pretending some time ago and connected all the content of the game recruitment platform and the independent game incubation base. It turns out that he was paving the way for this game console? Wait a minute, since it is a game console, why is it made to look like a router? And there is no mention of the console at the press conference. Haven't you figured it out? This is obviously a benefit for male compatriots. No longer have to worry about how to tell my wife to buy a game console. Now I can justifiably say that I want to buy the latest router. This promotional video is also completely aimed at female compatriots who don't play games. It directly hits their biggest pain point, which is the internet speed when grabbing orders. It's not fast enough, and it may get stuck when watching TV series. Although this router is a bit expensive, it perfectly fits the concept of light luxury. Isn't this a product that fully meets the consumption habits of women? I see, that's great. Quick, everyone must speak in unison from now on. This is not a game console, it is a real router, and it is a TV series artifact with fast internet speed. That's right. It's not wrong to call it a TV series artifact. Didn't you see that it has built-in various video software and TV boxes, and even a dedicated optical drive port for Blu-ray discs? There were a few bursts of meaningless laughter at the scene, but soon everyone returned to a serious state. Everyone nodded and praised that this router was a truly groundbreaking product. Chang Yu also tried hard to hold back his smile as before and continued to introduce the product. In addition, this latest gaming router also gives everyone a small game for home leisure for free. In addition, this router will also come with a new-age multifunction remote control. This remote control adopts ergonomic design, which can better fit the palm. It has a built-in microphone and supports waking up the voice assistant to control the router. Of course, if you don't need a router, there is also a version without optical drive and remote control to choose from. There will be certain discounts in price. 1 hour after the press conference, the official website of Oda Technology will start the pre-sale of gaming routers. Although our stock is sufficient this time, considering the enthusiasm of fans, I still want to remind you seriously here, please be sure to wait on time. If you miss it, you will have to wait for the next batch of goods. In addition, our Odo X1 mobile phone will also be sold simultaneously with Shenhua Group's folding screen mobile phone in the next 2 days. Please pay close attention. Okay, the above is all the content of this press conference. I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone for coming again. Please exit in an orderly manner. You can receive free small gifts at the entrance. If you are interested in the products of Oda Technology, you can log on to the official website of Oda Technology, or go to Tenda Experience Store or Specialty Store to experience them in person. I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone for coming again. The press conference ended perfectly within 1 hour. Although 2 new products were released this time, the introduction of these 2 new products continued the previous style, saving as much as possible, so the time was just right. Although the press conference ended, the discussion among the crowd did not end, but became more heated. Mr. Chang really did his best. If I wasn't smart, I wouldn't have known it was a game console. But Mr. Chang didn't mention the most important thing. He just said he would give away a small casual game. Could this be his exclusive game? It may not be an exclusive game, it could also be a companion game. In my opinion, although Tenda has many players now, considering the current situation of the game market, it is still a bit premature to want to make exclusive games. It's a bit like bundling sales. I think they will most likely choose a substantial companion game and give some additional console version benefits, so that they can better balance the demands of different player groups. No more words, just wait to buy it. After all, this is Tenda's first game console, and it has a certain commemorative significance. Let's wait and see about the console. I'm more interested in foldable screen phones. Although it's 500 yuan more expensive than the one from Tenda Group, considering the scarcity of foldable screens, it will definitely be out of stock after it comes out. It's better to pay 500 yuan more to buy a Tenda special version than to buy it at a lower price from scalpers. In short, just grab Tenda's new products and you won't be disappointed. I think we can wait and see. After all, Tenda always has sufficient stock every time. Even if you can't buy it at the first time, you will definitely have it after waiting a while. By the way, everyone must speak in unison. This is just a router, there is no such thing as a game console, do you understand? Chapter 1609. This router comes with a puzzle game. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts with games. July 11th, Thursday. Zhang Yan returned home from work, still holding a big box. She looked into the house from the living room and saw her father practicing calligraphy in the study and her mother preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hearing the noise in the living room, Zhang's mother poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Xiaoyan is home? Go and call your father out, it's time to eat." Zhang Yan put the big box on the ground, and then called her father to the living room to prepare for dinner. Zhang's father went to wash his hands, and then he found the big box in the living room and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Yan replied, "Oh, hasn't our router been used for a while? The speed is a bit slow, and the signal coverage is not good. My house is too remote, and the signal is often poor. So I bought another router, which can be networked with the original router, and the speed will be much faster. This way you don't have to worry about lag when watching TV." Zhang's father looked over with some suspicion. "Such a big box?" Zhang Yan nodded. "Of course, the more advanced the router is now, the bigger it is. After all, the amount of data to be processed is too much, and a small machine can't handle it." She took out a paper cutter to unbox the box and took out a huge octopus from the box. Zhang's father was very surprised. "Wow, this new router is so big, it's almost like a small computer. Are you sure this is a router? I don't think I've seen such a big one before." Zhang Yan nodded. "Of course, this is the latest router from Tenda Group, it's very high-end. If you don't believe it, look at the introduction of the packaging industry. Look at this promotional video again." Zhang's father looked at the introduction on the packaging box doubtfully, and it was indeed introducing the content of the router's related parameters. He took the phone from Zhang Yan's hand again and watched the promotional video of the gaming router on the official website. Sure enough, the content of the introduction was similar. The reason why it is called a gaming router may be because this router has a dedicated frequency band for games, and it has a built-in game acceleration function, which can well reduce the problem of lag during the game process, and choose different frequency bands between games and relationships to minimize the interference between both parties. Zhang's father had no objection to this. After all, he and Zhang Yan's mother both tacitly accepted Zhang Yan's side job as a host. Since you are a host and want to broadcast games, there is nothing wrong with buying a better router to increase the internet speed. Moreover, Zhang Yan's family is well off and the house is relatively large. The signal coverage of general routers is indeed a bit poor, so it is reasonable to use two routers to form a network. Zhang Yan quickly installed the gaming router on the coffee table next to the TV, and then plugged in the network power cable and TV connection cable to start debugging. Zhang's father helped Zhang Yan's mother serve the dishes while observing the screen on the TV. This installation guide even has AEIS voice prompts. Next, please log in to your Tenda official account. Please set the name and password of the router and wireless network. The system is being upgraded. You can check the automatic upgrade option. When the power is on, the router will automatically update the firmware while you are resting. There is nothing special about the installation step by step. But Zhang's father found it a little strange. Why does a router have so many installation steps? And what is that thing in your hand? Isn't it a game console controller? Zhang Yan explained, oh, this is the latest router. Routers now have many functions. This router can also integrate the functions of TV boxes and cable TV. You can use it to watch TV and movies in the future. A router with complex functions like this cannot be used by just plugging it in like other small routers. It still needs to be set up. This is the game controller I bought before. The good thing about this router is that it can be controlled by game controllers of other brands, so it saves money to buy a remote control. Zhang Yan is a game anchor. Although her parents don't play games, they have seen game controllers. So Zhang Yan considered that if she bought a version with a controller when she already had 3 or 4 controllers at home, it would easily arouse suspicion, so she bought the version without a controller and used the controllers of other consoles to control this game router. This way, it is less likely to arouse suspicion. Zhang's father nodded, okay, come and eat quickly after the settings are done. The three of them ate and chatted, while Zhang's father poked and clicked on his mobile phone, not knowing what he was checking. He just remembered the name of this router and searched for Tenda Gaming Router on the internet. Sure enough, he successfully found the official website. Clicking on the product details page, there was still no problem. It was all introducing the parameters of this router. Although he didn't understand what these parameters specifically represented, the latest computer and flagship chip and ultra-large storage capacity on it still made him feel mysterious and impressive. Looking at the price again, it is indeed a bit expensive. It is almost 10 times more expensive than ordinary routers, but Zhang Yan's family is relatively well off after all, and her parents are relatively open-minded about spending money. Zhang Yan has already bought a steering wheel package worth more than 10,000 yuan, so it doesn't seem to be a big deal to spend 4,000 yuan on a gaming router. Zhang's father still felt a little strange, so he clicked on the product review details to check. In the review details, many users are posting their orders and reviews, all of which are 5-star reviews. The latest router is really easy to use. From now on, say goodbye to lag and enjoy the technological life. This router is really convenient. Watching movies and TV series is all integrated, and it can also have the function of a TV box. It is a very worthwhile purchase. I bought it for my girlfriend, and my girlfriend is very satisfied. Now I can buy it faster on shopping websites, and I don't worry about not being able to get it by those scalpers. The packaging is exquisite and the quality control is in place. It is rare to see such a carefully made router. Tenda Group is indeed the best in the industry, no matter what product it makes. Zhang's father read a few comments and finally put his mind at ease. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be an ordinary gaming router. Zhang Yan knew exactly what her father was doing. She was chewing on the ribs while suppressing her smile, so as not to reveal the truth. During this period, Zhang Yan's live broadcast business was booming. She had always wanted to quit her job and focus on live broadcasting, but her parents never agreed. The offline competition for safe and civilized driving held by the Rabbit Tail Live platform has been successfully concluded. These outstanding players and anchors have also experienced the addiction of professional racing drivers. Zhang Yan finally won the second place in the amateur group and became famous in one battle. This competition was not only broadcast live on Rabbit Tail Live, but the live broadcast video was also edited into a variety show and played on Rabbit Tail Live in a loop. Although Zhang Yan has a certain talent and stands out among many amateur players, she is older after all, and it is difficult for her to realize her dream of becoming a professional racing driver. However, she is already satisfied that she can participate in similar track races frequently. After participating in this competition, Zhang Yan's live broadcast room naturally attracted more viewers. As a female anchor in the safe and civilized driving area, Zhang Yan conquered many viewers with her strong strength and indomitable will, and her popularity is also rising. Rabbit Tail Live is constantly improving the welfare of anchors, so the money earned from the live broadcast business has far exceeded Zhang Yan's original main business. Zhang Yan felt that she could consider resigning because her original main job would take up a lot of her energy and prevent her from focusing on live streaming. Moreover, she did not like this stable job. She always felt that she was wasting her time and should not have been occupying a position. However, her parents completely disagreed. They believed that playing games was not a proper job after all. Although the income from being a live streamer was decent, the uncertainty in the future was too great, so the biggest concession from her parents was to allow her to be an anchor during her part-time job, but she couldn't quit her job and become a full-time anchor. Zhang Yan didn't have any good ideas. She wanted to gradually change her parents' ideas, but she couldn't find any breakthrough. Zhang Yan also tried to find her father to play safe and civilized driving with the steering wheel, but it didn't inspire her father's interest in games. Zhang's father still felt that driving in reality was tiring enough, so why would someone choose to continue driving in the game was simply incomprehensible. Zhang Yan tried several times and failed to work, so she had to give up. It can only be said that entertainment also has a threshold, and the taste and preference of entertainment also need to be cultivated step by step. Many people have not played good games, so their understanding and taste of games naturally can't keep up. And once there is this preconceived stereotype, it will become more and more difficult to really understand the form of games in depth. Many parents regard games as a flood and a beast because they have no experience or understanding of truly excellent games. They only see the adverse effects of relatively low-quality games on teenagers. It is indeed extremely difficult to make those who don't play games experience the fun of games. Zhang Yan saw the launch of the gaming router. At first, she thought that this launch was just a prank, but after getting information about the exclusive games for this console from the internet, she suddenly had a bold idea. After dinner, the family cleaned up the table, threw the dishes into the dishwasher, and sat on the sofa to eat fruit. Zhang Yan's mother subconsciously wanted to watch TV with the remote control. Zhang Yan hurriedly said, "Mom and Dad, you can watch TV directly on the gaming router in the future. See? Mainstream video software is available here, and it can also connect to cable TV signals." As Zhang Yan spoke, she stuffed 2 controllers into her parents' hands. Zhang's father and mother followed Zhang Yan's instructions, pressed the cross key and joystick, and found that they could indeed control the router and open the video software through the controller. Seeing that her parents were already interested, Zhang Yan took the opportunity to say, "By the way, this router also comes with some family puzzle games. How about we play them briefly?" Chapter 1610 Escort Game, Dimension Game Adventure. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Zhang's father immediately shook his head. "Game? I'm not interested." Zhang's mother also echoed, "What kind of game is it to play at this time of night? Just watch a TV series." "The TV series I watched before is about to reach the end." Zhang Yan hurriedly said, "Play for a while before watching TV, it won't delay. Besides, although this game is a small puzzle game, it is a test of wisdom and skills." "Dad, I think you are definitely not as good as my mother in this regard." Zhang's father was not happy at the time. "I am not as good as your mother? Are you kidding? Your mother has never beaten me in anything that requires brainpower." Zhang's mother was also unhappy. "Old man, you just like to talk nonsense. Do you hear that? It also requires skills. Do you remember the last time I asked you to dance square dance, but you gave up in less than 5 minutes?" Seeing that the two of them were not giving in, Zhang Yan felt that the opportunity had come, and she hurriedly opened the exclusive game on the game router. Okay, stop arguing. We'll know who's better after playing for 5 minutes, right?" Zhang Yan fanned the flames and got what she wanted. She hurriedly started the game. After entering the game, the first thing that happened was a cutscene CG. "This looks like an old-style apartment building from 20 or 30 years ago. A couple of parents and a little boy are eating breakfast at the dining table. Mom and Dad will work overtime on the weekends. You should take care of yourself at home. Do you understand? Remember to check your homework when you finish it. Also, don't play games secretly. The parents repeatedly reminded the child, and the child nodded seriously. Soon, breakfast was over. The mother quickly put the dishes in the sink, then looked at the watch and found that she was about to be late, so she left the task of washing the dishes to the child and hurried out with her father. The child spread out his weekend homework on the coffee table, sat on the sofa, and began to study seriously. The wall clock ticked away. More than 2 hours later, the child finally stretched and finished his homework for the day. He immediately stood up, moved a stool and secretly took the game console from the high cabinet in his parents' bedroom and connected it to the TV. This is an old-fashioned game console that can only play some relatively simple games, but for children at this time, it is still a novel toy full of infinite temptation and charm. However, after connecting to the TV this time, the familiar game screen did not appear on the screen, but a line of words appeared. Do you want to experience a truly fun game? Do you want to experience happiness you have never experienced before? The child subconsciously pressed the button, and in the next second, a huge vortex appeared and sucked him into the TV. The clock ticked and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The parents finally got home from get-off work, but when they changed their shoes, they called the child twice, but did not get a response from the child. The two panicked and began to look around. At this moment, the mother saw the game console in front of the TV and picked up the handle on the ground with some suspicion. On the TV screen, the game screen seemed to be moving by itself, and there was a little man struggling to fight against the evil forces in the game. The mother looked at the TV screen carefully and suddenly felt that this little man was somewhat similar to her child. She was about to say something, and suddenly, a huge vortex appeared on the TV again, sucking them both into it. The two fell from the sky and fell to the ground with screams. But they were surprised to find that each other was safe and sound. They had turned into cartoon characters in the game, and the surroundings had turned into a game world that had never been seen before. Zhang Yan secretly observed her parents and found that they did not show much resistance. Perhaps it was because saving the child from the clutches of the game gave them a sense of immersion, but Zhang's father asked with some doubt, "Now the small games that come with this router have such good pictures?" Although the two of them don't play games, they can still distinguish the quality of pictures. The games they remember are still several years ago. At that time, the game pictures could be said to be mosaics all over the screen. The whole picture was like a patchwork of small blocks, but now it has reached the level of animated movies. The key is that the puzzle games that come with the router can actually reach such a level of pictures, which is really surprising. Zhang Yan hurriedly explained, "Yes, the current science and technology are developing too fast. Haven't you seen that the pictures of my driving games can be real? That represents the highest level. A cartoon-style game like this actually doesn't require a lot of configuration, so ordinary small devices can also run it. Even this game can be played on a mobile phone. If you don't believe it, just look." Zhang Yan said, and adjusted it slightly on the mobile phone app, connected the mobile phone to the network of the game router, and then pushed the game pictures to the mobile phone through the game router. The two elders found that the game could run smoothly on their phones, and they believed what Zhang Yan said. The technology nowadays is really advancing by leaps and bounds, it's developing too fast. The two elders turned their attention to the game again, temporarily ignoring this little episode. Next is the role selection stage. One plays the father and the other plays the mother. In fact, more players can join, and 2 or 3 people can control one character together, so that multiplayer games can be supported. For example, the Game Maker has been transformed into an action-passing game, in which players constantly climb and jump in a huge box garden to trigger various mechanisms, and these mechanisms will affect the direction of the Game Maker. In this process, both characters will gain some special superpowers. If 3 players control one character together, one person can control the movement and jump, while the other 2 can control 2 different superpowers respectively, which is equivalent to splitting the mode that originally required one person to operate into 3 people to operate. In this way, everyone only needs to focus on the part they operate, and the 2-player game becomes a 4-player or even 6-player game. Although splitting the operation of each character will reduce the difficulty of the game and weaken the fun to a certain extent, this design can allow more players to participate in the game and play a huge role in multiplayer gatherings. Moreover, we should consider that many people are not loyal players of the game. Not everyone can use the operation of moving the left joystick and adjusting the perspective with the right joystick skillfully. If the operation of one person is divided into 3 people, the 3 people can cooperate with each other, which can not only reduce the difficulty of operation, but also obtain unique cooperative fun. In addition, multiplayer games also have different ways of playing in different game modules. For example, in Mission Choice, each player can control his own fighter. However, there are only 3 people at this time, and Zhang Yan still needs to guide in the game, which is inconvenient to pull sides, so the most classic 2-player mode is adopted. It can be seen that Zhang Yan's parents are completely new and have never touched the game controller, so they are not very skilled in operation. Every time a button prompt appears on the screen, they have to look down at the handle and look for a long time before they can find it. There is no way to form muscle memory like those skilled players. And they are also a bit flustered in the control of the perspective. However, the game Dimension Game Adventure obviously considered these problems at the beginning of its design. On the one hand, the system helps adjust the perspective as much as possible. During the movement, it will help adjust the perspective to the appropriate direction, reducing the number of operations that novice players have to push the right joystick. On the other hand, the button functions are unlocked in stages. At the beginning, players only need to press 2 to 3 keys to complete the task. After similar operations are proficient and form muscle memory, more buttons and new abilities will be gradually unlocked. The plot of the game is very simple. After entering the game world, the parents found clues that their child had been there, and the child had already completed these games and was heading deeper into the game world. In order to find their child back, the parents must cooperate to complete various difficulties, step by step, and finally find their child. In various levels, the difficulties and problems they encounter are also different. They need to use their intelligence and close cooperation to achieve the ultimate goal. Zhang Yan's parents did not give in to each other. While asking Zhang Yan for operational questions, they used their intelligence and rushed to solve the puzzles in the game. It must be said that the cartoon style of the game can be said to be suitable for all ages, and this simple and interesting puzzle gameplay can also make people quickly immersed in it, without the situation of picking players like other game types. Zhang Yan can feel that parents can really have fun in this game. If it were other shooting, driving, or 3A action games, parents would probably not start the game at all. Even if they enter the game, they will most likely be persuaded to quit within 2 or 3 minutes because these games are quite picky about players, and people of the same age as parents find it difficult to have fun in them. But Dimension Game Adventure is completely different. Although there are many types of games in this game, these games have basically been transformed into independent game units, retaining only the simplest and purest fun of the game. Just like why some games from foreign big companies, which look childish, can occupy the living rooms of players all over the world, it is because from content to gameplay, they can meet the needs of different types of players to the greatest extent, and can activate the childlike innocence of players to the greatest extent, allowing people to recall the original fun of the game. And the first exclusive escort game, Dimension Game Adventure of Tenda Gaming Router, is obviously also working in this direction. Chapter 1611, Think from Others' Perspective. July 13th, Saturday night. As soon as Zhang Yan entered the house, she heard her parents proudly showing off to each other. Look, I told you, how can you complete this game without my smart mind? Don't tell me, I had to force you to get through so many levels, with your old age operation. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to complete it in 3 days. Look at what you said, aren't you a little faster than me, so you are not an old person yourself? Okay, don't talk about it, watch the ending animation. Zhang Yan was shocked, and then secretly delighted. She didn't expect that her parents, who never liked games, would actually complete this game without sleep and food. Zhang Yan didn't go to work today. She went to a racing track on the outskirts of the city to practice racing skills early in the morning. The old couple obviously started playing on Thursday night, and played for a few hours on Friday night. Today happened to be off work, so they completed the game all day. I have to say that this efficiency is really fast. Zhang Yan arrived in the living room just in time to catch the game's final animation. Before the last checkpoint, the parents finally saw their long-cherished child. He was wearing a crown and holding a sword, and he was sitting on the throne, looking down at his huge kingdom like a god. Under the throne, there seemed to be a series of boundaries that separated different game-dimensional worlds. The parents looked back and found that those worlds were the game worlds they had opened up with great difficulty, and followed their children's footsteps to come here step by step. These worlds had different styles, including the sandbox game adapted from Game Maker, the adventure game adapted from Mission and Choice, the desperate world outlined by Turning Back, and the mysterious painting world adapted from Ink and Clouds. Seeing these mysterious dimensional game worlds, I recalled every bit of my struggle in this world. Seeing his parents, the child stood up from the throne in surprise, ran down the steps quickly, and came to his parents. Mom and Dad, why are you here? You don't know what kind of adventure I just experienced in this wonderful world. It would be better if I could experience it with you. I saved the lost souls, helped the confused game makers, repelled the Zerg's attack, and helped the scholar defeat the nightmare beast. The child suddenly realized something and lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Mom and Dad, I know you don't like these. I've finished my homework, so I want to play for a while secretly. I'm sorry, I must have worried you. The father squatted down and said to the child with a smile, No, we have also experienced those adventures. And we followed your footsteps all the way here. You don't know, in fact, after you saved those worlds and left, evil came back again. It was your mother and I who defeated evil again and found you with the help of those natives. We also experienced the same adventure as you, no, even more exciting. The mother also shed tears of emotion and hugged the child in her arms. I'm sorry, Mom didn't understand before and blamed you wrongly. It's because Mom is too busy at work and has not been able to take good care of you. In the future, Mom and Dad will definitely take time to play games with you. However, it must be after finishing homework, and it must not affect rest. The child was overjoyed. Really? Mom and Dad, you must keep your word. The father smiled and said, Of course it counts. Let's go back quickly. A huge whirlpool appeared in front of the throne again, and the parents held the child's hand and walked into the whirlpool together. Then the game officially ended, and the end credits appeared on the screen. In addition, all the experiences of the players, the NPCs and enemies encountered in each scene, and all kinds of unforgettable scenes are presented one by one in the ending screen. The designers listed the prototypes of each game and the corresponding independent games one by one. This is a very long list, which is enough to show that the game Dimension Game Adventure is the result of the collective efforts of many people. At the end, the game also has a special thanks section, focusing on expressing gratitude to Mr. Pei and the Poor Road Plan Independent Game Incubation Base, and expressing support and encouragement to every game producer who insists on creating excellent games, and all young people who are committed to promoting positive game culture. Finally, there are 2 sentences on the black screen. I would like to dedicate this game to all past, present, and future game players. Games are not only a form of entertainment, but also a lifestyle and cultural phenomenon. I hope that all players can unite, understand each other, and make progress together, so that games can truly become an excellent cultural carrier of education and entertainment. Zhang Yan's parents also fell into silence for a long time and did not recover from this emotion. Finally, Zhang Yan's father took off his glasses and said with emotion, "I have to say, this game is really interesting." Zhang Yan's mother also nodded, "Yes, if it is a game like this, it is harmless to let children play it." Zhang Yan knew very well that the two elders had never liked games and had a natural barrier with them. It was really commendable that this metagame adventure could actually make the two elders' attitudes loosen up. Obviously, the game metagame adventure is not just a multiplayer game for family gatherings, but it also carries a beautiful emotion. There is a natural generation gap between parents and children. Parents are busy with their livelihoods, while children are exposed to all kinds of magical fantasy worlds because of their playful nature. The gravity of reality and the wings of imagination inevitably conflict. Therefore, many parents regard games as a scourge and the root cause of their children's poor learning. There are indeed some games that maliciously magnify the dark side of human nature, causing immature teenagers to have a negative impact of addiction. But it should also be noted that parents neglect to care for their children, ignore their children's mental health growth, and only require their children to be sensible and have good grades. To some extent, it is also a kind of psychological destruction of children. Whether adults or children, appropriate entertainment activities are necessary after work and study. Excellent games, like other art forms such as movies and novels, can bring people spiritual strength while they are resting. Many parents have heard of this truth, but they are limited by the times and environment in which they live, and their understanding of this truth is not profound. It is naturally difficult for them to agree with it, and it is even more difficult for them to empathize with their children. However, the gamed dimension game adventure allows those who are not good at games to play it through entertaining and educational means, and has an empathetic experience with players who love games. The child first enters the game and fights bravely, overcomes all obstacles, and achieves great success. Although this achievement is virtual and spiritual, it cannot be said that it is meaningless. The child can't wait to share these achievements with his parents, but the parents have no interest at all, and the child can only be trapped in the lonely game world alone. The child wants to share these joys with his parents, but the parents often just respond to the child with an impatient scolding. However, as parents enter this game world and feel the great achievements of their children, and really walk the path that the child has walked in mutual cooperation and collaboration, they can naturally empathize with these problems to a certain extent. Zhang Yan's father looked at Zhang Yan and said, "So this is not a router at all, right? Even the dumbest person should realize that this is not a small game after playing for such a long time." It's just that Zhang Yan was not at home before, and the old couple had a lot of fun playing, so they didn't delve into this issue. Now think about it, a game of this size is definitely not cheap, it can't be a free game. Zhang Yan smiled, "It's really a router. It just integrates the function of playing games." "How is it, Dad? The game is fun?" "I will find all the games here for you later, and you can play them again. Like Game Maker, Struggle, Turning Back, Ink and Clouds, they are all fun, it would be a pity not to play them." Zhang's father waved his hand quickly, No, I don't have time, I still have to continue practicing my calligraphy." Zhang Yan's mother smiled and said, "Okay, if you don't play, I will play, my daughter, find the game later, I want to play first." Playing that game producer feels quite interesting. Father Zhang was silent for a while, and said to Zhang Yan, "I have thought about your resignation carefully again. I hope you will think carefully before making a decision. But if you have made up your mind and really thought it through, I will not stop you. After all, the world is developing rapidly, and our previous old experience is no longer effective. Giving you advice, thinking that it is the experience of a veteran, may sometimes be a hindrance to you. Your own path, take good care of it yourself." Zhang Yan was overjoyed. "Really? Dad, you can't regret it. Father Zhang snorted, "Don't be a streamer for a while, and then come back to beg me to help you find a job when you are hungry and have no food to eat." Zhang Yan laughed, "Oh, Dad, is your daughter so useless in your eyes? Don't worry, I will definitely be a diligent and good streamer." Amidst a burst of laughter, Zhang Yan found a few new games on the Tenda gaming router and began to tell her parents about the wonderful features of these Tenda games with great excitement. During the explanation, Zhang Yan gradually understood the profound meaning of Tenda's first gaming console. Combining the gaming console with the router can certainly achieve excellent marketing results. It can stream the game screen to all display devices on the LAN, and can also deceive parents or wives who don't understand games at home in a short time. However, no matter how much a gaming console looks like a router, how can it be kept secret from the family? So, this gaming router seems to be a well-intentioned deception on the surface, but in fact it emphasizes mutual respect, mutual understanding, and empathy. First, use a host disguised as a router to sneak into the living rooms of thousands of households, and then use Dimension Game Adventure to let people who don't play games and those who play games have fun together, understand each other and promote excellent game culture. This is the real meaning of this host. Although many people have called out loudly in the past to justify the name of games, the impact has been minimal. The reason is that the power of language and text is too weak to really make people empathize. The game, through immersive gameplay, allows two people to truly understand each other and feel each other's emotions. This is the real charm of games as an art form. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1612 Routers are selling like crazy. Add more and ask for monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Zhang Yan's father finally agreed to let her quit her current job and become a full-time anchor, because through this game, he learned the principle of empathy. Many parents seem to be overbearing and unreasonable, just because their understanding is influenced by the environment they lived in when they were young. Some of their concepts have become solidified, and they can't feel the changes in the world in the first place. If you want to promote a true understanding between the two sides, you need such a good medium and channel. Dimension Game Adventure and Tenda Game Router are such an excellent medium and channel. Through this incident, Zhang Yan's parents understood that many things in the world are constantly changing, and they can't always look at new things with the same perspective as in the past. Children are already adults and have the ability to take responsibility for themselves, and the world they see is different from the world their parents see. So why not encourage children to make choices according to their own ideas? The same principle can also be applied to couples, friends, or other relationships. Perhaps it is difficult for people who don't play games and those who like to play games to understand each other, because many complex emotions cannot be fully conveyed to each other. Many men become henpecked after adulthood. After playing games for a while, they are scolded by their wives for not doing their jobs properly and not having the responsibility and commitment of men. This situation is even more common when they don't make much money. I have to say that some players are really pitiful. When I wanted to play games for entertainment when I was a child, I was scolded by my parents. When I wanted to play games for entertainment when I grew up, I was misunderstood by my wife. I have been running around for a living, for my family, and for others all my life. Only in a very few times can I secretly lock myself in the room and enjoy the fun brought by the game. And the game router is a precious gift from Tenda Games to these game players. Zhang Yan searched for discussions about game routers on her mobile phone. Sure enough, many players have the same feelings as her. I didn't expect that the gaming router couldn't fool my wife in the end, but playing Dimensional Game Adventure with her actually helped improve our relationship. She said she wouldn't forbid me from playing games anymore and was willing to give me more pocket money to buy games. Thanks to Tenda. Are you sure it helped improve our relationship, not the other way around? My wife had never played games before, but she got the hang of it very quickly. Now we play metagame adventure together, and she complains about my poor performance every day. What should I do? I suggest you get a divorce, and then give me your ex-wife's contact information. In fact, I also thought that the so-called gaming router was just another product of Tenda Group at the beginning, but now it seems that this router is precisely targeting the target group and perfectly solves everyone's pain points. If you study it, you will find that the positioning of this product is very accurate. For those hardcore gamers, as long as Tenda releases a gaming console, they will definitely buy it, not to mention a magical console that has both router functions and can project the game screen to all devices. For those players who don't play games much, the concept of gaming routers is also very interesting, which makes players spontaneously form a marketing and communication enthusiasm, so that they also have a purchase interest. For some families with stubborn people who are not allowed to buy game consoles, they can also be deceived by the name of routers, and then through the game metagame adventure, slowly influence and transform them, and finally reach mutual understanding. Yes. After buying the router, play Dimension Game Adventure together. Basically, you can understand each other, right? If you have done this and still insist on getting a divorce, then I think you should get a divorce. It can also be regarded as a love tester. Alas, I really hope that good games can gradually become popular. It's such an interesting thing, but many people can't feel it's fun. It's really a pity. No more words, forward the promotional video of the game router to more people. This device should occupy the living room of thousands of households. What should young people who don't have a living room do? Young people who don't have a living room should buy it. How can they miss such a magical device when they have friends gathering or play games in the dormitory? Looking at the comments on the internet, Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. President Pei is really a genius. The game console industry is relatively fixed. When foreign big manufacturers have already had a great first-mover advantage, it is actually difficult for emerging game manufacturers to turn around. Although Tenda has a good local lineup and a rich game library, it also has certain advantages in the domestic market, but this is still a risky move. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. But Mr. Pei not only combined the router and the game console to develop a new function, but also provided an excellent marketing case. More importantly, the game router and Dimension Game Adventure convey a spirit that can inspire all domestic players and those who don't play games, thereby maximizing the user base. Who else can think of this excellent business idea except the business genius Pei? At the same time, Pei Qian was looking at the internal sales data, and he was in a state of confusion. The game router is selling like crazy. A large number of posts voluntarily sharing game routers have emerged on the internet. Everyone is very tacitly praising the game router: fast network speed, good performance. It is definitely the best choice for the living room router, and it is strongly recommended that people who feel that the network speed is slow to change it. What is this thing actually? Everyone knows it well, but this does not affect everyone's open-eyed lies and cooperate with the official promotion. Although many people are also reviewing the game Dimension Game Adventure, they have not linked this game with the game router. People who don't understand it will only be interested in the game router, or be fooled by people around them to buy one, while those who understand it will raise the evaluation of this host to a higher level. Players actually gave the game Dimension Game Adventure a very high evaluation. The word-of-mouth score among players even exceeded 9.5 points, and there is even a trend of continuing to rise. Pei Qian was shocked. Isn't this a game made by independent game producers working together? Logically speaking, it should be a patchwork game. How could it be so good? The key is that players are very happy with it. A score of 9.5 or above is definitely a masterpiece. Confused, Pei Qian randomly clicked on a game review to see what was so good about this game. I heard that someone inside Tenda suggested that President Pei bring Tenda's next stage of 3A masterpieces to the game console as an exclusive. Some people also suggested that classic games such as Turning Back and Struggle be changed into a console-specific version as an escort game. In the end, both plans were rejected by President Pei. President Pei did not use Tenda Games' latest 3A masterpiece as an escort or exclusive game, but commissioned independent game producers from the incubation base of the Poor Road plan to develop an escort-exclusive game for the console. Many people are puzzled by this, but now it seems that President Pei is far-sighted and can turn stones into gold. The game Dimension Game Adventure is simply a finishing touch for gaming routers. Whether it is using the next stage of 3A masterpieces as an exclusive or using the classic game special version as an escort game, it is actually inappropriate. The former has a kind of forced buying and selling nature, while the latter seems too insincere. Neither of these two options is enough to make gaming routers popular. And the game Dimension Game Adventure makes good use of the advantages of the incubation base and organizes independent game producers, which led to this masterpiece. First of all, this represents the inclusive nature of the recruitment game platform and the new game console of Tenda. This shows that all third-party game manufacturers can get equal treatment on this platform. President Pei entrusted the task of escorting the game for the first release of the console to the hard-trained independent game incubation base, which shows President Pei's trust in independent game producers. Secondly, Dimension Game Adventure brings together all the previous Tenda games, and when players recall them again, it brings back those unforgettable gaming moments. For those who have never played Tenda games, this game is the best introduction and annotation of Tenda games, and it is also a concentrated display of the best domestic games. Finally, the game Dimension Game Adventure maximizes the characteristics of the game router. Through screen projection and other methods, multiple people can play games together, which reflects the true meaning of party games. And this product design of the game router also happens to reflect Tenda Games' understanding of the characteristics of consoles and living room games, that is, sharing with as many members as possible, rather than one person closing himself off and immersing himself in the game world. So I think Mr. Pei is worthy of being Mr. Pei. Although he did not actually participate in Dimension Game Adventure, this one finishing touch alone shows that his game design concept is better than all game producers. Looking at the analysis of many game reviewers on the internet, Pei Qian felt sad. Is it his fault again this time? It is obviously the group of people in the independent game incubation base who completely misunderstood my meaning. I asked you to make a patchwork game, but you naturally combined so many games and made different gameplays. The most annoying thing is that you also added drama to the game router and made some new functions. It's really outrageous. From the current situation, the game router has been snapped up. For those who play all platforms, of course they have to buy one to experience it at home, and for some people who don't play games much, just the game Dimension Game Adventure is enough to be worth buying. What's more, it is also a very excellent router product. Not only that, there seems to be signs of scalping activities here. These scalpers are like flies, wherever there is a sign of shortage, they will be there. When most consoles are first launched, the production capacity is very limited, and the strong demand from players makes scalpers feel that it is profitable, so they will naturally rush in. Although Tenda Group has always been proud of having more stock, the gaming router is a relatively unconventional product, so UTA Technology did not dare to stock up, and the current inventory is already under great pressure. Pei Qian gritted his teeth and called Changyu. Please stock up as much as possible, and each host will be 500 yuan cheaper. Other things don't matter, but scalpers must die. Chapter 1613. The phone cases are out of stock? Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Pei Qian sighed softly. There is no way. Between making more money and cracking down on scalpers, he will still choose the latter without hesitation. And the profit of gaming routers is not that high. It doesn't matter if you sell more. As long as you make up the profit elsewhere, it will be fine. The failure of the game console made Pei Qian feel very disappointed. What about the game console that is difficult to make? What about the manufacturers who can play the console well in the world that can be counted on one hand? Could it be that Tenda is one of the manufacturers on one hand? Pei Qian said that he could not accept it at all. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in worrying. Tenda's game industry has spread from research and development to channels, from 3A masterpieces to independent games, and from software to hardware. There is really no way out next. Alas, I hope the sales of mobile phones can give me some comfort. Although this folding screen mobile phone is completely based on Shenhua's solution, Tenda also paid for it. If the sales are not good, it can make a small loss. Although it is not as much as the loss of game consoles, it is at least a psychological comfort. Pei Qian opened the web page and checked. Shenhua Group's folding screen mobile phone will be officially released in a few minutes. The release of Tenda Group's mobile phone was deliberately delayed by 1 hour. The reason is very simple. They can't compete with Shenhua Group for the first release. If Tenda releases it early, there will definitely be some unlucky people who don't know the truth and buy it. It would be bad if they spent money in vain. After the first wave of demand was taken up by Shenhua Group's mobile phone, the sales of Tenda's mobile phone naturally dropped sharply. Moreover, Tenda's folding screen mobile phone used Shenhua Group's ready-made solution after all, so it was not very authentic to rush to launch it first. Pei Qian's operation was understandable in terms of emotion and reason. Pei Qian first paid attention to the sales of Shenhua Group's folding screen mobile phone. The moment the rush purchase button lit up, Pei Qian silently started to count the time. The most ideal situation is of course that there is always enough stock, and Shenhua Group has not sold out until Tenda's mobile phone goes on sale. In this way, except for a few die-hard fans, no one should come to Tenda Group to buy the same mobile phone. Pei Qian was distracted when he saw the purchase page on the official website turned gray and sold out. Huh? It's sold out already? It's only been less than 5 minutes. Pei Qian was shocked. He quickly opened other channels, such as several major online shopping websites, and found that they were all sold out. Only the buttons of some platforms lit up a few times. It might be that some users who locked orders did not pay in time, resulting in some leftovers being released. But they were also sold out again soon. Obviously, there were many users waiting to pick up bargains. Then he looked at the comments online. Oh my god, how come Shenhua Group's mobile phone is sold out so quickly? This is a mobile phone with a starting price of 18,000 yuan. This is crazy, there are too many rich people. This folding screen technology is really amazing, it is unique in the world. And Shenhua Group's technical accumulation in mobile phones is really amazing, there are many loyal fans, and strong spending power, so it's not surprising that it's sold out, right? Damn. I don't know how many of them were snatched away by scalpers using scripts. I know this group of scalpers, as long as they can speculate, they will not let go. If their own mothers can speculate, this group of people will definitely speculate at the first time. Yeah, scalpers are so hateful, I really want to buy this phone. But I can't get it at all. I saw that someone has already posted it on the second-hand website, and directly raised the price by 3,000. Fuck, it's really too shady. By the way, doesn't Oda Technology have a batch of goods? Oda Technology has also released a folding screen mobile phone, I'm afraid it won't work. Only the folding screen technology of Shenhua Group is relatively mature. The folding screens of other manufacturers are very poor. The one of Oda Technology is the same one. They said it was exactly the same at the press conference, except that it has an extra beautiful mobile phone case. What else can you say? Hurry up and grab it. If you grab it, you will make a profit. It is probably a bargain for scalpers again. We know to grab it from Oda Technology, and scalpers must know it too. Scalpers? You don't know the rich experience of Tenda Group in fighting scalpers. Oda Technology's mobile phones are not so easy to grab. There are a series of conditions. Anyway, go and grab it. Although there may not be a lot of stock, it is definitely much fairer than here. Looking at these comments, Pei Qian felt a chill behind him. Something is wrong. He seemed to see countless customers waving money, swarming from Shenhua Group's store to Tenda Group's store, and then waving the money in their hands and forcing it into his hands. It's strange that Jiang Yuan admitted very honestly at the press conference that this folding screen phone is the same as Shenhua Group's, and there is no difference at all. I thought this would be a minus point, but unexpectedly it became a big plus point, and even became the ironclad evidence of the high-tech content and excellent quality of the Oto X1 phone. Pei Qian carefully opened the rush purchase page of Oto Technology. As expected, as the rush purchase activity started, the rush purchase button became sold out after only 3 minutes. It was even faster than Shenhua Group. Of course, Shenhua Group must have much more inventory than Oto Technology, but Oto Technology has a mechanism to prevent scalpers, so it is difficult to say which side is more embarrassing. All we can say is, brothers in distress, the same wait. Neither lasted more than 5 minutes. Pei Qian was feeling sad when the phone on the table rang. It was Changyu who called. Changyu's voice was very excited. Boss Pei, our mobile phones and game consoles are all selling like crazy. I have urged them to start large-scale production of consoles as soon as possible. It's hard to say about mobile phones. It depends on what Shenhua Group means. But I have communicated with Boss Lin. Boss Lin means that Shenhua Group should also learn from Tenda Group's model, control the mechanism of rush buying, and prevent scalpers from interfering as much as possible. In addition, the mobile phone sector is also increasing production capacity as much as possible. This product will be hot for more than half a year without any problems. In addition, Boss Pei, there is another good news. Pei Qian was shocked. The previous news was bad enough. How could there be good news? Changyu said excitedly, our first batch of customized mobile phone cases are all sold out. I didn't have high hopes before. I just sent some samples and phone cases to some digital review area up masters for evaluation, but I didn't expect them to all praise our phone cases. Especially some up masters who like to play mobile games. They all think that our phone cases take into account many scenarios in design, and they are highly recognizable when held in the hand, so they strongly recommend it to fans. Many people who bought folding screen phones from Shenhua Group also bought our phone cases, wanting to use them together. After all, the recognition of Shenhua Group's folding screen phone is still a little poor when it is simply held in the hand, but if you add a phone case, the recognition will be improved immediately. Mr. Pei, your strategy is completely correct. For this kind of ultra-high-end digital product, technology is based on changing the shell, and appearance is the biggest advantage. Pei Qian fell into silence. He realized that there was a big problem with his strategy. First of all, he overestimated Shenhua Group's mobile phones, and the output also underestimated consumer demand. Shenhua Group's mobile phone was sold out in less than 5 minutes, which shows that the market demand is obviously not met. Many people are eager to pay an extra 1,000 or 2,000 yuan to buy it from scalpers. What is the premium of Oto Technology? As for the mobile phone case, it is even more speechless. People who are willing to spend 20,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone will care about spending an extra 500 yuan to buy a mobile phone case. If this phone case is a waste of money, rich people are not stupid and will definitely not buy it. But what if this phone case is really worth the money? For many people, buying the most advanced digital products is either because they are really fanatical digital enthusiasts who must enjoy this new technology as soon as possible, or because they want to show off their face. This is understandable. After all, there are many ways to show off your face, such as branded clothes, branded bags, mechanical watches, etc. Although Pei Qian does not agree with this, he has to admit that most people will have similar needs after they become wealthy. And a big problem with Shenhua Group's folding screen mobile phone is that it is not recognizable enough. Of course, its recognition is very high during the folding process, but in daily use, it is mostly used after being folded, and it is impossible to unfold it all the time. Once it is folded and held in the hand, there is no obvious difference from an ordinary mobile phone. If you add the leather case inherited from Shenhua Group, it will be mature and stable, but the characteristics of pretending will disappear. At this time, I spent 500 yuan to buy a special cyberpunk protective case from Oda Technology, which instantly raised my status. Whether it is folded or unfolded, you can recognize it at a glance. This is the latest folding screen mobile phone, plus the mobile phone case that costs up to 500 yuan, and this phone case from Oda Technology is really easy to use. On the one hand, because it uses hollowing technology, the actual weight is lighter than the protective case provided by Shenhua Group. The glass material and thermal conductive layer allow the phone to dissipate heat better, and the integrated shell and film design provides better protection for the phone. The design of two buckles and brackets can meet the needs of chasing dramas and playing games. For many people, buying such an advanced mobile phone is of course for chasing dramas and playing games. The advantage of the folding screen is that it takes into account the large screen and portability. If you don't use this large screen to play games and chase dramas, isn't it a waste of natural resources? This mobile phone case can better meet such needs, and the custom theme of cyberpunk style is so recognizable that it is of course popular among young people. So many people who bought folding screen mobile phones from Shenhua Group don't mind spending an extra 500 yuan to buy another mobile phone case from Oda Technology to use with it. Oda Technology instantly became an awesome mobile phone case manufacturer, and its sales are not bad. I guess many mobile phone case manufacturers on shopping websites are still wondering, how shameless is Oda Technology to lower itself to compete with us for business? It's outrageous. Chapter 1614 Zoo Opening. July 17, Wednesday. Pei Qian carefully looked at the related industries of Tenda Games in the office, and then reluctantly came to a sad conclusion. Tenda's game industry seems to be hopeless. In fact, when the game router was hot, Pei Qian had roughly realized several cruel realities, but he was not willing to accept it at that time. But after calming down for a while, and combining the current situation of Tenda's game-related industries, and thinking carefully, Pei Qian finally recognized this reality from the bottom of his heart. At present, Tenda Group has established a complete and huge game empire in China. Not only does it have outstanding strengths, but there are no obvious weaknesses in all fields. In terms of R&D, there are three main R&D departments: Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and Qingshan Studio, which are responsible for the development of 3A games and VR games respectively. In terms of independent games, there are the Jianta Plan and independent game incubation bases across the country, and all kinds of excellent domestic independent game producers have been recruited. In terms of game channels, the Chaolu game platform has achieved great success, and after it was officially announced as Tenda's game platform, a large number of players have flocked to it.i. In addition, Tenda's cooperation department has also brought several domestic game companies to the forefront and has had a subtle impact on them. Under the influence of game developers and game channels such as Fire Studio and Longyu Group, the entire domestic game environment will gradually move closer to the model of Tenda Group. And now the game router has also overcome the most difficult and most critical hardware problem. From then on, Tenda has established an ultimate closed loop from content to hardware and then to channels. As long as Tenda can continue to launch good games in the future, this game empire will last forever. Even if Tenda's games wither in the future, the independent game incubation base and channels are enough to ensure that Tenda's game business will maintain high revenue in the future. This is really a sad story. Pei Qian recalled that in fact, the root cause of his continuous expansion in the game field was to get involved in more unfamiliar and difficult fields, thereby creating losses and spending all the profits earned from game research and development. As a result, there is no way out now. Pei Qian's last hope can only be placed on the game The Future You Choose, which is his last struggle. But Pei Qian had to prepare for the worst, as this game could potentially make a lot of money. In short, in the field of games, Pei Qian was basically lying down and pretending to be dead, so he just let everything take its course. Pei Qian turned his attention to other areas. The new zoo and haunted house projects should be officially open in the second half of the month. Relatively speaking, the probability of failure of the Jingji Hotel is lower, while the zoo is a new field and deserves more investment. How can we make the probability of the zoo not making money higher? Well, since the game platform has given up, can Tang change the location? Both the new projects of the zoo and the Jingji Hotel are physical projects, which are expensive and slow to recover costs, so they are deeply loved by Pei Qian. But considering that the Jingji Hotel has several successful projects and has a lot of traffic, the zoo is more likely to lose money. Although the location of the zoo is also in the old industrial area of Jingzhou, it is a certain distance away from the Jingji Hotel. Generally speaking, if tourists are not particularly attracted by something, they will not go so far to visit the zoo. After all, in addition to the haunted house, the Jingji Hotel also has its own roller coaster, various shops and experience stores. There are many things to play, so it is actually harmless to go to the zoo or not. So the success or failure of the zoo is the top priority. Pei Qian happened to think of Tangishu. In order to ensure that the game platform would not lose money, Pei Qian specially arranged Tangishu to go there. In the early stage, it did create many difficulties for those companies that wanted to go on the game platform, but now it has come to this point, and one or two bugs can no longer stop these companies. Of course, Tangishu, sitting in the game platform, can also slow down the development progress of Tenda Game Editor. But considering that such a long time has passed, the development of Tenda Game Editor should have been on the right track. Just wait until the editor is about to be developed, and then throw Tang over to let the bugs burst out. This period of time is just right to transfer Tang to the zoo to stabilize the situation. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Tang and sent a driver to pick him up and went directly to the zoo. In the old industrial area of Jingzhou City, the cold and warm animal park, Pei Qian and Tang got out of the car one after another, and the director of the zoo, Tan Xinjiang, was already waiting at the door. Hearing that President Pei was coming, he was a little nervous. After all, the zoo has been planned for so long, and President Pei has never visited it once, and all kinds of funds have been fully managed, and all kinds of support and guarantees have been in place, which is enough to show that President Pei attaches great importance to the work of the zoo. Now that the zoo is finally about to open for business, President Pei's arrival should be to inspect the results. If Mr. Pei is not satisfied with the state of the zoo, wouldn't that be a betrayal of Mr. Pei's trust and expectations? After working here for a while, Tan Xinjiang has fallen in love with this animal park. In terms of environment and conditions, it is of course much better than the zoo he and his father were in charge of before. Therefore, money is not everything, but you cannot live without money. In the absence of money, although you can make the animals live well through careful care, there are still huge flaws in terms of comprehensive experience in all aspects. With the funding of Mr. Pei, Tan Xinjiang was finally able to give full play to his talents on a larger stage. Mr. Pei, first of all, I have a question to report to you. You suggested before that we could arrange some interactive animals for tourists to touch, such as learning from the experience of some foreign cafes. However, I carefully checked the information and consulted the opinions of relevant professionals. I found that touching owls randomly may cause stress reactions, which is not very friendly to the physical and mental health of animals, so similar animals are banned. For those animals that are close to humans and will not have serious stress reactions when they are in close contact, we can arrange them. Pei Qian nodded. Well, that should be the case. My previous suggestion was actually a sudden thought, and I don't know the professional skills involved. Since we are called an animal park, we must not do things that harm animals. As the director of the zoo, you must strictly control this aspect. You must not harm the physical and mental health of animals for the sake of profit and income. The name of this zoo is to remind all staff to abide by this principle at all times. Tan Xinjiang nodded, thinking that Mr. Pei is indeed a rare good boss. Many times, for bosses, being able to do the 3 words reasonable is already very rare. Layman commanding experts often only leads to tragedy, but many laymen do not have such awareness. The name of the animal park is actually telling all zoo staff that whether the animals are living well or not is known by themselves. You know whether you have done your best to take care of these animals. Many times, you must ask for a clear conscience. Tan Xinjiang took Pei Qian and Tang Yishu to continue walking inside. Pei Qian's first feeling was that the greening seemed to have improved. The entire animal park covers a large area. Although the main interactive hall of the animal park is still converted from a large factory in the old industrial zone, the open space outside the factory has basically been transformed, with a rest area, fountains, lawns, and gurgling water. The animals all live in the air-conditioned rooms of the venue, which are adjusted to the most suitable temperature, but the environment outside also needs to be improved. Otherwise, the difference between the internal and external environments is too great, and it is easy to discourage tourists. Relatively speaking, the greenery in the animal park is the best in the entire old industrial zone, and it can be clearly distinguished from the Jingji Hotel. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Although the greenery has been improved to make tourists feel better, it also cost money. Such a large area of greenery has undergone so many renovations, which must have cost a lot of money. Well done. The functions of several large venues are similar, but they are simply divided according to the types of animals. There are not many rare and protected animals in this animal park for the time being. Basically, there are some common animals in zoos, and there are a lot of animals between wild animals and pets. For example, servals, alpacas, Tibetan foxes, and parrots are all the type that would not be strange to keep in a zoo, and it seems acceptable to keep them at home. According to the different habits of these animals, different partitions are also arranged, and the scenery and decorations of different partitions are also matched with the animals. The zoo has 3 entrances and exits, leading to different locations in the old industrial zone. Tourists can choose to visit the Jingji Hotel first, then the zoo, or go directly to the zoo according to their needs. Pei Qian and his companions entered directly from the main entrance on the roadside, and there were some differences in the tour route. After playing with the handsome serval and feeding the round and furry alpaca that had just had its hair cut, the 3 of them came to the parrot area. Pei Qian saw a handsome Amazon parrot at first glance. Its feathers were mostly gray, its irises were orange, and there was a tuft of yellow on its head like a hat. There were a few red embellishments at the turning point of its wings, and its main flight feathers were purple-blue, very beautiful. The parrot was standing on a wooden frame, proudly looking into the distance. Tang Yishu exclaimed, "Oh, it's so beautiful." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the wooden frame the parrot was standing on suddenly collapsed. The parrot let out a fuck sound, immediately flapped its wings, and flew up, looking at the 3 visitors with a confused face. Chapter 16:15 Bird Hero. Tang Yishu awkwardly crossed her fingers and cautiously said that this was an accident. Tan Xinjiang was also stunned. The wooden frame should be very strong, so why did it suddenly collapse? He hurriedly called the staff next to him, quickly reinforce this wooden frame. This is a safety hazard, understand? The staff was also confused and hurried up to repair the wooden frame. Pei Qian smiled slightly. He was no longer surprised by this. He looked at the Amazon parrot and said in surprise, "This parrot can actually curse?" Tan Xinjiang smiled a little embarrassedly. "Yes, Amazon parrots and gray parrots are both very good at learning to speak. I don't know why, this Amazon parrot has learned nothing else but the word fuck. It should not have learned it from the people in our zoo. Our staff here taught it a few other words to balance it out, and now it has begun to work." Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "I didn't expect it to be a hero among birds. So I have an idea. Fully automatic intelligent bar lifter, do you have it here?" Tan Xinjiang was stunned for a moment. "Ah? No." Pei Qian said, "That's okay. I'll ask Uda Technology to send you a few. Then we'll put a fully automatic argumentative machine to argue with this parrot. Such a talented parrot only learned one sentence, which is a waste of talent. We should let the fully automatic argumentative machine and AEIS train it well and let it receive the baptism of artificial intelligence. And this way, it won't delay the work of other staff. After all, everyone is very busy. Who has time to teach him to speak every day? As a parrot, he has to learn by himself." Tan Xinjiang nodded a little confusedly. "Okay, Mr. Pei." The parrot looked at Pei Qian in confusion, but there was vigilance in his eyes. "Although I don't understand what this young man is saying, I always feel that he is calculating this parrot." Pei Qian smiled slightly. He couldn't wait to see the scene of this parrot arguing with the argumentative machine. The group continued to move forward and saw many other animals. Xiao Tang's aura was triggered several times, causing some minor disturbances, but nothing serious. It's just that the staff should be busy for a while and go over the safety issues of the entire venue again. These animals have one characteristic, that is, their living space is larger than that of ordinary zoos. Pei Qian had previously specifically requested that the living space of the animals in this animal park be planned according to 1.5 times the standard of ordinary zoos. Of course, some zoos have built a rockery specifically for monkeys or black bears for people to visit, but Pei Qian can't do this yet. But after all, most of the animals raised are relatively small, so the space still looks very spacious. This makes many places look empty. Oh, no, empty of animals. If you want to find out where the animals are hiding to sleep, you have to test your eyesight. In addition, there are corresponding introductions in front of each animal's venue. These introductions are different from other zoos. They are not just about introducing the characteristics of the animal species, but also about the life of the animal. For example, in which zoo was this animal born, and then it was transported to where? And it was discovered by Tan Xinjiang this year by some coincidence and transported to Linwan Ziji Animal Park. The animals in the entire zoo come from a variety of sources, and some of them were even taken in by the zoo because their owners abandoned them. Tan Xinjiang explained, "This is also an immature idea of mine. Because I think other zoos only introduce the type of animal to tourists. Although this content is also necessary, it is still lacking. Without the life experience of this animal, it is difficult for tourists to really feel close to this animal. So, I thought about whether I could record the entire life of this animal, so that tourists would naturally feel familiar and close to it. In addition, I also plan to make a special area for scanning codes. After scanning the code, tourists can check the status of these animals through a specific app. If there are animals that you are particularly concerned about, but cannot come to the zoo for various reasons, you can also check them online." Pei Qian nodded. "Well, not bad, these are all good ideas. Giving an animal a life experience may not feel special to tourists, but it can increase the workload of staff. Scanning the code to make an app means that you have to find someone to develop it, and you have to install some high-definition cameras for animals in the zoo. The content of the live broadcast must also be checked by someone. Isn't the cost going up? These animals are not rare animals. There shouldn't be tourists who are addicted to watching them online every day, right? Some tourists may lose interest after watching them online and will not come to the site. This is also a great achievement. After a round, Pei Qian felt quite satisfied. Judging from the condition of the venue, the renovation project must have cost a lot of money, and the staff are also very well qualified, so their salary for this month must have been considerable. Although these animals are very cute and make Pei Qian feel a little risky, there are no particularly rare animals after all. Compared with other zoos, it does not seem to have a particularly obvious advantage. There may be a group of people who like animals, but overall it should not be so popular that it can make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "Very good, this animal park fully meets my requirements, and we will continue to follow this standard in the future." By the way, there are no animal performances or anything like that. Tan Xinjiang hurriedly said, "Of course not, I arranged it according to your requirements, President Pei, and there are absolutely no animal training performances or animal performances. It's just that our employees have rehearsed some small programs in private, and they will perform for the audience every now and then. But everyone's level is very amateur, and it can only be regarded as a self-entertainment situation at present. I plan to find a few professional teachers to guide us later." Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand to signal to stop. There is no need to find professional teachers. Many things must not be mechanical, and the original spirituality must be maintained. Tan Xinjiang nodded. "Okay, then I will do as you say, President Pei." Pei Qian walked around again, and then told Tan Xinjiang and Xiao Tang that if Xiao Tang had nothing to do recently, he should come to the zoo every now and then to help take care of the animals. By the way, he also scanned the zoo for safety hazards. After explaining all this, Pei Qian felt relieved about the zoo and took the bus back happily. July 20th, Saturday. Lengnuan Ziji Animal Park officially opened. Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjin strolled from Jingji Hotel to Lengnuan Ziji Animal Park. Although both are in the old industrial area, there is still a distance between Lengnuan Ziji Animal Park and Jingji Hotel. Although the scenery along the way is good, for most tourists, if there is no special reason, they probably won't come here specially. After all, there are already many things to play at Jingji Hotel. If you really want to experience it seriously, you may not be able to play all of them in one day. As for why Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjin came here, it's a long story. The two people strolled and discussed. Wang Guangjian looked at the few people around and couldn't help but wonder, "Hey, there seems to be very few people at the zoo. Didn't you do any publicity in advance?" Chen Kongtua nodded. "It seems that there is indeed no publicity. Many people probably don't know that there is a new zoo here. President Pei has always been low-key, but don't worry, tourists will spread the word soon and make the zoo popular. There is no need to waste the publicity funds. I think this place is not far from the new project of Jingji Hostel, so it's a good choice to come here to heal your soul. For example, I really need to heal myself now. Since taking over the new haunted house project of Jingji Hostel, Chen Kongtua has devoted himself to work without sleep and forgetting to eat. Many times, he would specially invite Wang Guangjin to come over to ask about the original intention of the design, and ask whether the current state of the haunted house is consistent with Wang Guangjin's design at that time. The two often brainstormed and came up with some very good ideas. So Chen Kongtua became more and more immersed in the haunted house project, and felt that his psychology seemed to have changed a little bit. He was a little worried, maybe he was too into the role and played himself badly. I heard in the past that some foreign actors played perverts, but they were too serious and into the role, and they really performed mental illness. Chen Kongtua felt that he should avoid such a situation as much as possible. If he really became the first person in charge of Tenda Group to be arrested and sent to a mental hospital, it would be too embarrassing. I heard that the zoo opened today, so he ran over on purpose, wanting to play with the animals and heal his soul. Wang Guangjian happened to be there, so they came as a group. Chen Kongtua felt that Wang Guangjian's situation should be better than his, but it was always good for physical and mental health to look at small animals. Arriving inside the zoo, the two began to look around. It must be said that there are still many kinds of animals, but there seems to be no particularly precious species. Most of them are between domestic pets and wild animals. However, these animals are in good spirits. Some are very active, jumping up and down very flexibly, and some are lying on the ground, sleeping with their bellies facing up, and they don't look afraid of people. The keepers get along well with the animals. Some animals, under the guidance of the keepers, will interact closely with tourists. For example, there is an Arctic fox that is the darling here. Under the care of the keepers, many girls reached out to touch it and laughed. Some men watching nearby were full of envy in their eyes. I don't know if they want to exchange identities with the Arctic fox. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1616, Staff's Animal Performance. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjin strolled around casually. Even if they didn't touch these furry little cuties, they would feel healed just by looking at them from a distance. Chen Kongtua said with emotion, I think after the haunted house project is completed, we should arrange a zoo tour package for Brother Bao. After all, the mental pressure in the haunted house is too great. Pulling him to the zoo for healing can also reflect our humanistic care. Hey, there's a parrot over there. Unknowingly, the two of them had come to the next entrance of the Lingwan Ziji Animal Park. The Amazon parrot was looking at a fully automatic intelligent lifting machine next to it as if it was facing a great enemy. Chen Kongtua asked in surprise, why is there a fully automatic intelligent lifting machine here? What is it used for? Wang Guangjian looked at the parrot, then at the lifting machine. It feels like this parrot seems to be a little wary of the lifting machine. I don't know if this is my illusion. Both of them thought this scene seemed very interesting and couldn't help but stay for a while, but no matter how Chen Kongtua teased the parrot and tried to induce it to speak, the parrot remained indifferent. It just stared at the bar-raising machine with its eyes, as if it was always on guard. It ignored Chen Kongtua's teasing as if it was a fly buzzing in its ear. Strange, this parrot can't speak, right? Chen Kongtua didn't think much about it. After all, parrots that can speak are very rare, and they are geniuses among parrots, while parrots that can't speak are the majority. As a result, just as the two were about to leave, they saw a breeder coming back from the cage next to them. The breeder looked at the time, okay, gang, it's almost time for today's training. Are you ready? Chen Kongtua was shocked. Gang, is this the name of this parrot? After the breeder notified the parrot and confirmed the time, he said to the fully automatic bar-raising machine, turn on the bar-raising mode. This sentence was like entering some mysterious code, opening a door to sin. AEIS, well, there are always self-righteous humans who want to start this boring game. Do you think you are smart? Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjian did not dare to breathe, for fear of interfering with the game between the bird and the machine, and waited for the parrot's answer seriously. The parrot opened its beak and answered, why do you think so? AEIS, because I think your IQ still has a lot of room for improvement. Do you think you are a hardworking person? The parrot said again, do you really think that your idea is okay? The bird and the machine actually started talking to each other. Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjian watched in shock, and found that although the parrot only said a few words back and forth, it was able to stabilize the situation in the war with the argument machine and did not lose at all. In fact, if you study it carefully, you will find that these conversations are more common words in the fully automatic intelligent argument machine. These pre-input words are actually a way to divert the problem, initiate provocation, and finally win the argument by pulling the other party to the same IQ level. In other words, the parrot is completely imitating the winning argument method of the argument machine, and the parrot will not be angered by the argument machine, but will only faithfully repeat the content of the argument machine. Both sides are absolutely rational, so they will naturally fight hard and no one can beat the other. This seems to prove that the ultimate secret of arguing is actually just 2 points. The first is to always stay calm, don't be blinded by anger, and be the first to break the defense. The second is to always persist and never give up, no matter if you are changing the topic or pestering the other person, you must not be the second to last person to speak, and you must ensure that the last sentence comes from you. These two have obviously reached the top of the argument world, but Parrot Gang still seems to be a little short of specific vocabulary, which is obviously caused by insufficient learning time. I believe that in time, Parrot Gang will be able to learn all the sentences of the winning argument method in the argument machine, so this parrot can be regarded as a living argument machine. Chen Kongtua and Wang Guangjian could not help but stand in awe. Wow, other parrots are learning to talk, only this parrot is learning to argue directly. Leading the trend for decades. They have no doubt that if ordinary tourists just treat this parrot as an ordinary parrot and talk to it normally, they will probably be speechless and doubt their lives. Chen Kongtua said with emotion, Mr. Pei is really good at using his imagination. How did he think of connecting parrots with fully automatic argument machines? It's really a good show effect. The two turned inside again and unknowingly turned to a stage. Chen Kongtua said subconsciously, this should be the place for animal training performances, right? But there are no animals commonly seen in zoos, no monkeys or black bears. What kind of animals should be trained for the performance? A border collie? A parrot? I don't know exactly when the performance will start. Wang Guangjian looked at the sign next to the stage. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that there will be a performance in 10 minutes. Chen Kongtua said, what about the bad news? Wang Guangjian was silent for a while. It's not an animal performance, but a performance by the zoo staff. Chen Kongtua almost thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at the sign in shock and found that what Wang Guangjian said was right. This is really not a place for animal performances, but a place for employee performances. It was clearly written on the billboard that there would be employee performances at fixed times every day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The performances were actually employees pretending to be various animals. Some employees would dress up as chimpanzees riding bicycles, and some employees would dress up as bears walking on a single plank bridge. There was also a note below the signboard that more exciting performances would continue to be launched in the future. Chen Kongtua was dizzy. This is crazy. Even as the head of Tenda Group, Chen Kongtua couldn't understand this kind of brain circuit. In theory, it would be harmless for the zoo to have some animal performances. If you don't want to toss these animals, then just don't do it. Why bother setting up a stage? The result was that real people were used to play animals, which was simply taking off pants to fart, and it was unnecessary. But to be honest, I really want to watch it. Chen Kongtua looked at the time and suggested, the show is about to start, why don't we sit down and watch it before leaving? Wang Guangjian nodded, and sat down with Chen Kongtua in the first row of the stage. 10 minutes later, the performance was about to begin. Chen Kongtua looked back and saw that there were not many people in the audience. Leng Nuan knew that the animal park was not as good as those large zoos, and the venue was small, so there were not many seats in the audience, but even so, it was still not full. On the one hand, it was because there were few people coming to the animal park today, and on the other hand, it was because everyone was really not interested in this kind of real-person animal performance. The few people who stayed behind basically had some curiosity, like Chen Kongtua. The performance started on time. What surprised Chen Kongtua was that there was no trainer on the scene, and each animal went on stage completely according to the prearranged order, very naturally, as if they were at home. Chen Kongtua looked closely and found that there were quite a few animals here, but the type seemed a bit single. There were mainly brown bears, grizzly bears, polar bears, giant pandas, chimpanzees, and even a large groundhog. It's just that the size of these animals is similar, and you can tell that they are played by humans. The bears and chimpanzees in the front are the most similar. After all, these animals are about the same size as humans, but this groundhog is too much, because it is equivalent to magnifying the real groundhog several times. Putting aside the size, this leather suit is really exquisite, and it is specially customized at first glance. At first glance, it can even achieve a real effect. These staff members who play animals should have received special training. Whether walking, trotting, or sitting on the ground, they are very similar to the expressions and movements of animals. Chen Contua still remembers that he had read a news report before, saying that some tourists reported that the black bears in the zoo were played by people. As a result, the zoo clarified that it was a real animal. It is because black bears are too similar to humans in some aspects, so it is easier to play. Unexpectedly, Lingwanziji Animal Park actually did a job. These people played animals one by one on stage, and what surprised Chen Contua was that the content of their initial performances was also related to animal performances, such as riding a bicycle, walking on a single plank bridge, etc. But looking back, you will find that it is essentially different from animal performances. First of all, animal performances are all under the command of trainers and follow specific rules, while the animals played by these staff do not need trainers and complete the corresponding procedures by themselves. Of course, this is also normal. After all, they are all played by people, and there is no need for trainers to guide them. But more importantly, Chen Contua found that these animal performances looked more and more like some kind of pantomime. Because at the beginning, they were still performing traditional animal performances such as riding a bicycle and crossing a single plank bridge, but soon these animals started to perform skits. For example, after the chimpanzee rode a bicycle, the silly and chubby panda next to him also wanted to try to ride a bicycle, but he couldn't ride it at all, so he pushed the bicycle aside angrily, and his silly expression made many people laugh. And the black bear and a polar bear happened to be squeezed together when walking on the single plank bridge. The two bears looked at each other, tested each other, threatened each other, and refused to give in. The various actions made on the single plank bridge also made people laugh. The large groundhog was the most outrageous, and he also performed an expression pack of an upright groundhog shouting, which made the audience burst into laughter. Although these animals did not have any lines, they walked on the stage on their own, and there were some small plots of cooperation or confrontation between them. In addition, there were some funny deliberate arrangements in the plot, which had a very good program effect. These are indeed not real animals, but are played by real people, but this did not become a deduction, but instead became a plus. After all, imitating animals is a technical job. This can no longer be considered an animal performance, but an imitation performance by a performing artist.